Back in the shop, laying the finishing touches on the two new materializers he'd made after discussing the topic with the gods, it was finally time to test them, as Ben activated both enchantments, with each of them producing a cubic foot of material, one based off of a lost fruit of the Dryad homeworld, and the other modeled off the meat of a domesticated creature that had made its way to the planet with their original species, both needing to be tasted and tested, as Ben prepared to do exactly that. Starting with the fruit, he simply cut it up to be eaten between him and all of his clones, each one chewing and examining it as he tasted it with many mouths, coming to a simple conclusion. Not great. It wasn't bad, it was something he could eat and stomach, and after an extensive talk with the gods, was sure to be largely nutritious to the majority of people on the planet, but it wasn't good either. It was a single cell, again and again and again, lacking all of the complexity of true tissue, and then degraded further as it was simplified. It was, without a doubt, a food that would be worthwhile in times of scarcity, but nothing else, with that fact reinforced as he materialized it again with his own power instead of the machine's, using all of the details of it he hadn't been able to include in finding that even if it still wasn't great, it had a bigger depth of flavor to make it worthwhile in the end. Which means if I'm ever in an emergency at least, I'll have something adequate to eat, meaning I just have to try the next one. With the cube of meat being cooked over a flame before he tried it, giving him no choice but to admit that it was even worse. Without any fat to it, the texture was tough and the taste was beyond lacking, a fact repeated when he materialized it himself, but in the end it was healthy and it would do. Let's see, even if it's not great, slice it thin and cover it in a sauce and it will be good enough to keep someone alive. Actually, it should be fine to eat raw too. Not much risk of bacteria from something being materialized. The thought made him give it a try, finding it to actually be fairly better that way. Still not good, of course, but any improvement was worth taking, and he immediately began his work of creating more, talking up to his god as he did. So myriad, how many of these things do you think I should make? With how many souls I want to put in them and my current power level, they should be able to materialize every minute without running out of mana, and hopefully if my soul expands again soon we can speed that up even more. Can you ask Nair to think of something appropriate for me? And I really mean appropriate. These things should go for a lot, but I am willing to accept a payment plan that stretches out across after the war ends if that's what needs to happen. Ben just shrugged. In the event I do die and the world goes on, it would be nice to at least know the people I care about would be able to divide up my wealth, including you. You know what? Give me a second. While he was on the topic, he materialized a letter in a box, leaving it tucked away in the corner of the shop where he didn't think Falk would fiddle with it if he came through. And now I officially have a will. Hope you feel loved, myriad. A third of my wealth is going to your church, so you better use it well. If I die, just tell Nair to tell Falk what that is, okay? Hey, better to have it and not need it, right? I'm still going to do everything in my power to live, so don't worry too much about it, and just appreciate the fortune your church is going to be getting. You're the biggest recipient by a mile. Everyone has to go eventually, man, though I'm sorry to say that I don't plan on merging into you when the time comes. I'll see whatever's next for myself. Ha, maybe I should then, he teased. That's me cheating my way to godhood if my current attempts don't work out. Myriad went quiet from there, letting Ben carry on his work as he went, making all of the materializers he could, and making sure to include an engraving saying they were brought about by the Church of Myriad on every single one. No reason not to include that bit of advertising on an item that was going to be feeding the world after all, and scoring his god some more faith never actually hurt either of them, especially not for something as simple as that. And while he worked, he continued to think, his newest creation bringing a simple question to his mind. What else can I do with souls? It was a question worth considering now that he'd found a use beyond just stealing their power and creating them for the massive quantities of experience such an act gave. He'd found something wholly unique that souls could be used for, and when there was one discovery, there was sure to be more in waiting, just begging to be learned as he went over all he knew. Though unfortunately, the two most promising avenues came up empty as he went over them. Both the spells of death and soul magic were applied to the souls of people, beings who had lived their lives and had experience to reflect in it. Sure, perhaps a death mage could turn one of the souls he created into a ghost to force it to linger, but without the experience of a life behind it, what would it even be good for? Same when it came to soul magic. He was sure that some of the spells could be used on the things he made, directing them to greater levels of strength and power, but applied to something that had never held a mind and it would be pointless, forcing him to look at other options, with one more promising than the rest as he once more addressed the heavens. Myriad, I'm about to test something, so could you keep watch and be prepared to grab some help if things go wrong? I want to clarify that it will probably be fine. Okay, fair point, I can step out. Still, do me a favor and watch. I prefer to have friends in high places for when things go wrong. You got it. Slipping off his jacket and leaving his clones behind, Ben stepped outside of the shop, back to the streets of Stonewall, enjoying the smallest bit of foot traffic around him there to take advantage of in the event something went wrong as he put together his small test. Taking a soul crystal he'd made for the materializers, he slid it into a divot he'd created in one of his bracelets before enchanting it with the desired effect beast form. The same skill Raylia and the true shifter held, and the same skill that had once led to his own hand attacking him from the demon soul he'd let into his body. He'd never experimented with it again because of that and because of a firm demand from the gods that he never trapped the soul of anything else for his experiments. But now he had a different avenue to look at it. How would a blank soul, one that had never been touched by a vessel to hold it, react to being used? Would his body shapeshift in some unusual way like the demon's soul had warped his arm? Perhaps since it had always been a soul, and nothing more, it might force him to take on some ghostly qualities. He wouldn't say no to a way to phase through walls if he got the chance, no matter how low he actually viewed the odds of that happening. But really there was no way to know if he'd get any result or nothing at all without trying it, and holding off no longer, he activated the enchantment to mingle the blank soul with his own, all to see what he would get, with the answer being nothing physical. His flesh didn't warp or change. On that front he was still entirely human, or as entirely human as someone with the 9th level of integrated demonic body could be, but there was in fact an instant difference he could feel within himself. Power. Neither an insignificant nor a world-changing amount. While he wore it, he didn't just feel an increase to one of his attributes, but instead all of them. A rough estimate as he moved his body telling him everything had just improved by around 10% without any obvious side effects while he kept it up. Okay, this is good. This is actually really, really good. 10% is nothing to turn your nose up at, and since it's a tool, it's easy to keep up, leaving only the question of how this is going to affect my growth rates while I wear it. Something worth testing, but first, how well does it stack? He was immediately trying again, adding a soul crystal to a bracelet on his other arm and activating it, this time feeling a twinge of pain in his soul as the spiritual weight of a second one was piled on, with more moving around making him aware that the increase hadn't kept consistent, instead ending at a total of 15% improvement and testing more from there. Each time he activated another, the pain he was under increased a bit, and each time the performance of the additional one halved, telling him there was an increase to a decent point but nothing more, the potential getting ever closer to 20% more but never actually reaching it, and showing him that there really wasn't a need to wear more than 3 at once for a good enough effect if he was going to, taking them off in the end without issue as plans formed in his head. Okay, let's see. Myriad, can you send a practice dummy my way so I can have someone to experiment on? Ask Sashel to send Sko over. Tell her she and Raylia can come along too so they can decide if they want to give them a go. I'll pay them, it's fine. I do feel the need to point out that your church isn't exactly doling out the living expenses for its core members, and now one can be even finer if she wants the chance to earn some money, so for now, just ask her. I'll make it worth their while. Friends, welcome, so good to have you all, he greeted enthusiastically, instantly raising the worry of the ones he didn't share a faith with. We've made a serious mistake, Sko muttered, Raylia nodding by his side, but neither tried to escape now that they were in his sights, with Ben looking more annoyed than anything else. Okay, first of all, rude. Second, you're actually in less danger than usual for what I want to test on you. I've literally already tested it on myself first, so I just want to use you guys to check the long-term results. Plus, you'll all be fairly compensated for it. Ignore them, Ben, they'll get used to you one day. So what can we help you with? Sashel, this is why you'll always be my favorite. The bond between fellow worshippers really is something else. Anyway, for anyone who wants to, you just need to wear one of these, he explained, holding out the bracelets. Keep them activated at all times and check and record your attributes daily so I can see how they change after, do you mind? In principle, no, but what do they do and what are you looking for? An excellent question. You can think of them as a different sort of buff bracelet. If my results are repeatable, then you should find your attributes growing by about 10% for everything, and what I'm trying to check for is how it affects your growth rates. Since this isn't a normal sort of buff, I need to know how bad the side effects of them are. Ideally, I'd like you guys to wear them for 2 weeks, and if you like them, you can keep them after. I mean, a hit to our growth rates could be a real problem, even if it's just for a couple weeks, Sko started before Ben cut him off. And you'll be well compensated to make up for that, not to mention the fact that the divine potions I've given you will help make up for a lot of whatever growth you might lose in that time. So what do you say? Sko and Raylia looked between each other, still unsure while Sashel spoke up without another thought. Sure, sounds useful. Do I even want to ask the ranking? This one's nothing crazy, only upper ultra rare. We have different definitions of nothing crazy. Hearing the ranking settled things for the other two though, both instantly on board to try, just for the knowledge that they'd got to enjoy such a quality item at least once in their lives as the bracelets were handed over and activated, all of them reacting instantly while Sashal and Raelia both spoke at once. This is way more than a 10% increase. Why is there a soul in this? Okay, we're actually going to get back to Sashal's comment in a minute. Raelia, how can you tell? The way this feels, did you manage to model it off a beast form skill? Good senses, I should have known you might pick up on that. You're right about both. The strength in it comes from a soul, and it's using a copy of that skill with a few others tied into it for full effect. What do you think? I think my whole body feels weird. I feel more powerful, but everything I'm kind of lightly hurts. What? That shouldn't be happening. 1 second. He connected to her to experience her senses, finding she was under a similar level of pain as when he'd put on 2. It wasn't unbearable, especially not compared to some of the other things he'd put his soul through, but it was there, constantly making itself known to her while she wore it. Interesting, it seems like a reaction with your personal beast form skill. Raelia, if you're willing to put up with that, then I'll pay you triple to also test if it eventually fades away. Deal. Perfect, now just 1 second while I address what Sashal said. He expanded the effects of Connect to reach the others to feel what they did before pilfering through their memories, something he was going to need to do anyway to get an idea of how fast their attributes typically grew to compare against the results of his test, but in that moment to also understand how powerful they usually felt before it, coming to a surprising discovery. The growth they'd gotten from the tool didn't seem to be based off of their attributes, but his. It shouldn't have shocked him. He was already seeing that how much mana a soul he created could hold seemed to be directly related to his own total volume, for reasons he still wasn't certain of, but the fact that they were getting results based off of his own changed things in a big way. When he did the math, they were all actually getting worse growth than him if they went percentage-wise, only getting an increase of 5% of what each of his attributes had, which he could only assume had to do with how the nature of the souls he'd create would relate to his own, in yet another way he didn't know how to test. But looking at it proportionally based on what they each currently held, the change was massive. The buffs that were piled more than doubling their attributes in some cases. Especially when it came to intelligence. They were all getting to enjoy the years of work he'd put in, sleeping with Morabizial and Deathstone to train, all of the jobs he'd been through, all of his awakenings, and every deal with the gods and other skills he held that were helping to raise things for him. And as good as that all objectively was for the world as a whole, it couldn't help but leave a bad taste in his mouth, knowing that years spent clawing his way up from the bottom could now so easily be given away instantly without the effort to go along with it. That's a dumb feeling though, I'm being stupid. This is objectively a good thing, even if I accidentally just created yet another tool the gods are going to want me to mass produce. Okay, I'm going to have to stop materializing everything myself when I'm also trying to get my levels. At this point, it really is too much. When I'm done here, I'll work on that, but for now. Ben, are you okay? Sashal asked him. You look kind of unhappy about this. Oh, just a lot of complicated emotions swimming around in me right now. It's fine. Anyway, I have a quest in about a week that should take a few days, but I'll check in on you when I get back if that's cool. Sorry, would it be okay if I convey our results through Myriad? She asked him. We actually have a pretty big escorting quest soon too, and since it's going to take us near my village, I want to make sure my family is all okay. Oh, of course, no worries. In that case, tell everyone I say hi in MMH, okay? Seeing as how you're the Oracle of Myriad, I guess I can treat you a bit. 1 second while you enjoy the perks of the faith. Pulling out some of his remaining voidstone from his many rings, Ben quickly shaped and enchanted on it, making a brand new one to give to her, and explained its purpose in only a few words. Spatial ring, put things in and take things out, and make sure you guys keep safe and alive to give me my results. What? Like a bag, but instead a ring. It's handy, you get about 2 cubic meters of space from that one, which reminds me, I really should remake my current one since I leveled up recently. MMH, that's on the to-do list I guess, I'll get that done later. Ben, do I even want to know what the ranking of this is? A very low, very reasonable middle legendary, with all of the usual threats about what will happen if you spread that around implied. Oh, and a warning in general that you really shouldn't talk about it casually, even if you keep its rank to yourself. These aren't exactly on the market since making them involved creating a previously non-existent form of matter, and I'd rather not find out someone decided to try and cut your hand off for it. If you have a bag around, try to make it look like you're pulling things from that instead. Sashal. She still didn't answer, dealing with the knowledge that she'd just been given a legendary item like it was nothing, with the various feelings tied to that coming out in full force, with overwhelming guilt at the idea making her speak up. Ben. Not only have I given one to Delaire and Fontesh, but we've already had a talk before about your value as a member of the faith. If you try to return it, I'm destroying Sko's brain. Why? Neither paid attention to the warrior's scream, with only Raelia giving him a consoling pat on the shoulder while Sashal made up her mind. I understand. I'll try to get better at accepting gifts. Saying goodbye and watching as they walked away, Ben went back inside and closed the shop doors behind him, a new idea as to what he could test with the souls he could create swirling around in his head. Going through the gate from the shop back to his warehouse, Ben took over his clones once more and got back to work on making materializers, placing a special focus on making ones for himself. Even with his jacket, he was getting to the point that trying to create all of the souls he needed for his leveling, while also materializing other items in their entirety, was becoming a new sort of strain, one that was going to slow down how long it would be for the next level he wanted so badly, and he moved to change that by creating tools to materialize any major substance he might need. Perhaps as a limit of his own soul reflecting in the ones he could create, he learned he couldn't produce a materializer for any of the affinitied magic materials, meaning Voidstone and Deathstone were locked away from him, only to be created when he could borrow Jake's mind and soul. But as useful as those would have both been to have endless access to, he was much more concerned about the more basic ones. He'd already created something that could make rainbow mana crystal, and from there he made sure to make something that could handle the white one, and then mithril and morabisial as well, before going to the more common metals like iron to help in his work, meaning that one of his bigger mana costs in the form of all of his materialization could shrink to something significantly lighter by only needing to shape the substances instead. Either with his hands or his mana in a way that would still be a significant savings. It was only once that was done that he began, creating soul crystals en masse for all of the uses he'd already found for them while holding a single one in his hand, a question forming in his mind while so much of himself was working around him. To what extent could he modify an existing soul? It was seeing Raelia that had made him wonder that, her strange soul clear in his eyes, as the question of if he could in any way repeat the work of the ancient soul mage that had radically altered the destiny of her kind. Could Ben materialize a soul in a way that would merge it into another soul? It was a question he couldn't deny himself the pleasure of investing a few hours in, doing everything he could to build on the simple soul he'd created, and in the end having what he would describe as meaningless success. The soul he was testing on was the simplest he could produce, and when he tried, Ben was able to build it up to an extent, bringing any of the strange aspects of its structure to the maximum he could make when materializing them, and a few aspects even beyond that, though far from enough for his liking, namely what he considered the core ones. Sure, he'd found he could increase the scale of some parts of a soul whose purposes entirely eluded him, but that wasn't actually helpful. It only really mattered when he tested an idea significantly more relevant to himself, as he tried to build up its affinities and resistances, and that had ended in failure, telling him he was still as trapped as he'd ever been, locked away from the more common magics of the world, and not even in a position where he could improve a few of the more beneficial resistances he had. So it looks like I'm not going to raise my fire resistance above 100 to beat out the magic. Lame, but it's not like I wasn't expecting it, no matter how thrilling it would have been to be wrong. But with all of that done, time to start trying to test the big one being to merge two souls together. He could already materialize them in such a state, but what he wanted to know was if he could build on top of something that already existed, letting him bring forth something more for all of the potential applications that could have for both him and the world at large, depending on what the results ended up as. Given his results from just combining what he could already make with a beast form skill, he was at least hopeful that it wouldn't be outright harmful, but he first spent a while mentally going over what he'd seen in both Raelia and the true shifter's souls to try and determine how he wanted to do it before making his first attempt, ending up in failure when it was over. Not that that discouraged him, and he tried again, constantly working and tweaking how he tried to blend them together, constantly failing until he felt a configuration that clicked into place, giving him the result he craved as he looked it over. Different from a beast form skill, it was undeniably what he'd been looking for, even if he didn't let that be the end. If it looked different from a beast form skill, then that meant there were likely multiple ways to potentially merge the two. In the case of what he was seeing, he was sure the difference lied in the fact that he was materializing a soul in a way that it bound to another compared to attaching a normal one, but there was no reason to end his experimenting there when he wanted to see the limits of what was possible, with two examples he knew of already telling him there was plenty of room to go. He'd already been considering the true shifter as he did his tests, but his own god was an even greater example. Billions of souls joining together as one with multiple deities added to the mix on top of them. The structures he saw when looking at Myriad were worth considering, and he kept going while keeping his successful example to look at in greater detail later, enjoying the simple process of experimentation the entire time. For every success there were a dozen failures, but nearing 100 successes was enough to give him plenty to look at for the future as he tried to replicate them again before going even further, trying to add more and more souls each time and blending the pattern of what worked and what didn't, with the obvious question forming in his mind by the time he was done. What would happen if I tried this on an actual person's soul? It was a step too far to try and use Sko as a test subject again, but the question scratched at the walls of his mind, begging to be let out as he looked at some of the Lovecraftian constructs he'd ended up with. Things he'd never seen before in a mortal of any sort, but still continued to exist in the end, telling him that no matter how bizarre they looked, they were all acceptable configurations of essence, even if he didn't know how that would translate to anything inhabiting a proper vessel. And if I want to test it out, then I want to be doing it on something with system access, and it just so happens that the world is currently overfilled with completely ethical test subjects. Okay, tomorrow is planned out then from the looks of it, so long as Thera can give me a hand, so for now let's just get back to it and see if there's any other configurations I can find. With hours left in the day, it would have been a waste not to experiment all he could, and he did it with gusto, trying to find the limitations of what he could create and how far it could go while the hours wore on. Pulling Thera along to Analia that day, the grin on his face wouldn't disappear. Not because of what he was going to test, not because of the things he made or any more progress in his various projects. What was thrilling him to no end was a level, sitting at the top of his card, and singing out his progress with one more going to his ridiculous job, leaving him only needing to finish it to be able to finally say he was done and move on to his next one. Which means I need to go to the Adventurers Guild soon to get all of the adventurers, mages, and mind users I can get my hands on. Let's see, I should arrange things to try and have them arrive for when this stupid quest is supposed to end. I should be done it before we leave so long as I push myself, and if I need to get my soul fixed up, well, that's just life at that point. God, I'm so freaking close. Even more power, here I come. It was tempting enough that it made him want to head back to the shop then and there, only resisting the impulse for the sake of his experimentation. While not a soul that had been influenced by its vessel, the way the beast form holders had to take advantage of, it was possible there would be different benefits to any of the ways he might materialize a soul into another, and he needed to know for sure, with preparations required to check what the results would be as they went along through Thera's family home, looking for whatever familiar face they could get and end up with Rit as he walked along with his son. The young half-spirit beaming when he noticed Thera and running over. "I'll look at you, you're getting so fast," Thera gushed as she scooped him up while the youngest half-spirit laughed in her arms. "Aren't you just the sweetest?" He's got a bit too much energy, I'd say," Rit told them, trying to tucker him out a bit to get a nap in him. "But how are you two? What brings you by?" I was hoping to find Pelinia for a moment if she can free up some time," Ben explained. "I get it's not the best timing, but—" No bother, no bother. I think I know where she is, so I'll lead the way. Come on." They followed along, through the halls and down flights of stairs while Thera kept entertaining her younger cousin, making small talk along the way. "So is Auntie out right now?" You know how Lux is. She's going all over to clear out hospitals as fast as she can. It must be 100 a day at the least she's doing when she's not tagging along for some exterminations. Course, but we've been hearing the same about you. A lot of people are appreciating your work, Thera. I'm really not doing too much, especially not compared to her. I'm just helping where I can, which is plenty. Don't count yourself out too quickly now. Lux has heard your name come up around more than a few healers you've worked with, and I guess the little spirits are talking about you all of the time too from the way she says it. I still don't know what to do about that. What's there to do? They love you, isn't that good enough? The conversation broke as they were led into a full room, Pelinia at the head of it, and surrounded by her staff and various advisors that made it clear they'd interrupted, even if the queen looked relieved for the intrusion while Rit spoke up. "Hey Pelinia, the kids were looking for you a bit," he called out through the eyes staring them down while she jumped up. "Then I suppose I'll need to take a small break. All of you relax for a few minutes while I handle this." But your Majesty, one tried before immediately being cut off. "A small break. What's the point in my husband ensuring we're all kept safe if you all still want to work me to death in the end? Now all of you wait there, I'll be right back." She didn't give them room to argue as she went out, signing in relief before taking Saren from Thera's arms for what emotional healing the small child could provide. "You all really should come through to interrupt a bit more often," she told them. "I really don't mind." "I do," Thera muttered back. "Why exactly did you want to be queen when you hate doing the work?" "I only hate some of it, and I wasn't exactly expecting to deal with all of this in my lifetime when I went for the role, you know. It's positively ruined my fun." "Well, we'll keep this quick anyway," Ben said, cutting in before they could really start arguing. "Is there any chance you could get me some blank cards, Pelinia? Like as many as you can. Give me an actual number and I'll see what I can do. You need them today." "I do, and ideally 1,000 of them if it's not much trouble, but at the very least 100. Really though, the more the better, so I'd take whatever you can get your hands on for me. You know, it might be easy to forget because everyone gets them for free, but these really are quite valuable. What could you possibly need so many for? Running some experiments and they'll help me gauge the effects. If things work out, then there might be some useful results for the planet as a whole." Fine in that case. Rit, would you lead them to the lounge? I'll send for someone to bring you whatever I can, but this is added to your ever-growing debt by this point, Ben. I want grandchildren. Mom. If you can convince your daughter, then sure. Ignoring them, Pelinia walked off while they were taken to another room, finding it already occupied as they went in, with the great space spirit Ogult sitting quietly on a couch, slowly looking at them and nodding. Ah, Ben, hello, and my nephew, niece Ogult, Rit said as he walked over, patting the spirit's shoulder. The little lady would be your niece. Ah, my apologies. It's no problem, Thera said, looking a little uncomfortable. The only time she'd met her newest uncle in the past had been when Ben had first come back, and if she were being honest, she hadn't cared too much at the time. He hadn't been a priority in comparison, and she wasn't the most interested in that side of the family expanding either. Half of them were complicated enough for her that she didn't want to see how a new member would react to her existence, though it didn't seem like it would be poorly so far. Slipping from his father's arms, Saren moved to sit on his newest uncle's lap, looking perfectly content as he finally drifted off while the Great Spirit held him, seeming to have become used to such a thing in the weeks he'd been there. The room fell quiet soon after, none of them knowing what to say, and it lasted for a few minutes until Ben forcefully broke it, looking at his fellow captive. So how are you finding being here? He asked Ogult, getting a weak response for his try. Shameful. How could living amongst my handiwork be anything but? Okay, how are the other space spirits managing? Fine, I suppose. They don't leave the city's limits, but they're making do. That didn't sound fine for a race that craved freedom so much that they'd left to explore the stars, but there was nothing for him to say to that. They'd been held for so long that if they needed to take some time, then so be it. It wasn't his place to judge when he had no way to help, especially if the one who led them seemed the worst off of all. All those few words succeeded in was killing the conversation once more, bringing the room back to an awkward silence, until Pelinia came in a while later with one very full case. All right, you're in luck. Birth rates have dropped enough when word that the invasion was finally arriving got out that there's a surplus. I was able to send for about 2,000, so try to make the most of them you can, and if you discover anything worthwhile, then let us know. Oh, sweet. Will do, you're the best, Pelinia. It was all they'd come there for and all they needed to do, but on an impulse he changed his plans ever so slightly, focusing in on the Great Spirit as they were getting up. And Ogult, come with us. Why, have you left the building since I brought you here? No. Yeah, so that's why. Come on, I'm putting you to work. Ben, are you sure this is a good idea? Thera whispered to him as they walked down the streets, heading to the gate. It might be better if he stayed inside. He can't be there forever, Ben shrugged while Ogult flinched away from any passing member of the public they walked by as they made their way through the city. I should be. I deserve worse, the spirit said, not bothering to pretend as though he couldn't hear them. All of this entire planet is my fault. I can't just rot away doing nothing, correct? Ben cut him off. So what you'll do instead is help me work. I only need you to handle things for a week or so to let me get a feel for results, and then if you want you can hide away again, but it really would be more useful for everyone if you came out to help. I'd only make things worse. You really won't, but whatever, for now, come on and you can decide how you feel later. Walking through to the network, Ben noticed the spirit perk up a bit, experiencing his first time in the strange space that linked gates as they went to one connected to a region of the untamed lands to finally get on to what he really wanted to do that day, speaking up as they got there. All right, now to just find a sufficiently large group of demons to use. The only ethical source of experimental materials he could access for the tests he wanted to run, the fact that they were incorporated fully into the system meant he'd be able to check their cards for any changes in their skills or attributes for what he was going to attempt by altering their souls. He didn't expect the search to be quick, but at the same time knew that the creatures had well and truly infested the planet after the last wave. So long as they spent the day on it, and if Thera got the help of the spirits, then they'd be sure to find plenty before it was too late. But before she could raise them in the air to begin their search, Ogult just nodded. Understood then, I will find you some. Before either could say a word he vanished, his magic sending him off in his search and leaving the two alone, with Thera looking more than a bit relieved for it. Already don't like your new uncle? He asked her. Or is the issue you're not used to a family member being so incredibly handsome? The fact the spirit wore Ben's face made the joke easy, but Thera didn't bite. All I know about him is what my father mentioned growing up and now the fact that he caused all of this. I mean, I don't dislike him, but Ben, everything that happened all stems back to the fact he wanted to explore. Are you really okay with him? He thought for a second at the question, really searched his soul over it. If the blame for everything that happened was laid at Ogult's feet, then he was responsible both for the end of countless worlds, but also Ben's second chance at life. One didn't remotely excuse the other, but when he thought about it like that, it made him realize that he couldn't feel justified connecting the spirit to either event or anything else that had sprung from it. I'm sorry, I understand why a lot of people and gods would feel like that, but I just can't, he shrugged. He didn't set out to do any harm, did he? He and the other space spirits are objectively the first victims of this all, just wanting to see the universe, but having the crap luck of finding a powerful evil god along the way. And yeah, I get the fact that they were the reason things were able to get so bad when the base nature of demons really makes it seem like most of them wouldn't reach the levels of sapience needed to flood Owen with faith to do something like this otherwise. But I don't think I have it in me to hold anything against a guy who was a hostage for what? Thousands or tens of thousands of years at this point. Maybe, but locking himself inside since he's been freed doesn't exactly show an inclination to try and make up for it. I get what you're saying, Ben, but no matter how guiltless he might be, a lot of people would want to see him doing more if they knew he was here, and that's only if they'd be willing to tolerate his existence on this planet at all. Maybe he's scared. He's still pretty pulled into himself, and I mean, I'd get it. One bad choice had a hell of a domino effect. I wouldn't be so quick in wanting to make any more either. And like, if you don't want to be involved with him, then I get it, but as a person who saw a fraction of what he must have, can you do me the favor of at least looking at him a bit more brightly than the great spirits you actively hate? MMH, well, that's not so hard, she admitted. And I don't hate him, I just don't know him or have a reason to get close. No matter what he is to the rest of my family, he's a stranger to me. Still, I can at least be polite. Before I was stuck healing thousands of bodies a day, I was even told my bedside manner was starting to improve. And now nobody gets manners when there's 100 other people waiting, she said a bit more lightly, although the number's been going down each day. Enough that I've changed my mind. Your mana bracelets are now the best thing you've ever made. Air conditioners are bumped to second. I feel compelled to point out I invented the braces that fundamentally changed how your race and many others get to interact with the world as a whole. Yeah, and that's nice and all, which is why it sits at a healthy third. Being cooled when there's a heatwave, though. Just remembering it is making me already need to reevaluate letting it sit down at second. Her smile told him she was joking, a rarer sight with how much work they both had at all times now that he let himself enjoy before Ogult returned, looking no different in his mood as he spoke. I found a group, I will lead you. All right, what's the size? 123. Okay, Thera, you ready? I've got it. Great, in that case, Ogult, lead the way. The spirit opened a hole in space, letting the two through to what waited beyond, with Thera casting as she walked, letting out her dark magic the instant she laid her eyes on them as they were busy fighting amongst themselves, freezing most of them in place on the spot with only a couple that seemed immune to her effect, with those ones instantly being impaled by spears of earth jutting up from the ground below. Awesome, Ben nodded as he looked around. Then I guess it's my turn. He walked through the crowd, having faith that Thera had them properly under her control, as he reached out deep connection to read the skills of each one, materializing and firing off small bullets, each time one had either earth or space magic, and killing a few more if they had any skill that stood out as being a risk, ending with only 102 left by the end. Okay, a lot less than I was hoping for, but even if we'd kept the whole group, we would have needed over 1,000 more to get most of my testing done, so for now this works. Thera, I'm going to borrow your brain for just a bit, okay? Let's just make this bit of your plan quick, okay? It will be over in a jiffy. Connecting to her and weaving his mind into hers, he in essence provided her a blueprint of what he needed her to make as dirt and stone were pulled out of the ground and minor acts of materialization took place, while a building was constructed to act as a prison for those they'd caught. Ignoring the new notification, Ben simply admired what they'd worked together to construct. It would in every way that mattered break essentially every ethical limit on how prisoners should be treated with its closet-like rooms that didn't even give the space to lay down, but the second they'd had the misfortune to be caught by him, they'd lost any chance to be anything other than test subjects. Scheduled for extermination the moment his experiments were done, he went over to the closest one and cut its flesh to smear some blood on one of the blank cards he'd received, letting him look at the various aspects of the creature beyond its skills he couldn't see. Its attributes were all high but still below 1,000, and while that one had decent affinities for life, death, and fire magic, its resistances were just as poor as anything he'd expect from an average citizen of the planet. It was only once he'd looked it over and had it memorized that he did what he went out there for, looking at the beast's soul while trying to materialize on it and feeling himself fail in the end. Lame but not entirely unexpected, he muttered to himself. Materializing one of my blank souls onto a living one instead of another blank soul was never guaranteed to work the same way. No experiment ever survives first contact with the real world, I suppose, but I figured out enough different configurations to have plenty to test until one properly clicks. Okay, let's give this a go. He tried again and again, not getting one that worked until the 6th time, but knowing he had a result as soon as he did for what he felt through the connection he was keeping up between them. A notification in their mind saying they'd acquired the levelless skill, Empty Soul, and a sharp, non-physical pain that Ben knew all too well at that point that could only have been an unnatural strain on the demon's soul, and he looked at the card to look for any additional changes. No difference in skills, but vitality and strength both rose by over 100. Interesting. Worse than I'd hoped, but interesting. Given that connecting a person to one of his blank souls through a beast form skill raised a person's attributes by 5% of his own, he'd been expecting he might get that much from any of them if he properly merged one of his souls into another, and the two it got were at least close, even if those were the only ones. Still, it was a disappointing result, especially when one added in the fact that even getting 10% to everything was still worse than what he'd really wanted to see. The souls he made could hold 50% of his mana volume. Giving that to himself would be incredible alone, even if it meant risking damage to his soul in the process, but giving that to every mage on the planet would be world-shaking beyond anything else he'd done. If he could pull that off, then it didn't matter how much the gods might want to resist. They'd have to come together to raise his mana as much as they could possibly do and give him whatever blessings he wanted on top of it. He'd literally be too valuable not to invest all they had in, but without getting that in his first attempt, Ben had no choice but to carry out all of his testing as he turned to Ogult, nodding at the one he'd just finished with. Move this guy to room 1 please and place his card on the front of his door. Now, on to the next. With one done, the first thing he did after giving it a card and checking its information was repeat all of his previous failed attempts. He knew they worked on his blank souls, after all, which implied it could work on normal ones if the conditions were right. But once those failed, he repeated his last test to see if the results would be consistent. Finding them to be largely the same, with a variance of only 1 point in vitality, he chalked up to the demon's original values being close enough to raising a point to make that difference. From there, his routine began, giving a card and checking information before repeating previously failed attempts, and then moving on to new ones until he found one that worked, moving on once 2 demons had the same modification for him to record the effect of. It was part way through that he sent Ogult off to look for more groups, and once found got Thera to deal with them, enslaving what she could and killing what she couldn't before they were brought over to be looked at for anything that might imply a risk of escape, while the number of test subjects only grew. By the end of over 100 potential modifications that he knew would work on his created souls, only 16 worked on living ones, all gaining skills named things along the lines of empty, blank, modified, and altered soul, with some of the different modifications yielding the same name, despite both differing configurations and final effects. It was an interesting result and something to look further into in the future, but the most important result was that 3 of the arrangements yielded the 5% increase to all attributes he'd hoped, even if they were all missing the incredible boost to mana he'd been wanting to see as the first stage of experimentation ended. But he wasn't done from there. That was just the base modification after all. He needed to test to see the effect of stacking modifications on living beings to see whatever long-term effects it would hold, creating the need for so many demons to test on. After all, he hadn't given up on a few of the failed configurations he'd come up with still, and with so many more bodies to go there was no reason to stop until the last one, so failed tests went on again and again until it was time to try and stack different configurations of souls, feeling the reactions of each one. There wasn't a single case where the level of pain they were under didn't explode, the creatures unable to voice it out of the command Thera had over them, but that yielded results of its own, with some getting better increases in attributes while some got worse, and others were even able to stack previously failed soul configurations in a way that their base soul hadn't managed. Still, he memorized the results each time, keeping track of what worked and what didn't as he finished up until all possible configurations of 2 added souls were done, letting him move on to testing arrangements of 3 and feeling an interesting result from the first that worked, with his test subject's mind collapsing in on itself out of the agony its soul was under. Interesting. Ben thought analytically, feeling nothing about the result other than curiosity. Part of what I'm testing by holding them is going to be seeing how long any pain lasts too. I was planning on just disposing of them once results are in, but since I'll have Ogult watching them to make sure none escape, there's really no rush on enjoying my test subjects as long as possible. In that case, if and when the pain fades for the first ones, I'll have to see if adding one more is going to be just as bad for them as it was by doing it on the same day. Okay, lots of things to look at here for a while to come. Okay, I kind of take umbrage with that second one at least. There is literally no negative feeling behind this. I'm as unfeeling and analytical about my potential results in test subjects as can be. World Killer's bonuses have just really shown through in full force today, I guess. Oh well, we've got 2,000 rooms and plenty of hours left in the day. Whatever the system might want to say about it, let's fill them up. Just because a few minds collapsed didn't mean he could stop working after all. He could still feel the pain they were under when he connected to them, and he could still check results through their cards, meaning no matter what happened, he'd get data he could work off of. At a scheduled time in the morning the next day, Ogult opened a portal between Stonewall and their prison out in the woods. It was both to let Thera renew her spells on the demons to keep them from getting too unruly, and to let Ben do a variety of tasks, from examining their minds and cards for changes to bringing a mini-gate through to make checking easier for him, on top of providing 2 materializers, one creating food and one water, so the space spirit could teleport both into the test subjects' stomachs to keep them alive longer for results to be collected. Ending with another tool brought to keep the demons from getting too unruly while they were gone. He'd spent the night creating mind control circlets, improving the designs from the last time he'd constructed such an enchantment to keep them all contained, and in line in the event, enough time passed for Thera's spells to wear off. Better to keep them docile and easy to work with for however long he'd be having them. A significant part of him knew that everything he was doing was unethical no matter what the reason he held for it, but they were demons. They weren't some enemy that just happened to be fighting on another side of a war that could have been understood and befriended if experiences had only been a little different. They literally lacked the capacity for such things, only caring about getting stronger and fulfilling their base desires, ensuring that anything they didn't outright kill was kept squarely below them. The fact that they should have been killed the instant they'd been found, and that his tests had the chance to improve the odds for the world and its people as a whole let him justify it to himself, and his lack of empathy towards the creatures meant it was never going to be a concern, with the only thing weighing remotely on his mind being the question of how the human race as a whole might have judged him for his actions. But they can't, so it doesn't matter. He told himself as he finished and left, parting with Thera as she went to work for the day while he went to begin rolling the ball for a task of his own. Maybe this is wrong. I'm objectively subjecting an enemy to torture and inhumane experimentation, but seeing as how peace can't be an option, I need to focus on improving the odds for the side I care about winning. It's that simple. It was as he moved through gates and got to the magic towers that he was able to clear the thought from his many minds, to instead focus on what he was there for, as he made his way to their local branch of the Adventurers Guild. The plan was to put in a request for all of the people he'd need, offering to pay an excellent price to each one, and since he wanted it done fast, it made far more sense to head out to a bigger guild on a gate network than to try and arrange it through Stonewall's local branch, and as he got there, he let himself in and went to the front desk, same as when he'd gone looking for information on the Dark Tower, with his card already in hand and rank displayed for the waiting receptionist. "Hello there, I'm looking to make a request," Ben told them brightly, not giving them time to react to his rank in any way that could cause him problems. "I am looking for people who hold the adventurer's job with at least 2 spots open in their party, but preferably more if possible. To be clear, I'm not looking for a single party. I'm looking for up to 70, but failing that, as many as you can find me. In addition, for every party that doesn't already have either an apprentice mage or a true mage in it, I'll be looking for one of those 2 as well. Finally, I'll also be looking for as many people currently under the mind user job as you can get your hands on for me. I'd be hoping to get them all in 7 days, but I'll come in a day or 2 beforehand to get an idea of who you were able to get for me and the party compositions for the adventurers." He said 70 despite not having that many jobs, both to prepare for the fact that many of them would be partway through their adventurer jobs, meaning he'd have an incomplete experience pool to work off of, as well as in anticipation of any advanced varieties he might end up with since he had no way to actually know how that would work out. There were some within his list he was sure would give him additional options, such as High Actualizer yielding its master job, after along with whatever options would spring up after that, with a sacrilege-aligned one feeling practically guaranteed at the very least. But then there was the host of ones he'd never found reference to in any book he'd read to that point, that all sat as complete mysteries to him. There was also the issue of his 3 currently available master jobs. While those would normally always give advanced branches, with the main exception he could think of being Master Adventurer, he had no clue if Title Master or Master of Destiny would give him another option and connect. Master didn't seem to be a normal master job, since he'd only unlocked it after having taken Mind Master. He had no reason to believe it would give him the expected variance, no matter how badly he wanted it to. "I understand. I can take it that you'd like to have this request sent to all of the gate guilds then, and any that are close enough on any gate that a person could reasonably get here in that time frame. I don't care how expensive it is, I'll pay for it, and I'll pay anyone who fits those qualifications double the expected day rate for a rank 2 quest." That got a bit of a reaction, although slight. The vast majority of adventurers didn't even make it to rank 3, let alone rank 2, which a person needed an awakened skill to reach, and here Ben was, offering double. For many, that meant weeks to months of pay for the work, leaving only the matter of just what exactly that work would entail. And the reason you're looking for these specific members and party compositions, the receptionist asked, with Ben giving a half answer. I'm looking for a party or parties to join while trying to put together a composition that would be useful overall to my particular skill set, he explained, not wanting to go into the details of how he planned to speed through all of his jobs by using them for fear that the potential crowd might grow too big if that got out. I still intend to pay in full, even if they don't meet my qualifications after I see them. All I care about is getting the group together to look at, which should only take me a day, maybe 2 tops. Unless I have another option or 2 that's secretly for the 3rd tier, but in that case I'll just pay more to have them meet me again later after absolutely putting my soul through hell. On the plus side, with the number of souls I can now make combined with the max amount of mana I can force into myself having grown too, I should be able to finish it in a week, easy, 2 or 3 weeks. No matter how much I do it, I'm not getting used to it, and the weeks I've already put in have sucked. I'm so freaking looking forward to being done and getting a break until however long it's going to take me to get new options to work through. The answer he gave, however, got him regarded with some level of suspicion, with the guild's receptionist speaking up. If that's the case, then I'd advise you to set a level limit as well for what you're willing to accept. I can understand how difficult it would be for someone of your rank to find matching companions, but getting some at the 6th or 7th levels of the particular skills you're looking for should be of no issue. You certainly don't want to pull someone who's only an apprentice mage no matter what composition you're looking for. Call it desperation, he explained, materializing before their eyes. If a mage isn't good enough, then I can help them improve, so I don't care about the level. I just need that composition more than anything else. Then if there's any concerns from the guild, they are of course welcome to watch me talk to them, all, but I'm certain they'll find no issues. My bigger concern is that you guys might try to hire me on after. The part about training a mage had been entirely a lie to help smooth things over, but materializing had done its job, actually shocking them enough that they accepted his explanation for what it was after getting the additional benefit that was the knowledge the guild would be able to observe everything as it went down. Letting him deposit the cost for both sending out the request so far and wide, as well as part of the price he was offering to pay the adventurers that would come to ensure he could both afford the outrageous sum he was offering and verify that even if something happened to him, the ones who came would still get something, ending things there and letting him move on with his day as he left back to the streets, wondering what to do next. With that done, I really should be back off to the shop to make sure I'm actually able to have this stupid job done by then, which means I should update my equipment to be on the safe side for this coming quest too. After all, if I'm not bringing my jacket with me, then I really do need to replace it. Back at the shop, Ben looked at both what he had and what he'd need, with the answer to the latter being largely vague when the only thing he'd really been told about his coming quest was that it was centered around watching as another group fought. Still, there was one obvious standout, more apparent than anything else. His jacket, his strongest line of defense that he'd filled with tens of thousands of souls to take advantage of, that he was going to have to leave behind for exactly that fact. If he was being honest with himself, he had to admit that he was in a horribly messy place with his training. He was trying to avoid overusing it, which meant trying to avoid that one aspect of Connect, when that was the very skill he was pinning his hopes on trying to awaken. If he could, and if it pulled in his divine enchanting like he so desired, then in theory, he'd be able to add 3rd-tier skills to his rings to enchant with on the fly, making new items as needed when trying to deal with Owen. A skill he then wouldn't be able to use any other aspect of around that same god, for the fact that every other major part of it meant his soul would be expanding out of his body, leaving the safety of his vessel to expose it to a god of souls. Even if his other goal was to awaken sacrilege as well, he couldn't count on the changes that would come with that to keep him safe. Which created the horrible conundrum of the fact that he wanted to get to the 3rd tier for a skill he couldn't constantly use at its full potential. So long as he got to the 9th level of it, he could think of options to push it over the edge, but as it was, he was slowing himself down. But I need to slow myself down because I can't be relying on having infinite freaking power when facing the strongest god in the galaxy and probably this whole stupid universe, he complained, trying to rub the forming headache out of his temples as he went. Which really means I shouldn't be using any non-enchanting application for it either, but if I draw that line, then I'm never going to get enough practice for leveling it, and if I do get it to the 3rd tier, then that's something I'll have to consider, but yeah, this isn't helping. I've already said I'm not using the stupid jacket, which means I'm making myself something new to wear for whatever defense it will give out there, and seeing how I'm not the biggest armor person, that just means I'm designing an even newer jacket to use. And pants too. Okay, plan made, so let's get started. He walked over to his warehouse and pulled out his clones, getting bodies moving to pull materials he had stored to essentially remake the one he already had while adding any improvements he saw fit along the way. Leather was cut and stitched, an inner lining was made and meshed, and the entire structure of it was enhanced with any magic materials he could add in, creating wires and alloys that threaded through the entire thing, while powders were forced within the leather itself for what bits of strength and magic resistance it would grant while the entire thing was being enchanted. It wouldn't have the benefits of what extra strength the Church of Myriad would get for acting as a receptacle for his god's faith, but it did have the benefit of the additional levels he'd claimed for himself, since he'd done his last serious renovation on the old one, making up for that small loss in every way except for the power it held. It would be even safer than the old one, with the church not having got to enjoy the time or faith needed for it to properly mature as a defensive structure, and he was happy to slip it on, feeling right at home as he did. Oh God, without looking, I've become a jacket guy. It just feels so good and right. The defensive properties of it would be top-notch too, which was what was going to be most important, but a part of him couldn't help but wonder how long it would be until they'd be breached like the church had so often been in the past. It may have been the pessimist in him, but it did at times feel like no matter how well he constructed something, something else was always going to come along to knock it down. Myriad told him as the god popped into his head. Look, Myriad, on the one hand, you're absolutely correct, but on the other, and I want to stress this, I'm not actually a fighter. I haven't trained to deal with all of the issues that come with wearing armor, no matter how good I can make it for myself, and I don't have time to get good at it now. I just have to hope that little fact doesn't eventually bite me in the ass. I've told you how I think things will go since I've been back, and there's no fate in this reality to tempt. That reminds me, though, I should ask the Grey if it looks like any other universe has anything like that. They've looked around, they've probably seen a couple. Are they completely incompatible? Well, I'll bring the question to the only multiverse watchers I know at some point, but for now it's a matter of whatever else to make. I'll do pants too in a similar style to the jacket, and I actually modified my barrier shoes to give me an edge in running instead of protection that I think I'll keep, but I need to think about weapons too, or do I? Let's be real, if we look at my overall build and skill composition, if you ignore the fact that I'm so obviously a craftsman, I really am a good mage. Myriad, that's literally so offensive on so many fronts. Of course I'm a craftsman, I'm a crafty guy. Quiet you. And sure, I'm a contender for 3 mind skills, with a couple more awakened ones for good measure. And sure, my sacrilege is high, and a few of my newer skills are growing uncomfortably quickly in my day-to-day life, even when I really feel like I've been doing nothing wrong. But what matters is if I keep going, I'm going to give myself an identity crisis as I question if I really am a craftsman, so I'm just going to drop the topic here and go back to making things so toodaloo. With the first distraction from that brief conversation going to weapons. Despite whatever Myriad had to say, he was going to choose to consider being a mage as his second main group of skills, and given he was the best materializer on the planet, it was a position he was happy to claim. But while that brought the question of if he even needed to make new weapons, he couldn't deny the bit of comfort that came with having something to hold in his hand, as he made the main 2 he'd usually go for, starting with a knife. Given the demon who'd kidnapped him had destroyed his original, one he'd never even got to put to full use after he'd made it, he began the process of recreation, even if he was able to add a few handy modifications, both in the materials he'd used and the enchantments he had access to, improving the end product greatly, as he created something he could adjust for any given situation. It was only once he was done that he slipped it into one of his many rings, and after looking at his very full fingers, decided to make more to go along with it. He'd been trying to be prepared for anything by making so many after all. It would be a shame not to use the space as more knives were made and stored away, each one made with care, while he hoped things would never actually get desperate enough that he'd have to use them. A knife fight meant he was already far too close to an opponent after all, and even if he had an excellent understanding of how they could be used that stemmed from his competency as a craftsman, he lacked actual training in that regard that would have helped him actually grow in his proficiency handling them. But I'm not adding learning to stab people better to my to-do list when I have so much other freaking crap, and since I ideally won't get close enough to anything for it to matter, I just need to make a few guns and I can finish up. It was another task that was simple by that point, in essence just remaking things he'd created in the past and applying better enchantments to make it work. At least that had been the intention until he'd had an idea he couldn't resist. Taking the basic revolver design he was so used to, he pulled out a bit of his remaining voidstone and enchanted a spatial effect in it with the intent of adding it to the handle's core next to the mana crystal, he was going to put to power his shots. It was what was going within that new magical space that mattered, though, with Ben inserting one of his materializers, modifying the design just enough so the output would be shaped and sized the way he needed to create bullets when it was activated, being materialized directly into the chambers. From there, it was only a matter of making sure it would do so the instant all previous shots were used, and with hundreds of souls added to power it, he was done, grinning broadly as he held it. A gun with infinite ammo. Oh yeah, I really am the absolute best, basically playing with cheat codes at this point. In the event he ever ran out of enough mana that he could no longer use his magic to fight, he now had a weapon that could carry on by itself without needing him to power it. He may not have known how much use it would see in the end, but it didn't matter. It would be a comfort to have on him, and it had been enjoyable to create, so with one done he made more to fill up his rings while the time passed. Voidstone really is too much fun. I'm going to need to bother Jake again soon so I can make more. His friend's fate sealed by Ben's greed, he made a mental note to go bother the other summoned whenever he had the chance in the future, but from there went on with his work while the day went by. Well, don't you look happy? Ben teased, even as Thera strongly denied it. Of course I'm not, she told him, trying to control her face. Do you really think I'd be happy just because I have an official excuse to avoid helping out at the hospital for a while, no matter how constantly draining and exhausting it is, it's important work. I was actually assuming it was because you finally get to do a rank 1 quest, something you want to get off your chest there, Thera. She slumped over as he asked, looking all the more tired for it. Ben, you're clever. Please do me a favor and put that freaky brain of yours to work figuring out how to awaken more life and light mages. Pretty sure you don't ask for favors while calling someone's brain freaky. Let me try again. Using your completely normal, not at all unnatural mind, please save me by awakening more of the planet's healers. Somehow the lack of sincerity hurts even more, but what's the problem currently? Weren't the mana bracelets I distributed to everyone helping? MMH, they were and they are, but this work is never ending, she complained. Everyone is still getting hurt all of the time to the point that any day I need for something else. Everyone I work with ends up on the edge of tears with how much more that means they're all going to have to do, and as handy as your new tool is, the fact that it hurts to use doesn't exactly leave it as an enjoyable option no matter how much it helps. It feels like I'm drowning every time I go off to work. MMH kind of sounds like you guys need to unionize. You can't unionize every light and life mage on the planet. Why not? Leverage that collective bargaining power as the only people who can keep everyone from dying en masse. Break off from the Mages Guild and start your own. I think the Healers Guild has a pretty good ring to it. Okay, but that sounds like a multi-year project that would be completely impossible to pull off in the middle of a war. The much easier alternative would be to turn to my very smart, very caring boyfriend and hope that he'd be able to find a solution. All I'm looking for is only 100 new awakened mages. That really isn't some small ask, but I'll at least think on it, even if it isn't going to be my area of expertise. As both this world's awakener and great teacher, I suppose it's the least I can do. Yes, let those and any other useful titles go to your head so you can solve this for me, she joked, feeling better with his agreement to try. The sooner we get more healers, the sooner I can take more days off to work on other things, guilt-free. How could I even force any levels in those branches, though? He muttered to himself, seriously considering the problem. They're both non-physical, so I can't force any materializations to make it work, and trying to force groups of 9th-level mages to take on their respective towers to get the gods to awaken them, mostly just runs the risk of killing off some of the world's better healers. That really just leaves trying to force them to constantly use complex spells until they break that barrier themselves, and with my mana bracelets and the constant work they've already been put through then, you'd expect some to awaken on their own eventually anyway, so what does that leave? I suppose I could suggest to the gods that a new hospital be set up with every mage at the 9th level of those affinities acting as the staff. From there, divert all of the most extremely injured to work it, and get Yuzu to visit often enough that she could constantly lower their awakening limits. No, there's a better option. I could help Falk build an enchantment to place on any such building as a whole to help reduce the awakening limits for the people in it, and I could just supply however much mana crystal or souls to ensure they'd always be fully powered, which actually feels like a decent idea for awakening people. I'd just need to convince the gods it would be worth it. Okay, I can at least bring it up, not like it would do any harm. The small strategy that had formed in his head, as a way to potentially eventually help awaken some healers, made it all the more clear how lucky the planet had been to get a soulsmith when it did, as Ben continued to think of more ways his teacher might be able to help while also considering options without him, putting a few minds to the task as they went, Thera slipping her arm around his as they did. Have I ever mentioned that trying to solve the impossible for me is a very attractive quality? Man, do I really seem so easy to butter up. Sometimes. All right, well, like I said, I'll work on it. Either when we're done with this or we get a small break, I'll talk to Myriad about the first idea, but for now, feeling a bit more excited about the quest. MMH a bit, she admitted as they finally arrived at the Gate Network, only moments from their meeting place for it. It sounds like it could be interesting, even if a bit underwhelming. True. They were to be watchers more than participants as they judged the results of whatever group they were following, and while that made for a unique quest, it didn't mean it would be an exciting one, with Ben having an issue besides that. He hadn't finished his job. He had to be close, basically right on the edge with the way he'd been pushing himself in the last few days. He just hadn't been able to cross the finish line of it. Even then, he was making more souls with the spare mana he had, keeping enough for himself to prevent his total from getting too low in case there were any emergencies, but still chipping away, hoping that each one he'd make would be the last as he continued to not get it, with that meaning he'd be back to his coat, pushing with all he had the instant that quest was done. Which also means a non-zero chance of damaging my soul again, even with the band Falk made me. He sighed as they went through the gate they needed to the Untamed Lands, but not getting it done until after my mass job run is scheduled would be so infinitely worse. If I hurt myself a bit, then I can just get my dear teacher to fix me up so I can finally finish this stupid thing, and then I basically never need to worry about overstraining my soul to this extent again. I just need to put in the work for a little longer. With the taste of freedom on his lips, he couldn't help but spend just a little more mana on his soul creation as the two looked around the area, the place filled with teams of adventurers and soldiers who'd be going out to patrol the lands for what demons had escaped to the unpopulated sections of the world as they tried to find the group they were meant to meet, with Thera seeing the sign for them first. "Oh, you can't be serious," she groaned, forcing Ben's eyes to where she was looking. "I changed my mind. Any bit of excitement I was feeling is gone. Let's just get this over with. Maybe it won't be so bad," Ben tried to encourage, feeling himself fail to get any positivity across. "There's no possible way that anything involving her isn't going to somehow be a nightmare," Thera sighed, but with the quest already accepted there was nothing they could do, leaving the two to walk over to a small crowd, with the great life spirit Vividus standing at the front of it. As they walked over, Thera's eyes were locked on her aunt, while Ben couldn't help but take in the crowd around her, all of them appearing at first glance to be from the same species, or at least hybrids that shared a similar paternal heritage, with that assumption only falling through as he looked at their souls as well, the skills they held telling a different story for the group they were no doubt sent to observe. He had questions to ask from it all, but they were put briefly on hold as they made their way to the one who seemed to have been responsible for their presence there, waiting to the side as the Great Spirit exchanged words with the only other person who didn't match the rest and only stopping their talk as she took notice of them. Child, what brings you here?" Vividus asked as she took note of Thera's presence, with Thera nearly grinding her teeth in return. "You called for me, of course I'm here. Though I probably wouldn't have been if I'd known you were the one who sent out the request." "Oh, are you and your little pet the ones the guild sent?" "Didn't matter to me who I got, so I didn't ask, although I suppose I do remember hearing you were working with them, and you have finally made yourself useful enough to get that rank. Actually, with the mana you're giving off, I'd say you've finally begun to go past being just an acceptable standard," the Great Spirit muttered at the end as she appraised her niece, thoughts indecipherable running through the ancient being's head. "Just what are your magic levels currently anyway? What's it matter?" "I am currently your employer. It isn't too much to ask." A sharp breath as Thera tried to keep from swearing at her aunt then and there before she finally answered. "Spiritual life is 9, earth is 7, dark is 4, and my non-affinity is 2. Don't ask about the rest of my status, that's my business." Ben could see the answer had perked up the one Vividus had been talking to as well, while the Great Spirit only smiled wider. "And from the feel of it, your mana has reached a good volume as well. If you've gotten better at using it on a larger scale, then I'd go so far as to say you've actually managed to make something of yourself." Well done, I suppose." The small congratulations managed to catch Thera off guard enough that it paused her bad mood, leaving her to sigh after a beat of silence as she looked around. "So then are these the people we're expected to observe?" "They are. Unfortunately, I don't currently have the time to examine how they perform in the field myself, as another one of my more floundering projects requires my attention, so I do hope you'll be able to help produce a decent report on their performance for me. And what exactly is so special about them? They're constructs modeled after your little lover." "What? Chimeras," Ben answered before the spirit could, "but more than that. Each one of them holds either the skill partial homunculus body or integrated homunculus body. You turn people into chimeras using artificially constructed life to modify them." "Very good," Vividus clapped, "and correct. Seeing the improvements to your base biology after your own modifications made for an interesting project, but as decent as what you produced had ended up being, I knew I could go much, much farther." "Of course, the main difficulty had been finding a way to bind a homunculized flesh to a person in a way that would produce the necessary skill to yield the best results, but thankfully I had plenty of experimental material. It may not have made up for their crimes, yet but Ibaru and his like have been making excellent test subjects. The statement made Ben whip his head to the crowd, searching to see if he could find the old head of Craftsman's tower among them. It was obvious that among all the modifications Vividus had done to them, one had been stripping them of their skin and replacing it with something new, with every test subject there having a scaled appearance that was mixed between a dark purple, orange, and green, but he didn't know to what extent they'd been changed, so he couldn't know if they'd even have the same facial structure to try and identify them. Even as he looked, though, Vividus just chuckled. Oh, you won't find him or any of his cohort there. I have plenty of other tests to run on them, so they'll remain at my home. No, these were all ethically sourced volunteers, each of them looking to get stronger as I reached out my hand to them. How could you have possibly gotten so many volunteers to be experimented on? Thera asked, a question Ben couldn't help but wonder himself. Counting heads, Ben could make out 50 of them, all people who'd supposedly agreed to be put through such a thing. To be so heavily modified that they wouldn't be recognizable to even the people they held most dear, with that seeming to be the crux of the matter. People who have nothing left make for easy subjects to work with, the spirit told them indifferently. Having lost home, family, and friends, there were plenty who wanted the strength to fight back. All I did was offer it to them. You took advantage of people while they were at their lowest, Thera muttered, shaking her head in disbelief. Infinite hell's vive. I always knew you were a monster, but this is... She didn't even know what to say. Words couldn't properly express her disgust. After unending weeks of trying to help everyone she could through clinic work, her aunt had instead put her incredible life magic towards doing that. There was no reaction she could give that would fit what she was feeling, even with the spirit appearing entirely indifferent. All I did was give them a choice. The fact that they took it was up to them. Ben could feel Thera wanting to yell at his side, but he took her hand before she could, trying to help her keep her cool while he spoke up, aiming to keep track of the practical. So to what extent have they been altered? It's not just their flesh, is it? Finally, a decent question. No, while their skin was remade to the best of my abilities, producing something that is far stronger and more resilient, while also creating energy for them through exposure to the sun and heat in general. You'll find every part of them modified to one extent or another. Their bones and muscles have been improved with my designs incorporated into what they already had, and while I didn't replace too many of their organs if I could avoid it, I have adjusted their systems and included new ones I've especially designed myself. These people are my masterpieces. Again, he could feel Thera wanting to say something, but there was nothing that would come from turning it into a fight as Ben asked a question that had grown in him with the explanation. If you've modified them to such an extreme extent, how can they possibly still be listed as having that as their partial or integrated bodies? It sounds like you've changed them nearly in their entirety. So nice knowing I have a megalomaniac in the family, Thera finally said. So what? If they prove their efficiency, you're going to expand production on them. Of course, so long as the results are what I expect, I'll be offering my services to every group on the planet, she said lightly. And no matter how you might feel on the matter, I'm expecting an honest and accurate evaluation. Thera was silent at that, knowing she'd do the job she'd been given but not wanting to give her aunt whatever satisfaction she'd get from outright saying it, not that she had to. The Great Spirit had her expectations, and even if the two of them left out of protest, they weren't the only adventurers who'd come to do such a thing, a fact made clear as she turned away. Ah, it seems the last group has finally joined us. In that case, let's have a quick talk so I can be on my way. Vividus led them over to the final group to join them, Thera elbowing him the moment she saw one of the party, with Ben immediately understanding why. Having both blue skin and silver eyes, it was another one of Yuzu's race, meaning he wasn't going to be the only summoned on that expedition. Ben felt that man's eyes on him in return, noticing that same fact although he tried to ignore it. They'd be working together for a bit it seemed, but he had no reason to try and get close, even if what he was seeing made him curious. A wielder of both space and death magic, he was the only one in his party of 5 to have any awakened skills, meaning the others with him seemed to have been pulled along for the quest because of him alone, which wasn't to say they were bad either. All of them held high levels of first-tier skills that made them a decent match and provided good party coverage as far as he could see it, with only one other point drawing his attention. The rest of the party was entirely female. While nothing against that, Ben was reminded of Zilly's reaction to both Yuzu's wedding and the thought that he might have been sent to woo her and Natty, seeming firmly against anything less than monogamy in a way she seemed to imply, was the standard for their race, with memories he'd seen in her head more or less confirming it. Yet from the minds he was peeking into, He could tell that there was some sort of physical or romantic element between the party that went beyond any common friendship, telling him that Yuzu alone wasn't the only one willing to buck her people's customs to take what she wanted. In the end, though, it didn't matter. As soon as Vividus began addressing them, he gave her his full attention for whatever instruction they were to receive. Good, now that you're all here, let's begin. I'll make this short. My Chimera Corp will be fighting the demons to their fullest ability, while the rest of you observe and compare how they fare against what you'd expect of any other force. You may of course step in to assist in the event the situation looks too dangerous, but otherwise be as hands-off as possible. With that said, Phone here will be in charge of directing you all. If there's any issues, you're all to turn to him and listen to his instructions. She nodded to the man she'd been talking to when they'd arrived, a three-eyed Oni who Ben actually recognized as someone he and Thera had helped recently, being a holder of both an awakened mace-wielding as well as an awakened lightning magic, who'd received his own homunculi to use in his training, not that he seemed to have recognized them. There was no sign of those clones around either, leaving him to assume he'd chosen to leave them behind given the details of their quest. Still, he looked older than anyone else, and likely had the experience to back up his current position as leader, and neither he nor the rest were going to argue it, least of all to their current employer as she went on. As for where you'll be going, Phone will be directing the Space Mage, but given you'll be going after 5 moving swarms, if for whatever reason you can't find one of the groups, then so be it. But in general, I'd prefer you to search the best you can to claim whatever results are available. With all of that said, I have my own work to do, so I'll let you all be on your way. When you're done, simply submit your reports to whatever guild is convenient, though if it could be one on the Gate network, that would be preferable. From here, I'll yield the floor. Saying all she'd needed to, Vividus walked away without looking back, leaving things to Phone as he looked around them. All right, you all heard the boss, so I expect us to work together for the next couple days. Any personal issues you might have or might spring up in that time can be left until our work is done. For now, though, I'd like an idea of what we're working with while we're together, so if everyone could at least give their names and key skills so we can know how we can rely on one another should an emergency crop up. Let's start with you. He nodded to Thera, leaving her to speak up. Thera with Awakened Life, Earth, Dark, and Non-Affinity Magics, though it's the first 2 I'm most proficient in, and I trust whatever issue you have with our quest issuer won't affect our work or ability to work together. It won't. Finding it was her was an unfortunate shock, but I'm able to be professional otherwise. Phone nodded, accepting the answer and turning to Ben next. And yourself? That brought the question of how much Ben wanted to say to people he'd never work with again once the quest was done, ending on only the few skills he thought might matter. Hey, I'm Ben, with an awakened crafting, enchanting, and material manipulation. The answer got him a curious look, with Phone not outright dismissing the use of his first 2 skills, even if he chose to focus on the final. I'm not familiar with material manipulation. Does it have any combat applications? It's a non-affinity magic skill, Ben explained, materializing a blank book for emphasis. It can be used for what it says in the name, manipulating materials, up to and including using it for materialization. Should I need to fight at all, I'll be able to hold my own, don't worry. Phone nodded once more, looking satisfied as he turned to the rest, with the other summons speaking first. Pato with a space and death magic, but I know I was brought on mainly for the first. Still, I'll be able to get us around without any issues, and if it comes to a fight, I can play my part. Good, and I believe I heard you were the only member of your party with an awakened skill, correct? That's right, but the rest are fully competent, more so than myself in many cases. I have no intention of discounting them for whatever skills they have, I just wish to be clear for the other 2. We all need a decent understanding of one another to ensure this goes smoothly. Now, if you all would. Galda and specialized in archery and tracking, the first one with at least a partially elven heritage, said while the others spoke up as well. Both, with a focus on spearsmanship, a Gorgon woman told them, that fact being plain enough from the weapon she held. Twee and a water mage, the third woman stated, by all appearance looking like they were a cross between a Yurtan and an aquatic race of some sort, with the height and silvery white hair of the first while also possessing gills along her neck, telling Ben she was likely semi-aquatic, and made him wonder what the story was there. He also couldn't help but notice the brace on her arm to control the passive ice magic she possessed from one of her paternal races, but ignored it to focus instead on the final member of that party, being part of a race he couldn't identify but undoubtedly left her with some complex bloodline of various peoples, leaving her bald with what he described as sickly pale skin if he was seeing it on his own race, along with eyes akin to Thera or Pato's, only a solid red as she gave her answer. He already knew what she had from peeking at her status though, and it couldn't help but draw his curiosity as she spoke up. Azizal, with my main skills being corpse song and unarmed combat, though the first is my specialty. Once more Phone asked for clarification, the new skill a mystery to him, even if Ben had heard of it before. Corpse song, a non-affinitied branch that lets me see the life of the dead I find, she clarified. Although it needs to be recent, anything older than a few days is too much for me. It was a skill that Zandale possessed too, but that was Ben's first time meeting a natural holder of it, leaving him to appraise the group. A frontline fighter, a tracker, someone who seemed to be able to help in both of those two as well, with the backline in the form of two mages and the tracker having their bow. In all, it was a balanced group, surely able to handle most quests thrown their way, and it made him interested to see if he'd get a chance to watch how they'd operate, though he kept his expectations in check. Other than the fact that it seemed Pato was acting as their transport, that group was there for the same reason as he was, and with introductions made it seemed it was time to get started. Satisfied now that they had a grasp of what they could expect from each other, Phone turned to the people they'd been sent to watch, speaking up for all of them. "We'll be heading out now, so keep it orderly when the portal opens. Pato will be heading north for the first while." With a nod, the otherworlder did as he was asked, tearing open a hole in space and letting the group go through. Ben didn't know how far they were going with each jump, only seeing the change in scenery each time a portal was opened while the full group filtered through. What he did notice was that Pato wasn't taking as many breaks as he'd expect from Steph, initially impressing him with his mana pool until he noticed the band on his arm. One of the mana bracelets he'd made had clearly been supplied, either because the man held an awakened magic or because he was acting as the form of transportation, and it wasn't until he spied the same bracelet on Phone's wrist that he got his answer. It seemed that after going to the various healers of the world, they'd been distributed to some of its awakened skill holders, all while the planet waited for Ben to create more. A task that would become significantly quicker the moment he finished putting so much of his mana to soul production, and would hopefully be speeding up significantly in only a few days once he was finally free of not only that job, but every other one as well. Just gotta finish this first. He couldn't help but eye Vividus's experiments as he thought it, already designing the report before any fighting had begun as he gauged their mental states, trying to sort through what he was seeing in their minds to determine what was coming from the trauma of their loss and what was coming from their physical change. While a handful of them seemed mostly fine, his expectations when it came to the mental health of anyone who'd lost everything and had their bodies radically altered had proven justifiably low, the changes needing more time than they'd gotten to adapt to that already left him questioning the overall validity of the attempt. Saying you'd be willing to do anything for power and revenge was one thing, but seeing a face that wasn't your own in your reflection was an entirely different psychological blow that he felt uncomfortably sure might rear its ugly head, either sometime during their observation or during something far more important in the future when they'd be sent out to fight. Still, with the former prisoners on the planet to worry about, he wasn't going to invest himself in a completely different group that needed some mental help. All he could do was point it out to the best of his ability when his reports were submitted as they finally ended up near their first destination, Phone holding up a hand for silence. "This should be the approximate location. Are any of you picking anything up?" He asked, addressing the chimeras specifically to get a feel for their own tracking ability, with about a quarter of them nodding. Most interesting to Ben was that their success didn't seem to hold any correlation with whether they held a partial or an integrated body skill, nor the level in the case of the latter, meaning it was either coming down to differences in the way Vividus had modified them or else was connected to their base biology, perhaps even being enhanced in some way by their modifications. It was another thing to take note of, and Ben made sure to pay attention to which ones said they could pick up signs of the demons to compare against their skills once he recorded the results as the group moved off to fight the first of the hordes. All of them tried to keep as quiet as they could to not draw any unwanted attention, no matter how unlikely that was to succeed. There were too many of them to be truly silent as they moved through the woods, with even footsteps making a noticeable noise when there were so many of them, but another issue came back to the ones they were supposed to be observing. It was clear that even if they were comfortable, they weren't all entirely used to their new bodies, and peeking through the memories of the closest ones within his range, it seemed the answer as to why was clear. They had only been altered a few short weeks ago, near when the second wave had ended. That simply wasn't enough time to get used to such a major change. Another thing that was going to make it into his report, with a special emphasis going to be placed on the need for some sort of physical therapy to adjust to the physical alterations on top of the mental strain. Vividus's lack of care for mortal life beyond what she could get out of them was clear to see through their creation, focused on power and performance but nothing else, and with the sound of pounding feet rushing towards him, he was finally going to get the chance to watch them in that regard at least, with the results being an undeniable success. He knew they were chasing down one of the larger groups of demons that needed to be hunted, but as they rushed at them, the chimeras reacted just as swiftly with all of their violence and hate behind the act, with their side outnumbered at least 4-1, but tearing through their attackers like they were made of paper, ripping through flesh and snapping bones as they moved in a hateful swarm to kill all they could. It wasn't instantaneous, but it was enough to tell that no matter what the end results of their recommendations were going to be, more chimeras were going to be made. Be it hundreds or thousands, there'd be plenty of nations that would want to encourage their people to submit to those changes if it meant getting that much power in a fighting force, and there'd be plenty of people who'd want it no matter what it meant going through. If they won, then the Great Life Spirit really would be leaving her genetic legacy on the planet. He and the rest of them didn't need to do anything from there as the rest of the demons were hunted down. There was no room for them to get in the way. All they could do was watch as they slowly regrouped once the battle was done, all of them covered in blood, while so little of it was their own as Thera turned to phone. Can I start healing them? I'd say only the most severely injured, but I'm not sure if any qualify. All of you, if you have a wound you think will impede you for the next group we're attacking, then come here for treatment, but otherwise, if it's only cuts and bruises, hold out for now. You don't need to worry, I have more than enough mana, even if it means healing smaller wounds. It's not that. These are a group that are being tested to fight against the next wave. We need to see how well they hold up. Add in the time it will take to treat them all, then even if it's going to be small, it will delay us. Will we really be delayed after that? Ben asked. I didn't get the impression we expected it to be so quick. The question got a thin smile from their leader, impacted by what he'd just seen as well. No, I suppose with how things went we're currently ahead, but the first point still stands. We don't want anyone dying, nor do we want them too injured to fight, but we need to see how well they'll all stand up to everything they'll be expected to go against. Even if it feels cruel to hold off, it's better to understand what they can stand up to now rather than allow things to be too easy and risk them crumbling when the third wave comes. It seemed none among them were injured enough that they felt they needed any healing either, so the two let the matter drop, understanding the point enough that they weren't going to try and fight it, especially not when all parties were still in shockingly good shape. He could see it made Thera uncomfortable too. By all accounts, her aunt had taken advantage of people, so she could experiment on them, but as far as preliminary results went, it had worked and there'd be plenty who'd say it had been worth it, especially if it saved the planet in the end. While having his own complicated feelings on it all as well, with his chance acquisition of his demon body skill acting as the inspiration for the line of experimentation that had ended with the people he saw before him, he at least was less against it in theory. A group of 50 at every gate wouldn't be anywhere near enough to stop the invasion alone, but it would be able to take a comfortable bite of anything that came their way, even if another thought was whispering in his head. The third wave is going to bring their awakened skill holders. It was a point he was trying to ignore for the time being. After all, it wasn't going to be nothing but awakened skill holders, and no matter the level of the skill itself, lower tiers could still kill them through any number of ways. Even if things would be worse than what they were currently seeing, any bit of extra help they could get would be something worth taking. It was a few short jumps to their next location, the second group they were supposed to be going after, close enough to the first now that they were all so far out, and everyone filtered through to the new stretch of woods, with phone already looking to the chimeras. Found anything yet? Further west, one said, with enough of the others in agreement that they started walking, keeping on guard the entire time for anything that might come, and their voices low, with Ben taking advantage of the lull to train a few of his skills the best he could, with deep connection still being the most important one. One of the first ways he'd learned to use it was out in the woods after all, treating it as a bug killer by exposing his greater mind to creatures that just couldn't handle that contact. His mental structure had grown in ways he never would have expected back in those distant days, though, and as much as he enjoyed the bit of comfort that use of skill provided, he turned his training to something of a gentler sort. As he stretched out his soul as far as it could go, he took in any insect that came close enough and threaded the smallest bit of himself he could into each one, without causing them harm, before taking them over completely with another skill, making the bodies of hundreds of small creatures his own to use as he joked with himself, really putting the hive in hive mind. It had its limits since, unlike that magic, it could only be used in the area he could reach out with using deep connection, but it had strengths that made up for that in droves. It wasn't affinitied, meaning nobody like him would have a natural resistance to its effects, and more importantly, it wasn't even a magic since it didn't cost mana. It was a result of linking his soul with another's, which meant even something like magic nullification wouldn't be able to stop his effects, and they would go on for as long as he was awake to use it. As for how anyone could escape it, he had his theories, but without testing the skill on far too many people, he wasn't actually sure what might let a person break it off. Soul magic was almost certain, since he'd already had the effects of Connect blocked by it before, and he wouldn't be surprised if a more powerful mind could overcome it, leaving only the question of if any minds more powerful than his own actually existed. Beyond that, though, was a mystery that wouldn't be answered by his current test, as he looked at the surroundings through hundreds of compound eyes, feeling what little they each had of minds, incorporating their structure into his own for what minor changes it would bring. And still it wasn't enough to really strain him, even as the number of bugs he was controlling went up, leaving him to increase the difficulty by adding in another skill as he actualized a few more around him, maintaining their existence to train that skill too, and topping it off by continuing on with something he'd never actually given up on as more souls were materialized around him, praying for the notification he so desperately wanted. He continued on with it all for a while too, and with how big the range of deep connection currently was, he was largely staying out of the way of the group. But as the number of bugs he was managing changed from hundreds to thousands, it was eventually noticed. Hell, a lot of pests in this area, Pato finally said, wrapping himself in a thin layer of death mana to act as a simple bug killer the same way Ben would for his Connect, with phones seeming to agree. Just a moment, you may all feel a brief tingle. It seemed figuring out tricks for dealing with bugs when off in the deep woods was something common for the adventurers who spent so much time out there, and their current leader discharged some static into the environment, giving them all a small shock but frying Ben's growing swarm, breaking his connection to them all and leaving their small bodies to fall to the ground, putting a pause to that bit of training. I guess I should minimize how many bugs I use in a crowd so it doesn't annoy people. Next time I'll keep it to only a few hundred and keep them on the outer edge of the range of my skill. Something he was already starting, with plenty of small test subjects filling the woods that only got put further on hold as half of the chimeras froze, noticing the demons they were searching for, noticing them in kind, as both groups now moved to encounter one another. The chimeras darted off once the sounds of pounding feet grew loud enough, off to meet their prey while the adventurers followed from behind to watch, seeing what looked like it was going to be a repeat of the first clash as the demons were met with an unexpected level of power, as the front row were torn through before the ones who'd lagged behind the initial rush of them had a better showing, casting their magics before some of the chimeras could react, balls of fire and stone hitting them and slowing them down. Slowing but not stopping. The skin Vividus had worked so hard to make for the group seemed as powerful as she'd led them to believe, resisting the powerful strikes without major bits of damage from any of their foes, even as the blows began to build once the demons changed the forms of their attacks, making them sharper when they could and hitting with tooth and claw while trying to build up hits in the same spots to get through it. Starting to show some success in their attempts as the swarm fought with all they had until the battle took a darker turn. The Chimera's attacks largely changed from the demons to each other, as the rest of the adventurers Ben didn't immediately understand what was happening until he spoke, already feeling what was going on in the few minds he was close enough to touch. They're currently under a dark spell that's affecting who they perceive as enemies. Phone permission for us to step in before the guys we're supposed to be watching all kill themselves. Granted. Can any of you spot the caster so we can try to put an end to this? Thera was already holding forth her staff as he asked, preparing a spell of her own. I can, 1 second. It would have been easy for her to just end things there. It looked like there were only a few hundred demons to be dealt with, and while they would get past the chimeras at any moment now that they were fighting each other, she had the power to solve things in any number of ways to defeat the demons and free the chimeras from their control. But that wasn't what she did. The purpose of that outing was to see how her aunt's creations would handle real combat, so all she did was use her dark sight and dark sense in tandem to find the demons casting their spells and eliminated only them, letting the chimeric group slowly free themselves from the effects they were under as the source of mana powering the spells was cut off, as eventually they all got back to their true task of killing the demons surrounding them. With the entire confrontation acting as a strong, negative mark in the report Ben was already forming in his mind. Dark magics were difficult to deal with, that was true, but they also had a weakness other magics simply didn't. While that form of magic could be weakened like any other affinity magic based on the strength of the resistances a person held, the mind aspects of those branches of spells could also be resisted through willpower alone if one had the mental strength for it, something far too many of the chimeras lacked. Ben didn't intend to hold that fact against them though, far from it. The fault lied entirely in the selection process Vividus had for choosing them. Using subjects who had lost everything may have been the easy option, but they were still reeling from those same losses. Combining that fact with the emotional struggles plenty were dealing with from having their bodies so radically altered, and they were all the perfect targets for any sort of mind effects. It all tied together into a pretty significant weakness, one that could be exploited for the worst. There was always a chance that during the wave someone could come under dark effects and be forced to fight their allies, but with how strong the chimeras had been made, that could be even more disastrous than it normally would be. Taking what he'd just seen and his evaluation made, Ben already knew that his report would be filled with recommendations for a genuine screening process, even as the fighting came to an end. Looking around, Phone taking stock of how things had ended up as well as the damage the chimeric group had taken, their leader asked one question before making any firm choices. Can any of you detect any other demons in the vicinity? He looked at the chimeras, and all of them gave a negative before turning to the rest of the adventurers, getting the same and leaving their leader to nod. All right, given how that turned out, we'll be taking a break for a couple hours, so everyone make sure to eat and get a bit of rest. Thera, I'm sorry, but if I could ask you to deal with the wounded. Of course, she nodded, looking at the rest and seeing results far worse than from the first encounter. While there were no broken bones or lost limbs, she was seeing cuts deep enough that they could become problems in the future if they weren't treated, along with what looked like swelling from some injuries that she wanted to properly appraise. For now, anyone who's actively bleeding with me, I'll look over the rest of you after. She spoke with the firmness of a healer far too used to unruly patients, and without a word the group moved at her orders, the most obviously injured going her way while the rest of them got settled as Ben made a fire to begin cooking, pulling ingredients from his rings to pull together a simple meal, and very quickly noticed eyes moving to him as they smelled the food he was putting together. What others had packed was largely dried goods, something simple that could be stored and consumed for what was supposed to be a couple days out in the woods, but largely lacking in terms of flavor. Then there was himself, the holder of an 8th leveled awakened crafting cooking around them. The food he could make might as well have been hard drugs in comparison, with not only the heightened senses of the chimeras making them extra aware of that fact, but even the adventurers they'd come with. Even Pato and his party, who had the advantage of an awakened space magic, which meant he could carry larger volumes of ingredients without having to worry about space, were looking over, ignoring their meal that was much the same in terms of dried meat with only the benefit of some fresh fruit to go along with it, telling him that none of them were much in the way of cooks, and leaving Ben to sigh as he turned to Phone, who was at least trying to be slightly less obvious about his desires. Hey Phone, I don't mind cooking for everyone so long as anyone who wants a bowl supplies some ingredients for me to work with, if that's cool with you. You heard him, the Oni said, getting up and offering some of his own dried meat, just as attracted to the smell of what Ben had already been making as anyone else. All of you just make sure you're going to be polite about it if you take him up on that. With the offer out, people started to move, with the chimeras not in the middle of treatment coming to offer some of their dried goods, while Pato came over to offer some of his group's available fruits and vegetables, looking like he wanted to say more, but holding back to let Ben cook. Which first meant pulling some more raw metals from his rings, reshaping them to make a large enough pot for the amount of people he now needed to feed, as he prepared what he'd consider a simple stew, using some of his own supplies to help fill it, even if he was making good use of what he'd already been given. Materializing water and some of the compounds that existed within the meat cells he'd learned to materialize, he could now in essence create a broth on demand. Before using it with his material manipulation to force the dried meat, he'd received to take in some of the liquid to rehydrate it, while at the same time softening it with the destructive aspects of that same skill, creating something far more tender than it otherwise would have been before pulling out a knife to dice some of the vegetables. Again, using his magic to help break them down faster to speed up the cooking process. Once done, he materialized salt and pulled a few more seasonings to add before deciding to make it just a bit thicker. By materializing the fruit cells, he'd learned to create without connecting them into a greater whole, letting them easily break down to improve the texture of the broth. From there it became a matter of micro-adjustments, using his material sense in tandem with his magic to see which bits could be further softened for an optimal eating experience before he was comfortable calling it finished, leaving him to materialize bowls and spoons for the people around him to take advantage of and a ladle for himself to distribute. All right, food's ready, so come and get it. All ready, Phone asked, walking up for a bowl as he looked it over with a hint of interest. There'd been times on overnight outings he'd made soups with some of his preserves just for the variety, but that had always been a matter of hours instead of the minutes they'd just watched. If anything, it seemed like all Ben had done was only enough to warm the ingredients, not actually cook them, but Ben just smiled. The benefits of being around a master craftsman. Things come together a bit easier than they would for most people. It's all ready to eat, and even if it's not going to be the best thing I've ever made, I'm willing to bet it's going to be one of the best you've ever eaten out in the woods. The way his three eyes lit up after having his first taste told everyone all they needed to know, and it wasn't long before the rest came over for their own bowls, all of them giving high evaluations the moment they tasted it, and leaving Ben to distribute bowls to the ones Thera was still working on healing before handing one to his girlfriend as well as she finished up with the main group in need of treatment, letting her take a break as they talked to the side. So, what do you think of them so far? I don't know, she sighed as she ate, trying to keep somewhat quiet about it. I don't want to sound like I approve of what my aunt's done, but at the very least, she's good at it. Each of them healed so easily compared to a normal person. I think the wounds probably would have been gone by tomorrow even without my intervention, and taking a closer look at their bodies, well, they're unreasonably well put together. Gonna make me jealous hearing that, you know what I mean. I've never given much thought to how a person's physical structure is set up beyond trying to make sure it's put back to its regular state after they've been injured, but what I'm seeing, she's reinforced areas that I know get prone to injuries in most species, and she must have made dozens to hundreds of minor alterations that I can't begin to guess the reason behind beyond just minor boosts to efficiency, and even then I'm not certain of exactly how it's improving things beyond a few guesses here and there. But from what we've seen so far, it's pretty obvious it's worked. No matter how the last fight went, both have shown just how much power she was able to build into them, and I don't know. How does all of this look to you? It has its trade-offs, he admitted. They're powerful, that's for sure, and if they're going to be fast to heal, even without the intervention of a life mage, that's all the better, but they're struggling a lot more under the surface than any of them are trying to let on. You can't just take traumatized people and turn them into soldiers, even if they are just a proof of concept. Hell, you can't be traumatizing them more either. For me, coming to this world was hard enough at first, but I have no clue how I would have reacted if the gods had made me a body that didn't look anything like me. If Vividus is going to so deeply alter their appearances in all future attempts, then even if she finds volunteers in perfect mental health, that could easily have an effect, and it's looking pretty obvious that it's making it easier for dark magic to take hold. Of course, that also means it's going to be easier to use that magic on most people, given that most of the world is probably some degree of traumatized from the invasion, so looking at it that way, is it even worth considering? I honestly don't know. There was a lot to consider and plenty still to look at, but if Ben was going to have to give an answer as to whether they'd be worth it as he was seeing things then and there, the answer he'd have to give was a hesitant yes. He still had his worries, but all of the chimeras had already proven their strength compared to an average demon, and as far as he could see, none of them had any proper training to let them really take advantage of that strength. But what if that boost of power was given to a soldier who was already skilled in fighting, or a mage, who would then be able to fight right in the wave, instead of keeping their distance when they'd cast their spell? Hell, what about altering some healers so they could more easily participate on the front lines, or any runners that had the job of trying to pull any injured fighters into the safety of the fortresses instead of fighting head-on? There were a million places worth having people in various jobs getting a bit more strength and durability, and with the positives currently outweighing any negatives and the great life spirit willing to provide, why shouldn't the world take advantage of it? No matter what issues would be going into his report, he could already see a world where those changes would become more common. All he could do was ensure it would be as complete and detailed as possible to allow any potential person who'd undergo those changes to make the most informed choices they could. So with that in mind, he left Thera to treating the more minor injuries after they finished eating, while he went to a group of the chimeras sitting by themselves, wanting to see what other answers he could find. "Hello there, hope you've all enjoyed the food," he said brightly as he made his way to the group of 5, taking a seat on the ground with them before they could answer, with one speaking up after he'd joined them. "Only when they're with me. It's the benefit of bringing along a guy who can cook," he laughed, trying to create a good atmosphere to get them to open up a bit, and largely failing, with each person he was with mostly wanting to keep to themselves and leading him to switch his approach to something a bit more direct. "Now, as you're all aware, I've been asked to evaluate you guys, so I hope you don't mind me asking you all a couple questions. I just want to get a sense for how you feel about things." "Go ahead," the same one answered as the others nodded, all willing to give him some time since they'd been instructed to be cooperative, making things a bit easier for him on that one front. "Cool, in that case, let's start with the obvious. Do you regret agreeing to let Vividus alter you?" "No, I don't. No. Okay, would you reverse the process if you could?" "No, me neither." "I don't think so. No, I wouldn't. Have any of you suffered any psychological effects that you think might stem from having your body changed?" "I haven't, nor I don't think so. No, I'm fine. No." He continued asking more questions, trying to probe them deeper for what answers they would give, and on the surface, they kept insisting that things were fine, that they'd wanted the results they'd gotten, and that anything would be worth it if it meant they'd be able to kill whatever demons they found, but that was only on the surface. Their minds told a different story. a subconscious reaction they thought was safe in their heads if not for the mind reader secretly at their sides. From that perspective, each question gave different answers: discomfort from seeing how they'd been changed, and a general feel in their bodies they couldn't escape, with the alterations not unpleasant but alien in a way that required far more time to adapt to than they had gotten before being sent out. As for the questions of if they regretted it or if they'd undo it, what that brought was waves of complicated emotions as they struggled to manage what they'd thought they'd wanted with what they'd received, and whether it was worth it in the end. The deeper he looked, the more he was sure the answer was a firm no, but in the surface levels of their thoughts, they were doing their best to justify it, convincing themselves that they'd made the correct choice instead of alienating them from the very images they had of who they were, with those themes being consistent as he went from group to group. Sure, there were a few who were strangely fine with it no matter how he'd probed, even one that reveled in it, but by and large, he would describe what he was seeing as a negative in the majority of their lives, that too many were trying to convince themselves was actually fine now that it was done. They'd made their choice, and for whatever positives and negatives it held, they'd have to live with it. Okay, my main takeaway is that if Vividus wants to do this on a bigger scale in the future, then she needs to do a mass psychological evaluation on all of her potential subjects. I think I'll recommend she get Funa's assistance for that. I don't know if Vividus would listen, but it would let her get someone who is actually somewhat more specialized in dealing with mind issues, and who also has enough basic morality that she'd stop her from doing anything too unethical. Once he was done, he found Thera and took a seat beside her, laying down on the ground to try and organize his thoughts. He didn't like what he'd seen in any of the ones he'd spoken to, and they'd clearly been taken advantage of when they were vulnerable, but who was to say it hadn't been worth it in the long run? No matter what they were going through as a result of it, Vividus had objectively improved their survival odds. Each chimera was immediately more equipped to withstand whatever would be thrown at them. Couldn't that justify it in the end? God, I don't know, he muttered as he covered his eyes, taking what small time to relax he had until it was time to deal with the next group of demons, with Thera feeling largely the same. Yeah, this is a bit less exciting than I thought it would be. Ha, the wonders of a first-ranked quest. You ready to retire? We could enjoy our next few months of life without needing to worry about being dragged by someone else's whims. Pass. One day they'll call us for something a bit more exciting and a bit less, well, whatever this is. I just know it. Ha, then I guess we'll see. Not like I actually get to just sit back and do nothing for months, adventurer or not. Too much to do, trying to fit what most would consider a lifetime of work in the months they had left, all to reach his various goals. He could quit the guild then and there, but that wouldn't reduce his workload by a drop in the end. All it would do was change how he used some of his time. It was as he was thinking that some others approached the two of them, with the 4 girls within the one full party coming over. Ah, no problem, glad to know you guys enjoyed it. If things end up stretching long enough that we stop for a second meal, then I can cook again if everyone wants me to, with if being the main question. Even if there had been a hiccup in the last fight, the Chimera group had still gone above and beyond expectations, ending things fast enough that what should have been a multi-day expedition could very well end sometime into the evening if the rest went smooth enough, even if those 4 still seemed to appreciate the offer. If we get the chance, we'd enjoy that, she smiled. But we were actually hoping we might get the chance to take your partner for a bit to chat. If you'd be willing, of course, Miss Thera, given the sheer number of magics you hold. Twee and Azizal were hoping to get some advice, and myself, and both have an interest in the topic as well, if you don't mind letting us pick your brain. I don't mind, but you're honestly going to want to be asking Ben for advice more than me. He gained access to the full magic library, and I can say with certainty he would know more about both water magic and corpse song than I do no matter what levels I have. That seemed to stump the group as they looked amongst each other, not sure where to go from there, and Ben gave them an out. Even if they would like some advice, they're also trying to make an opening where Pato could talk to me, he told her, ignoring the looks he got when from their perspective it seemed he'd seen right through their intentions, not aware he'd been reading their minds. Still, since he was working with them, he could both take the time to chat about whatever the man wanted as well as be helpful to the rest of the party, so he materialized books on what he knew of both water magic and corpse song to hand to the 2 mages without a word as he focused in on Thera. No reason not to give him some time since we're working together, and it would be good to get the chance to talk, otherworlder to otherworlder. Seems like they really do want to learn a bit though, so why not take the chance to see how you do it playing teacher? Kind of feel like he could have just come over to ask to borrow you. Seems like he's trying to show more tact than I am. Don't worry, it will be fine. MMH, alright, just try not to have any repeats with the way things went after the last space mage you'd met. If it seems like there's any chance of that, I'll just immediately scream, so have fun. With reassurances given, Thera let herself be pulled off, even as he received a few parting looks from how he'd brought up both of their statuses as otherworlders and left a window where he could be joined, with Pato soon making his way over, none the wiser to what had been said beforehand. Sorry, it looks like my party left you to yourself. Mind if I join you for a bit? Sure, I wouldn't mind the company, Ben said with a smile, not seeing anything nefarious in the other's mind to make him look for help, as the other summon took a seat on the ground beside him, offering a hand that Ben shook before going quiet for just a moment, trying to put his thoughts in order. Sorry, I know we just met, but I've got a bit of a question for you if you don't mind, he finally said, with Ben answering before he could ask. Yep, I'm one of the summoned, same as you. Ha, well, that makes things easy, doesn't it? I take it since you could recognize me, you've met some of my people before, Yuzu and Zilly mostly, although I've seen others. And you've seen some humans. I was put on a quest with a couple of them before, but I don't actually remember their names, he admitted sheepishly. But they were sent to work with me and some other adventurers through the nations they work for. From the looks of things here, I'm assuming that wasn't the case for you. You independent too. I am, Ben admitted, already getting an uncomfortable sense of where things were going. Great, Pato said, his eyes lighting up with the news. I heard there were a couple others from different groups, but you're the first I met who struck out on your own like me. I gotta ask, what made you do it and how do you feel about it? You regret it at all? There it was, the ever so uncomfortable question that left Ben to ask himself if he should just lie for the sake of smoothness, but ultimately decided against it, giving an honest explanation. My situation was a bit more complicated than that, he admitted before materializing a small ball and lightly tossing it in the air. This couldn't do it when I arrived. I couldn't do much of anything. I guess what strengthened everyone else didn't really work on me because of the nature of my soul, so I didn't show up with awakened skills, and my attributes were a whole lot lower too. When it came time for churches and countries to put in offers, I was ignored. Pato's laughter was as powerful as it was expected with the news, but how Ben interpreted it changed as the man at his side lightly slapped his back as he spoke up. And now look at you, he continued to laugh. You got 3 awakened skills to your name all by yourself. Man, I bet every asshole on this world is pulling their hair out for not snagging you when it would have been cheap. That's awesome, guy. I mean, it must have sucked at first, but now, I'd be hella proud. There's a lot more to brag about when you've earned your skill instead of just having it handed over after all. A little stunned by the reaction, Ben was at a small loss for words. He was used to getting a range of reactions when people found out about his circumstances, from sympathy to discomfort, with at least one case of someone laughing at his situation in a far more negative way, as well as shock for the few who put together how fast he'd been raising his skills, but that had been by far the most positive reaction overall. Not looking down on him in any way, and not disbelieving that he'd risen so far, only a pure and positive reaction to what he'd achieved. It made him feel a bit embarrassed, especially when he felt the same emotions in those words coming from the other's mind too, so he redirected the same question, wanting to hear of Pato's life as well. And what about you then? What made you want to strike out on your own instead of taking the comfy path of having a country hand you over fistfuls of cash? A lot, to be honest. Not sure how much you know about my people, but even back home I felt my culture was a bit restrictive. I didn't want to immediately be tossed into another one with new rules to follow when there's this entire world here to see. And other than that, well, you said you've met Yuzu. I know her, she's married to a human. Is she? Good for her. Either way though, in the church we were all put in, you should have seen the reaction when her status was revealed. It was like the rest of us stopped existing, and it felt pretty obvious at the time that from then on, that was how it was going to be. No matter where I went, I'd be seen as the one who wasn't her, he shrugged. Don't get me wrong, I don't have any ill will here. She's a nice girl and I wish her the best, but I don't want to feel like a 2-bit player in another person's life. Striking out on my own felt like the best way to make that happen. And do you regret it, me? Not in the slightest. The whole end of the world thing is a bit of a downer, but I've been enjoying the life I've gotten for all of its ups and downs. Plus, well look, I feel a bit weird sometimes about my skill level because like I said, I didn't exactly earn it the way the people who got there naturally did, but having the power admittedly comes with some pretty nice perks. His eyes drifted to the rest of his party as they spoke with Thera off to the side as small spells were cast, and it left Ben to laugh, like making a small harem. To be honest, yeah, he admitted. It's mutually beneficial and there aren't any real issues though. They know what I was looking for and they get the prestige that comes with working with a first rank. Hell, being in a party with a first rank speeds up other rank evaluations, so half of them made it to 3rd by having me around, and it looks like the other 2 just need a couple more levels in some of their skills to get there too now. But we get along too. I'd like to think there's some actual friendship there beyond just relation and status. I wouldn't worry too much on that front. I've got some empathy aspects to some of my skills. I can tell you're well liked with them. He lied to conceal his casual mind reading. Their talk had been going well enough that he didn't want to out himself for such an unexpected breach of privacy, and Pato brightened up from the statement. Am I? Hell, that's always nice to hear. But what about you then? You said partner, are you and her? Yeah, we're together and I wouldn't want to add any more. Not really my thing. Hey, I get it, I may not be looking for love, but if that did end up on the table, I don't know if things would stay as nice and light as I'm currently enjoying. Of course, I've heard a few other summoned are keeping multiple romantic partners, so if I ever meet any from more monogamous societies, I'll have to ask how that's working out. From the one I know, I'd say it's okay, although at some point I think it changed from a harem to something a bit more polyamorous. With that one just so happening to involve a member of your race. Yeah, good for them then. Life's too short to let things get so complicated. I doubt anyone on this planet could know that as much as people like us. Dying once does give a certain perspective to everything else, doesn't it? Here's to hoping to push off the second time for as long as possible. They continued to chat through the small break, enjoying the chance to talk together as they compared their time living on the world. Still, no matter how good things seem, you've got to remember that this is a dangerous world, even beyond the whole invasion thing, Pato warned as their talk went on. I've seen and been through some crazy stuff since getting here. Yeah, you're not alone there, but that's actually kind of nice to hear. People who live on this planet seem to think it would be pretty sunshine and rainbows if not for the invasion, but I'm pretty sure I've had to deal with a couple attempts on my life each year since I arrived. Seriously, having to avoid being murdered constantly is not normal. Oh, it isn't, Pato agreed, not having gone through any of that himself but was open to the chance he may have just been getting lucky on that front. But there's some downright bizarre crap out in these woods too. I'm honestly a bit worried we'll just stumble into something else on our way. Yeah, like what? Man, it's hard to describe if you don't see it yourself. It doesn't really capture the feel unless you go out to it, but since I can teleport at such a high level, I get sent to do a lot of stuff. Transport and deep expeditions like this aren't unusual, but one of the ones that stands out the most is when we were sent to examine this one area. A huge place should have been teeming with beasties, but was left completely dead and desolate save for the plants around it. Okay, a little weird, but the ecosystem of this planet is kind of a nightmare from the hundreds of alien species that were dragged along with the survivors when the gods brought them here. It's possible that some predator moved in and whatever was already living there just wasn't able to compete. Not a bad idea, but that's not what it was. Once you got to the heart of this dead zone, you'd find something. A giant wall, built right in the middle of the woods with nothing else around it, surrounded by red earth, the entire area stained by the sheer quantity of blood that had been spilled there. You don't say, Ben responded, trying to sound casual and sculpting his face to keep any reaction from giving away that he already knew what Pato was talking about as well as who'd been the cause of it all, and to his luck it seemed the other didn't notice, too invested in going on with his story. Trust me, you don't really get the scale unless you see it for yourself, but that wasn't even the worst of it. On the same expedition that sent me out there, me and the others were also sent to look at another area that was maybe even worse. Seriously, just close your eyes and try to imagine this. You're walking through the woods when you start to notice something strange. You can't place your finger on it at first until it hits you. There's something wrong with the trees. All of them have branches that are unusually straight until they start turning at sharp right angles, bending themselves so they all look like cubes. But not just that, Pato went on. As you look closer, you realize that the leaves on all of them are deformed too, all of them strangely square in shape no matter what species they're from. And if all of that wasn't spooky enough, eventually you see that the nests and hives built in all of the trees were constructed in exactly the same way, angular in a way nothing would naturally do, and then as you finally had enough and decide to leave, you get one last shock. What? Ben asked weakly, trying to play his part in the conversation no matter the psychological blow it was dealing him as Pato finished. Even the bugs were affected there. All of them I could see were flying in these unnatural, angular formations. Of everything I'd seen, those two places must have been the scariest. I bet, that sure sounds spooky. You don't know the half of it, he sighed before leaning in a bit and speaking softer. Honestly, sometimes I worry a bit that I was affected by whatever was going on there. I still sometimes dream of both of those places. Probably just stress, Ben tried to reassure. I mean, even if something was affecting the life in that one region, it doesn't sound like there was anything in the first you went to, right? Sometimes events just have a habit of sticking with you like that. Even as he said it though, a completely different thought was going through his head. I need to burn those bits of forest down before any more people stumble over and freak out. At the very least, it seemed Pato wasn't the same one who found the Demidmans, and with that bit of reassurance given, the other nodded. Yeah, you're probably right, but it was intense in a way I don't want to repeat. I've been a bit more cautious about whatever deep wood requests I've taken ever since. Anyway though. Alright, all breaks up, phone called out to them. Let's get a move on for now and try our best to clear as many as we can before taking another. Looks like it's back to work, Pato sighed before standing up and stretching. But it was good getting to talk to you. Next break we get, make sure to tell me a bit of the stranger stuff you've put up with since coming to the world. Yeah, will do. With their rest over, Pato walked to the front to begin opening portals as Thera moved back to Ben's side once done with giving the other women pointers, looking as uncomfortable as Ben felt on the inside, with the guess as to why not too hard to find. I take it they told you about some of their adventures in the woods. Unfortunately. Same with you, unfortunately. They said no more on the topic, an unspoken agreement between the two to let the matter drop and pretend they'd never heard anything as they went with the rest, beginning their journey to the third group of demons. It wasn't long between portal jumps that something caught Ben's eye as he waited for the rest of the chimeras to pass through the current gate Pato had opened, with a strong sight of souls off in the distance between the ones filling all of the life of that world to an extent he hadn't seen before. It went beyond what he'd see in the people around him, drawing his interest in a way he wasn't used to and demanded investigation, turning his attention to Phone to ask before running off. Phone, I think there might be something weird out that way. Would it be cool if me and Thera took just a couple minutes to investigate? He looked at Ben in curiosity for a minute before turning to address the nearby chimeras. Do any of you detect anything that might be a demon around? No, said one with the rest in agreement. Anything over there of note at all, not that we can detect. Galda, anything. Nothing for me either, I see. And Ben, you're certain there's something over there worth investigating. If it will be worth it, I can't say, but there's definitely something that way. Although if nobody else can't tell, then that would imply to me it might be worth looking into. Very well, then I'll be joining as well. The rest of you, stay on guard until we're back. Pato, should anything happen, you're in charge of judging whether to follow or fall back. Understood. Very well, then let's go. Cool, Thera, to make this quick, you mind taking us that way? Can do. She lifted the ground under their feet and carried them the way Ben was pointing, navigating through the trees and beyond to bring what would have been a walk of a few minutes down to less than one, revealing what Ben had been able to see so clearly and instantly putting the other two on guard. Phone spoke low as they watched them go, more than aware of the potential danger they posed since the number of them on the planet had exploded with the gate to hell opening only a few months prior. The fact they haven't reacted to us is a good sign, but if they have awareness, we could be in trouble. We should get Pato to deal with them if he can. We won't need to, Thera can handle them, but before we go all in on that, there's another issue that might be worth considering. I can feel something drawing them in. What? I have a few soul skills, Ben explained, keeping light on the details as he connected to the bunch of them. I don't know what it is or how far off they're going, but something is drawing them in the way they're heading and is suppressing their minds to keep them from going off track. It might be worth checking out. And you don't know how far off they are? No idea. Then we don't have the time, Phone said, shaking his head. We have our job and we have to stick to it. None of the remaining groups we're looking for would be in that direction either, so these are completely unrelated, even if the likely culprit is going to be some other group of demons or an animal with a death effect. When we get back, I'll bring it up with the guild, including where we are and the way they're going, but for now, we can't just change our objective. Okay, I understand. Thera nodded and cast her spell, forcing them to peace as they passed on, leaving that plain and that portion of woods empty as Phone nodded. Of course we'll do. Good, in that case, let's head back and continue on our way. With the minor detour over and unanswered questions that continued to scratch at Ben's mind, the three went back to the rest and let Pato create his next portal, continuing on their way to the next waiting swarm. Continuing their journey, Thera felt stuck on what they'd seen along the way. She knew that an untold number of ghosts had made their way into the world along with the outsider, but despite the time she still tried to make for the guild on top of her current hospital work, word about sightings were slim. Of course, compared to demons, the dead were largely ignorable no matter what power they might have wielded and far easier to deal with too. It was even possible that plenty had passed on by themselves, or that the planet's main foes, who wielded a natural power over souls, were putting them to rest whenever they encountered them for the bit of security that would give. There were plenty of potential explanations, but still, it bothered her, as she couldn't escape the question of just how many problems there really were on the planet. A question she'd get no answer to beyond the major ones, and once they arrived in the area of their next destination, she wasn't going to have time to think as her eyes turned back to the chimeras, trying to appraise them the best she could despite her conflicted feelings on the matter. As much as it annoyed her to admit it, they were a success already. Power was in short supply, and the easier it was to claim, the better the world would be. If her aunt could so simply lift people up to greater levels of strength when the world hung in the balance, then there was no reason not to take it, no matter what harm Ben was seeing in their minds. Even if it left them traumatized by the time things were done, they and many others could still be alive. It was what she was telling herself at least, but it still didn't sit right with her. Why should those sacrifices be any less villainized than Ibaru, who tried to use her own paternal race as a power source, or Naloth, who'd gone and opened the gate to hell to try and get stronger? In the latter case, it would have even only been using people across the universe whose gods had found worthy of hell instead of the most easily manipulated that Vividus could find to take advantage of. With the outsider, it also held almost certainly coming as a surprise to all of the casters involved. She shook the thought from her head. She hadn't been sent to judge the morality of it. If the gods thought it was wrong, then they'd step in. All she could do was the job she'd been given and stood at attention as Phone started talking. Same as the first two times, Phone turned to the chimeras. Anything. He didn't get an immediate response like he had previously, though, with the group looking amongst themselves for a bit before one answered for them all. To the left, he pointed before going on. We think at least. They've been in the area for sure. Their smell is all around us, but that's where it's the strongest. We think they must have traveled that way sometime after we'd received word of where to go. Any guesses as to how far then? Is this a walking distance or should we teleport? I'd say teleport about 2 kilometers to start. We'll get our bearings again once there. Understood. Pato, you heard him. Got it. A new hole in space opened and they shuffled through, the chimeras sniffing at the air and listening to the surroundings before directing them once more through another portal and then again from there, trying to take them ever closer with each jump and still failing by the fifth, where all of them just looked confused. What's the issue? Phone asked, seeing the looks on their faces and needing information as one answered. Where we're currently at, there's signs in all directions. We can't say where to go. And we're not just surrounded, Phone asked, keeping a hand on his mace even as the other shook his head. No, there's signs everywhere, but we can't detect anything close either. I honestly can't say what's happening. I see. In that case, the rest of you, can you find anything? He was asking the rest of the adventurers, but with whatever tracking skills they had, it didn't seem to be enough. Everyone shook their heads, with Pato speaking from the side. We were told if we don't find anything to head off to the next one, yeah. Should we just skip this place and do that? We've only really just started and we're still far ahead of schedule. For now, we'll look around. Pato opened 4 gates about 100 meters out in each direction. We'll see if that can give them a better sense. The adventurer did as he was asked, opening holes in space for the chimeric group to stick their heads through before coming back, giving a negative. Again, there's signs in all of them, but nothing clear. We can only assume that if they are around, they're hiding from us. That quieted their leader as he thought it over, trying to decide on the course of action to take before speaking up. All right, this should be another group of a few hundred, so we can't just leave them if we can avoid it, so we'll be splitting into 4 groups to investigate, with each first rank taking the lead. If we can't find anything in 3 hours, then we'll move on to our next destination, but if you can, avoid a fight and start making your way back to regroup with the rest of us. Now, Pato, I'd prefer to split your party between the 4 of us, but I'll respect your opinion if you take issue with it. They can all hold their own, he said as he cast a quick look their way, all of them nodding. Put them wherever you think would be best. All right. Twee with me, both with you, Galda with Thera, and Azizal with Ben. For the Chimera group, split yourself amongst each person and listen to the first rank with you as your active leader. Should you conclusively find any demons, tell them first before rushing in. With confirmation given, Thera looked at Ben as the rest began to divide themselves, worried about how things might turn out if she wasn't watching while he tried to reassure her. Relax, I can probably handle myself. Saying probably isn't the most reassuring. Well, if anything goes wrong on my end, I'll flicker bind to get your attention, he told her, rapidly turning the skill on and off for emphasis. You do the same if you have any issues, I'll come running. Okay, sounds like a plan. They parted with that contingency made as her group gathered around her. Galda, who she'd already spoken to a bit, and 12 chimeras under her command, and despite herself, it brought a bit of excitement to the quest no matter how it turned out. It was at the very least something different compared to acting as a simple observer, and she waited for Phone to say anything else before she took control. I'll take north, Pato south, Thera east, and Ben west. All of you use your best judgment, and if you feel the need to turn around and regroup early for any reason, please do so. With that said, they all turned to go on their way, Thera walking behind the chimeras with Galda at her side. The two were still there to observe after all, though either would act if it came to it as they went on their way. After walking for a while, the main thing they noticed was just how quiet that stretch of woods was. It lacked the typical sounds of animals and life one might expect save for their own movements, at least to her ears, with Galda seeming in agreement. This is just like it was before we found that giant wall, she muttered, leaving Thera to try to keep from blushing as she reassured her. I'm sure this is unrelated. Demons can completely clear out any place they're in. If anything, I'd say this is a sign they're near. Speaking of, are any of you finding anything more than whatever signs are already surrounding us? Sounds, one spoke. Slight but there, though I'm not certain of what. In the direction we're heading, though, and you don't think they're demons. Not the way they usually seem, at least. All right, well, tell me if you hear anything else. Getting a nod, they went on their way. The chimeras occasionally spoke up when the distant noise started or stopped, changing their direction when they needed to, given that was the only thing they had to go off of so far while she watched the world with her own senses, trying to feel any pounding of earth or tunneling nearby, or else looking for any nearby signs of life with her other skills, coming up empty each time. It was Galda who noticed something wrong first, speaking up for the rest of them. If we keep going this way, we'll have gone in a full circle soon. We're being led back the way we started, everyone on guard. If they were being led then, that meant there was an intent behind it which pointed to the very targets they were hunting, but with the chimeras still not picking up on anything more definitive around them, other than whatever subtle noise they were following. That meant the demons they were looking for had a level of skill that could outmatch whatever senses they held, with all of the danger that implied. With the fact that they could have been the ones outnumbered if they'd come across the entire group as well, that left only a single choice, turning back and finding the others once more, and she moved to the others to tell them just that, with the only questions left in her mind being if she should alert Ben, and if she should take to the skies with those in her care to avoid the confines of the woods, but she never got to answer that. As if sensing the decision taking place in her head, a change came over her and the rest, with a weakness coming to her body faster than she could react and turning the world dark before she could so much at glimpse as whatever caused it. Ben wasn't used to leading, but given he had a dozen chimeras with him, he didn't need to be. It was still their task after all, with both himself and Azizal acting more as glorified guards as they went, watching as the group followed the occasional sound in an otherwise silent forest. He was keeping an eye out for problems, of course, more eyes than he actually had as he kept pulling in and taking over the few nearby bugs to give himself a fuller range of vision. But unlike whatever strong senses a handful of the chimeras had, he held nothing that could point him to whatever it was they were hearing, even if he was feeling his concerns slowly grow as they went with a map forming in his mind of their travels, telling him they were gently turning off their original course. Nothing that was an immediate problem, but one that gave a distinct feeling of being led. Everyone, keep an eye out, he told them. Something feels a bit off about all of this. What's the problem? Azizal wanted to know, not seeing anything herself while Ben shook his head. Maybe nothing, but whatever noise we're following has been taking us off track in a pretty consistent way. I wouldn't expect our path to be going like this if whatever we were tailing didn't know we were here, and with how smoothly it's got us shifting our pace, either it's switching between darting off and slowing down, or we're actually being led by multiple things with some falling silent, while others begin making noise to pull us along. And no, I'm calling it. Everyone, turn around, we're going back. They'd been walking for a bit less than an hour, but he didn't care if they'd be getting back too early. The safety of the people around him was his priority despite any other feelings on the topic that were making themselves known. Are you sure about this? Azizal asked. Without having seen anything yet, this is pretty quick to be giving up, and we want to prove ourselves, one of the chimeras spoke. Giving up in the face of adversity is what your current leader has decided to do, Ben spoke firmly. If we're being led, then we're playing into something else's hands, a situation I refuse to let myself fall into. Everyone, fall back, we're finding the others and regrouping. If there really was a trap, then he wanted no part of it, and if he was wrong, then he couldn't care less. By being given the role of leading them, he'd been given their safety as well, and he had no intention of carelessly putting it on the line when they could instead enjoy the benefits that came with having their full numbers with them. If the others hadn't found anything then, they could collectively come together to explore that region, and if they had then, it was all the more reason to get back together. He could feel in the eyes and thoughts of the people around him that some didn't approve, but he didn't care, and he directed them to turn back the way they'd come, slowly making their way through the woods as he quietly spoke to the woman at his side. If you have something to say, then just say it. I can feel your disapproval from here. Are you third or fourth ranked? Third. Well, if I'm going to be honest with you, I'd say you probably have a lot more experience with this whole being an adventure thing, but I have a firm rule about trying to make sure I live, and a bit of caution can be a decent key to that. The fact we haven't found anything else other than a few sounds is too worrying to keep going off when we're expecting to be outnumbered, at least as far as I'm concerned. I'm not going to argue with you, you're in charge, but if we can keep an eye out for any dead animals, I might be able to find something a bit more than what we've gotten. I've been looking this entire time, and there's been nothing which is worrying enough by itself. It wasn't like things wouldn't be quickly eaten in a forest, but he'd always been observant, and with the senses of a growing swarm of bugs also at his disposal, he'd thought he'd have been all the more so, but he kept coming up empty, another worrying thing in all they were dealing with. There were of course plenty of things that could have caused that, even just a shift in the ecosystem, but he knew demons could clear out a land in its entirety. The emptiness around them seemed as sure a sign that their targets were around as the vague senses of the chimeras that were picking up their constant smells everywhere they went. Signs in an otherwise barren landscape, with any hint they were anything but alone, absent save for the sounds that were only growing more distant as they walked back to the safety of their group until a sudden change, freezing Ben and three of the chimeras in their place. What? Azizal asked as the rest of them stopped too, with Ben nodding ahead of them. That noise we were following before, now it's in front of us. Everyone be prepared for a fight and proceed with caution. A couple eyes turned to the chimeras who nodded, confirming what Ben had said since they were all unaware he'd heard it through their heads before moving on, far more carefully now that whatever danger there was sat in front of them as they moved to meet it, having no other choice if they wanted to regroup as they all wondered about just what they were going to face until the sound stopped once more, with one of the chimeras sharing that fact with the rest of them. We're being toyed with. Match the demons' personalities on that front at least. He knew they could be needlessly cruel to their targets and each other, but there was more that didn't immediately seem to fit. He didn't doubt that one or two demons could be sneaky enough to leave no traces, but a crowd of them. They were expecting to deal with hundreds, and while it seemed that such a group would obey a powerful enough leader if they had one, he still didn't think it would to the point that they'd do anything so subtly, so what was the point? Unless they're still trying to hurt us. Shit, everyone, keep going straight and pick up the pace. We aren't allowing whatever this is to decide the direction for us, so if it comes to it, be prepared for immediate combat. He tried to stretch out his already extended connect just a little farther, wanting to get the first sign of danger as quick as he could, even if he'd only gained himself milliseconds with whatever extra reach he'd managed as he pushed through, feeling all of the life in the dirt beneath their feet as well in case they were going to be attacked from below, as he started flickering bind to tell Thera something was wrong. If things worked out, she'd pick up the rest of her group and dart towards them, but until then he just needed to make sure they'd all be okay, and he put his efforts into making it happen as they went, until whatever had been hounding them either realized it wouldn't be getting what it wanted or else had managed to claim exactly that as whatever it was doing changed. Not a sound but a feeling of being touched, with nothing around them all. Ben felt something try to link up with both his and the rest of their minds. Stepping through the great gate to a new world, the first thing the demon tried to do was assemble itself before almost instantly dying. That gave it a slight pause. It had gone through to two unclaimed worlds before, one that already had an owner and one that didn't, but neither time in the past had it met its end so quickly. Perhaps that should have been a cause for concern when it hadn't even seen what had killed it, but it paid that fact no real mind, instead trying again, only to get the exact same result. Now that was a genuine problem. Twice it had died and twice it didn't know why, not even giving it enough time to glimpse the world its god would soon own. It pressed out more from there, trying to come out of the gate from different angles to see if it would have any success, but with each instant failure, it had realized it had to accept a certain fact. Everything going through that particular gate was doomed. Supposedly such things happened on occasion. Its kind weren't ones who would casually chat, and what little language they'd held before they'd had a new tongue bond to them didn't make that any easier, but certain facts did spread, with that one forcing it to realize that it had to treat that planet with slightly more caution than the others it had personally watched fall, and it forced its way back through the network. Ignoring the tens of thousands of others of its kind that were racing to their doom, as it instead began looking at each of the remaining gates with a more critical eye, going through each one. It died at 3 more no matter what it did, marking that world as considerably more dangerous than what it was used to, with the rest having various levels of risk among the ones it could access. Though on different paths, he knew the aquatic members of its kind were claiming portions of that planet too, which left it a bit of curiosity if those gates were more or less safe, but ignored the question in the end. Of the nearly 160 paths left to it, there were 50 where it died often enough in its first 5 minutes out that it decided to ignore those options too for what dangers they held, narrowing the demon's choices down to whatever seemed the safest, until its decision was made and grabbing itself new limbs, went out to take the world for whatever food and strength it held. It raced out with the rest of its kind, following its instincts as it went while keeping its main eyes ahead. It died going straight, so instead it turned right, feeling its teeth rip through one of the world's current owners as it did when they stood in its way. It wasn't long after an attack killed some of its limbs, and while it considered taking a different path to avoid it, the further out from the gate it went the harder it was becoming to escape unscathed, with certain paths being revealed as safe for the entire time it went despite what it viewed as the more sensible options. It could see that the farther out it went with all of the limbs it had gathered, the better its odds were of coming under fire, with the risk growing ever greater as it tried to gauge the optimal path for itself to travel. Giving them all up was a non-option. Even if it would have been safer in the short term, it would have been left practically blind as a result, but it appeared some trimming was necessary as it let bits of its collective flesh feel the bite of their waiting food's steel or spells. It could always gather more if need be, but itself, its core, was too valuable to allow to come to harm on something like that, and it continued to push through, killing the entire way. By the end, it was down to 12 limbs at its disposal, but that was more than enough. it had broken through, leaving the far simpler task of taking down any of the surrounding meals that had a bit too much fight in them. For those it stopped caring about safety, more than happy to overwhelm them and feel them squirm in its jaws as it went farther out into that new world. As with the last two worlds it had enjoyed, that one was a feast. The entire planet was full and ready to be consumed, waiting for it to delight in, while the new voice in its head occasionally spoke out at the growth of it or its limbs as the weeks went on, telling them they'd become something more. It was a feature he'd grown to relish in ever since it had appeared, feeling the strength that came with it each time it made itself known, and made the demon desire nothing more than to hear it again, driving its desire for growth, even as its path took it to easier meals and away from that new civilization as a whole. After all, just because it was ignoring the dominant species of the planet for the time didn't mean there wasn't still plenty to be enjoyed. There were fights to be had and flesh to eat among the dumber bits of wildlife as it grew its strength after years of starvation, preparing to take on the rest of the world, whether that meant slaying its natives or its own kind. And there were other reasons to go out beyond the bounds of whatever civilization was trying to fight against its god's will as well. It had hoped it might gain some stronger limbs than what it currently had out in the wilds, even if what it had found had been largely lacking, and implied that it had made a mistake in that part of its journey. But in the end it didn't matter. There would always be more, and as its kin cleared the planet, the demon would take anything worthwhile that was left. With a goal in mind, there was plenty of time before it needed to get to it, time to grow its strength before too many more of its kind would arrive, but it found a new group of prey entering its domain sooner than expected. It had happened before, of course, and like the last times, it had sent some limbs out to handle it, only to see them die. That surprised it enough that it held them back instead as it looked at the new group once more, feeling all of the paths their existences created. There were many. Too many? The more there were, the more options there were to be had. That had always been true, but a group like that shouldn't have been able to create so many for themselves, and with how its limbs died along so many of those paths, it told the demon that the new limbs it so desired may have just fallen into its lap. It watched longer, seeing as they eventually split up before taking them for itself, feeling as the area it encompassed grew when it took them in before focusing on the final ones. Still too many paths were being made, showing it that it was a member of that last crowd that had been responsible and only made the demon want them more. While it had already found great power in the others it had claimed, the potential one of them must have held had to have been enormous in a way that was irresistible, with only one issue. No matter what it did, no matter what path it walked, it couldn't take them. That created the problem as to why, with the answer unseen no matter how many paths it looked down, but just because it couldn't in the moment didn't mean it wouldn't be able to figure it out later. They were trapped and alone with it, and it knew it was far greater than them, so despite already having seen how it would turn out, it reached forth to take them all, only to feel something it hadn't been prepared for as something else reached back. It was so brief that Ben wasn't even sure what he'd felt. In one moment, something had either been touching his thoughts or his soul, but the instant he'd turned his attention towards it, trying to peer back, he felt the link break under the weight of his mind. Whatever it was completely unprepared for the power it found, with only the smallest bit of feeling being read before it was cut. That was enough, though, telling him exactly what had just tried to make contact from the hunger and bloodlust that had slipped through. Hey, any of you feel that? Feel what? Okay, I guess I really broke that way too fast. A demon just tried to do something to us. Not really sure what, but since I usually consider having my mind or soul attacked in some way a bad thing, we're going to assume we're in constant danger here. Chimera group, is there anything nearby? Not that we can tell. Okay, I'm officially marking us down as being in extreme danger, so start moving and stick close to me. We need to find the others as fast as possible. Ben, if the chimeras couldn't feel anything, what makes you so sure we've just been attacked? Azizal asked him, even if she followed along with him as he rushed to find Thera through their shared skill. Their senses seem exceptional. Are you sure you're not just on edge? I didn't bring it up because it didn't seem relevant, but I have a pretty handy mastery of some mind and soul skills too. Trust me here, something just tried something on us in a way I was not expecting to deal with. Now myriad, answer me, would you? Silence, with the rest of his group wondering what he was going on about until he tried again, wanting his god's attention. Myriad, you really can be unavailable in the most inconvenient times, you know that. Your precious apostle seems to have stumbled into an issue and could use some eyes in the sky. If this isn't a code red, then I'd at least say it's yellow, maybe even orange. It's at a place where I could use some backup. More silence, only with eyes drawn to him now that he'd named himself as an apostle. With the others he was with looking at him with questions he had no intention of answering as he kept trying. Nair, Helori, Analia, anyone. Come on, I don't really need your guys' attention. Just tell my angular buddy I could use a hand. God damn, if nobody is answering, does that mean you're all in some stupid meeting again? Very inconvenient that all the world's gods can just become unreachable at random times. We're seriously going to have to talk about that eventually. He devoted a large portion of the thoughts in his head to trying to get the attention of whatever god he could, and kept it up as he kept moving, hoping it would be annoying enough that at least one would stop to check what the problem was as he rushed them all through the woods, eventually making it back to where they'd started. All right, now that we're here, what do you guys think about the prospect of meeting up with another group? He asked, more worry forming in him by the second. He was still flickering bind, and there was no way it hadn't gotten Thera's attention. The fact that she hadn't met them yet spoke of a problem on her end. Either she was being held up by something that didn't leave her feeling the need to alert him about, or she was unconscious and couldn't react, which only made him want to go to her sooner, even if he needed to play it smart. If she of all people was in trouble, and one of the other groups was close enough, then it would make more sense to go together. That wasn't the answer he got, though, as a few shook their heads. We can follow the paths they took, but there's no sign they're on their way back yet. At least not close enough to notice. We are rather early. He had his priorities, though, and they weren't going to change for anyone's comfort when he was so lacking in his own. While he knew whatever had been attempted on them had to do with either their minds or souls based on what he had felt, the fact that demons were natural soul users made, which option he viewed as more likely obvious, while also creating a range as to what could have been attempted on them or done to Thera, even if he didn't know what the limits of it were. It wasn't like he couldn't have guessed, but to the average people of the world, soul magic was a third-tier skill. Before the birth of the Demidemons, no other groups had weaker variants of it, meaning most of the study on how it could be used was restricted to the few that had been created in the past. Add in the fact that its main means of use at that point, beyond the life or death it would grow from, was to help grow others, and that meant there was plenty of room for spells to exist that he wasn't aware of. At the very least, the safest and most efficient spell for dealing with enemies hadn't been employed for the simple fact that Thera was alive. Usually, if a soul mage needed to, they could practically erase a target or group of targets' vitality without breaking a sweat. As long as they weren't dealing with the worst result, then he had to try and be optimistic, with that feeling getting easier once he finally got a response. Ages, are you able to mute me or something up there, you absolute idiot? Okay, we're talking about this later. For now, something's gone wrong with our third hunt, and I'm honestly not super clear as to what, but some hidden demon tried to use either a mind or soul effect on us, and Thera hasn't been responding to me since I've been trying to alert her. I can still feel bind though, so she should be straight ahead in the direction I'm running. Can you please do me a favor and check her condition so I can see what I'm running into? His god gave no argument, lifting a weight from Ben's mind as he and the others kept going, trying to close the distance as much as he could before his god spoke once more. He didn't get to hear whatever else Myriad was going to say, but he was able to make a rough guess easily enough. Before he knew it, they were in a small break in the woods, just large enough to give him a clear view of the chimeras standing lined up with Galda, as if ready to greet them, while Thera floated gently in the air and waiting, a nearly serene look on her face that left only a single thought going through his head. Oh, freak me, we're all going to die. Too far away for Ben to read any of their minds, it didn't matter as he looked at his girlfriend, floating above them. Even before they'd started dating, he'd been told he was unusually good at understanding the subtleties of her expressions and features despite her golden eyes, making it a challenge for even her family at times, and seeing her there, it was undeniably the woman he loved. Not a construct or illusion, that was Thera in every way but the look on her face, distinctly out of place compared to everything else he was seeing, that told him that even if she was right in front of him in every way that mattered, he wasn't facing her. Therein lied the problem. If that really was Thera, but she wasn't in control, her mind and soul dominated by the same attempt that had been made on himself, then that implied the thing that had her also had access to her insane pool of mana, leaving it ready to be used against them. That also meant the others around her were no longer in control of themselves either, but that was basically ignorable in comparison. As strong as they were, Ben was sure he could have either handled and subdued, or at the very least escaped from the rest of them if it came down to it, but she was different. If it meant a fight, then he'd be putting his life on the line, and one of them was going to die, an unacceptable result that led to a different choice. With time at a standstill, he wove his thoughts deeper into the connection he was already keeping up among the others, and giving both an order and a desire to follow it before they even understood what was happening. Run. He already had their feet moving for them, not choosing forward or back, but off to the left since the path seemed more clear before they could understand they hadn't moved through their own will, with that changing at the first sign of reaction from Thera and her group. They could hear the pounding of feet behind them, and through the eyes of his swarm of bugs, he could see an arrow fired by Galda aimed for him, in particular that left him stuck deciding if he should take the hit. It was aimed at his legs, and he designed his pants to be better than any armor, Galda shouldn't have had the strength or quality of weapon to break through them, to bring him to the ground, but the fact that something was controlling her created an unknown variable as to how much damage he might actually receive. There had been too many times in the past he'd encountered attacks that had bypassed his designs, and he couldn't judge through what little mana sense the insects he'd bound to him possessed when they were his eyes on the coming blow. In the end, he tried to split the difference. Dodging faster than an arrow could fly would put undue strain on his body, and letting it be a clean hit would have been too much risk to one of the limbs currently carrying him, so instead, he gently shifted his weight, not wanting the archer to hit her mark and changing it to a glancing blow. He was prepared to feel it cut through his flesh and the sting that would follow, an undeniably unpleasant attack but one he could deal with, but he never got it. The arrow hit and he felt a dull thud, but his pants did their job, and it slid past to sink into the dirt, that attack done while he waited for something far worse. Thera still hadn't done anything. He was expecting some burst of earth magic that wasn't coming, and it was keeping him on edge as he tried to imagine any way he could possibly deal with whatever attacks she would throw, powerlessly left in waiting for it to come. What are the odds she saw my face, and the power of love broke her free from her mind control? That could happen, right? He didn't believe it for a second no matter how much he wanted to, and soon enough his pessimism was proven true in a way he was less prepared for. While Thera was half Earth spirit and had been focusing on her life magic recently, it wasn't like that was all she had after all, and immediately walls of mana went up, splitting their group to divide them and leaving 6 of the chimeras to end up outside of his range, hurting them just slightly too far away as they ran, breaking their connection to him and creating room for her next attack as she held forth her staff and used a power that came more naturally than any other. Casting out, he charmed to bring them under her thrall. It affected the ones with him as well, but at that point he took them over in full, becoming each of his remaining 7 party members as he ran with all he had, using one of his chimeric bodies to pick up Azizal as they rushed away, since he could feel her body reaching its limits in a way the others weren't, just in time for the next attack. This time the expected earth magic came into play as Ben strained his minds, feeling the potential in each body he held as the ground beneath their feet shot up to try and ensnare them, forcing him to contort himself, and all he occupied to avoid the various strikes while he shot out his own magic where he could to break up some of the incoming attacks. Watching as they crumbled when his precision met overwhelming power in a way that let him feel just a bit of hope they'd have a chance to get away, until it was near instantly dashed by the sight of a familiar face. Pato arrived, appearing in an empty space in front of them, and Ben had no doubt in his mind that despite how little he knew the other, he'd been conquered too. There was some subtlety in the movement that betrayed the fact that the one using it didn't know how to handle the body they held, and he was proven right as the man reached out to cast his magic in front of them, forcing Ben to use every bit of his mana sense to try and judge the scope of the forming attack before he dodged forward, trying to break the distance between them. 4 of the remaining chimeras vanished. Whether they were even alive he couldn't say, and left only himself, Azizal, and 2 others as Ben tried his best to improve their odds by getting Pato into his range, only to see the man disappear mere feet from him, being close enough to connect and forcing them to continue to run, even as questions filled his mind. Why did whatever held Pato force him to retreat? He understood that something was using them, and likely had access to their minds and memories to some extent as a result, but he hadn't told the other summoned about that power he held. So did it come from Thera's memories? Had the demon or demons already read what she knew so thoroughly and prepared for him as a result? Given the way they'd used her magic, it seemed unlikely. As difficult as it had already been to escape from, the way it was cast spoke of someone who was still trying to figure out how to apply it, doing simple things with the power it now held. But then, just because I can think of a million ways to trap us with her power doesn't mean whatever has her can, or that even she can. She knows a lot of spells at this point, but in general, she's pretty straightforward with how she uses her options. Maybe those attacks were a result of that. But even then, I think they could have done something more effective, so what does that mean? It means I don't have enough freaking information. Okay, step 1, get away. Step 2, figure everything else out. Step 3, save her and hopefully everyone else, and maybe try to kill the demons doing this too. Alright, plan formed. Myriad, tell me you're still watching as I run for my life. Okay, cool, then you've seen things have turned cataclysmically bad. I'm officially upping the threat level from yellow to red, so do you have any advice on how to get out of this? How surrounded are we talking? I'm sorry, what? I don't see any. Hell, I haven't accidentally connected to any either. Strange how? What? As unlikely as it was, Ben could imagine that they'd somehow come across a group of demons who were all unusually proficient in time magic, even if there were a few major issues with that assumption. It would be unlikely but possible. Thera, though, didn't remotely have the affinity for that one. With only a single point of potential to it, It was by all accounts a magic she would never be able to wield no matter what she did, meaning that if she was getting any benefits from it, it had to be through the one controlling her. But that doesn't make sense either. He thought to himself as he continued to dodge and try to escape all oncoming attacks without losing even more of his group. Prophecy is literally the least useful aspect of time magic in day-to-day life. Why would everything be using it on such a large scale? From all of his reading, Ben was an expert on the subject and knew that simply wasn't a way the magic was generally used for any number of good reasons. The mana cost for one, the strain for another, and then also just the sheer number of potential futures that existed. Everyone made choices every day, from the wisest in the world to the humblest of insects, and all of that would knit together into a dense tapestry of potential. There was a reason that there were so few groups on the planet who dedicated themselves to it, and why of those, they tended to focus on identifying broad things like storms and disasters or the results of harvest seasons. It was such a difficult and annoying branch of the magic to try and take advantage of that even the world's time gods, beings who by all accounts were the greatest masters of the power, had given a range of multiple years when using their skill to try and predict when the invasion was going to begin. The farther out one looked and the more specific the thing one looked for, the harder it was to find and the greater the cost would be. That may have made it sound like it would be easier to do on the short term, like what he was currently going through, but that was wrong too. If he had 100 choices in front of him, then he had 100 potential futures to take advantage of, and anyone looking at all of them during a fight needed to process not only which one he'd actually choose, but also keep track of what he was doing as it examined those choices. It was practically a recipe for leaving oneself open to attack. Of course, in general, some futures are just more likely than others. Is that how the demons have been hiding then? They've been following the futures that let them just casually avoid us, and every future where I get close enough to connect to one they get found so they move before that can happen. Okay, this is bad, but now that I know it's not insurmountable. Myriad, give me a rundown of all of the demons in my surrounding area as fast as possible. Me finding out how they're tracking us was their worst bit of luck they could have had. I'm going to see how many futures they can handle. Despite what he may have had to say about it, Ben's mind was no longer human. Existing at a scope great enough to shock the gods who'd seen it, and growing only more alien with every living being his soul touched, potential existed within it that rarely needed to be used unless he was trying to solve a particularly complex problem. Certainly not the sort of potential that would normally go towards running away, but with the current issue at hand, he stopped a few of the background tasks some were on to take half of his minds, forcing each one to think of how to escape. With a total of 4,990 in his head, that didn't mean he was only coming up with half that many ideas, though. Even a single mind he held had grown in strength beyond what a normal person could ever hope to expect, awakening the skill not only boosting his total number of minds, but also the strands that made them up, bringing it from the normal 3 or 4 individual thoughts a person might be able to carry at a time to well over 100 now that he'd reached the final wall of the skill, and all of them were directed to looking at different ways he might escape the current situation. Willing to accept any option no matter how ludicrous, and that in itself helped create easier paths for him, as every one of those ideas created a possible future he could go down, exploding the total number of options that whatever profits the demons held would have to choose from. His god said in his head, then all that's left is picking a future. Myriad, give me a number between 1 and 250,000. 1. I ask you for something in the range of hundreds of thousands of options and you pick the very first. Fine, whatever. I just want you to know you're a terrible random number generator. I know how probability works, Myriad. I just also know that you didn't do a whole lot of soul searching when you gave me that answer. Next time take it slightly more seriously since is my life on the line, or are they just trying to capture me to make another attempt at taking me over? The attacks so far haven't been anywhere near as lethal as they could have been if the aim was to kill us. I already am. Even during that back and forth, he'd begun his first potential plan, one that was admittedly among the most straightforward with how low it was on the list as he actualized bullets and tried to fire them off in directions Myriad said there were demons in hiding, feeling the strain as each hit something while he changed his directions by taking a sharp angle right. Cool, now give me another number. You're a bastard. Whatever. Any chance you could grab Hillary? I feel like there's a chance she'll take number picking slightly more seriously. As they spoke, he began his next moves. Activating the barriers within his shoes he'd placed to boost his speed during his escape from the demon world, and putting them to use in a different way, using them to help increase the height of his jump instead of pushing him forward faster, and bringing him to the tree branches while he propelled the chimeras with their natural strength, once more actualizing behind him, but in a way that lacked any inherent meaning. trying to create things that might draw curiosity or wariness from whatever demons were gauging things, as they came face to face with structures that held no mana, while popping in and out of existence for seemingly no reason, with his hope being that the demons would assume they were being set up to act beyond whatever limits their prophecy held. While running through the tree branches, he continued to strain his mind, feeling and controlling the way every individual muscle in his body, and the others he was controlling moved, while pushing his balance enhancement to its limits to make sure he wouldn't fall, strengthening the branches with his magic as well at any place they seemed they might break, until after a while he did the opposite, letting one snap to bring them back to the ground in a way that surely would have looked like an accident to any outside observer by the time Hellori joined in his head. That's cool, we can worry about the implications of that in a bit, but for now, give me a number between 1 and 250,000. What the actual freak, guys? You spun the did you seriously actualize a wheel to pick? Wait, then was Myriad being serious when he was talking about rolling dice? Was that not just a turn of phrase? How? Hellori told him in a way that left him hearing the shrug in her voice. It's not a passive skill, and if I find out that's true, I'm just giving up and letting a demon eat me. At least after the last 2 times, he tried to do a better job of randomizing the difficulty of the order, and he used his surrounding swarm of bugs to look behind him for what followers he still had, seeing that at some point it was still largely the people he'd come out there with whatever demon held them able to see through all of the possibility he'd created that no matter what, he wasn't going to hurt them if he could help it. Worse, though, was that Thera was still on their heels, warping the earth around them while firing constructs of magic, since the dark aspects of her power weren't going to work on the few that were left. Seeing her there made him question if he really wanted to go with the option Hellori picked for them, but there was no other choice. The purpose of creating such random options was to create more futures than what the demons would be able to evaluate, and carrying on with that he actualized a single bullet, not worrying about getting it correct to the molecular level, since that had a greater risk of hurting him than anything else, and instead left it hollowed out to act as both a container and barrier for what he really wanted delivered, shooting it at the ground behind them and letting the mental construct come down, exposing what he'd materialized to the world. That same instant, an explosion rang out, throwing them forward in their pursuer's back while filling the air with dust and debris to block the view all around them as he landed on all of his feet and continued running despite his ringing ears and hot back, earning him the screams of the gods. A quick look through the eyes of his few surviving bugs told him the second comment was true, with the heat he was feeling being some of the dirt that hadn't quite been vaporized in the blow to sting the skin of his neck and burn the back of his head in a way his companions had largely escaped from, and he quickly materialized some water to put it out before addressing the first shout. Yeah, I needed to fill out my options, which included making some risky ones. I want to say, though, when I put it at number 1, I wasn't expecting it to actually get picked. Hellori yelled back while he focused on materializing a variety of molecules in the air around them to try and mask their scent. Relax, I did my best to calculate how that would turn out, and it looks like I was mostly right. No planets destroyed and presumably nobody dead on either side. Myriad sighed. Now I figure out how many demons are responsible for taking them over, and then work to kill them and free the rest, so I'm going to need to get some help. Stick around, this is going to be a busy day for all of us. Continuing to run but trying to keep it as quiet as he could, Ben used the time to think about what he knew and what it implied. There were demons who could take over others, and those same demons were time magic users. Both of those facts seemed true, with the only matter being how many there were who held those skills, especially considering that Hellori believed awakened skills were at use in the mix. Given what he knew of how the invasion took place, there shouldn't have been any awakened skill holders who'd come through the last gate, but given there were at least 100 demons experiencing the benefits of prophecy, then that meant it couldn't just be 1 or 2 of them. So what did that imply happened? Did a group of awakened break their self-imposed rules and come through, or did more than a few just so happen to awaken the same skills in the weeks they'd been there? Or maybe it's just the particular skills that have been awakened. I've been assuming that soul magic is the bit that's being used to take it over, but it is in essence something acting the same way as hive mind. Okay, better than hive mind since it doesn't have the same limitations of only being available within the range I can connect to others. Us stupid demons and their decent affinities for life and death, they could absolutely have some other soul-based skill helping them that awakened instead. And who's to say it has to be a group of awakened pulling this off? If whichever one managed to awaken whatever weird soul skill this is, and found another that awakened their time magic, then maybe the first got control of the latter, and has been able to apply their effects to everything in the group of demons it gathered. It's a working theory at least, but I'm going to need to try and confirm it somehow. But later. First thing first, let's get a little farther away. Distance was the most important thing to get, and he wanted it in spades. running as fast as he could while also observing the chimera's performance on a deeper level now that he was using their bodies as his own. With his awakened attributes, the only thing they beat him on was speed, but overall their performance was excellent, the exact sort of thing that would be powerful in a fight, even if his curiosity was pulling him away from that and in a different direction. Since coming back, there hadn't been much opportunity to experiment with hive mind. It was a skill that was essentially illegal for him to use in all but the lightest touches after all, with the only reason he was still keeping it up being that the other three would still be under the lingering effects of Thera's charm if he didn't. But it was the way Thera had been taken over that tempted him to try something. Could he force them to cast spells? He had control of their minds and bodies, but did that mean he also had power over their souls? With how much danger they were in, it was worth asking for the help it could bring, and he looked at the skills each held before making any attempt. While Azazel had her corpse song, she held an affinity magic too in the form of light magic, likely not bothering to mention it during their initial meeting because it was only at the first level, and the two chimeras had a few options between them as well. The first of the remaining, by the name of Juies, held both fire and water at the first level, not out of any desire to be a proper mage, but instead to use in what had been his main profession as a cook before the invasion, while the second, Queemit, held an air magic at the second level. She developed largely in part to let her make a cool breeze for herself in the equatorial city she'd grown up in. All of them were too weak to be of much practical use, and mana quantity hadn't been something Vividus's alteration would affect, but they were options to consider, and he immediately tried to take advantage of them, using one to create a breeze to cool them down as they ran, while another pulled some water from the air, and feeling both attempts work, with a success that would have had him beaming if not for the situation they were in. It wasn't something he'd be able to use often. There were few situations where he'd be legally allowed to do it at all, but he now held a method that would let his vast magic knowledge be applied to something other than just his enchanting, and he immediately put it into practice as he took advantage of the light magic Azazel held to both heal their wounds and buff them as best as he could, finding a different limit to his skill. Using their magic pulled from their pools, not an inherent problem since he could give some of his own over, but still something to be aware of, with the additional issue being that he was limited by their level of skill. He knew up to, and including what a third-tier light magic was capable of, but he was playing with significantly lower limits, no matter how much power he could shove into any of them to get it. Still, they moved quicker and their wounds healed, letting them get the distance he wanted just a little faster as the hours wore on. It was long after night had fallen that he finally stopped, with Myriad and Helori telling him they'd be relatively safe where he had ended up as he let himself fall to the ground. Even with some light magic at his disposal, that really did end up as more helpful to the others than himself, with his body still as incompatible with such a low level of power as ever, and he took his time catching his breath while he rubbed his sore legs. He'd got his distance, but if they wanted them, he didn't know how long it would last when just as importantly, he was going to need to go back anyway. All he'd claimed for himself was some breathing room, and once he'd caught his breath, he finally released the hold he had on the others' minds, freeing them as the remaining three of his group looked around in confusion. What happened? Azazel asked, her head darting around as she took in the fact that not only were they in a different section of the woods entirely, but also had lost hours of the day. Have we been captured? No. Long story short, it looks like there's probably a couple awakened demons in this group, at least one of whom was able to take control of the rest of our group, including Thera. Now, you guys didn't really get the chance to see how powerful she is, but we'll leave it at, overwhelmingly so, for now, and they tried to use her to cast a dark spell on you all. I'm immune to mind attacks, though, so I got us to run away, and now we're safely here, and while it is actually significantly more complicated than anything I'd just described, I'll give you the long version while we eat. His body was craving any sort of nutrient by that point, and he could tell from the connection he'd had with the others for so long that they felt the same, even if they were trying to keep focused on the emergency at hand, so he pulled some supplies from his rings to hand them out to eat. He'd rather have cooked but didn't want to draw any more attention to them that a fire could have brought, so they made their way through the dried goods and water he had as they listened to the full story of what happened, all chewing, stopping by the end. You took us over the same way the demons did, Juies asked, looking horrified while Ben shrugged. It was that or abandon you since the moment you were charmed you became nothing but a liability. Of course, while I'd like to think that being taken over by myself is a bit better than having it done by a demon, if you're not happy with it, you're free to go to one of them instead. Now we're trapped alone so deep in the woods that I don't know how many days or weeks it would take to get out without a space mage to use, and frankly, I wouldn't even try without having Thera with me, so here's what's going to happen. Everyone get some rest. I'll wake you all in a couple hours. From there, we're finding ourselves a demon to extract as much information from as possible, Once we have that, then we'll evaluate and decide what to do again from there. And how are we finding a demon if they can predict where we're going to be? Azizal asked. That sounds like a good way to end up in a trap. There's no way they can look too far into the future, Ben told them. It has to be at a scale of minutes at most, otherwise the branching potential paths would get too thick and complex for anything to figure out on such a minute level. With that being the case, we have options, and I have my eyes in the sky looking for the best one we can take. So for now, don't worry and get what rest you can. There isn't going to be time for much of that until this is done. Once the others had slept for a while as he kept guard, he woke them up and started moving, following the directions Myriad and Helori had given them. He'd asked the gods to find as distant a demon they could, one separated from the rest of the group, that they'd have at least a few minutes to get to it before it could go out and get some help, in the hopes they'd be able to trap it so Ben could read its mind and memories for all that was worth, all to find whatever clue he could get as to the ones who were pulling the strings as they made their way over. This time they were the hunters, keeping stealthy as they approached their target as the gods watched its every movement, the stray demon that was searching the perimeter completely unaware of their presence still until its future solidified, and it saw one where it was chased and trapped, unable to escape. Its hunters were too powerful and help was too far away as the one that controlled it made the only choice it could, not knowing the gods of the world were watching as it happened. Myriad spoke, sounding defeated. The connection broken with the touch of a mind, the demon jerked from where it sat in surprise. It had already known it wouldn't work, but it hadn't realized the feeling that came with it, a feeling of being seen, exposed in a way it had never been before, and it looked at all of the paths the act had created while it processed what had happened. Something had broken its link. It had been ages since such a thing had happened, but never in such a way before, and thinking about it made it feel like its own futures had diverged. Should it run? Should it kill that final group and be content with the power it had already claimed, or should it face them down to overcome whatever it was it had just touched in an attempt to win in the end? Its desire was to live, same as all things, and while it valued safety to an extent perhaps abnormal for its kind, it also desired power and knew it was its god's desire it achieved it. What it was facing with that group was a challenge, but perhaps one that would let it grow into something more than it currently was, or failing that, at least earn it a new limb that could put it on that path to power. So no, it wouldn't run and it wouldn't kill them, not yet. Instead, it continued to watch from a distance as that group moved, with a realization coming to it as they did. Those creatures were coming for its newest limbs. Considering they'd originally been part of the same group, perhaps it wasn't surprising they had some way to find them through the dense woods, but as it looked at the paths it might take itself, it decided to wait and see, letting the two groups meet to try and close them in, a task that was still far harder than it had expected. The limbs it held were some of the most powerful it had ever gained, with one possessing what felt like a near-limitless supply of mana. Given time to master that power, the demon felt like it would be able to conquer that world by itself, but the key was that it needed time. There was only so much it would be able to do with that power by the time the final group appeared, and with no path it could see leading to their immediate capture, all it could do was follow the ones that looked the most likely to eventually lead to success, which began with trying to hobble the one the demon thought was creating so many futures, using one of his new limbs to fire an arrow, only for it to nearly become sick with the amount of potential created as its target reacted to that single shot. It hadn't been that many when it had first looked ahead, only split between the most likely probabilities, but when the actual shot had been fired, that had changed. It knew before it attacked that it was never going to succeed, but the second that arrow was released, the demon felt the future around it fracture into 1,000 more pieces, each of them subtle variations of just where its target intended to take the hit, or how to dodge away, with each of them leading to different reactions that would carry forth, a tangled bush of probability that collapsed once the attack hit and casually slid past into the ground, leaving it to reel. The magic it used to see the world had its limits, but one of the bigger ones was paths splitting unexpectedly. It wasn't something it had to deal with often, and when it did, it was still typically in a manageable range of a handful of new potentials at most, but what it had just gone through was far beyond that. It was looking at a target that could potentially radically alter its own future. That told the demon two things, though. The one it had shot at was almost certainly the one that had blocked it from taking the rest of them, and more important than that, it told it of the potential that existed within that target. There was danger to be had from anything that could so casually create more paths to walk, but that was nothing compared to what it would be able to get from that target, should it be able to make it a limb. Any time in the past it had taken one for itself, it had always opened up options that had never existed before, and what it was seeing implied an endless swath of them so long as it could only make that fleeing beast its own. It was knowledge that led to the next attempt of splitting the final group, when it could already see a successful path for, as it brought up walls between them to divide them up as they fled, confirming once more that the ones around it were less valuable, even if the demon still took them for itself. Once they were out of whatever range, the strange fleshy creature needed to protect them. Even if it could only see so far, it knew that having them would create more options for it when they each held so much power, and it refused to lose out on that bit of potential either, even if they weren't the prize. With that first success, it carried on its attacks with its new limb, seeing all of them fail before they went off but not despairing. All of it was to herd the group it wanted, and also gave the demon practice with using those magics. Some of its other limbs had held them in the past, but not with the level of skill or power its newest one possessed, and in that practice one of its other new options arrived, wielding its space magic, while the demon continued to look for a better path, only managing to snag a few more from the group without getting its true target and feeling its frustration growing. Long had it been since it struggled so much to get something it desired, and it was feeling its efforts fail the longer things went on, even as it told itself that it was not but a matter of time. A little longer, just beyond the paths it could see laid its victory, with that belief shaking too soon after as potential paths split once more. Not like the last time, though. No, hundreds of new options would have been negligible in comparison, as hundreds of thousands of paths were made with each one splitting just as much, more than a few weaving back into each other, but creating an overwhelming volume for it to sort through as it tried to measure probabilities and coming up lacking. A path was picked and even more sprouted, another was picked and more went on as potential was forged and collapsed repeatedly in a way that was too much to keep up with until it no longer had to. An attack shot from some of the most unlikely paths, its limbs were injured and targets lost as they got away. Hours later, and it was still reeling from the loss. Torn between the potential limbs, it had lost the chance to get with all of the power it could have claimed from them against the danger. Such a thing was to it. It couldn't imagine anything beyond a god being able to create so many paths, which made the demon want to take the creature for its own all of the more, but it knew that trying would carry risks far beyond what it would normally want to take in exchange for those rewards. But wouldn't the risk be worth it? It had been sent to grow, that was the desire of its great god as well, and even if it somehow failed to dominate the other, it would most certainly be the sort of challenge it needed to break beyond its wall to greater heights. An opportunity that seemed lost to it as well at first, vanished in the endless woods and from the sight of any of its paths as it sat until one distant limb found something. Catching sight of them, that single one was outnumbered and captured, whatever it went through unknown to it, but left the group it was hunting to turn from where they were and focus in on its exact direction. A shudder went through it, and it clipped away that path, killing the limb they would have found to make sure that would never come to pass and letting violent glee course through it. Whatever they had done, they wouldn't be finding it so easily now, but the demon knew where they'd be. It just had to go out and get them. Killed itself, Ben repeated, pinching his brow. Myriad, how far out from it are we? That was the main issue. Even though his goal of reading its memories had been lost, they weren't actually out of options, but assuming they had no reason to speed up, that meant whatever was pulling the strings could potentially see up to 6 minutes in the future. That was an outrageous amount when gauging something as specific as how a group might attack it, far above his worst estimates. If they were dealing with an awakened time magic user, then he was assuming they were dealing with something that had an advanced variant of the magic, instead of just the standard high version, but even then he'd been prepared for at worst 3 minutes of precognition. 6 was an eternity that pointed to a far more worrying sign. Unless it had a combination of time skills helping it and an awakened time magic variant, as out of the norm for that affinity as his unnatural mind was when compared against other mind skills, that meant the thing they were facing hadn't just awakened their time magic, it had leveled it. But that's impossible. I know I can't exactly be one to judge, but I have the benefit of a pile of jobs and blessings to go with any natural talent I might have for my skills. The only benefit this thing would have is the structure given by the job system. There's no way it managed to awaken its magic, and then also level it a few times in the 2 months it could have been here. Hell, that's 2 months if it got through on the first day. This has to be something else. Did the one able to control others snag one of this world's awakened time mages then? God, if they're this good at it, then I'd be expecting someone on the level of a contender, but I feel like I would have heard about someone like that going missing, so what is it? I guess it's possible they got someone with an already high awakened variant, and then they got a level after they were taken over. But no, there's too much I don't know. Let's hurry up and get answers. Pick up the pace, we're moving, Ben told his group as he activated his shoes to propel him forward with each step he took, feeling them throw him through the air and giving him a burst of speed beyond what he'd ever normally manage as the other 3 did their best to keep up. By all accounts, he could at least say that no matter how far into the future their enemies could see, they'd made a mistake in how they'd done things. They'd made a choice by having that demon kill itself that in turn selected the future Ben would choose to follow, creating results beyond whatever it could predict, even if it created a new danger for them as well. He had no doubt that they'd been found, with more things coming their way. The fact they hadn't seen fit to use Pato to help the creature escape was their blessing, and one he was going to take advantage of for all it was worth by the time they reached the corpse, nodding to Azizal as they did. "You're up. Push your skill to the limit, cause I don't know if we're going to get another shot at this." She knelt down by it without a word with the order given and began using her magic while Ben connected to her, seeing in her mind as it activated to reveal the life of the demon, with an unexpected mana requirement behind it. Corpse Song was a magic that let the user see a body's history, with a higher mana cost the farther one wanted to look back, that would only be increased with the age of the body it was acting on, but the price was already well beyond what anyone had expected as her mana drained due to the intense weight of experience. She wasn't just seeing the past as she used it, through the power that had been at play the entire time. She was also forced to feed her mana to see all of the potential futures it had looked through in its last hours, creating so much more for her to process and try to work through because of it. But mana wasn't a problem when Ben had thousands. When he felt her start to struggle, he began feeding her his own to keep her spell running, watching everything as it passed through her mind, and interpreting it the best he could while pressing her to keep looking back farther in the past, looking for one key thing, and eventually getting it as they were lead to that demonic group's lair. With more answers too, all of them giving him a headache, as he was forced to toss aside so many of his theories in the face of what he was experiencing. The demon in control, for it was by all appearances only one, seemed to have mastered both soul and time magic, to an extent that it was responsible for both effects he'd seen in his companions, and the swarms that roamed the forest with everything that implied ringing clear as well. It held 2 awakened skills, and by all accounts at high levels. Something no demon that had just come to the world should have had, but he didn't know what that meant. Was it some genius that was flying through its levels after making its way to the world? It was possible it had somehow gotten its hands on a job crystal, and had found some way to cheat the system the same way he had to speed through it, that could have potentially helped it gain whatever growth it had. Or maybe it had been another observer who had gotten itself stranded when the first wave ended early. The gods had told him it was only the one before, but it wasn't like they were never wrong. Who was to say one more hadn't managed to slip through? Both would be bad, but neither was what he considered the worst option, even if he tried not to focus on something else. It didn't matter when it had gotten them. The monster had high-leveled awakened skills. What did matter was how it was using them. He was now convinced that the way the demon was controlling so many others wasn't through some collection of skills, but instead managed by a high-level soul spell. But it was one unlike anything the world had created before and in essence, replicated more than a few of his own abilities. It dominated others like hive mind. It linked it to others like bind and connect. But the worst part was that all of that was to serve the greater purpose of trying to expand its own mind as far as it could. Seeing the future was difficult. Seeing it efficiently was more so, but it had created what Ben couldn't deny felt like a brilliant workaround to enhance its own abilities. By expanding its mental power with each new target it took in, it was able to use their brains to look at more futures, expanding its own abilities far beyond what he would have considered the limits of the magic, to turn prophesy into something so much more viable than it had ever been used before, and in a way that couldn't help leave him as jealous as he was impressed. This demon was in essence using others to replicate the earliest levels of unnatural mind, but its natural affinities let it do things that Ben would never be able to. If it wasn't a monster he had to kill, then he would have wanted to spend hours picking its brain for all it was worth to see what other ideas existed within it. Eye on the prize, Ben. This thing needs to die, and sooner rather than later too, so I've got to figure out how to make that happen. From what he'd seen, he could tell that the limits of its precognition were seeing up to 5 minutes in the future. That meant he needed to find a way to kill it, where by the time it realized what was happening it would be too late to escape. It had Phone with his awakened lightning and mace skills, Pato with his awakened space and death magics, and Thera, who was an endless fountain of power for the magics she held, all to defend itself. He didn't know where to begin, but he knew the longer he waited the worse his odds would get. The demon that had them hadn't seemed immediately comfortable using their skills, but that would change before long as it got practice with managing their power, and by then it would be too late to do anything. He was already on a time limit. He just needed to make the most of it. With the information he'd wanted acquired, Ben took the others and began to move. The fact the demon had killed itself before they'd arrived meant the jig was up. The one controlling it was aware of their presence and would likely be doing what it could to catch them. They just needed time to arrive, and with an awakened space mage on their side, he didn't want to wait around to see how long that would take as he began pulling things from his rings to make what he could. the first of which ended up using 10 of his new guns. Able to endlessly fire off ammo, he hadn't even had the chance to properly use them yet, and he was already breaking them apart to harvest the voidstone within, wanting that material's properties for the first idea he'd had for handling the time limit of the demon's prophecy, even if it was going to depend on how well he could time things as he began enchanting on it. Managing to get the magic placed down successfully after dividing his total volume into 3, which left him needing to pull out 3 more of his guns than he'd hoped to get the 4th. That meant he only had 7 left, the recent redundancy of his creation showing its worth as he shoved the materializers that had been being held within the guns back into his rings, even as a question sprung into his mind. Each of them had souls built in to power them. Shouldn't he take that power for himself to use in a situation like that? The lives and safety of himself and Thera were at stake along with the rest of their group. Things had clearly progressed to the point of a full-blown emergency. Wasn't that the time? No, I need to be able to overcome this. The entire point of not bringing the Church of Myriad with him was to ensure he wouldn't have endless power available to him to face his problems given the coming future, where doing such a thing was going to be a place of vulnerability. He couldn't just steal power to face any challenges before that, when he was supposed to be doing his best to make sure he could make the most of his own strength, even if that fact left his stomach in knots. He was essentially putting people's lives at risk in the name of practice, with one life in particular he cared deeply about, but he was still looking to a future beyond that instead of giving everything he could at that moment. The fact he was able to compartmentalize to such an extent made him question how much of what his mind had become could still be called human, but he pushed the thought away. It didn't matter because at the very least, with the strength he had, he knew he'd be able to save Thera. Really, the main issue was the risk he'd be under for trying to do it, not her when all of the power she held would be pointed at him, and as for the others. Well, I'll do my best. If I can't beat one demon without relying on overfilling my soul, then that just means I've never had a shot to begin with and need to start devoting myself to a different plan. It was while he was grappling with himself like that as they ran that the first of the demon's pawns arrived, Pato in front of him, and already casting his next spell as he appeared, forcing Ben to throw himself out of the way while grabbing hold of the others to do the same, narrowly avoiding being teleported who could say where while another spell was already being cast, the speed of it telling Ben that the demon in control had gotten better at using those in its thrall with all of the danger that implied. But with a spell of his own, Ben shot out a cloud of stone around him, hitting the others summoned but to no effect, with the light, desperate blow being shrugged off without any attempt to dodge. Why bother when all paths to the future showed how harmless it was going to be? At the very least, if there was any harm to be had, it wouldn't be making itself known in the next 5 minutes and trying to make it appear like a random choice. Ben began running with the rest, vaguely in both the direction he felt bind and where he knew the demon in control was. He wasn't going to go right at them. He didn't want to give any indication he was doing anything other than running away to make it the demon's choice to send Thera his way or to attack him itself while Pato stayed on his heels, seeming more that content to keep forcing him forward by throwing out casual attacks to keep them running as bits of space and death magic went off, continually forcing them forward while Ben's attention was divided between the world around them and the gods above. Myriad, tell me as we're running if you see any demons preemptively move out of our way, but only after I've passed them, okay? If he's not going for the kill, then I have the wiggle room. What? Damn it. Okay then. Keep telling me until I say you can stop. He felt his feet pounding against the ground as he ran with all he had while Pato avoided that same fate. Anytime he fell too far behind, he teleported right at the edge of Ben's range, firing off a new attack and forcing them to dodge each time, with the attacks constantly feeling closer despite the continued misses. Damn it. And I don't know, it's all feeling close but not overwhelmingly so. And I'm not feeling Thera moving closer, which is what I think it would really be utilizing if it wanted to kill us, but on the other hand, it has a few more options for figuring things out than I do, so all I can do is my best to plan more than 5 minutes into the future. God damn it. The fact the demons around kept preemptively avoiding him was as annoying as it was expected, and each time he tried to alter how he was using Connect to see if he could get through, using lighter and lighter touches each time, while planning out exactly what he'd do, without straying to avoid splitting the future in a way that the watching demon would be able to see to give the game away, but he was reaching the limits of his skill. He'd never needed to worry about having a delicate touch before beyond, just making sure his mind didn't kill or cripple anyone exposed to it. The fact that the link that bound the horde was so delicate was a major issue when breaking it in the future would act as a warning sign in the present to the demon in control, forcing him to practice blind while he was running for his life with the others to worry about too, only changing the second he had his success. The connection was made to a hidden demon as Ben felt its mind and going no further, let it break as he continued on. His first success with a need to get at least a few more under his belt. If he could touch their minds without being noticed then, that was a good step on the road to fighting a prophet, but he wanted to understand the link that bound them deeper so he continued on, hearing his God speak up at each new failure as he did. AUGH. It was aggravating, not a way he'd ever choose to train if he had the choice, and with the feeling that he was failing to lure Thera to him, he couldn't help but wonder if he was doomed to failure in the end, if despite the strategies he was trying to make, maybe facing off against something that could predict so many of his moves was simply too much. In the end, he didn't have time to worry about it. It wasn't Thera who came for him, but Phone, the Oni standing in the woods to block his path, mace in his hands and lightning on his fingertips. Okay, I'm officially significantly less sure they aren't just trying to kill me. That was the thought he had while dodging to the side mere milliseconds before the attack was shot, as he was forced to wonder just how often he was avoiding bad endings for himself and the others. If they were seriously attacking him, and the goal wasn't to lure him, then that meant there was at least one branch of the future where it worked and possibly more. He had to assume that if killing or incapacitating him was the goal, then it must have seen some path to victory, especially since he hadn't been putting so many of his minds to random options to create more to choose from. It was a strategy he'd seen success with before, but not one he wanted to try again, until he was close enough to his victory to make it count, limiting his futures all the more as he kept himself from harming his dominated allies while he did his best to make the most of the possibilities he had. More lightning came and Pato attacked where he dodged too, creating a zone that drained the vitality of those who entered it, with Ben making sure he took the brunt of the attack since he had skills that could help him deal with it, and he once more carelessly fired off a hail of small stones towards them, spending far too much power for an attack they shrugged off as he ran, trying to think of enough potential options of what he might do to at least complicate their attack against him. Myriad 1 to 1000 go. Got it. The future split and collapsed as he ran, taking advantage of the situation and skills to put to use a topic he was an expert in, but rarely got to enjoy in its standard capacity. As he further deepened his connection to the other three, he'd taken over to indulge in a perfect act of ritual magic. Able to manage it without flaw as he cast for the others, instead of relying on the slim chance they might master the impromptu timing of a technique none of them had practiced before, as magics merged and blended before being let out into the world as a whole, with all of the knowledge Ben could apply to a spell he'd thought of only seconds before taking full effect. A level 1 light, fire, and water magic, a level 2 air, a level 7 corpse song, and then Ben's 3 awakened options as well. Those were the tools he had to play with when trying to single-handedly form a ritual, and he used his material manipulation as the base, building it up with the rest of the options, while he did his best to tie them all into something usable. Pato vanished the instant the spell was cast, the demon controlling him already able to see how the fight would turn out and withdrew its teleporter, but it wasn't able to save Phone as the woods came alive around him. Trees bending and roots shot out from the ground below to ensnare their target in a poor replication of plant magic, with the options he had on hand, empowered further beyond their lower levels, with the application of what mana modifiers he could create with their varying skill levels. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. At a certain point, Phone stopped trying to fight, just going still and speaking of just how sure his capture had been while Ben continued to run away. If there had been any potential to escape then, he was sure there would have been an attempt at it, but once all doors were closed, what was the point? It could surely also see that Ben had no intention of killing the man, so that meant there'd be time to escape soon enough as they ran away. The entire time, Ben was doing his best to make it feel like he'd just picked a direction and stuck with it, but it was all to keep bringing him closer to his true targets, doing all he could to narrow the gap, as he felt himself connect to another demon mind without Myriad tell him he'd missed it too late. A fact that told him what he was about to do had worked as he lightly touched it, and the link to the demon controlling the one hiding in the bushes nearby. Feeling it hold without informing them of his presence. He could also feel that demon was about to jump out to attack him unlike the others he'd passed, but he didn't so much as blink, refusing to give anything away when he finally had his chance, and as the world around him dropped to slow motion and the demon lunged out, he continued to examine the way it was being controlled. When he'd examined the dead one through the lens of Azizal's magic, he'd thought it had been controlled in a way that mirrored a few of the skills he held, bind included, and now able to look at an active example of it, he could see how right he was. What enabled the control may have been an act of magic, but just like his skill, it was a stretched-out piece of the demon's soul itself linked to the other that allowed it to take over, an insidious thread making a domineering link to overpower whatever it could get for itself. There was surely some limit to it in range or number of bodies it could manage, but he didn't have the time to test and figure that out then and there. He didn't have days to study it to try and find some clever solution. He could only use the options he had in hand, and followed one of the paths he could see in that demon's head, where he escaped and drew closer to the one controlling things from the background. He'd narrowly escaped, even if another problem took its place. Among all of the futures he'd seen in that brief connection, many were telling him that his three companions were only going to hold him back as things were. He may have had complete control over them, but in too many futures he had to either act to save them or put himself in harm's way to keep them protected, same as he'd done during Pato's attack. It was something he thought he'd be able to put off until later, but with the way things were going, he held out one of the voidstone pieces he'd enchanted on earlier, taking Azizal and Juiz into it in the same way he'd trapped the immortal Rook in the past. Unlike that last time, the area within the space would be both tighter but also slowed down, with how long the enchantments would keep up before decaying away being limited to a day in case it somehow got lost, but with them safe he let himself be picked up by the remaining one, using Quimet's strength while he could to give his own body a rest as they rushed on to the heart of their demonic swarm. The future it wanted refused to arrive. It was a problem the demon hadn't faced since it had been nothing more than a beast. No matter what it did, no matter how it approached the issue or what branch it tried to zero in on, it couldn't bring its desires to reality, with them consistently left just beyond any path it could see. Its target, the resident of the world it had come to claim, had kept avoiding capture no matter what path the demon tried to herd it onto, even splitting probabilities once more in the few times it felt like it was close, continuing to gain some new way to escape each time as mortal limits were pushed, making it feel like reality itself was on that creature's side. If the demon wanted to take it for itself then, it needed to be able to push past limits of its own, but every time the thing it wanted created more futures, the demon was stalled in a way that couldn't help but enrage it, even if it continued to tell itself it was nothing but a matter of time. If the creature was able to break the thread of itself the demon sent out while it was conscious, then it just needed to wait for it to not be, either once it fell asleep or once it was beaten into submission, with the second feeling like the preferred option by the minute. But no matter how much the demon ground its teeth in frustration, it couldn't deny that things weren't all negative. Its fightful prize may have been avoiding it until that point, but it was going deeper into the heart of its territory, slowly surrounding itself with the waiting limbs, and just as important, it seemed to be weakening as well. It was no longer breaking off as many limbs in the paths that the demon saw, meaning it didn't need to move them away before it arrived and spoke of a potential growing limitation to how long it would be able to keep doing that in general. There was even a chance that it would only be a little while longer, until it was too weak to save itself should it come down to it, letting the demon take it over without having to risk anything in the end. For weakened it seemed, and not insignificantly so. After a previously failed surprise attack, it had one of its more powerful companions carry it forward afterwards, while the other two vanished. It was a result that created questions, of course, but seeing as it hadn't saved itself, it couldn't have been sending them to safety either. So then what had happened? Was it some waiting trap sitting outside of the range it could see? The demon's instincts said that wasn't so, but it couldn't understand what other option there could be, leaving it to accept that no matter how infuriating, it would just have to wait for them to appear on its paths again. And as for its main target, as much as the demon had hoped to do things more safely, it was all coming to a head. As much as it enraged it, this was the exact challenge its god had wanted it to gain with its early arrival on the world, and now that it was there and waiting, it couldn't back down. It needed to take the experience for all it was worth to grow beyond its limits into something more, and to make that happen it began its work creating its own future. With a perfect knowledge of exactly where its target was, it could tell that it was walking near its general direction, and a few of the paths it could take would bring it close. But while the demon's gentler attempts to hurt it had been working so far compared to its failure to incapacitate it, it was quickly becoming time to lay on a heavier touch as it looked at the options it had and the paths that would create. It still hadn't sent out its most powerful limb. The demon was still trying to understand the depths of the abilities it held beyond its magic, which had led it to holding that one back despite its strength, and if used in tandem with its space mage, that created the potential for a potent combination of powers. Soon, the one it held that possessed such a powerful lightning would be able to work itself free too. If it was brought, and all three were used in tandem, then perhaps that would be a chance. Or perhaps not. Why was it still trying to play it so safe when its prey drew ever closer? Why was it holding back inferior resources when some small sacrifices could get the demon a new limb that would be able to create whatever futures it desired? With those questions at the core of it, it looked again, not just bringing in those three, and not just adding the other powerful force it had caught with them. As its target moved through the woods, it reached out to everything it had in the surroundings and began to pull it all in, closing the space to trap it completely before beginning to move its true self as well. Stretching its body to prepare for whatever might come, the demon felt a small jolt of excitement reach to its core. It was cautious, yes, but that wasn't the true nature of its kind. It was meant to be a predator, and it was going to act like it, so examining every path it could in the time it had, the demon sought to pick whichever ones would bring its desire into reality. It would meet its target, and should everything else fail it, the demon would break the thing's body until it was nothing more than a crippled vessel for whatever mind it held, letting it use the creature's brain for its own purposes to take full advantage of as it went out further to kill the world around it. Yeah, no kidding. Despite the modifications Vividus placed on Quimit's body, I'm pretty sure I'm going to need to put her away with the others soon and start running on my own 2 feet. It was a nice little break while it lasted at least. Interesting, how long do you think I have then? Okay, that's maybe possibly manageable. Sure, either I manage it or I don't. That sounds pretty manageable to me, I'd say. I think I've got this, he clarified. Given the nature of what I'm trying to go up against, I can't exactly give a certain answer. Now can I? Oh, I could never lie to you, buddy. No, what you're remembering is going to mostly be me strategically withholding information. Now quiet for a second. I need to commit to the idea that I'm not going to attack whatever demon's running the show if I get the chance. So I can get close enough that it won't be able to escape me by the time I will be attacking him once he can see this in the future. Except if I succeed at getting close, then can't I alter the existing paths to attack it early? Okay, not doing that, but prophecy is annoyingly paradoxical to deal with. I genuinely feel my mind straining as I try and work out all of the little subtle implications of everything I might do, and how that relates to a being that can see the future going up against someone who can plan for it seeing the future. I think if the demons have any other time magic users like this, then I'm going to just give up and let myself die in slightly less hassle. As Myriad said that, a group of demons jumped from the woods, their aim to push Ben closer to Thera and the ringleader of it all, and he let it happen. If the monster managing all of that wanted to end things as well, then he wasn't going to fight it. He just needed to give everything he had to come out on top. He ran as fast as he could while using the chimera's legs as a growing crowd of demons followed behind, none of them worried about staying too far away anymore now that he'd got the hang of connecting to them without breaking the link that made them another demon's slaves, and it only drove him faster while he occasionally fired shots back. With their numbers reaching the dozens by then, and only growing as more joined, it was impossible not to miss, prophecy or not, and it was like that he took his potshots, pulling out his remaining guns to do it with the 7 of them hanging in the air around them, while he occasionally pulled the trigger with his magic to get as many killed as he comfortably could, comfortably having special emphasis. He believed he could have killed many more, but he was walking a balancing act of trying to make sure the demon watching through those dozens of eyes neither grew afraid of his strength nor suspicious of how gentle he was being. He needed to look like a potential threat, but not one that couldn't be overcome as he drew ever closer to his target and finally felt the other end of bind move. Perfect-ish. A little tighter than I hoped, but I'll make it work. With what he was about to face moving his way, he touched Queemit with the Voidstone holding the other 2, trapping her away and leaving Ben alone to deal with what was to come as the woods collapsed around him. Thera's power on full display as swaths of earth were thrown aside to clear the land and limit his options to let him see her in full display. She was still hovering in the air, presumably to limit his futures, and he could see the rest of the chimeras behind her with the rest of Pato's party and a few demons mixed in, with one standing out more than the others. The very one Ben had got to see through Azizal's magic, with a figure smaller than what he was used to seeing in the race, it standing shorter than himself with an almost centaur-like body plan, was the demon who'd been pulling the strings from the shadows, finally out to join the fight. Ben didn't know the reason why. As convenient as it was for him, it did mean it was putting itself in a position of vulnerability, but it didn't matter. All of the remaining players were there for him to enact his plan. He just needed to survive long enough to pull it off. With approximately 7 minutes to deal with Thera if I want this to work. Oh, freak me, this really is a bit tighter than I'd hoped. Why couldn't this stupid thing have sent her out first? What that really meant was he had 2 minutes to do what he needed to before the demon would be able to realize that something was wrong and Ben would have to do it while fighting to survive. Something easier in theory than in practice as he subtly actualized around a small tool so he could move it to his will at the same moment. A pillar of earth appeared under his feet, shooting him into the sky. As he was flung upward into the sky above, Ben brought the majority of his minds to their fastest speeds to deal with everything the best he could, even with one thought ringing clear through it all. Oh, this is really going to hurt. He could already feel a strain on his mind as he continued to actualize as the distance he was doing it at forcefully increased by so much, but he didn't let it down. instead focusing on his goal as he let himself slowly fall back, counting seconds as he did. 113 until the demon sees the future. With the height he'd been thrown making him think he had roughly 8 seconds until he hit the ground and would be faced with his untimely demise if he didn't do anything, made more complicated by what he was seeing below. Every one of the enthralled was preparing to cast the best they could while he was helplessly suspended in the air, with that fact shaping his plans as he split his focus between that and his continued actualization. Looking at the world in slow motion, he focused on both trying to control where he'd eventually land and understanding the structures of the various spells as they came together, trying to properly judge their affinity as they were being constructed, while he focused on which would be harmful and which he could use, judging most spells to be unfortunately death affinitied, while a few others took up the remaining options and forced to him to question how he'd deal with it. His outfit would be able to handle most of it, and he even wanted to take some hits. Any earth, water, and air attacks that hit his jacket or pants wouldn't be able to bypass his current enchantments, while having the small bonus of slowing his descent, but the other affinities held different issues. He wasn't completely covered after all. His hands and face were exposed, and while he trusted his resistances and various defensive skills to protect him up to a certain point, he didn't want to put complete faith in them when he had so many attacks aimed at those vulnerable areas. So he prepared to deal with them the best he could without spending too much mana, continuing to count the seconds until they arrived until, just before any hit, he materialized a leather-like material around his head and hands, while spending the extra mana to cover it with the enchantments he already intended to let him take the hits. He'd been watching until the very last second to try to judge what other attacks were coming, while also reaching out with his material sense to try and feel more, but the second it seemed the blows had stopped he removed his face covering, needing access to his eyes, and praying that the demons down below hadn't been able to judge what had happened well enough to plan another attack through that flurry of spells. Hope that was proven right. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't plan or react as fast as him, and with the way he was still falling through the sky, whatever split-second reactions he'd make weren't going to be clear no matter how many eyes were on him, letting him go on from there as he drew ever closer to the ground. With 107 seconds to finish. Oh, please, please, please let me get lucky here. Still actualizing as stealthily as he could, doing his best to make his mental construct blend in with the scenery around it, he continued to bring it ever closer to its target, slowly and stealthily, while also being faced with his impending fall, with the question of how much he was willing to let it hurt feeling uncomfortably present. It needed to look good. He had to make the demon think he was being pushed into a corner, but at the same time, it had to be to an extent where it wouldn't be obvious he had been faking it, as he got up once more as he was forced to continue to balance pain and potential in the face of prophecy, with one thing becoming more and more clear. I hate time magic so incredibly much. He could feel himself turning against the very idea of prophecy now that he'd encountered a creature that could use it so freely, but did his best to hold back on that new bit of spite as he tried to subtly slow his descent by filling his clothing with his mana and pulling back against his body weight, hoping the demon wouldn't notice the subtle change as he plummeted towards the ground. So much of what he was doing was just trying to outsmart the other to beat out the future, and it was all wearing on him as he was forced to try and think farther and farther ahead to deal with it. It felt like his mind was under a constant strain that was pushing him against his upper limits, combined with the ache in his soul from how he actualized, and he could already tell he was going to need either a good day of rest or a trip to a soul mage to recover. Either would make for a decent option so long as he lived to see it, but with time nearly at a standstill for him, when he was only 10 feet from the ground, he put as much faith into his defense skills as he could while trying to rapidly slow his fall, feeling his outfit strain against his flesh, while new actualized constructs appeared beneath him. Killing his momentum in a way that felt akin to running face first into a wall, but left him largely uninjured by the time he'd actually hit the ground itself. He was sore all over, and he'd had the wind knocked out of him, but he could get up to fight and he would live. All that mattered was making it look good as he staggered to his feet, while new attacks were already coming his way. 100 seconds remaining. Feeling his time limit, Ben pushed harder, avoiding what spells he could while letting himself take what hits he had to while moving forward, seeing the demon watch him with glee as it thought it was winning, that even if it couldn't see a future yet where it got him, it was narrowing it down as it continued to look ahead, blind to the present where the first step of its loss arrived. No longer needing to keep up his actualization, Ben instead spent a bit of his mana from the distance he was at, binding one item to another while feeling himself smile. Without anything else knowing it, he'd officially just take Thera, Phone, and Pato off of the playing field. All that was left was to wait and create all the more confusion he could, 90 seconds left. With his first plan done, he continued to count seconds until the time the demon would see its inevitable future came forth, waiting for what was sure to be a brilliant distraction, but forced himself to continue to jump and dodge in the meantime, as he avoided as many spells as he could, feeling his body wear down in the process. He was straining himself, but he couldn't help it. He was one man against a swarm that was only growing by the minute, even as he fired back when he could to try and thin them out. The demons of the woods were descending on him, with his only benefit being that none were coming too close, instead choosing to fire their spells while keeping some room between them. It was a gap he'd need to break eventually, but the window for it was on its way. With only 10 seconds left, until the demon would see the future Ben had worked so hard to create, he took all but 200 of his many minds, and directed the rest to finding different options for how he wanted to face the future, splitting it into hundreds of thousands of potential paths, and stunning the demon in control at the same moment it would have seen the true endpoint Ben had created. It was enough to create a distraction, though, pushing that discovery off just a bit farther as he used that window to shoot himself forward, activating his shoes for all of the extra speed he could get to break the distance between them as the demon looked on, first preparing to reacting but freezing again in realization, with whatever it had been trying to do drawing attention to the end point of all of its paths, no matter what it picked. One where the awakened skill holders it had brought into its thrall had all disappeared. It was a future it couldn't figure out how to prevent, and one that Ben had begun working on creating hours earlier, back when he'd harvested all of his voidstone from his guns that he could. One piece had gone towards holding Azizal, Queemit, and Juiz, but it was the 3 left that really mattered. Both times Ben had attacked Pato and Phone by trying to batter them away with a swarm of pebbles, he'd snuck a piece of enchanted voidstone into each of their clothing, using his magic to bind it to the fabric so they'd be locked in place no matter where either of those two ran, and then doing something similar to Thera. In her case, he had no choice but to be subtler with it, though. When he'd attacked the other two, it hadn't been worth the effort to dodge, when the demon could see they'd come out unscathed, but in her case he could easily imagine a future where it used the barest fraction of her power to block the attack, forcing him to use his mind instead as he actualized around it to slowly carry the small stone over until he could cast his magic to bind it to her outfit in the same way, with all of it leading to that one result as the demon began to panic. While it could hypothetically avoid that future if it found the stones or thought to do something like stripping them, Ben knew from personal experience that it didn't matter how smart one was or how far ahead they could think, there would always be blind spots in one's thoughts that weren't so easily dealt with its continued flailing making that more and more apparent. Didn't know what to do about whatever was happening, and the time limit was approaching as fast as Ben as he ran to the demon, talking to Myriad as he did to keep the futures around him as varied as possible. Give me a number. Futures collapsed as Ben materialized oil under around the feet of some nearby demon, before casting an enchantment on a bit of stone to make it combust and threw it over, lighting them on fire. Again. More materializing as Ben took a deep breath before he created 2 large blocks of frozen gas in among the crowd that rapidly melted around them, and forced everything to deal with its effects. He'd materialized the one with the lowest freezing point he was aware of, and by being created in an otherwise warm woods, it instantly began to sublimate into a super chilled gas that began freezing the area around it while others breathed it in. It wouldn't kill anyone, but it would be far from pleasant. Even he could feel its bite on his skin in a way he expected would need to be healed later, and with it choking out the air around them, it would leave plenty light-headed until it dispersed as he continued to shrink the distance. Again, an aspect of actualization that time as he got closer, materializing boiling metal to rain down around them in a way that continued to strain his mind as everything within range screamed. He knew from his testing that it was transmitting the feeling of extreme heat in a way that would cause overwhelming pain, but for whatever reason, there was no genuine energy being transmitted. In essence, it was a psychic attack of sorts meant to cause suffering and nothing else, not that his targets would be aware of that. Even if they could see the future and tell they'd live through it, that didn't make the agony any less real while he was maintaining it. Ben could see all of this was straining the demon too, providing too much stimulus from both Ben's attacks as well as all of the futures he kept creating as he chose one and moved to the next, ultimately leading to Ben's victory. He'd sworn to himself that no matter what happened he wouldn't attack the demon in control until the 5 minutes he'd needed had passed, and he had forced himself to abide by that with every fiber of his being. If even a fraction of him planned on attacking when he got in range, then that would lead to an avenue where it could see what he was planning and try to stop it, so even once Ben had his victory by blocking those futures and reaching into the demon's mind, he didn't end things there. He'd blocked that path from himself in order to get so close, and while a part of him knew it wouldn't matter now that he was already within range, dealing with prophecy had proven complicated enough, as he instead used his massive mind to process all the demon was seeing to pick the futures he wanted for himself, an outcome the demon didn't understand. All at once, the futures he was seeing had changed, no longer having hundreds of thousands to try and process, but instead only a couple. But each time it moved to take advantage of when it saw them completely change before its eyes, not understanding that Ben was reacting to its thoughts to alter the outcome before it could begin, nor knowing how outmatched it was. It may have been using hundreds of minds to process the futures around it, but it was now facing off against thousands and was being backed into a corner. It knew if it wanted to live then, it needed to either go beyond its limits or run away, and now that it seemed outmatched despite the numbers it had, the choice felt obvious as it tried to bring Pato to it, only for that to be foiled the second he arrived. When Pato appeared, already preparing to teleport the demon away, Ben was already attacking him with more abyssal stored in one of his rings, binding the other fast enough that bones were surely broken, but succeeded in ripping away his mana as well, leaving him unconscious, and the demon trapped as fear started to claw at it. Now somehow escaping really was the only option as it desperately tried to see how, using everything under its thrall to think harder as their minds were pushed, while its time magic was pressed even further, trying to go beyond its limits in the face of what it had found. It had wanted a new limb, a mind and body to make its own, but it had found an unbelievable monster that could warp futures faster than it could see. Every move it could make was being countered before it could make it, and pressed the beast to strain itself all the more, feeling its eyes bleed and its brain begin to break down under the pressure, as it struggled for any possible means of survival, as it saw future after future where it was either killed or taken over itself, and once the first time limit passed, and its most powerful limbs disappeared, fulfilling the future where they were pulled into the enchanted voidstone Ben had bound to them. That desperation made something change. In a moment of clarity, it felt the wall it had been pressing up against come down as notifications rang out in its head, telling it and Ben of just what the pressure it had been applying had accomplished as a flash of mana lit the forest. All at once the world changed. The demon was flooded with power, more than it had ever felt before, and the world around it slowed down. Seconds turned into minutes for it as it felt the thrill of success screaming out to it. It had done it. It had pushed beyond its limits, reaching greater heights just like its god had hoped, and it could feel the power it now held acting as the reward. Not just in the strength it had gained though, but the skill as well. The voice in its head that sang of its newfound strength told it as much, and it could feel the change itself, as the link it had up with all of its limbs strengthened significantly. More than that though, it could feel the limits of its magic practically disappear. Until then, it would only see 5 minutes down any path, but now it felt like there was no limit, at least for the time. It was sure it would find one after it tested its new power for a bit, but that was going to need to wait. In the moment it had only one goal, dominating the creature that had caused it so much trouble. A part of it wanted to kill it then and there, but the demon held itself back. No matter what rage filled it, the fact the creature had been able to push it so far was a testament to how useful it would be, and now feeling victory on its fingertips, it stretched out with its magic, looking for the future where it won, and it found nothing. It was so much more powerful than it had been only moments before, and could create more paths for itself to walk down with all of that strength too, but it couldn't see a single one where it came out on top, forcing a scream from its throat at the unjustness of it all. It had pushed so far past its limits. Why could it still not win? It was a question it wasn't going to get an answer to. Its time limit was up. Feeling something creeping into its head, no matter how it tried to fight it off, eventually the world went black around it, spelling out its defeat. As Ben slumped down to the ground in exhaustion, every other person and demon around him did the same. All right, that was a little too freaking close for comfort. When he'd first connected with the demon, he'd thought he was going to have a heart attack when he saw it was a contender for 2 skills, and then had nearly been sick when he heard it awaken them. He'd known it had to have had an unreasonably high level in its skills, but he hadn't been remotely prepared for what he'd found, and all he could do was thank his lucky stars his mind was still more powerful in the end. The demon had lost the second he'd gotten within its range, but it had insisted on making it feel close the entire time. Myriad asked, breaking him from his thoughts. Did the demon reach the 3rd tier, you mean? Yeah, that happened, and I have bad news on top of it. Well, sorry, but you've gotta. But just for emphasis, I want to say this is only kind of my fault. I'm reading this thing's memories as we speak. Because of how definitively the first wave ended, it looks like Owen sent down a few of his more promising prospects. It can't be a ton, but I'm pretty sure there's other contenders that made it to this world. His god said in defeat, trusting the news no matter how bad it was. On the one hand, that was going to be their first recorded time having the demons well and truly break whatever self-imposed rules they had for themselves, but on the other, if it was a reaction to what happened after the first wave, then it made sense. No matter how it happened or what was done to cause it, their victory on that front had been decisive enough to demand a change from their enemies. Like what? Ben pinched his brow when he heard that. We literally passed a group of ghosts heading somewhere earlier. They weren't going in our direction, so Thera dealt with them, but I could feel them being led. Freaking hell, I guess someone needs to spread the word that if anyone finds any ghosts in the future, then they need to be followed. Ben didn't need to ask what Myriad was talking about. It was obvious nobody wanted the birth of a demon god on the world. The planet just so happened to be lucky enough that it happened around the person most equipped to prevent it. I'll deal with it in a minute. For now, there's something I need to do first. He'd taken over the demon completely, but had gained an unexpected side benefit in the mix, as not only had he dominated that one, but every other creature under it too. He already had the more distant demons moving, and with a small bit of will, he had the rest kill each other as quickly as he could. Each bite of tooth and claw felt like they were tearing into his own flesh, but he was able to get past it as all of the demons in the area slowly died, until there was only a single one left. With the rest gone, that left only the ringleader before him, and he felt himself begin to salivate with what that meant as he pulled out one of his knives and altered the shape and enchantments on it before enchanting on a rainbow mana crystal to place within. He had to trap the soul to ensure it never rose to godhood. That would be a nightmare for both gods and mortals alike, but that wasn't where his thoughts lied in the moment. That thing was going to become a god. In some senses it already was, and he let himself hope that it would be enough for the notification he so desperately wanted to finally ring out as he slid his blade into the creature's heart. Good enough, I guess. He prayed so desperately that killing that demon might finally have awakened his sacrilege, but it seemed that still wasn't meant to be, with his failure on that front taking a bit of the wind from his otherwise incredible achievement of completing his seemingly impossible job. Still, with everyone around him freed from the demon's hold and Thera, Phone, and Pato all needing to be released from their confines, Ben couldn't put off picking his next job, and he touched his crystal to do exactly that. Available JOBS. Trap User. Craftsman Alchemy Path. Craftsman Artistic Path. Craftsman Blacksmith Path. Craftsman Cooking Path. Craftsman Stonecrafts Path. Craftsman Sewing Path. Mathematician. High Tank. Divine Enchanter. High Marksman. High Destruction Main. Beginner Puppeteer. Connect Master. Holy Adversary. Title Master. Multiversal Material Main. Outsider. Body User. Slayer. Judge. Assassin. Cycler. Beginner Dancer. Entree. Hive Brain. King of Intelligence. Master of Destiny. Soul Creator. Beneficiary. God-defiling Gardener. Expert. Master Actualizer. So many options to choose from still after his mass job run, but there was only one he was going to take. It didn't matter that he'd just gotten a level to it. He wanted all of the bonuses he could get. I'll take Connect Master. Name, Ben Hef. Race Human. Titles: Apostle of Myriad, the Forgotten One, Miracle Maker, Skill Learner, Enemy of Enith, Trial Defier, Trial Breaker, Godslayer, Monster, Madman, God Killer, Threat, the Mad Apostle, Destined Holder of Connect, God of Destruction, Creator of Life, Awakener, Maniac, Brutal Blacksmith, Defier of Gods, Title Holder, Enemy of Olencia, Great Teacher, Student of Helori, Myriad's Monster, Outsider Slayer, Demigod Slayer, Transgressor, Destined Holder of Mental Symbiosis. Destined Holder of Alien Thought Structure, Destined Holder of Soul Production, Job Holder, Destined Holder of Actualization. Jobs: Connect Master LV10. Previous jobs: Apprentice Craftsman, Craftsman, Priest, Enchanter, Mind User, Magic Item Maker, Magic Weapon Maker, High Enchanter, Fractured Mind User, Tree Tamer, High Craftsman, Apprentice Mage, True Mage, Tank, Heretic, Adventurer, Divine Heretic, Kin, Master Craftsman, Master Enchanter, Scholar, Connected Enchanter, Infernal Craftsman, Marksman, Destruction Mage, Material Mage, High Material Mage, Profane Enchanter, Master Material Mage, Impious Creator, Mind Master. Master Adventurer, Otherworldly Craftsman, Material Creator, Master of All, Ritual Enchanter, Holy Craftsman, Cursed Item Maker, Actualizer, Summoned Enchanter, Destructive Craftsman, Soul Mage, Freak Mind User, Unholy Thinker, Polymath, Alien Mind, Soul User, Soul Master, Evil Soul User, Soul Defiling Gardener, High Actualizer, World Killer. Attributes: Vitality, 2814. Vitality Recovery Rate, 67 HR. Mana 5265. Mana recovery rate 436 min. Strength 2283. Agility 618. Stamina 4970. Intelligence 19,440. Affinities light 3. Life 2. Fire 4. Water 3. Air 4. Earth 2. Death 3. Dark 1. Space 4. Time 5. Resistances light 68. Life 72. Fire 75. Water 69. Air 66. Earth 81. Death 78. Dark 85. Space 63. Time 61. Blessed skills unending crafting LV8. Divine enchanting LV8. Unnatural mind LV9. Passive skills king of sacrilege LV9. Bind integrated demonic body LV9. Defense enhancement LV9. Absorption resistance LV9. Knowledge LV9. All affinity resistance enhancement LV9. Unnatural inspiration LV4. Bite enhancement LV6. Piercing resistance LV8. Artisan's touch. Unnatural intelligence enhancement LV2. Reconstructed alien thought structure. Blood regeneration LV3. Extraction enhancement LV9. Soul affinity LV0. Modifier compatibility. Material sense LV9. Flavor enhancement LV1. Ill intent LV2. Balance enhancement LV3. Soul expansion LV5. Defiler of ambrosia. Destruction affinity LV3. Evil affinity LV3. Active skills stealth LV. Deep connection LV8. Cycling LV2. Marksmanship LV9. Material manipulation LV8. Swimming LV2. Dance LV1. Unnatural thought speed LV9. Hive mind LV5. Rule bender LV1. Aim LV8. Esoteric actualization LV3. Soul source LV3. Lucid dreaming. Blessings myriads blessing. Analia's blessing. Helori's blessing. Galwex's blessing. Elvet's mana regeneration blessing. Eneth's blessing. Earth Pantheon's blessing. Life Pantheon's blessing. Dark Pantheon's blessing. Olencia's blessing. Nair's blessing. Yuzu's mana regeneration blessing. Witness of chaos. Owen's blessing. Trial's trial of Analia and Telona. Trial of the dead god. Earth Tower. Life Tower. Dark Tower. Yeah, I guess I'm good with that. But oh well, it's not like it's going to take me long to finish this anyway. Even though it was a master job, he had his skill at the 8th level of the 2nd tier. Even if he didn't have a strategy for it, it wouldn't have taken him long to complete, but since he had his master plan for completing it and all other jobs, he didn't particularly care. Multiple lifetime worth of experience were about to be claimed in only a couple days, and he couldn't wait to get them. But first, there were other priorities. While everyone else around him was only just beginning to make sense of what had happened, he stood up and called out, "All right, everyone, your minds ended up a little suppressed, so your memories might be a bit foggy, but for now I'll make it clear you're all safe and there's nothing to worry about. Ignore all of the demon corpses around you and stay still for just a bit." As an afterthought, he released the 3 he'd been keeping safe from the voidstone holding them and let them deal with their own bits of disorientation as they fell to the ground, paying them no mind as he walked away. After all, they weren't trapped under an evil demon's mind control, instead getting to enjoy my super ethical, super gentle mind control, which is absolutely completely different beyond the fact that mine has worse range. Without another thought, he grabbed the first piece of voidstone from the ground, breaking the enchantments on it to let Thera pop out as he caught her in the air, getting to see the disoriented look on her face as a reward. "What just happened?" she asked groggily, seeming more like she'd come out of a nap than a demon's control as Ben answered. "Long story short, a demon contender took you and almost everyone else over, and it was a pain in the ass to deal with. I'll fill you in on the rest later, but first we have to free Pato, and he's going to need some healing, because I definitely broke a few of his bones, and then after we're going to need to find where Phone got sealed away. Oh, but there's nothing to worry about. After one of the most annoying fights of my life, I won so everyone's safe. He gave her a wide grin as she processed everything he had to say, until eventually, she just reached up a hand to begin healing him, before doing everything else they were going to have to if they wanted to be on their way. After Pato was released and Phone was found, Ben focused on giving a fuller explanation of events while Thera worked on healing them all. No one was without injury, and even if the chimeras would surely heal on their own, it was better to get it done and over with then, as the rest of their quest went on. Quest that finished easily enough compared to the disaster in the middle, with no great issues presented in the last two demons swarms no matter how on edge they all were as a result, with the invaders' numbers cleared out before that second day was through, letting everything come to an end for them to make it back to the gate. There was no air of victory or success, though. Both the adventurers and chimeras had been left humbled by how things had turned out, which was felt in Phone's final words. Well, no matter what happened, just remember why we were sent out there, the Oni told them, trying and failing to put on a positive tone. We're here to give a report, and that's exactly what we'll do. As our employer said at the very beginning, you can hand it off to any guild on the Gate network once you finish writing it up, but otherwise you're all free to leave. It's been a pleasure working with all of you. A bit of a shame. I wouldn't have minded talking to Pato a bit more, Ben said. Wonder if I'll get another chance. I wouldn't be surprised, Phone told him. Rank 1 quests may not be common, but there also aren't many of us. It wouldn't be a shock if we're called to help with something a bit more bloody before the final wave rolls in. Final, huh? That one word was enough to tell Ben where their temporary leader sat when it came to expectations on how it might go, but he didn't comment beyond that, only giving a smile. Well, if we get the chance, it would be good working with you too, Phone. If we end up on another quest together, I'll make sure to treat you to a decent meal again. Should the opportunity come, I'll look forward to it. He smiled back before offering both of them his hand. It was a pleasure working with the two of you, and Ben, I don't take having my life saved lightly. If you ever need anything, feel free to send in a message through the guild. All right, I appreciate it. Good. Now I must be on my way, but be well. With one last nod, he went off, leaving only the two alone, and let Thera drop some of her professionalism to slump on his shoulder. Well, that was a nightmare. Yeah, it was. Managed to get your fill of excitement from a rank 1 quest, though. Well, the parts where interesting things were happening, I was a puppet, and the boring parts, I was an observer, so that is going to be a big no. Plus, I now need to write a proper report, which is not going to be fun. Oof, yeah, that would suck, he agreed as he materialized a thick-bound book in his hand. The report he'd been constructing in his head since the quest began instantly completed while Thera tried to reach for it. Come on, just a peek. Nope, sorry, but you need to get your thoughts and opinions down before you're polluted with mine. Is there any chance I could get you to just read my mind and then materialize whatever thoughts and opinions I'd formed during all of this? I mean, if you really want me to, I can. No, I'll write this stupid thing for my stupid aunt, she sighed at the end before glancing back his way. So how was fighting me? The most horrifying thing I've ever had to do. If it wasn't for the fact that the demon seemed to really want to get its hands on my brain, then I think I would have died, and even then I feel like I came uncomfortably close. I'm also a little uncomfortable with how that answer seems to be perking you up. I have no clue what you're talking about. Exhaustion and strain must have made you delirious. I don't think I can get delirious at this point, looking to beat me up so badly. I think it's just nice to know I might still be stronger than you. I feel like the words might be are a pretty severe understatement here. Please don't pull me into the center of the planet or rip me apart cell by cell if you start feeling unconfident. You don't have to worry about that, but a proper spar between us could be fun one day. Can I politely pass, for now? Okay, I'll leave my worries for the future then. So what now? Head back to Stonewall for the night. I'm looking at an early morning. Or you take a break for a day after we just went through all of that. I'm for sure taking one. Maybe in a couple after, he told her happily, finally sharing his good news now that they were alone. All of that worked out a fair bit better for me than I let on. Not only did I finish a whole bunch of levels, I completed my job. I'm already basically shaking to see how many people accepted my request. Gods above, maybe I really won't be stronger than you much longer if you're really going to finish so many jobs. Well, seeing as how I'd actually need to train under all of those bonuses, first, I'm still not beating you out anytime soon, and besides, it's not like I'm not going to help you finish all of your jobs too. No, she told him, shaking her head. Focus on helping our friends. What? It's not like I'm going to have many good options left, she shrugged, and most of what I still have won't even give me major bonuses. It's better to spend the time helping others that could actually take advantage of it than waste the opportunity on me when a decent demon hunt would get me a bunch of levels for most of what I have. Even if he didn't completely agree, he could at least see the logic in it, so he didn't put up too much of a fuss, even if he added one request. Okay, but depending on how things work out, I'm hoping you might join me with Master of All whenever you take it. That would free up a couple of the positions in the party, and would mean I could take an extra person I actually care about on top of the added satisfaction of knowing I'd helped you out. Alright, fine, but seeing as how you're not going to do that tonight, come on. After all that, I just want to sleep. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Even after being healed, Ben was still strained in ways that only proper rest would help, and with plans for the future dancing in his head, the two went home for the bit of peace they would get. After all that they'd been through, Thera just wanted to rest when they got back to Stonewall, but for Ben, that was a far greater challenge. He was practically vibrating in excitement, already imagining what the future held for him now that he'd finished his ridiculous job, and was free to take the rest of what he had. That even the idea of spending a few hours with the gods was too much, and eventually, once he heard the sound of Thera's soft breathing beside him, he decided to give up on the prospect and instead start his day. Really, he wanted to race off to the guild then and there, but he forced himself to hold back on that front, at least briefly. It wasn't like the parties he'd called for would be there after all. They were still a few days away from the big event, but it would at least tell him how many to expect, and then he could gather others to help his friends take advantage of what he was about to do as well. And I asked for 70, but even if I don't get all of them, I've got to be snagging 20 at the very least, right? And then even if that slows me down by a day or two, once word spreads about what I've done, I'll be able to gather the rest a lot easier and then focus. I'm not going off to do this yet. Just get one teeny tiny chore done first. That chore led him to the shop and through the newest of the mini gates it held, bringing him to a building out in the untamed lands where the great space spirit still sat waiting as Ben arrived, a bright grin on his face. Well, hey there, Ogle. No problems while I was away. None, they're still all contained with no obvious issues. Love hearing it. In that case, just gotta see what the results are like. With that done, he went around the rooms, looking at the cards of all of his test subjects for any further changes, and finding none. Not that such a result was unexpected, when every demon there was trapped in a closet-sized room while being kept docile by one of Ben's enchanted circlets. There had been no opportunity for them to train and grow, and as far as he was concerned, they'd never get it. With what progress that front would provide being reserved, for once he moved on to testing the peoples of the world, while his current test subjects would be receiving nothing, but more of the same, until it was time to put them down. Before he began the next round of experiments on them, though he took a thorough look at all of their minds to judge how much pain they were each still under, finding that those who'd only had their soul modified once were freed of it, with varying degrees lingering on those who'd gone through a second modification, and only the slightest of improvements for those who'd gone through a third, with no signs that the minds that had collapsed under the suffering he'd created had healed at all. All valuable information as he began the process of incorporating new soul structures into the ones who seemed to have returned to a normal condition, letting him gather even more data, with results for attribute growth seeming consistent with earlier tests where he'd immediately added a second soul after his first one. There was no greater or lesser acquisition of attributes for the demons despite letting their souls heal and adjust to the changes, which told him that on that front at least it didn't matter, even if there was a single result that made it worth considering once it became time to start doing it on the people of the world. While it still caused pain in those receiving it, it was only a little worse than what they went through having only a single soul added to their own, not the compounded suffering that resulted from having a second applied immediately after the first. That in itself was a good result, one that told him that if he was going to share the results of his tests with the world, then he'd be able to boost people's attributes at least twice without harming them, assuming that the pain of the second modification faded the same way as the first, and possibly even further beyond. He'd still need to see how his other tests fared, and he'd still need to confirm that modifying people's attributes in such a way wouldn't kill their growth rates, but so far things looked promising enough that he was ready to prepare a round of testing amongst any volunteers he might be able to gather. But it also means one other thing too. Hey Ogult, how long are you willing to stay here to help out? I've already had you for a few days. If you want to quit, then that's all good. I'll stay here forever. It makes no difference to me. All right, well, it does to me. Are you not bored? Compared to the last segment of my life, how could I be? I'm not caged, but I get to enjoy being alone. This is all I could want. Okay, I'm only going to ask you to spend another couple weeks out here for me then, but if you change your mind at any point, just let me know when I come through. Or if an emergency comes up, if you could ask a few of the other space spirits to look this place over, just to be sure nothing escapes, then that would be great. All right, Ogult nodded, feeling no compulsion to leave while Ben sighed as he looked the spirit over. While not as bad as so many of the other prisoners who were still being kept in Analia until Ben could do anything about their crumbled mental health, it was obvious the space spirit was far from anything approaching good shape either, and leaving him alone wasn't going to improve that. He may have been happier by himself, but he wasn't going to get better that way. And yet, Ben needed these tests done, and he needed to have someone watch to ensure nothing went wrong. This was another experiment he could use to strengthen the world, and if it worked out, would save lives. It didn't change the fact that it left some guilt festering in him, though, and in an effort to relieve it just a little, he began materializing, catching the Great Spirit's interest. "What are you doing?" "Making you things," Ben told him as he created books, video games, and even film and a projector through his power, there for entertainment. "Since you have WorldSpeak bound to you like everyone else, you should be able to read, but for the games, just run a few points of mana through these slabs, and you'll have something to play and just insert different films into the projector for something to watch." He demonstrated what he meant by each to give the spirit some context, even if it just left it looking confused by the end. "Why? Because if I don't do this, then the guilt is going to eat me up. Just try to avoid sitting around doing nothing, but feeling bad while you're here, okay? I get you want time to yourself, but I still want you to live." The spirit said nothing to that, and with a small shake of his head Ben left, hoping the other would at least try to enjoy the things he'd made. With that bit done, Ben moved from one of his gates to the next, going through the network to eventually end up at the Magic Towers Adventurers Guild, letting himself in while trying to keep a level of positivity despite the worry he felt for Augilt. He wasn't going to be able to undo millennia of harm, but he could at least focus back on the positives of his life and the things he was looking forward to, along with one other chore first as he waited in line to talk to one of the employees, pulling out a book from one of his rings as he did while showing his card. "Hello there, Ben here to submit the report for a rank 1 quest. I was told giving it to any guild on the network would be acceptable." Yep, I can see why that would look weird. "Just a hobby, don't mind it. And I also put in a request for a quest myself. It's still a few days away, but I'm mainly here to see how many have been confirmed to have accepted so far." "All right, just give me a minute to check," they told him, rifling through some papers as Ben waited, not holding any expectations until their expression took a turn and their voice grew stiff. "I'm sorry, sir. It looks like no one has accepted your offer." "No one?" Ben repeated, already going through their mind to try and see more context. "If you'd seen how much I've been offering, you should know pretty damn well that's impossible." "Ah, it's unfortunate, but sometimes things turn out this way," they tried to say, sounding stiff, while Ben managed to see in their memories exactly what had caused it while he tried to keep himself contained. It seemed the paper they'd read hadn't shown that he hadn't received any takers, but instead had a note telling whatever employee ended up reading it to tell him as much, meaning for whatever reason, the Adventurers Guild had made the intentional choice to not help one of their first ranks. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath before unclenching, already feeling like whatever was happening was going to be a pain to deal with as he spoke again. "All right, listen, I know this isn't your fault, but I also know you're lying, so is your guild master in, so I can deal with them, or do I have to track down wherever they live to demand answers on their doorstep?" "Just one moment, I'll get them for you." He didn't want to give them any time to be warned about who he was or why he was there, and much to the employee's discomfort, he walked behind them, through a hallway and up some stairs, until ending up in front of another door that the employee tried to knock on, failing entirely as Ben just let himself in. "Hello there," he said in forced cheer. "I've come for answers, and I'm hoping you want to do this the easy way." The man on the other side didn't immediately respond, at first looking more surprised than anything before their attention turned to the employee Ben had come with, waiting for some context while they tried to shrink into themselves. First-rank adventurer, Ben Heff, here with concerns about his recently submitted quest. While that didn't get any visible reaction, Ben was already in his mind and could feel the worry such a statement brought while he continued on with his false cheer. "Yep, that's me, and while I'll at least say for your poor employees' benefit that they didn't let on that you lot had decided to suppress my quest for some reason, let's be real, it was obvious. Who would believe I wouldn't get a single taker when I was offering so much? Honestly, get better at lying. So now the only question is why. I'm sorry, but I'm not at liberty to say." Ben could feel the fear in the other man even as he said it. Since Ben was at the first rank, that meant he had at least 2 awakened skills, more than enough to tear the place apart if they were combat-oriented, if he was angry enough, and despite the feelings of good cheer he was trying to project, it was plenty clear he was seething inside. He might have even given in to those feelings too, if not for the fact that he'd gotten the answer he wanted from the other man's mind, telling him all he needed to know. The quest hadn't been denied at his discretion, but had come from the very top, with that guild not even getting a reason as to why, giving Ben somewhere else to direct his rage as he asked only one thing more. "Where can I find the head guild location?" Returning to a city Ben had been to twice before, he was once more at Warrior's Tower, walking the streets he'd once rioted through to end up at a grand building that made up the home of the main branch of the Adventurers Guild, and let himself in, finding the place swarmed. It shouldn't have been a surprise, as the biggest branch he'd seen by far in a city that was wholly devoted to developing one's combat skills. There were plenty who would take the job, both to prove themselves, and as a form of practice in whatever spare time they had, so it was bound to be busy, but at least it was staffed well. With the line he went in moving smoothly as he got to the front while he tried to keep his feelings under control. It was hard though. He'd been working so hard, and now it looked like someone had decided to get in his way without so much of an explanation. It couldn't help but enrage him when the entire reason he was doing it was for the sake of growing to help the planet as a whole. He was constantly forcing himself to keep calm as he made his way to the front, a guild receptionist greeting him politely once he got there. "Hello, how can I help you today?" They asked, with Ben's card already out and at the ready, showing his status as both an apostle and a rank 1 adventurer. "I'm here to talk to the guild leader. They should be expecting me." Just one moment. I haven't heard about him having any meetings set up today." "Oh, we don't have one," but seeing as how he intentionally suppressed a quest from a rank 1 adventurer without any sort of explanation, and tried to keep the entire thing a secret, he absolutely should have known I was coming to see him. He said it loudly, wanting others to hear, and it got some murmurs around him. The guild generally wouldn't reject a quest from such a high-ranked individual, but to do it without so much as an explanation as to why was unreasonable. Stating that so clearly made the employee look uncomfortable as well, but they tried to keep in control of the situation given they only had his side of the explanation. "I'm sorry to hear you've had problems. If you just take a seat for a moment, I'll get someone to you as soon as I can find one who might be able to tell you what happened." Without waiting for a response, he left the line and started walking towards the office he wanted. He'd already seen in their head where it was and that the guild leader was in. He wasn't going to wait for them to give him the runaround, even as different employees caught on to what he was doing and followed to try and stop him. "Sir, no matter your rank, you still need to wait," one said, grabbing his arm and ending up pulled along as Ben ignored him, forcing them to look back to the others. "I'll need some assistance for this one." More hands grabbed onto him, but with no luck slowing him down. With all of his awakenings tied into the potions he'd drank and his near-constant training, he was simply too strong for even an average adventurer to stop, let alone the staff. And when one eventually resorted to trying a sleep spell on him, only for it to fail too, did they realize how out of their league he was. That didn't keep them from trying though, as he eventually made it to the door, kicking it in and forcing the one inside to rise to their feet. "What in the name of?" "Ben Hef, rank 1 adventurer," he said loudly, finally forcing off the ones that had clung to him. "That would be the name you need to worry about right now, seeing as how you decided to get in the way of my quest without so much as a word why." The answer got him a glare, but Ben didn't care as he walked over to the desk, and seeing there was no seat on the other side of it for him to use, made a point of materializing one for whatever intimidation factor that would give before sitting down. "So, Mr. Bigshot Man in charge, why exactly did you decide to cancel my quest while telling the guild I put it through to just pretend nobody accepted?" Still glaring, the guild head looked over his shoulder and waved away those who were standing at the door before focusing back on Ben. "Misallocation of guild resources. You've already put in one inappropriate quest in the past, and I'm aware of how many of our books you've had sent for. You can't simply do what you want and get away with it. Perhaps consider some of your actions while I'm being lenient and get out of here before I strip you of your rank and call the guards." More rage flooded Ben's heart, not for what he'd been told, but for the real reason he'd seen in the man's memories as to why his quest had been stopped, leaving him to materialize a knife and plunge it into the desk in front of him while speaking in a cold voice. "High Vitality Enhancement, Level 0. High Spearmanship, Level 0. What are you?" the guild leader tried to ask as Ben materialized another knife, once more plunging it through the wood in front of him all the way to its hilt as he went on. "Air Augmentation, Level 8. Thrust Enhancement, Level 4. Pain Resistance, Level 4. Laceration Resistance, Level 3. Ben went on, listing skills and levels while materializing more knives to stab into the desk as the guild leader understood what Ben was doing. Aside from the obvious intimidation, he was listing the other's entire status. And finally, Cooking, Level 0, he finished, plunging in a 10th knife. "You can't lie to me, and you sure as freak can't hide anything from me, so why don't we get to the truth of the matter and the reason you blatantly abused your position? Your god asked you to not allow my request to go through." It was a fact that had him fuming as he resisted the urge to track them down to get whatever experience he could to his sacrilege then and there. He didn't know why, but the one the guild leader had worshipped had seen fit to step in to stop Ben from getting his quest, but there were clearly no good intentions behind it, with the guildmaster not faltering. "Fine, that's correct, but now that you know is all the more reason to give up." If the gods don't want you to do it, then do yourself a favor and try to atone for whatever got you in their bad books and get the hell out of my office. No, it's not gods, it's God, singular, and as the leader of one of the most prominent global organizations on the planet, it's your job to remain impartial. You can't be letting others influence your choices when it comes to the people under you. We're not talking about some random other, we're talking about a deity. Say what you will and threaten me how you'd like, you won't be seeing me changing my mind. Ben had to stop himself from hurting the man. Too many of his minds were edges away from materializing, and others were prepared to actualize, since he could inflict mental damage that way without leaving wounds, but he held himself back in the end, just barely. He was enraged in ways he rarely had been before, and he was being mistreated for reasons he didn't know, but that wasn't an excuse to go so far as to maim or murder a person. But he also couldn't do nothing. If he didn't let out a bit of his anger, then he was going to explode, and since he could see there was no changing the other's mind, he ripped from him all of the mana his body held without another word, forcing him to mana exhaustion before using his magic to turn the other's clothing to dust and materialized bottles and alcohol to fill the room. Pouring it over him while he was passed out at his desk before walking out back to the main hall and enchanting one of his bracelets to act as a microphone for all to hear. Man, I can't believe the guild leader is passed out naked and drunk at work. I knew he was unprofessional, but I wasn't expecting it to be that bad. With how loud he was, it got plenty of attention, and while most eyes ended up on him, more than a few went to see what he was talking about while he left the building to whatever chaos would unfold, instead speaking up to the sky. Myriad, you better be free right now. I have a pretty big complaint, and I'm expecting a meeting with the gods as soon as possible to get it resolved. One decided to get their believer to keep me from putting a quest through. Seeing as how I'm pretty damn unhappy about that, I want to get that resolved before I go to burn their church down. He tried to sound calm with his god, but the moment he went off, Ben punched the guild wall, feeling stone crack under his attributes and the significant buff he was getting from his ill intent before walking away to some quiet alley so he could sit on the ground, lost in his thoughts. No matter what I try to do, someone always has to get in the way. His anger slowly gave way to his frustration, and he covered his eyes to block out the world, waiting for Myriad to get back to him. All right, he forced his mind up, as he'd done plenty of times in the past, making his way to his god's realm, where more than a few were already waiting. It wasn't the full pantheon of the planet, but it was also more than just the small handful he'd had dealing with him any time he wanted to discuss payment, with the group ending with the gods he was close to, Analia included, all there and waiting while the rest he'd usually have to deal with had shown up along with the one who'd specifically gotten in the way of him putting in his quest with a handful of others, with Fix speaking first, looking exceptionally tired. All right, let's get this over with, he muttered in a way that seemed a bit less controlled than usual, with that deity already prepared for a long, exhausting conversation. Now, Duna, would you be so kind as to explain just what your intentions were and the reason for your actions? What's to explain? She asked as Ben looked at her, seeing someone who appeared to be a mixed breed of one of the elven species, with one of the avian that would normally have left Ben to wonder if they were one of the ascended gods, if not for the fact that they'd intentionally gotten in his way to make his day and life harder. It's my job to guide my believers in the way I view as right, is it not? This boy looks at all of us and only sees what he can get. Why should he waste the world's resources to grow even stronger? I don't know about the rest of you, but the more he does, the more I'm loath to see him standing among us. He's not yours to judge, Nair spoke back coldly, nor is it your place to decide that for the rest of us. I'm not alone and you all know it, she told him, turning to the others. Look at how he acts. You already know what he's trying to do with this. Do you really want him coming even closer to ascending? It was clear the answer was largely a no, even if some looked indifferent, and that small back and forth had made it clear just why they were getting in his way. While he hadn't been too open about it, he also hadn't gone out of the way to try and hide the fact that what he was attempting was for the sake of speeding through the rest of his jobs, and it seemed that fact had made its way to the gods of the world, with more than a few who wanted to stop it at all costs. It doesn't matter what you do or don't want, Analia told them, hints of anger in her voice. This is a massive overstepping of bounds, and why all to get in the way of a mortal you find difficult, disgusting. Analia, we can't just let the system be exploited so thoroughly. Another tried, being cut off before he could go on by Nair. Why not? Whatever benefits are to be gained from it are no loss to us, and the entire point of its creation was to help people grow. The very idea of getting in the way of that is ridiculous. Are you all so afraid of seeing a god of sacrilege? Because if so, I'd say it's your own actions that would be provoking anything worth fearing. God of sacrilege and greed, another scoffed. Look at how much he already tries to take us for each time he feels a little clever. Do you think that's going to stop if he gains genuine power over us? I'll admit he has some accomplishments, but they're nothing I'd want to see him standing beside us as equals for. Nothing you'd want to argue an idiot, Hellori yelled. Whatever issues you may have with his personality, you'd have to be blind not to see all he's done for the world. We might not even be here to have this fight if not for him. Not to mention everything he's been making to help. And are you all really so used to not having to pay mortals for their work that you're going to stand in his way like a bunch of children because of it? Nair spat, personally offended as a god who gained faith specifically because of people who use their skills to make and sell their wares. Who's actually the greedy one between the two? Easy to say, but there's no denying the boy tricked us all into spending so much of our faith. As payment for saving the world, Myriad told them. Or did you all forget about how vital the planet is if you want to keep gaining faith, what with it being the home of every believer you have? All of you enough, Fix sighed, raising a hand to try and get control of things. Regardless of how anyone feels, Duna was wrong for this, but more than a few are unsatisfied with Apostle Ben. With the small bit of time we had to discuss this, the majority of the more impartial gods among us have come to a conclusion we hope will be acceptable to all parties. Oh, this should be good, Hellori muttered, while Fixed only looked more exhausted. Hellori, please. We won't get in the way of Ben sending his quests. All we ask is that since he has a talent for gaining experience, he use it to actually help the world, including the contenders of the planet in his parties, as well as helping the third-tier skill holders complete their jobs. The effects of such a thing could be massive. It could potentially help more awaken to their own godhood in the time we have left, and if we're exceptionally lucky, might even get some of the third-tier's levels in their skills. And all at the low cost of my apostles' health and time, Myriad spoke. This is your solution. One of us steps in the way of another god's believers, and instead of putting it right, we put them to work. It's for the planet one tried before being cut off, and that makes it okay to exploit a mortal. If it means the rest get to live, then yes. Tensions were only growing higher while Ben listened, breaking his silence for the first time since he'd gone up. I give up. Those 3 words quieted the crowd, with the ones against him elated by it. After feeling like they'd been forced to dance in the palm of his hand since he'd started making himself useful, it seemed they'd finally gotten something out of him while making him back down, leaving the gods on his side with their own complicated feelings. They didn't want things to go in such a way. They didn't want their fellow gods to exploit a mortal because of whatever grievances they held, but whatever the outcome, the suggestion would be good for the world as a whole. If more could reach the 3rd tier because of that, and if any already at that tier could manage to gain just a single level to their skills, the planet would immediately be better off for it, with Fixed in particular looking relieved that things had gone so smoothly. You've misunderstood, Ben cut in, looking exactly like he felt, tired and done with it all. I give up on everything. You all think I'm greedy when all I've ever wanted is to be paid for my work. Well, I'm done. I'm not helping people level because you all decided to corner me into it, and I'm done making things for this planet. I'm done trying to do my best to ensure this doomed garbage world survives the invasion when even after all I've managed you all still see me as nothing more than a tool to be exploited than an equal worthy of proper consideration. What are you talking about? Another god asked. Like it or not, you live on this world. You don't just get to quit. Watch me. Without another word, he pulled his mind from the realm, feeling more than finished with the planet by that point as he started heading home. The first thing he did when he got back down was use his sacrilege to block the gods of the world from his thought, trading whatever they may have wanted to say for a host of notifications. Deny all. He wasn't in the mood to hear from anyone, be they the gods he liked or not. Since coming back, he'd worked so hard to help the world. From his mana bracelets he'd made to the buffing ones he was in the middle of testing, to the materializers he'd perfected, and his current experiments to enhance a person's attributes, but all of that still wasn't enough. So many of the gods of the world still saw him as nothing but a pain who expected to be paid for his work, instead of giving it freely just because he was mortal, and it left them to see him as nothing more than a list of discoveries to be exploited, and he was done dealing with it all. He'd been working himself to the bone to try and grow to help the world, and still, all they saw him as after all he'd accomplished was nothing more than a convenient bit of experience to be enjoyed, leaving him to question why he was even trying so hard in the first place. The world wasn't his problem. Who cared how doomed it was? He'd been trying his best the entire time, and it still wasn't enough to get any real recognition that he didn't have to fight tooth and nail for. Why continue putting his body and soul through so much when that was the only reward waiting for him in the end? It was a series of thoughts that echoed through his many minds on his entire way home, making his way through Analia and hoping the entire way he wouldn't be stopped by anyone he knew, getting that small mercy as he arrived back at the shop, with the question of what to do next. He hadn't had a proper break in forever, and he'd meant what he'd told the gods. Why try so hard for the planet if that was his reward? Someone else could make tools and weapons. All he needed to do was relax. I feel like I haven't drawn in a while. Why not do that for a bit? It was as good a solution as any, and he knew exactly how he wanted to do it, so with a plan for however long he was stuck on that planet firm in his thoughts, he went home, going around to the backyard as he began materializing. Using his phenomenal level of skill and power, he bent the mana he held to create only a few simple things: a lawn chair, some sunglasses, a sketchbook, and some pencils before laying down to get to work, taking what felt like his first real day off in ages. Still deny all. Every now and then he'd receive notifications again as different gods tried to talk to him, but he continued to ignore them in favor of continuing his drawing, adding another filled sketchbook to the pile after his few hours out there before materializing another to begin doodling in. Whatever they wanted, he didn't care. He didn't want to keep putting in effort for a planet that just wanted to exploit him. Why even bother? Better to focus on enjoying the bit of peace he could take for himself. And despite the small, nagging voice in the back of his head telling him he was being unproductive and wasting his time, it felt good. He hadn't been able to overfill his soul during his quest, and now it was one of the longest times in weeks he'd put it off, not feeling any strain nor injury in that intangible part of himself that made him question why he'd even tried so hard to begin with. Why put himself through agony to finish the job faster and looking at the future? Why even be willing to die for that world? That was still the crux of it in the end. All he'd done since getting back had been for the sake of growing stronger, and the decision to quit was like a weight lifting from his shoulders. That planet wasn't his responsibility. By any reasonable judgment, it was the gods, and if that was the case, then let them screw over their believers, while the masses let them with smiles on their faces. Why did he have to get stronger to try and help? Aside from the fact that the gods of this world are absolutely not going to be able to beat Owen, which means the invasion is going to end in our loss, and no, I'm not thinking about it. This is officially not my problem. I'm the forgotten summoned, the nobody that nobody wanted. Even if they didn't know I was trying to get stronger to try and help save the world, it's been one thing after another ever since I arrived here. No matter what I do or what I pull off, no god wants to pay me fairly for my work, and I'm just tired of it all. However things turn out is officially their problem instead of mine. He tried to silence his nagging thoughts as his attention was focused back on his drawings, the pencil in his hand working on something more abstract while he used his magic to keep it sharp, even as more thoughts came in. I don't want to die for this planet, and I don't want the people I care about to die either. Damn it, so what does that mean? I just give in, let the gods get what they want from me without a fight, and then still probably die trying to protect this entire stupid world. His feelings were a mess, but as he asked himself that, the arc of his pencil froze in his hand, the question bringing a different one to mind. Why should I have to die to save the world anyway? Why not just save the bits I care about? He felt a line of thoughts he hadn't previously let himself touch on burrow into his mind and whisper in his ear, a truth to it all he couldn't escape. Saving the world was probably impossible. Saving himself and a handful of people who mattered to him, though, would that even be a challenge? He even already had ideas that could work. When he discussed the prospect of some alternative other than killing Owen, when he'd gotten back with the gods, he'd suggested a few he knew would be doomed to fail, but that was only when working on the scale of trying to save the planet. On a significantly smaller scale, though, would there even be any real problems? Construct a vessel with time enchantments on it to keep the occupants frozen within while getting Ogult to transport them to another galaxy, and it might have actually been feasible. Ben would have to constantly move mana from the souls he created into the Great Spirit, but there was no reason it couldn't be done, and regardless of how wrong it would be, if Ogult was against it, Ben was confident he could take him over with hive mind to force the other to his will. There were other issues with it too, how long it might take to get somewhere safe from the demon's god, and gathering the people he cared about, with both being affected by just how many he'd be willing to bring with him and what he'd need to do to make it happen. Thera and her entire family were obvious, and without much thought, he knew he'd want to bring every human on the planet too, regardless of how close or not he was with some of them. And if he was bringing one entire group of summoned, then he might as well take another. It would do no harm for the Grey to feel in his debt if he took every member of their kind he could off of that doomed world. And who else? He liked Sashel and Raelia enough that he'd want to save them. Really, he'd choose to take her entire village, adding a few hundred dryads to the list, and why stop at just one village? He'd obviously need to bring the Demidemons too, with that thought growing to all of Myriad's believers, since there were still less than 1,000 in total. Yuzu too, though since she was Jake's wife that should have been obvious, but it did raise the point that he'd need to try and bring at least a few of the people everyone else he would take was close to as well, and when he thought about the list of people he liked well enough on the planet that he didn't want to die, that meant the number was only going to grow. But no matter how many mortals he decided he wanted to grab in the end, he believed he could make it manageable. There was no way their numbers would be above 10,000, and if he did make a vessel to help hold them all, he could manipulate not only the flow of time but space as well, keeping the size reasonably small. The bigger issue was that some of the gods of the world might stop him, but so long as he built it, he could get the space spirits of the world to bring him everyone else he would want to take along the day he was ready to go and escape before any deity would notice. That did bring another obvious point, though: the gods. He was comfortable saying there were 4 he'd want to save, maybe 5 if he included Jaggle since she'd always been good to him, but that would be harder to deal with the best idea he had at the moment being to trick them into descending upon their believers before trapping them to bring along. Myriad would be extra difficult, but Ben would find a way, although all of them would need to have at least a couple hundred of their believers brought along too, with the last question being what he'd even do after. A question that didn't really matter. They could all hate him, but they'd be alive to hate him. Wasn't that good enough? In whatever world they'd end up building, he could go down in history as a monster, and that would be fine if it meant there were people alive to view him as such. And aren't I uncomfortably well equipped to help build a new world if it comes to that? I have the near total of this planet's magical knowledge in my head, and I can read up on every other book worth reading too. I'm one of the best at making things on this entire planet. If I combine that with the millions of points of mana I can pull from my jacket, then I could have a real settlement made in a day. Plus my materializers could keep us all fed during initial setup. Hell, they could do the job for years if it came to it for some reason, and I could get the Greys' help too. No reason they couldn't chip in on city planning if I'm saving some of their people, and it's not like I'd stop working on the summoning spell. Plus, that would actually be better for them. I know they're having trouble finding a backup world they'd want to contact if this one falls, but a brand new planet should be pretty tolerable, shouldn't it? And given the gods of this one have all had to live among others, I'd at least say the ones I'd want to bring with me are probably mellow enough that they won't have any of those insane restrictions that gods used to ruling their worlds alone or in small groups would have. That does leave the issue of whatever gods already exist on whatever world we'd land on, since we'd need something that already has life and an ecosystem. But as long as we get somewhere that hasn't started to uplift a group well, I'm confident in my negotiation skills. I'll make it work. Especially if whatever gods are young enough actually, finding a planet like that should be the goal. Nair said they're basically infants or animals. No reason not to let the ones I'd drag along raise whichever ones we find. The more he thought about it, the better the idea felt. Let the people he loved live, let himself live, and abandon this planet that viewed him as nothing more than a resource, all at the cost of everyone he'd leave behind. That was the key issue with that entire line of thought, but one he was happy to try and ignore as a larger part of him tried to work out the logistics, even with one question still in his head. Could he go through with it? Deny. Whether he could or not, he had months to decide, and it was never too soon to start planning, so as he continued to draw, he refined the idea, feeling all he'd learned on the planet click into place so he could abandon it. Deny, while part of him continued his planning, thinking about how he'd escape the world if it came to it, the rest of him focused on his art. His pile of sketchbooks had long gone above his sitting height, and the sky was beginning to dim, leaving him to take off the glasses he'd made as he switched mediums, materializing some wood, but treating it like clay as he used his magic to sculpt it. Altering the consistency of the material he'd made, he felt it shift and bend in his hands the way it never would have naturally, indulging in the sensation as he worked it into a small figure of himself before changing it again to a mask, and a tree from there, and so on repeatedly as more time went by until it was dark enough out that he accepted it was time to stop for the night and went inside to cook dinner, getting a warm welcome. "Welcome back, you're earlier than I was expecting," Thera said when she heard him come in, perking up from the game she was playing with her aunt while Sonia smiled at him as well. "Productive day?" "No, not really. I actually spent a lot of it in the backyard relaxing." The answer got him some strange looks. He wasn't one to just do nothing and relax, at least not without reason, but he didn't give more of an explanation, instead moving to the kitchen to begin sorting out dinner for the night as he pulled ingredients down to begin his cooking. Seeing something more was at play though, the other two followed, Sonia speaking first and sounding concerned. "Is everything okay, Ben?" "Kind of. I mean, not really, but nothing unexpected at this point, but it worked out so I don't need to worry about working anymore. Maybe tomorrow I'll focus on my cooking. I could go off and see what ingredients I can secure and then go wild with it." "Yeah, that sounds like a pretty nice idea, doesn't it?" And that also wasn't an answer, Thera told him. "What happened?" "All right, long story short, the gods got in my way again, and then immediately tried to take advantage of me when I've been doing my best for this stupid planet, and I'm sick of it, so I told them I'm done. I've officially retired from doing things. I'm not awakening people, I'm not making things, and I'm not trying to save this world. The Forgotten One is officially forgetting about whatever problems this planet has and focusing on using his last few months of life for himself." While Sonia's eyes held concern and doubt at his statement, Thera's were nothing but excitement she was trying and failing to hide, and he knew exactly why for both, even without looking into their heads. The first didn't really believe he could stop doing things, not given the way he normally lived, and as for Thera, this was a result she could happily get behind. She'd never wanted him putting his life on the line for the waves, and she was absolutely against the idea that he should sacrifice himself to try and kill the demon's god. And even if she viewed him achieving the levels he thought he needed for it as impossible in the time they had, if he was willing to quit then that just made things easier. He wasn't going to fault her for that mentality, though. It wasn't like he wanted her to put herself in harm's way either, and if he'd already decided to quit then, who was he to decide how anyone else might feel about that fact? No, anyone could hold whatever opinion they would, it didn't matter. While they were still processing his answer, he placed their meals down in front of them before taking a seat himself to dig in, trying to enjoy what he'd made but barely being able to taste it. His head was still a mess. He was still mad, he was still frustrated, and more than anything else, he was still planning on what he might do in the future with all of the chaos such thoughts brought him. Hey guys, would you ignore me? He'd almost asked if they'd leave the world with him if he could and abandon the war altogether, but that was stupid for a number of reasons. He was sure that more than a few gods were watching. He didn't want to let any of them know he was thinking about that, lest they try and get in his way again, and just as importantly, he didn't intend to give Thera, Sonya, or anyone he knew a choice if he did it. Let them hate him for it if they would, but asking them now wouldn't change that when he fully intended for the people he loved to live. They could both see there was more on his mind than that too, but left it at that, giving him the room to process his feelings as the evening wore on. Thera was nestled in his arms by the time they got to bed that night, seeming perfectly content, while he in return stared at the ceiling above with the question of what he was even going to do for the night. Normally he would talk to the gods to pass the time in the evenings, but he was still in no mood to see any of them, but he still wasn't in a hurry to sleep either, not wanting to deal with whatever hell his subconscious would see fit to put him through. Letter 1D42B, letter 1D63C, letter 1033D, letter 20F, letter 1D40, 1 yaw, letter 1D480. Deny, he had another option though, one he'd never actually bothered to test. Supposedly, during his last job run he'd gained the ability to lucid dream, a skill he'd never had the opportunity to test because of how he'd usually spend his nights and one he didn't even know for sure if he'd be able to pull off without practice first, but decided that then was as good a time as any to see if it would work, and doing his best with that goal in mind, closed his eyes and tried to retreat into himself. It was a strange feeling, slowly falling to sleep. He could feel it happening and tried to keep his awareness of it, and that seemed to work. By the time he was dreaming 1,000 things at once, he felt fully aware that it was in fact a dream, and his fractured psyche took control of the scene, bringing it to order as he changed it all into a single area reminiscent of Myriad's realm. Just an infinite, empty expanse for him to work in, which only leaves the question of what to do now then. He sighed, not seeing anything to really make it worthwhile compared to just staying awake. I guess I need to do this to let my body and mind get some rest, but whatever, I guess I'll just keep planning. Since it was within the confines of his mind, he was able to imagine things into being and doing, so spent the night creating potential structures for a vessel to hold thousands, along with the enchantments he'd need to place to power it, all for the goal of his potential escape. Deny. He woke up early the next day and left while both Thera and Sonya still slept, off to do exactly what he'd thought about only the day before, going to get ingredients. He did his best to ignore the shop as he passed through, not wanting to feel any temptation from the things it held, but chose to take the mini gate to his workshop in Analia, rather than pass through Thera's family home to get to the main gate network, and went on from there to do his shopping. With many of the original gate cities at least partially abandoned due to their proximity to invasion points, he used what little knowledge he had of the safe ones to go to a city he'd built the gate for himself, walking through to one that was enjoying a breezy afternoon on a coast. While coastal cities made for an easier route for the terrestrial and aquatic races to meet, it also meant they were valuable regions for trade, telling him that even if he hadn't been there before, their shops and markets would likely be filled with interesting products and ingredients to get his hands on as he started his exploration down the streets, jogging through them to see as much as he could while popping into any shops that caught his eyes. With the rings on his fingers, he wasn't much limited by space either as he went, finding a spice store early on and peppering the shopkeeper with questions as he asked how different ones would be used and what they would be good for before buying a few pounds of every variety that was held to play with later and going on from there. It wasn't long after that he found a fish market to spend some time in too, looking deeply at the options while finding out what he could from the salesman about those strange forms of life. Like the terrestrial side of the planet he lived on, The ecosystem of the aquatic side was a mess as well due to all of the groups that had been scooped up and brought along by their gods, accidentally or intentionally bringing along some of the life of their worlds too, carving out new niches in their new home that was kept constantly out of balance by the sheer virtue of the scale of that change. He couldn't imagine the scale of what had to be near constant extinction events taking place, as what native life there was ended up constantly and repeatedly devastated by the things that were brought. But on the plus side, it gave him plenty of interesting options to choose from before inevitably deciding not to choose at all, instead buying bits of everything. After all, why not? He was rich, might as well enjoy the benefits all of that money had to offer, especially if it would soon be meaningless. If he stayed and everyone died, then his wealth wasn't going to amount to much, and if he left, then it would be just as meaningless. Actually, if I'm going to abandon this entire planet, then I should probably look into buying everything I can while I can. I need to make more voidstone, but it's not like it would hurt to stock up on resources. Seeds especially, maybe some domesticated livestock too. Let's see, is there anything else? Shouldn't really need tools or raw materials since I can materialize both. It really does just come down to the things I can't make myself, which is a surprisingly slim list, isn't it? I'll just have to keep an eye out, I guess. And then his thoughts were cut off by his practice. No matter how he was feeling, he still couldn't keep himself from using connect on the people around him for whatever experience it would give as he subtly looked at the minds around him, and through that practice found one he couldn't ignore as he walked over to a small child sitting quietly in a corner. "Hey kiddo, are you lost? Need some help?" Ben asked, trying to sound kind as the small boy he spoke to looked up and nodded. "All right, why don't we see if we can find your parents then, okay? Let's go somewhere a bit safer than a street for now, all right." Again the boy nodded and Ben took his hand and led him to a nearby shop he'd just left, explaining the situation to the owner inside and leaving them to watch the child as he went back out and ran around the area, stretching out connect until he found the frantic mind he was after. Without waiting, he started walking back to the shop, leading the man behind him as they went inside, drawing the child's eye away from the store owner he was playing with to his parent, and running over into the man's waiting arms where he was scooped up. "It's no problem, happy to help." They exchanged a few more words before leaving, letting Ben get back to his day as new feelings began stabbing into him from that small meeting. If he abandoned the world to its fate, then he'd be abandoning people to die, billions of people, with many of them being children. It was easy to say he didn't care when they weren't around, out of sight, out of mind, but as we walked the streets, was he really willing to leave so many to such a fate? And if not, then what did that mean? Rolling over for the gods so he could take what bits of strength for himself he could while letting them delay him for their own goals. It wasn't like they were wrong that helping so many finish their jobs could benefit them and the world, but helping the third tiers finish their jobs would delay him by weeks or months, possibly longer depending on if any of them had advanced variants to go through, and he was sure that would be true of more than a few, even if he hadn't gotten so lucky himself. So was he willing to just be nothing more than experience for others if it meant he'd still be able to snag some growth for himself? Even if slowed, it would still surely help him on the way to his goals. Deny, his feelings were a mess, so he decided to give up on thinking as best he could, instead doing a few more hours of shopping for whatever interesting things he might find before heading home for the day, continuing to put off the problems of just what he should do in the future. Getting home led to cooking as he put his thoughts to the side. He had plenty of ingredients now and plenty to test, so before the others came home, he devoted himself to making all he could, with piles of food ending up in his rings to be taken out in the next days and weeks while the time passed by. He made mental notes of what he liked and what he didn't, and since he had all of the time in the world, decided he'd go back the next day to grab a few more of the ingredients that particularly charmed his palate. He'd need to see if there were any real standouts for Thera and Sonya as well, but that was something he could figure out that night as he put together a tasting menu for them to enjoy for dinner, with the sound of the door opening telling him he wouldn't need to wait long. "Welcome back," he called out as the both of them came in. "You guys worked together today." It took a second to notice that something was wrong as he focused on their faces, both of them looking complicated in a way that couldn't help but worry him. "What's going on? What's wrong?" It was Sonya who answered, with Thera so against whatever needed to be said that she refused to give it voice. "Ben, last night Analia spoke to us both and—" "Stop," he cut her off, holding up his hand. "Don't want to hear it. I'm taking a break from the gods, even the ones I like. Whatever they have to say, well, that can be someone else's problem. Ben, I really think. Is someone dying? Well, no. Is the world suddenly going to end in the next week? No, but... Then I don't want to hear it. I'm not mad at Analia. I know she was on my side, but I'm just so tired, Sonya. I'm tired of gods and the power they hold over the world, and I'm tired of being treated like something less than them for being mortal. I just need a break from this all." The answer seemed to perk Thera up at least, more than happy to know he wouldn't be giving in so easily when a knock came to their door before anyone could say more, with Sonia deflating as she went to get it. He started plating dinner while she checked, feeling rather proud of the things he'd made, and hoped he'd be able to get through the night without any attempt to continue the talk or any notifications from the gods trying to get back in his head, but it seemed that wasn't to be as two more followed her back in, Falk and the far more unexpected Valeria. No, we haven't said anything yet, boy. Well, Valeria's here, which means Myriad asked her to come, which means she got permission to go through Pelinia's home, and through the shop, which means both Nair and Analia are also involved, and whatever this is, I don't want to hear it. I'm always told by everyone to take a break, so this is me, enjoying my break. Since you guys came all this way, if you want to join us for dinner then fine, I made plenty, but I'm leaving the second anyone brings up the gods. Boy, I heard what happened, but... Leaving, he said as he walked away, being stopped by Falk's hand on his shoulder. Would it kill you to listen for just a bit? Maybe I happen to know a bunch of gods would be happier to have the king of sacrilege dead before I can risk ascending. But I guess those particular assholes can be happy now since I've given up on trying. Ben, Myriad is just worried about you, Valeria told him. He's not used to not hearing from you, and to be honest, I think he's lonely not having you around. I just need a break. It hasn't even been long since we've spoken. He can handle not hearing from me for a few days or weeks. He's worried about you. I don't know what to tell you. I'm allowed time to myself, and regardless of what so many up there think, the gods aren't entitled to my attention. Going now, he said as he ripped himself from his teacher's grasp. Enjoy the meal. We can all talk when it's not going to be about anyone who's ruling the planet. A choice that only felt harder the more he thought about it. He could abandon the world. He knew he had it in him, but it would hurt. Even if he didn't know them, just walking through Stonewall, he was seeing familiar faces, and he knew that even if he really did run off and save thousands in the process, that would barely be anyone. But wasn't that better than the slim chance he had of saving everyone? A chance that only ever shrunk with each time the gods saw what he had and decided they wanted to use him for their own benefits. I don't freaking know. His feet stopped with the thought, and heaving a sigh he turned around, going back home. Everyone was still there by the time he arrived, talking in the living room, and while they started to get up when he got back, he waved them down. You win, I'm going to talk to them. Thera was the only one who didn't look relieved by that, feeling the brief bit of hope he'd given her that he'd stop putting himself in danger slip away, but it wasn't like he'd resolved to give in. He was just going to talk, and that would either make his mood better or worse. He'd know once he was done suffering through it. So going to bed, Ben laid down, closed his eyes, and forced his mind to his god's realm, wanting to see for himself just why it was so important for them to talk to him that they couldn't even give him a few days of peace. All right, what the hell did you guys want so badly that you couldn't even let me have a few days to be pissed? Ben said as he arrived, with Fix getting most of his glare while Myriad floated to the side. Seriously, if you know anything about mortals, then you should know that plenty of us don't like being disturbed while we're in a bad mood. I would just like the opportunity to talk, Ben, the stone god told him. Well, I'm here, so get talking. He had no intention of being polite, but the deity before him paid it no mind, having expected as much from the beginning as he brought forth a chair to take a seat, trying to look softer for the angry mortal. I know you're unhappy. Wow, excellent freaking detective work on your part. And I understand why, he sighed. But all of us are just trying to do the best we can. I'm trying to do the best I can. I've in essence been put in charge of leading discussions involving you for a while now for the simple reason I'm impartial to your actions, in a way so many others up here aren't, either loving or hating you, and tied into that is the greater need to look at the world as a whole. There's no way to make everyone happy with everything we do. The goal is usually more to keep anyone from being completely miserable. Failed a bit on that front, didn't you? Of course, what do I matter? I'm just some lowly freaking mortal, not worthy of the consideration of all you high and mighty gods that so graciously rule this doomed world. The sarcasm was thick in his voice, but again Fix ignored it, looking Ben in the eyes. Yes, we have failed you there, but I'd like you to try and understand why. Regardless of what some of the more vocal gods might say in the matter, Ben, I actually do feel a decent level of respect for you. In your time here, you've worked hard, harder than most, and your skills and talent have blossomed exceptionally under your efforts, but you're just one man. Through the growth exploits you've found for yourself, you'll grow even farther, but you could also use that potential to help others go beyond their limits as well. No one can force you into it, Ben, but I'm asking you. Please, help the contenders and the third tiers of the world grow. You know what pissed me off the most about you first asking that? It wasn't that you wanted me to help at all. It's that you lot have clearly never once listened to me in any of the times I've dealt with you. How so? I work, I get paid. It's as simple as that, but instead of trying to negotiate or make any sort of offer in exchange for my efforts and discoveries, you waited till some random god got in my way and then tried to weasel yourselves in. I understand why you may not have been pleased with that, but this costs you nothing, and it would appease the more vocal among us who are upset about how paying you out your experience last time went. Freak them and freak you. It's not about that, it never was. There hasn't been a single time I've succeeded at anything that I didn't need to fight tooth and nail to be properly compensated for my work. Some of you felt like I tricked you with that last one. Yeah, I freaking tricked you, but would you have rewarded me otherwise? At the time I said I deserved to be gifted in levels and blessings from all of the gods of the world, and you know what? I was right then, and I'm right now. If you don't think saving not only the planet, but also all of you as well was worth that much, then all of your desire to hold on to your faith makes you greedier than I could ever be. The timing of it, though. What you think that's my only example? The braces I've made, the ultra-rare and legendary items I'd been flooding the world with, the fact I discovered that demons had been integrated into the system, and the fact that I've personally helped awaken hundreds already on top of piles of other things I've done, and yet still, all the gods of this world see is a person to exploit. How many people are alive and have benefited from me? Hell, let's get a bit more personal. How many of your people are alive or have benefited from my existence on this planet, have lived through the second wave after being awakened by me, or survived a demon attack with one of my weapons in their hands? You want to know why I'm not going to do this fixed? It's because so many of you up here see the fact that I don't respect you in a way you all think you're due, and they seem to think that makes me lower than any other mortal, when all I'm doing is giving you the same courtesy I'd give any other person I'd meet. My work and my efforts aren't appreciated, and every god who thinks it's because I'm not humble enough needs to take an actual freaking look at themselves. So you failed. I'm not helping the planet anymore, and frankly, this conversation has killed the only bit of wavering I'd felt on the matter. For a beat, Fixed was silent, taking in what Ben had said before a notification went out between them to break it. This isn't changing my mind. It's not supposed to, he sighed. It's to show that I don't disagree with you, and for what little it's worth, I appreciate the efforts you've put towards this world, and to hopefully buy me a few more minutes of your time without you storming off. Fine, he left them there, only Ben and Myriad still in the realm as the apostle slumped down. Man, what a pain in the ass, he muttered before turning to his god. So what's up then, Myriad? Worrying about you, he said, sounding hurt. You've never cut me off like that before, I was concerned. Sorry, you know it wasn't because of you. It's like I said, I just needed a break from everything, well, a bit more than that. Hypothetical question for you. If I was to abandon this planet entirely, would you come along? That doesn't feel particularly hypothetical right now. Super hypothetical. It's not like I have a spaceship. No, just a space spirit and the ability to pour infinite volumes of mana into him. Wow, absolutely never considered that. How devious of you, Myriad. Now answer the question. Ben, if you could save yourself, then I'd be thrilled, but I now have hundreds of people giving me faith on this world. I couldn't just abandon them. Oh, no need to worry about that. If I leave, I'm kidnapping all of them and bringing them along. Hypothetically, of course. Anyway, Ben went on, changing the subject to give his god time to think things over. What's been happening up here while I've been having my break? It's been great for me personally. I've worked on my art in a way I haven't done in ages and bought all sorts of new ingredients on top of experimenting with a bunch of new dishes. Honestly, if I hadn't spent the time so incredibly pissed, it would have been a nice couple days. How nice for you, Myriad said dryly. It's been a nightmare of meetings and arguments up here. Why? What's going on? They were obviously about you and how things worked out. Nair and Helori both basically took charge of the crafting and knowledge gods to force the others to try and fully understand the scope of what you've done for the world so far in terms of how projections for casualties have ended up alone. Considering how the first wave ended up, I feel a bit complicated about that. That wasn't being considered, only your own efforts. When looking at all you've made and accomplished, they've made a fairly compelling point that you're the single greatest factor in keeping losses so low, and with a few of your latest inventions, if you stop making things, we'll have a noticeable drop in our odds of surviving the third wave. And I'm sure plenty up here still didn't care. Well, what matters is that a lot did. Just all the awakenings you'd helped with can't be understated, Ben. For that fact alone, entire cities still exist. Regardless of how others might feel, the gods who know you want to see you getting the appreciation you're due. Hypothetically, a thin smile on his lips from the back and forth. With those final words, Fixed reappeared in the realm and Ben turned his eyes back to him. Well then, come back with a compelling argument for my help, perhaps. The unexpected flood of notifications left him to pause as he processed them all, neither having expected to get something like that or been prepared for it, nor what it meant. If it was what it sounded like then, he'd just received something equivalent to a tower blessing, one given by the gods of the world who ruled over those with passive magics. Completely unexpected boon, big enough that he felt himself soften just slightly at the idea of doing what they wanted, but not enough for him to give in. It was great, but but was it worth the weeks or months he'd be losing out on to do what they wanted? He didn't know, but he wanted to see what the god who'd given it had to say. So what's that supposed to be about? To show you that there are gods in this world who really do appreciate you, Ben. The passive gods especially will never forget what you've done for their peoples. He wanted to say that if that was the case, then getting their collective blessing shouldn't have come as a result of him giving up on the world, but held his tongue on that matter, saying something else instead. So now that I've gotten it, I should just do what you want, should I? No, take it as a show of sincerity and a request to be given a chance to talk things through. You were right before. I'll do what you say I should have from the very beginning. I would like the chance to negotiate for your help. You want to try and negotiate now. Is there any reason not to? A good reason for Ben was that he comfortably felt like he already had a foot out the door when it came to life on that planet. Agreeing would mean staying and committing to helping instead of just taking whoever he felt like and running off to the first safe planet he could find. It would mean taking the hit and slowing down his growth, where plenty of gods still didn't like him, and it would mean ultimately putting his life on the line. Wouldn't it be better and easier on him to just turn it all down and run off with the people he cared about? His minds flashed to people he didn't know, faces of those he'd never shared a word with but passed on the street each day, and he sighed. Fine, let's negotiate. What are the odds I can get some more blessings for my work then? You said the ones you gave me were to show that I am at least somewhat appreciated, and sorry, but I fully intend to take them as such, not partial payment. I'd expect no less, but as for other blessings, it's unlikely. Not enough remaining gods like me enough to want to give in, partially but not exactly. The mind gods seemed willing to an extent when I spoke to them, but not many of the ones that qualify as such are particularly powerful. They'd feel the hit more than most. As for the crafting gods, well, they seem like they'd be happy to, but they'd prefer you acquire it a different way. What, how? I'm sure you're clever enough to take a guess. I'll think about it. It wasn't like he didn't have an idea. Nair had been pretty motivated he'd do something that would land him their collective blessing before the first wave, but he pushed that thought to the side for the moment. He hadn't actually expected the request to be accepted, and it seemed the fix was used to him enough by that point to understand that as he waited for a real offer, while Ben put his thoughts together, trying to figure out what would be best for him. If he was staying on the planet, then he still needed to awaken his two skills, and he still needed to grow further, meaning he needed to think about how to compensate for how slowed. He was about to be trying to help the third tiers, and how to ensure that whatever he got would still help him in the long run, as he mind flashed through his current job options before he spoke again. All right, first off and non-negotiable, I need the guy currently in charge of the Adventurers Guild fired, he began, holding up a hand before Fix could say anything. I'm not going to deny I'm being a bit petty, but there's a far bigger reason here for that. A person in charge of one of the largest organizations on the planet cannot be being swayed by the random whims of any god, especially not a multinational organization like that. He's proven he's not fit for the role, and that needs to be rectified. I understand, and I don't disagree. That at least I can confirm will be done. I assume there's more, though. Yes. Second, and also non-negotiable, despite what you've already said, I want Duna's blessing. This one is entirely me being petty. Can I ask why? Because as a rule, I intend to get a blessing from any god that tries to screw me over. While I'm personally hoping it will one day act as a nice little deterrence factor, for now, it really is just to make a point, and if my help really is as important as you think, then a single blessing from one god shouldn't be too much to ask. I'll discuss that with the others, but it might be a harder sell. Giving a blessing isn't easy no matter how casual we might make it look. What do you think speeding through jobs is it not? If I was just going to be helping second tiers to finish their jobs, then yeah, honestly it would be pretty easy. Third tier jobs are different though. The way I finish them involves pulling massive volumes of mana into myself, and aside from a pretty significant amount of pain it causes, more than once I've damaged my soul doing it. There is absolutely a cost to this to me that doesn't make what you're asking some easy thing. Plus, that's not to mention that doing that kills my mana growth rate. There's actually a lot of personal negatives to me doing this. Arhachek letter 1D51E. Fix was silent for a moment, neither having known or expected such a thing, and it forced him to consider the request more before answering. All right, I can't promise it, but I'll at least do my best to push for it as I talk to the others, but I assume you have something more than just paying out your grievances. Well, yeah, let's get to the meat of this then. I currently have at least 33 jobs, and I'll almost certainly get some advanced options after completing a few too. Let me finish most of those and then I'll leave, 15 options after. That should cover the 12 third tiers as well as leave some room for if any of them got advanced options, and I'll bring whoever you want into my first few parties. Wait, actually, scratch part of that. 11 third tiers, I refuse to help Rook no matter what you say, and I won't be helping the believers of Duna, Enith, or Olencia, but that was probably predictable by this point. Not the most surprising, and as for Rook, well, it's not like any of us know where he is at the moment. To be clear, he's not gone forever, correct? The god asked him with a pointed look while Ben shrugged. A few months you'll see him again with time to spare before the third wave, provided his immortality isn't a lot weaker than the name would imply. And if it is, well then the world gets a new god, woo. All right, but this is where I need you to show some willingness to negotiate. As eye-raising as all of the jobs you can access are, doing so many at once will be a challenge no matter what. I'd prefer we spread it out more, both because we'll need time to find and gather certain people, as well as to create the chance for people we want to raise to gain access to job options they might not have access to the first time you help them. Ben thought it over. It would slow him down, but all of this was going to slow him down. If he was going to do it, then he could make it work, one way or another. All right, then we'll divide it up. Let's say I'll get to finish 2 jobs before I help each of the third tiers, plus the one I take with them. But for the very first time, I want to finish 4 jobs if we include my current one, and then carry whichever third tier with my 5th. That would mean you'd potentially run out of options after helping each third tier once. While we haven't had enough who have finished their jobs before dying in the past, it's likely to think that at least a few of them will have advanced options we'd want you to help with. All right, I need those terms at least to finish the jobs that would give bonuses to my core skills, so let's say this. Well, I personally don't think I'd run out of options for helping them. If it looks like I'm getting close, then let's say by the time I only have 5 jobs left, we'll switch things so that I'm helping a third tier for every job until there are none left. If I somehow run out first, then I'll do my best to acquire a skill or skills that would give me new options. Does that sound agreeable? I personally find those terms acceptable. And one thing I want clarified is that the gods will ensure the adventurers, mages, and mind users we're going to need are both gathered and paid the rate I'd intended to give them for their help. You all can cover the costs since you guys are the reason things are happening this way, but I don't want to find out that you're getting them to help for free. Is there a reason for that? Most would jump just to have the chance to finish some of their jobs early. The reason is that I intended to pay them, and even if they don't know that, they should be compensated fully in the way they would have if you all didn't step in. It doesn't matter if they won't be aware, and it doesn't matter if they'll be getting the benefit of finishing some of their jobs sooner than expected. These people should not be getting a worse deal because the gods of this world decided to intervene. All right, I understand. And then what? And then what? Ben wasn't sure what else there really was to ask for, nor why Fix thought there should be, until he really considered his requests so far. Firing the head of the Adventurers Guild, he viewed as something that just genuinely needed to happen, and the way they'd agreed to organize how he'd go through jobs was infinitely worse still than if the gods hadn't interfered. Ensuring the people he'd need to even make it possible were paid was out of principle, but did nothing for him, meaning the only thing he'd really asked for himself until that point was Duna's blessing, something he absolutely insisted on getting, but was still altogether small compared to the loss in time he could expect. Thinking of it that way, it made sense that Fix expected him to want more. Now that he'd lined up what he'd asked for so far, he couldn't help but want more too, with the only question being what. He had so many goals, what could he reasonably ask for to help with any of them? More mana, a level, a skill, a blessing, okay, yeah, it has to be that last one, doesn't it? It would be the most useful all around. A new blessing, he finally said. I don't care from who, I don't care how inconvenient it is for all of you, and I don't care that I'm already asking for Dunas. One more blessing from any of the countless gods of this world for the time and pain and effort I'm going to have to spend to help these people finish their jobs. Thinking for a second, eventually Fix nodded. All right, the request seems reasonable enough to me. I'll talk it over with the others and we'll let you know. I really don't think I can get more agreeable than this. If the rest are against it, then that's it. I will make that clear. The second I have agreement from the rest, I'll be setting things up to begin as soon as possible. With this done, though, I'll be borrowing Myriad. We can expect a few long hours of discussions to follow. Good luck. With one more nod, Fix left, taking Myriad with him and leaving Ben alone in the realm as he laid down, lost in his thoughts. As much as it annoyed him, he'd committed to staying, and now that he'd been slowed down, that just meant he was going to have to work all the harder. So ends my break. Looks like I've got some busy months ahead. When he opened his eyes the next morning, he found Thera already awake beside him, staring at what had been his sleeping face. Hey, she didn't say anything at first, watching longer until a small sigh broke free from her lips. The gods changed your mind. They did. Really got my hopes up that you might have given up on throwing yourself into danger. Sorry about that. I'm now back to working as hard as I can for the sake of this doomed planet. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad if you didn't keep calling it doomed. I don't know any other good descriptors for it. MMH, so what now then? Now, I technically wait a bit to see if the gods are going to agree to the deal me and Fix discussed. If they don't, then I'm back to giving up. Don't give a girl hope like that. When Analia spoke to me before, it was clear that enough gods managed to see in a day of you doing nothing how valuable you are as a resource. If you already got one to agree with you, then I'm sure it will go through. A guy can hope. Now, though, it looks like they agreed faster than I was expecting. What was that? A few hours, Myriad told him. A few hours? Yeah, I can manage, just going to need to make something first. So it looks like I'm off to help some people finish their jobs. Yeah, I got that. Any chance I could get a hand on the way there before you go off to work? I was supposed to show up in the afternoon a bit later today anyway. What are you doing now then? This is going to be a frequent trip for me from the sounds of it. Might as well make it a little shorter. What exactly is this? The guild master of the Magic Towers branch asked when he saw Ben and Thera come into his unusually crowded guild hall, holding what by all accounts appeared to be a doorframe. Mini gate. I don't suppose you have a closet or something I can shove this in. Not really, and what do you mean by mini gate? Okay, we'll stick it in your office then, that way it should be safe. He designed it slightly differently from the rest he'd made, requiring a key to activate it for anyone who wanted to go through, but had the benefit of massively shrinking how far he was going to need to travel the next time he wanted to get to that city, cutting out the need to pass through Analia first. He didn't bother explaining more. That guild master knew why he was there, and knew that this time the gods were involved. It left the man afraid given he'd stood in Ben's way before, not that he blamed him. He was following the orders he'd been given by his boss, there was no helping it. Still, it made things smoother for him as they were led through and Thera, who'd been carrying it with her magic, placed it down. All right, so now that that's done, just how are we doing things? Myriad explained. I hope that's not true of the party with the third tier I'm joining. Speaking of, I don't see any. So all of the experience I'll be gaining until then will be pulled off through soul source alone, got it. In that case, let's start. All right, the gods have told me how we're doing things, so lead the way. The guild master did as he requested, bringing him to the first party, and after only a brief introduction he joined it, making the souls he needed to before he heard the expected notification in the others' minds, telling him he'd finished that party and let him move on to the next. It was a total of 4 more parties he went through before his own job was finished, and he noticed a few of the groups he already helped had rearranged themselves into other waiting groups, but he didn't care however they were being sorted. With Connect Master done, the only thing on his mind was the options he had, and just what he was going to take next. Available jobs, 2 new jobs then. The fact that only one seemed to be a Connect variant was a disappointment when he so badly wanted to raise that skill, but there was nothing he could do to change that, instead focusing on what he needed to. He'd fully intended to finish every Connect job he could with that run for the bonuses it would give, and he'd take it without hesitation, even if his curiosity was piqued by the other new one. Give me Abysmal Connector. 1 down. He got no new skills from it, but with how many levels he'd gotten recently, he hadn't been expecting it. Just claiming the bonuses was enough for him as he went on, moving through parties again to take the next ones. Give me Master of Destiny. Yeah, I'll take that. It seemed par for what he'd expected. A job that gave him bonuses to all skills. He had a Destined Holder title, for which should have meant it would be giving him Connect bonuses as well. What he hadn't been expecting was the new skill, which would seem to imply that the job was not only giving him bonuses to unawakened skills he was the first to claim, but that he might have been the first person to get that new one as well. If you tie it into the effects of my Skill Learner title, then that may not be surprising, but if finishing this is going to give me permanent bonuses to gaining skills that nobody's gotten before, then that in itself is pretty cool. Even cooler to get a skill that sounds like might keep my soul from getting damaged, or make it better at repairing itself after. I wonder if having Soul Affinity helped with that too. It's not like I've actually gained more evil or destructive skills despite those affinities supposedly making it easier, but at the same time I've only had those skills for around a month, and I don't know if I really want more evil or destructive skills either unless they seem useful. Okay, doesn't matter right now, back to work. He had 2 more to take and 1 more that would obviously help him with his goals, so without a second thought, as soon as he was done working through the parties around him, he touched his job crystal to make his choice. Hive Brain. The job before had left him with no advanced variants to pull from, unlike what he'd normally expect from a master job, and with nothing else of interest, he finished that last one so he could join his final party, taking the last job on his list that would obviously grant him any Connect bonuses. Divine Enchanter. Name, Ben Hef. Race, Human. Titles: Apostle of Myriad, The Forgotten One, Miracle Maker, Skill Learner, Enemy of Enith, Trial Defier, Trial Breaker, Godslayer, Monster, Madman, God Killer, Threat, The Mad Apostle, Destined Holder of Connect, God of Destruction, Creator of Life, Awakener, Maniac, Brutal Blacksmith, Defier of Gods, Title Holder, Enemy of Olencia, Great Teacher, Student of Helori, Myriad's Monster, Outsider Slayer, Demigod Slayer, Transgressor, Destined Holder of Mental Symbiosis. Destined Holder of Alien Thought Structure, Destined Holder of Soul Production, Job Holder, Destined Holder of Actualization, Enemy of Duna. Jobs: Divine Enchanter, LV0. Previous jobs: Apprentice Craftsman, craftsman, priest, enchanter, mind user, magic item maker, magic weapon maker, high enchanter, fractured mind user, tree tamer, high craftsman, apprentice mage, true mage, tank, heretic, adventurer, divine heretic, kin, master craftsman, master enchanter, scholar, connected enchanter, infernal craftsman, marksman, destruction mage, material mage, high material mage, profane enchanter, master material mage, impious creator, mind master. Master Adventurer, Otherworldly Craftsman, Material Creator, Master of All, Ritual Enchanter, Holy Craftsman, Cursed Item Maker, Actualizer, Summoned Enchanter, Destructive Craftsman, Soul Mage, Freak Mind User, Unholy Thinker, Polymath, Alien Mind, Soul User, Soul Master, Evil Soul User, Soul Defiling Gardener, High Actualizer, World Killer, Connect Master, Abysmal Connector, Master of Destiny, Hive Brain. Not the most immediately useful level in the world, but whatever, I'll take it. Since Connect was at least partially classified as an enchanting skill, that meant it would be getting bonuses, but from there he was done. No more second-tier crafting or mine jobs, no more enchanting jobs in general, and no more Connect jobs. Almost everything else he had was either first tier or a mystery to him, making whatever he'd have left to pick the next time significantly harder. But that's a future problem, I guess. Now that I've got this last job, all that's left is to raise it. He didn't bother hanging around once he was done, instead parting with Thera as she went to help at a hospital, while he went through his newest mini-gate back to the shop, slipping on his jacket to begin the long process of taking in mana to create new souls. A process that, while unpleasant, was going to be significantly quicker than it had been, either during his time working through World Killer or his imprisonment. While he didn't know exactly how many, he knew that Elvat at least had a few levels to his job, and more important than that, compared to creating souls while trapped on the demon's world, Ben now held the skill in an awakened form. He wasn't going to be using it in every hour of the day like he had been then, but his higher level of power would more than make up for it, which just leaves the question of how hard I should go with this. He told himself with a sigh. I could push myself to my limits. But he didn't want to, not really. When he'd first started doing it, he'd pushed himself to get back his freedom, and when he had been doing it to complete his last job, it had been at least partially out of desperation since he had no other way to reasonably level it. Now he was going to be spending weeks and months torturing his soul to help others grow when he'd originally planned on only needing to do it for a few days more. But there's nothing I can do about that now, he muttered. I'll just take things a little easier and hopefully my new skill will help. It didn't feel any less painful, but if soul resilience would help keep him from damaging himself in the process, then that was at least something to enjoy, with the only question of where to go from there as he began to absent-mindedly work. Abandoning the planet had been put on hold, likely indefinitely, but with his easy path to power slowed, that meant he needed some new ones. Options that could help him grow in strength and skill in the time he had left. But what, he asked himself, aside from training and practice, there's only so much I can do. I can't take jobs any faster than I already do, so what does that leave me? Maybe if I take that inclination master job, it will give me a few new inclination skills. Connect inclination and sacrilege inclination would both be so helpful right now, but I'm pretty sure I'd be a lot more likely to gain something like mind inclination or crafting inclination. Still, it's worth hoping for, especially since if I do get a connect one, then it should be double dipping with my soul one. But what else? I can modify my soul after I do some more testing on the subject, which is well. I already deal with a fair bit of constant soul pain now, so that's fine once I'm sure I can pick the best results. But if the amount of potential and power I can apply through modifying a soul holds true, then it would probably be best to wait to do it, until after I manage the awakenings I want to get for maximum potential benefits, so that's a future goal. As for other things I could modify, the chimeras we observed were undeniably successful when it came to raw power. The thought felt practically invasive, but it was true. Regardless of how he felt about it, Vividus had done an undeniably successful job modifying the people of the world to grow their strength by leaps and bounds. Would he be willing to go through the same? No, the answer was immediate. For all of the benefits there may have been to have, he didn't think he could handle being changed so thoroughly that he wouldn't be able to recognize his own face, and he couldn't actually trust Vividus to not do any extra experiments on him if he asked her to do some lighter modifications to his biology. Approaching her was a no-go from the start, which means there really is only one other path I can take for some quick power. Man, Thera is not going to like me suggesting this. The towers. Really, he could take any god's trial, but the towers would be the best bang for his buck by far, even if there were limits in the ones he might challenge. While he could hypothetically take on any of the magic towers, and just ditch them after the third floor, since that was the stage where he could challenge them without any restrictions on his skills, while also claiming the blessing. That would mean added risk from challenging ones that neither himself nor Thera held the expected magic for, only made worse for the fact that it would also mean foregoing the skill levels he would gain for getting to the top. The idea that such a small loss mattered at all was ridiculous, and he knew it, but he couldn't deny that the thought annoyed him as well. So with some hesitation, he told himself that he'd ignore the 7 remaining affinity towers, at least for the time. He could always go back to take on those towers if it came to it, but for the moment he'd focus on the ones he could potentially claim the full benefits of: the non-affinity tower, Craftsman's tower, and Warrior's tower. The last of which he didn't actually know enough about to know if it would be a viable option, but the first two matched his needs perfectly, beyond perfectly even, especially the second. He knew well from some of Nair's early attempts to woo him into it before the first wave that conquering it could give him one of the things he wanted most: his last level of deep connection, Arsadilla. Nair had made it clear they'd level the skill back when he'd been looking to get it to the 2nd tier. If he could use it to get to the 9th level of that tier instead, then he could immediately begin tests to try and forcefully awaken it, something he already had some ideas he could test once he got to that point. It immediately placed that tower as a priority, but of the two, it wouldn't be the one he'd do first. If he was going to hope that Awakening Connect would pull in his enchanting, then he wanted it at the highest level. It could be as well to be sure that the awakening process would give the maximum amount of strength to it that it could, meaning he needed to do the non-affinity tower first to get the 9th level of that skill as well beforehand, so he could start trying to awaken Connect the second that got its level instead of delaying longer. Which means I need info on that tower, and it just so happens that I have the perfect friends to bother for some help with that. Jake and Amy may have taken on that tower by now. It wouldn't hurt to visit them and peek into their heads before giving it a go, but first I need to finish up some of my soul modification experiments, so I'll go prep that once I've materialized a few more souls. Just thinking about how much he'd need to do, and how quickly he'd want to complete the towers meant it was going to be a full couple of weeks, but that was what he'd been prepared for since coming back to the world, and it was what he'd expected the moment he'd given in to helping the planet despite the way its gods would interfere in his life. He just needed to make the most of it. You know, while I'm out here, I suppose I could visit those 3, Ben muttered as he walked through the hot city, trying his best to ignore the nearby volcano as he went through the streets of Nair's lands. I could get them one more level of connect while I'm here, maybe even easily so long as they've been practicing. Nair told him, gently trying to give a bit of mercy to his granddaughter and the summoned of his nation. Yeah, but seeing as how the world is ending, we want them getting all of the growth they can, don't we? Come on, send them over to the research center so I don't need to find them. I'll help them both get a quick level and then be on my way. That's the spirit, and is everyone else I asked for already at your church? Cool. He picked up his pace as he heard that, making his way to the first church of Nair, before letting himself in and finding 50 people waiting for him, all at his and their god's request. People who either wanted strength or felt enough loyalty to the world to be willing to participate in what many would call a mad experiment to let Ben carry on the testing he couldn't just do with the demons, to see the further results of altering their base souls. Hello there, I'm the Apostle of Myriad, he greeted them brightly. Sorry to keep you waiting. I believe Nair already gave you all the details of what's happening, but if you could all take out your cards so I could see them, I'll go over the details with you again before we start, okay? He got some nods and some rummaging as the people who were waiting for him pulled their cards from their pockets while he went around, not only looking at them, but also secretly ruffling through their minds and memories to see the various other times they'd checked their cards in the past, and how much time had passed between each one in order to create a rough evaluation of each of their natural growth rates to compare against for his tests, leaving him to smile in the end. Perfect. Now, as for why you're all here, to put it simply, you're about to have your souls modified. The process has already gone through preliminary testing, and while I'm confident it's safe, there's always the potential for some risk. What I can say is you're going to be sore for a few days after this, and there's no escaping that fact. I feel pretty safe assuming most of you have never experienced soul pain before, but all you can do is wait it out. Now, what I can tell you is the purpose of this all. All of your attributes are going to grow after this, and rather significantly too. Your mana alone will grow by a few hundred points, and your intelligence by almost 1,000, which may feel a little weird to you, but while gaining that growth so easily may seem more than worth it, what we don't know for sure are the long-term effects. Namely, if that's going to affect your personal growth rates at all. As you already are undoubtedly aware, being buffed can pretty severely stunt how your attributes grow while under them, so there's a chance that this could do the same thing on a permanent level. I think that result is unlikely, but it is a possibility all of you have to be aware of before we start. Now, having said all of that, if any of you want to leave, neither Nair nor I will hold it against you. Nobody left, not that he expected them to. Ignoring how hard it was for mortals to ignore the gods who they gave their faith, Nair had also been selective, searching out his believers for the ones who wanted easy power, or the ones whose growth rates were low enough that they'd never have a chance of getting such high increases to their attributes before the third wave, which was admittedly the majority of people by then. More power meant better odds of survival, if the only thing they were risking was their potential for further growth when they'd be getting hundreds of points in some attributes in exchange, without the need to work and train for them. Then that was a trade many would make. So with all of them consenting, he got started, moving through them one by one as he looked at their souls before materializing on them, each person getting one of the three potential options that would give them 5% of his attributes in order to see if there'd be any difference in how any of those configurations acted, with the only thing left being to wait. He could feel the pain in them all, not overwhelming but undoubtedly there, and he tried to sound at least a bit sympathetic while telling them what to do. All right, you're all done for now, but even though it hurts, you can't take any breaks. The point is to see how this affects your growth rates, so live how you always do, and Nair will be in touch with all of you in around a week to see how your attributes have changed. They gave their agreement, many through grimaces, before they began filtering out of the church and back to their lives, Ben appraising them as they went. Even with the change he'd just caused, with how high his intelligence was especially, he could tell that some were already thinking clearer as he subtly connected to them, an already worthwhile result for anyone in the world, even beyond the growth to any of their others. And so long as that works, I can then begin doing that on a much, much bigger scale. I need to make sure I get at least a couple more levels of soul expansion, and I need to get paid if the gods want me doing this on a big enough scale, which, let's be real, they will, and in that case, I should try to get them to raise my attributes even more, since that will get paid forward to the people I help too, but all of that is a future problem. For now, let's see if Nair's people and the researchers looking at all of the new magic materials in the world have found anything interesting for me. Arsadilla. Natty Zilly Hey, Ben called out as he arrived, ignoring the blatant discomfort of the two while he smiled at them both broadly. It's been a while. It has been, Natty told him charitably, not making direct eye contact while Zilly kept her silence. My grandfather said you wanted us so we could have another lesson. Well, I was in the area and figured it would be good to get out of the way, but I see you both haven't been slacking. Both of you got to the 8th level of Connect since I'd last seen you, huh? Good work? We only managed it recently. Well, today I'm making sure you both get to the 9th, so make this easy for me and try not to struggle. It will be over before you know it. Not giving either a chance to say more, he reached out and pulled both into his minds while taking over their bodies, making it so they'd walk with him as he carried out his main purpose of getting there instead of letting the two collapse to the ground. They still needed to be in his range after all, so he didn't want the connection breaking and doing that was easier than dragging them along. With how fast I can think now, though, combined with the way my minds have grown since I'd last seen them, I'll probably get them their 9th level before I'm done here. Oh, what the heck, if they get it before I leave the city, I'll keep going to try and bring them closer to awakening it. Having a couple of other awakened enchanters on the planet get access to all of the other awakened skills in the world would only be a good thing. Their fate sealed by the casual thought, he began practicing with them and dealt with the unfortunately strong reactions from them, seeing the change in his own skills since they'd last met. While in the real world, he let himself inside of the building the two women had been waiting in front of, going back to the research institute that had been set up to study the various magic materials he'd both created and discovered. Wrench, Nair's oracle, was already waiting for him as he walked in, eyeing Natty for only a moment until Nair presumably filled her in on what was happening, letting her focus her attention back on him. Welcome back, Apostle of Myriad. Have you been well, for the most part? It's nice to see you again too, Wrench. I hope you guys have something good for me, perhaps less than you're hoping. We're doing our best, but please bear in mind how recent these materials still all are, not like the natural ones that were discovered and studied by the gods and people on 100 worlds beforehand. Okay, I'll keep my expectations in check, so for now just lead me to your books. I'll take whatever progress I can get. Of course, this way. He was brought to an area he'd been once before, with a few new shelves with it compared to the last time for him to pull out the records with his magic, letting pages and pages of documents flutter past his eyes to read all there was, and finding that Wrench had been honest, there was little new of note. Some details that would let him lower the materialization cost for a few of the non-affinitied ones, and the affinities ones too if he was working through people with the right attributes for it, but by and large, what there mostly was ended up being further areas to try and test to glean whatever hidden effects a few of those substances still held. A bit disappointing, he muttered while the oracle with him nodded. We're doing our best, but the more obscure the effect, the harder it will be to find, combined with the inherent difficulty that sample size might be posing for us as well. In most cases, they essentially only had a grain of each material to work with, valuable beyond measure by their nature, but harder to study for the fact, especially since it was possible that some of their effects just might not have been able to present themselves at such a small scale, at least not in a way that would be noticeable for the people researching it all. It made him wonder if he should try to create bigger volumes to work with as well, but there were safety concerns tied into that idea. More of any of those new substances may have meant a bigger magical effect to observe, but that could also have meant a more dangerous one for any researcher to be exposed to. As things stood, the volume that existed might have kept things slow, but it would also contribute a bit of safety as well. It's not like there's a rush to learn beyond my own curiosity, but my curiosity matters a lot to me. Maybe I'll make slightly bigger volumes to test for some of them. It's something to work with at least, not the result he'd hoped for when he went out there. With that done and notifications ringing out in his two students' heads telling him they gained their levels, he once more left that city, going for his next task of the day at the Magic Towers. The second he'd walked into the guild, there were eyes on him, no doubt because of what he'd done there so recently. Staff and adventurers alike had seen him speed through the jobs of a shocking number of people, making him largely recognizable, and leaving one of the employees to abandon their post to run to the back, bringing their guild master with them, with the man making his way over. And what might I do for you today, Apostle Ben?" he asked, still looking nervous after finding out just who he'd been told to lie to in the past, while Ben ignored the other's emotional state. "Nothing you need to worry about. I was just going to put in a request. Then allow me to help. It will leave the staff more comfortable too. I'm sure the guild master has plenty of better things to be doing. It's been made clear to me that you're a priority. To avoid any unfortunate situations again, and to save my staff some stress, please just come to my office anytime you want to put in a quest." Well, if you're sure, he had a gate in the man's office anyway, so that would be more convenient overall. If that was how they wanted to do things, then he wasn't going to argue, instead getting to the point. "I want you to put out a request to gather anyone who can be found who's taken on the non-affinity tower." If he was going to be taking it on then, he wanted all of the information he could get from it, same as he'd done for the Dark Tower, but the Guildmaster's reaction made it clear things wouldn't be so simple. "I'm afraid that will probably be a bit harder than you think." "Why?" he asked, his eyes narrowing at the man while he imagined some god had once more decided to get in his way again, against the idea that he secure whatever information he could to make his way to the top of a new tower, and sensing Ben's displeasure, the Guildmaster quickly shook his head. "The rarity of them," he explained, trying to make sure he was polite and thorough in it. "Nobody challenges that tower. To my knowledge, the last time anyone did was over a decade ago." "What?" "Explain that. Why would challengers for it be so rare?" He knew taking on a tower wasn't some common thing, but he'd gotten a room full of challengers when he'd made the same request for those who'd taken on the Dark Tower. Why should the non-affinitied one be so different? To Ben's annoyance, it seemed there was a good reason, many of them in fact. The non-affinitied tower in essence represents a class of magic instead of a subsection of it, the way each affinitied tower represents a section of affinitied magic as a broader category. It makes people significantly less comfortable to take it on. For one of the other towers, you might get unawakened challengers from time to time, if they're at least at a high enough level, but that's because something like an earth mage can expect to deal with problems that can be solved by earth magic in their tower. But would it hold true if they thought there was a risk they might encounter something that could only be dealt with through fire magic? That's in essence the main concern of anyone holding a non-affinitied magic on the planet, even for the few who have awakened their magics. Combined with the fact that until recently there was only a single true non-affinitied mage on the planet in the form of Vasta who's never taken it on, and the general rarity of that class of magic altogether, and what you have is a rather undesirable recipe. Ben frowned at the explanation, more out of annoyance than anything else. He'd confirm it with the gods later, but what he was hearing made sense, perhaps even more so than the guild master was implying. Ben in particular knew how broad non-affinitied magics could be. He would have personally placed the potential of that power beyond even the scope of all of the affinitied magics combined, but that made challenging it with anything beyond a true, second-tier skill, the likes of what Thera or Vasta, held a far larger risk than any of the tower. What if he were to take it on alone without either of them? He'd be forced to hope that whatever challenges it contained would be solvable through his material manipulation, divine enchanting, and soul source alone, leaving him doomed if it held anything that needed a skill akin to clairvoyance. Hell, even if I had a team of 5 with each of us holding a different awakened non-affinitied magic, I'd still feel worried about it if we didn't have someone with a general non-affinitied magic to round things out. Okay, this is a problem, but not an insurmountable one. The guy says that he thinks it's been over a decade, but I know Jake and Vasta were planning on going sometime before the next wave. There's a chance they've taken it on since I've seen them last, and word just hasn't spread yet, right? Okay, next stop decided. I'll just be prepared for some bad news. It was slim, but if they had gone to take it on then, he'd at least be able to learn what the first floor held with certainty, and with that bit of hope he went off to find them, praying for just a bit of good news. Well, that was a freaking letdown. While he still couldn't say whether or not they'd done it, what he had found out was that none of them were home. Jake, Amy, and Yuzu had left the day before, sounding like they'd be gone for a few more, and by all accounts their teachers had left with them, meaning he couldn't probe their minds for whatever he might find. That left him making his way back to the shop, using the time he had left in the day to slip on his coat and begin the work that was materializing souls, while at the same time making more of his mana bracelets and materializers as the time went on. For the first, he was at least already seeing progress, with his growing job level showing him that all of the other ways he'd grown, with his levels of soul source, soul expansion, and soul affinity, were all more than enough to make up for the fact that he was taking things slightly easier to spare himself just a bit of pain and suffering. Man, no matter how much it hurts, that feels so good. He felt more mana flood him with the new level of soul expansion, and tied with the growth of his soul affinity, he was immediately able to create more than he'd been making only seconds before, not changing the strain he was under, but improving the output to an extent that he couldn't help but feel a bit better about giving in to help the gods. Each time he leveled his soul affinity, soul expansion, and soul source, he would instantly be able to make more and raise the speed he acquired job experience, shrinking the time it would take to help all of the third tiers while his thoughts ran wild. Obviously, Soul Source was proving its worth, not only with his experiments to modify people's souls, but also through the bands he was making as well as the materializers. And Soul Affinity had the fantastic benefit of lowering the mana cost of soul skills, while at the same time making it easier for him to level and gain more. But as great as both of those were, it was his soul expansion that captured his imagination while he worked. Perhaps it was one of the more straightforward of any of his soul skills, but its effect was huge, letting him get an instant and significant boost of growth to his mana each time he raised it, with one more fact making it feel all the more valuable. It was still only at the first tier. He'd done that math, and he knew by that point that each level of the skill was raising both his total mana capacity, along with his regeneration rate by about 10% of the volume he held at each level, which by itself was huge. But what if he could push it further? Just what might he manage if he could get it to the second tier like so many of his other skills? Hell, even if it just keeps giving me that 10% each time, it would be great if I got it there, but if it would give me even more. I can only imagine my pool growing by 50% each level, and with how significant an awakening is, something like that doesn't feel out of the question, leaving the only issue being how I'd ever awaken it. Kind of feel like even trying something like that might leave me accidentally destroying my soul with however much I'd need to overfill it. Yeah, okay, since I'm only at the 6th level of it, that will be a little while off, but I think before I even begin to consider trying it, I'll need to get my soul resilience to the 9th level too. Hell, maybe even awaken that one first if I can. This is definitely a better safe than sorry situation, because you're overly judgmental of your wonderful apostle's goals and aspirations. So what's up? Okay, can do. He slipped off the jacket and put a pause to his work, waiting to hear from his god about whatever that was about as the moments passed before the cube spoke up, pure pleasure in his tone. Wait, seriously? He asked, not bothering to keep the conversation to the confines of his head since he was alone, no longer worried about the ethical implications of getting your faith in ways like this. Hey, if it works for you, it works for me. In that case, this should be a decent way to mix up the day a bit. Give me a second. He slipped the coat back on while figuring out the basic structure of what he wanted to materialize, bringing forth a thick square tile that was about the size of the palm of his hand, filled to the brim with souls. Compared to his jacket, doing that was significantly easier too, not needing him to arrange the crystal in a way that would be comfortable and instead focusing on squeezing as many into the space as was possible, ending with 10,000 in that one spot after expending everything he'd pulled into himself. Okay, now I've just got to make enough of these to tile all of your churches here in Analia and in all faith, unless you've gotten more since this last came up. Too late, this has me interested. Let's see, I could also replace some of the shelves and seats I have in the Stonewall branch at least to fit in even more without obstructing visitors. Since I have the sub-basement set up as my emergency get-out-of-hell-free card, I won't be doing that one, but I'll be able to work on the rest of the space, even if it will take me a fair bit of time to make all of these. But then, I'll be squeezing a positively insane volume of mana into your church by doing this, won't I? And it would be an absolute shame not to use it. And there we go, perfect. Ben beamed as he finished tiling the main floor of the church, with it just being that floor. After having his idea, he'd pushed his soul a bit to materialize all he'd need, but it still left the walls and ceiling of that level bare of any new decoration, something he planned to slowly chip away at in the coming weeks and months as he spoke up to his god. Feeling anything, I maybe pushed myself a bit too hard, Ben admitted with a shrug. But I just made a significant dent in Elvat's job doing this and made you a few million souls to get you more faith in the process. I'd say that it's worth the trade. And now that I've done my bit for you in the world, it's time for me to get my due. Moving to the front of the room where a statue of Myriad gently floated above a podium, Ben took the podium itself and reshaped it, hollowing the base out to fit in one of his materializers, as lines of more abyssal that had been placed beneath all of the new tiles directed the overwhelming volume of mana to it, all to make the hardest substance there was to create in the universe that he was aware of. Stopstone, the single magic material he was aware of that didn't react with magic in any way, and took hundreds of thousands of points to just force a few dust particles into existence that would now be being created automatically, with the materializer slowly dropping entire grains of the stuff into a waiting bucket for him to check on and collect in the future after it had piled up for a while. Myriad, it's something that isn't affected by magic. I can think of a million things to do with it. Hell, it's going to be fun just to try forging it once I get enough. I just need to be a little patient. Hey, I can be plenty patient. Look at me not immediately running back to make more soul tiles for your church. I've got the patience of a saint. A small grimace touched his lips as he thought about it before giving his answer. Dinner and what might be a slightly awkward conversation. It's fine, the sooner I bring it up the better, so I want to challenge the non-affinity tower. Both Thera and Sonya froze while he said it, putting a pause to their meal before Thera just shook her head and sighed. You know, you really gave me way too much hope before when you told me you were done with everything. Yeah, sorry about that. It's fine, I really was expecting something like this, even if not this soon, she sighed again. So when are we going? Not really sure yet, maybe a week or two. I'm waiting to find Vasta to hope she and Jake took it on, so I can at least get a bit of a clue about it, because it sounds like I have no chance of finding people who went through it the way I did for the Dark Tower. And then based on whatever I'm able to find out, we can figure out if there's another 3 on the planet who might make good additions to our team. Not going to try and get those 2 for ourselves if they haven't taken it on yet. God, I'd love to, but I've got to assume they have their own plans for this. Vasta, Jake, and Amy are all doing it for sure, and I've got to assume that if they aren't taking Yuzu and Uriel to carry them to the end, that they'll be taking the other 2 non-affinity mages, although if they were going to do that, it isn't unreasonable to assume they might ask you to go instead of one of those guys. Even if they do, I'm going with you. If we're going to look for 2 more, we could take Glob and his teacher. I'm not against it, but taking 2 barrier mages is a bit unbalanced for going against something like a tower, but if we can't find any better options, we talk to them. After I find Vast, I'll talk to Myriad and the others to see if they know anyone else who might be a good fit. Alright, and what's the goal then? Trying to get another level of your soul source to get through jobs faster. Ha, tempting, but not this time. It gets an insane level of practice right now anyway. The aim is my enchanting. I'm a level away from being a contender for it. It's the perfect time to try to cut down on the time. Small capar. And is that all? She asked through narrowed eyes. She knew his goal was to reach the 3rd tier for 2 separate skills, but enchanting wasn't one of them, with him admitting his further aim from there. And maybe another week after I plan on taking Craftsman's tower, but seeing as how that one doesn't kill its challengers, it's less of a big deal. Since Nair was telling me they'd be able to awaken my connect when it was still stuck at the 1st tier, that means I'll be able to get my last one from them if I take it on. How many skills will that leave you as a contender for by this point? Sonya asked while Thera fell silent, far too aware of just how that challenge aligned with his goals. I'm currently at 4, so that would bring me to 6, but 3 of them are all mind skills, so it doesn't really count. Why wouldn't that count? Sonya muttered, her question ignored while Thera gave in. Alright, that at least lets me warn people I'll be disappearing for a bit. And then what are you going to do after that? After what? She looked at him for a moment, and only after accepting he wasn't playing coy, shook her head. Becoming a contender for your deep connection is part of one of your goals, right? What are you doing after that? Ah, well, I guess just whatever I can. Once he got that level, the goal was going to be to awaken Connect to its 3rd tier, and while he had a few ideas for how he might pull it off, all of them lacking any of the safety he would have preferred, but that was a future concern. First he needed his levels, then he'd worry about how to go beyond them. As promised, back when he'd completed all of the available books at the Magic Tower's library, he'd come to give a talk, an event that wasn't the best use of his time that he'd nonetheless agreed to, if only for a change of pace as much as anything else. It was just one day, but it was also a unique opportunity, and even if he wasn't going to get anything significant for it, it was also a good way to spread Myriad's name and fame just a bit more. Of course, along with that, it never hurt to have one of the people in charge of one of the world's major guilds viewing him positively, especially when I just got the head of the Adventurers Guild fired, and the old head of the Craftsman's Guild is in the middle of being tortured, That means I don't currently know who's running either of those two guilds. Oh well, not important. He pushed those thoughts to the side to instead focus on Spenny, giving the man a smile. It's my pleasure to be here. Can I ask how many I'll be talking to today? About 100. I reached out to some the guild considers are more promising and passionate mages, and while some were unreachable, while many others too busy hunting down the demons, either by themselves or with different armies, I'd say we got a decent turnout. Interesting, interesting. Then just out of curiosity, how promising does the guild rank me? The other man laughed at that. Well, while you haven't involved yourself with us too deeply, I can at least tell you that from what we know we've been forced to give you a rather high evaluation. The holder of what? 2 awakened magics and likely at a high level as well. Not to mention how things turned out at the library and Killy's evaluation of you, which holds plenty of weight in these walls. You can consider yourself near the top when it comes to our registered second-tier mages. Love hearing that. In that case, shall we go? Of course, they should all be seated by now. I hope you've prepared something interesting for them. Ha, I've done my best. He was led to a small auditorium from there, up to a stage that stared out to the small crowd before him while Spenny stood at the front. The introduction was met with polite applause while he looked out into the crowd with their focus firmly on him. He could recognize a few, both from the help he'd given at the library as well from his mass awakening event, and it was clear that even the ones who hadn't seen him before were aware of him to one extent or another and were all interested to hear whatever he had to talk about. Still no one raised their hands, not that he was shocked. Ah, too bad, I'm not a bestower myself, but I've only met one and I'm always hoping to come across more. In that case, let's go even broader. How many of you have a non-affinity magic? This time 3 hands went up and he pointed to the first. Perfect. You there, would you be willing to share what magics you hold, affinityed and otherwise? Sure, I use mainly space and clairvoyance. Wonderful, both awakened, just the space. Okay, and I'd assume the clairvoyance is used to aid your space magic, helping you get the lay of the land before teleporting perhaps. That's correct. Very good. All right, and next you, he said as he pointed to the second person, with them answering in turn. An awakened air, along with a fire and strengthening. An interesting combination. Should I take it you use your air magic to empower and exert more control over your flames? That's right. And then why strengthening as well? I work as a rank 2 adventurer. Strengthening allows me to empower my party when we fight if need be as well as myself if anything gets closer than I was expecting to handle. And in an emergency, it can help me ensure that everyone I'm with can escape. I see, is that why you learned it? It is. Good. And finally you, he said, pointing out the final person to raise their hand. Your magics, an awakened death along with corpse song. You know, that's supposed to be one of the rarer non-affinity branches in the world, and yet you're now the 3rd holder of it I've met. Any chance you acquired it with the help of Zandale or one of his apprentices? It was an apprentice of the skill master. I was lucky enough to make his acquaintance, and he helped me gain the magic in the time the 2 of us were working together. I see, and I'm assuming you chose it because it pairs well with death magic. Kill something and then see its history for any other useful information. That's correct. I thought it would be a potent combination once the waves arrived, and so far it has been. I've been able to aid my team in tracking down a few different demon groups. A noble goal, but if there's one thing for everyone here to take away, it's both how few of you hold a non-affinity magic and that none of you hold an awakened one. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. There's only so many hours in the day to practice and learn and train, so why take the time? Many of you were probably born with at least one magic as your blessed skill, and the rest that didn't still likely trained in magics you had a high affinity for. It only makes sense. Your affinity lowers the mana cost, along with the difficulty in gaining and leveling skills the higher it is. Anyone who wants to be a mage should at least focus on the area they're most compatible with in the beginning to help grow their mana pool to pursue other areas of interest. But from here, I'm going to take some time to try and convince you all of the value of non-affinity magics, and why even now, with the 3rd wave on the way, it could be worth your while to try and gain one. The first reason, and what is admittedly the weakest one I'll present to you, is that it can help with your overall magic control. In all of my reading, it's not something I've actually seen recorded in any books, which reminds me, I really do need to write this down, but back on track. This is something confirmed by the goddess Analia that I've personally seen verified through a friend who originally had terrible control of their magic. The more branches you have access to, and the higher their level, the better your overall control of magic will be. Now, that probably doesn't matter to most of you. It's pretty easy to think that you just need to level your current magics, and that will help with your overall control immediately. And while that might be true, the question then becomes if you can. Each of you here is a high-level mage, to the point that when you consider the jobs you might have gone through already, and the mana pools you all must hold, it might actually be easier to gain a new branch of magic, instead of leveling your skills. Of course, gaining the 0th level of a Tier 1 skill is not going to grant you a fraction of the control you'd gain from leveling in awakened magic. But if you don't think you'll be able to achieve a new level in what you already have before the next wave, then trying to gain a new one might help you save 1 or 2 points of mana on everything you cast, and as small as that may sound, it could be the difference between life and death for you and the people around you. Second then is just what non-affinitied magics can do, he told them as he looked across the stage, seeing they were all still watching to see just where he was going with things. Unlike the affinitied branches with their clear, distinct roles, non-affinitied magic is harder to pin down. There's been a few different works on the topic and different theories on it, but seeing as how this is my presentation, you're all going to hear the one I subscribe to, everything. The base component of any affinitied mana is plain mana, and without the affinity, it can still be wielded in the same way, only at a greater mana cost, and once you think about things that way, so much more becomes possible. For example, this. He materialized a blackboard and some chalk as he said it, getting to see a few in the room sit up a bit straighter for the display of power, and he smiled at them all while he went on. I'll make things clear to you here. I have no affinitied magics. I am incapable of ever getting any affinitied magics. The highest one my card shows to be reflected in my soul is time with the oh so grand value of 5. The materialization you just witnessed is because after raising up my skill, material user, I was able to look past some preconceived assumptions about what magic can and can't do to force my will on the world, and as a result it awakened the skill, pulling in another non-affinitied magic simply called destruction to let it awaken to my final, Tier 2 option of material manipulation. And the most interesting thing is that when I first started researching those 2 original magics, I'd only found 1 book on each of them within the city's great library. While some might see becoming a non-affinitied mage to be the end goal of anyone who learns a non-affinitied magic, there's plenty of value to find in pushing it as far as it will go in a slightly less broad form. Why, even the corpse song one of you holds could be positively brimming with potential. While this doesn't mean no one has ever achieved it, in all of my reading I've never seen any records of what is possible for it once it becomes a 2nd-tier skill, let alone a 3rd-tier one if you're feeling ambitious. If you take the time to read through the library's books on the topic, you'll potentially find branches of it you never imagined, which might let you achieve things you're currently incapable of with the affinities you hold, increasing both your overall options and power as a result. He could see that if he'd had their attention before, he had their investment now with more than a few eyes gleaming, and the minds he could reach from where he stood already considering making a stop at the library, once he was done to explore just what options they might not have given proper consideration before, just to see what resonated with them, but Ben wasn't done there. All of that was just the lead-up to the main topic he had been looking to discuss, and he began putting the blackboard he'd created to use, drawing diagrams on it while he spoke up. That brings us to my final talking point on the value of learning a non-affinitied magic mana modifiers. If you haven't heard of them, that's okay. They're a fairly new area of research, one I've been conducting with both the gods and a small research institution I'd set up that were found while studying a different topic. You're all surely aware of the summoned, of course, the 200 brought to this world from other realities, whose souls ended up empowered by the experience and resulted in some extra powerful hands that were brought to the planet, but what is less widely known about is the spell that was used to bring them here. Spell that the gods of this world didn't create, with a couple of them each instead independently buying it from passing void gods back before their worlds fell, with the original creators of it lost to time. All we do know is that it's advanced in a way that the magic of this world simply isn't. A precision piece of magic engineering in comparison to how what currently exists is treated somewhere more between a science and an art form, but that is a gap that can slowly be bridged with time and study. While magic modifiers of all affinities have been found and usually require precise mixtures of affinities, what I'm currently going to teach you about is only a small combination of them that, when used together in the correct arrangement, can strengthen most affinitied spells if a bit of non-affinitied mana is applied correctly during the casting process to whatever else you're working with. Enhancing the effect of your spell without significantly raising the mana cost that you'd all be able to pull off so long as you can acquire even the 0th level of a non-affinitied magic of your choice. He didn't need to read any minds to understand their investment at that point. It was clear as day, and with their full attention he went on, detailing the discoveries he and his team had made while giving examples he'd seen tested as the rest of his talk went on. He got a round of applause for his talk, and while a few went off immediately, more instead went to him to pick his brain, wanting the chance to speak some more on the topic of non-affinitied magics and the magic modifiers he and his team had discovered so far, spending another hour on it before eventually they left too, many of them off to do some reading in the library to decide if any of the non-affinitied magics might be right for them. Leaving only himself and the guild master spending in the end, I must say, an overall excellent presentation, Ben, the herring person told him brightly. At least among this crowd, I'd say you've done an excellent job whipping up some enthusiasm for the topic. Ha, I'm glad it worked out. If the room was full of non-affinity users, then I would have had to basically cut out my first 2 points altogether. Mind if I ask? I know you guys ask what magic a guild member holds while registering, and I'm sure a few likely update their details if they learn more, but have you broken that down into a census of what percentage of members hold what magics? I honestly would be pretty curious to see the exact numbers for how many people bother learning a non-affinity branch. From his experience of constantly connecting to anyone and everyone he would pass in the street, he placed the likelihood of any random person holding a magic of that variety as about 1 in 1,000, though that immediately got significantly worse if he took out the most common non-affinity branch of enchanting. Drop that, and the odds went to 1 in 3,000 instead, though that was still pulling from the general populace. Pulling from an organization composed of people who outright identified themselves as mages was sure to yield better odds, even if it seemed he wouldn't be able to get a precise answer. If I had to guess, I'd say it's less than 1% of our members, perhaps around 1 in 200, but that's an estimate based on my own observation, not hard data. I haven't checked the actual numbers for it, but your presentation has piqued my curiosity as well. I must admit, I think I'll give the numbers within our guild a closer look a bit later. Well, should I get the chance to swing by again, I'd love to know. In that case, how would you feel about presenting again? Spenny asked him, being clear he was hoping for such a thing. You did an excellent job inspiring the curiosity of those who were already here, and given that's part of the point of the guild as a whole, I'd love to get you in front of a larger crowd. I appreciate the offer, but doing it again anytime soon might be a challenge. The war has me as busy as anyone else. Of course, if we win in the end, I'd be happy to take some time to spread some of the virtues of non-affinity magics. Then I shall have yet one more reason to hope for a good result for the war. Still, I understand. In that case, it was wonderful to have you, Ben. Stop by again should you find the time. His task done, Ben made his way back to the shop, feeling rather good about himself while he did. Presenting had been a nice change of pace, and given that it was the only type of magic he could access, he would be nothing but thrilled if more mages started training in it, hopefully expanding the field as a whole with whatever discoveries there still might have been to make, along with spells to develop too. Who knows, maybe 1 or 2 of them will even go down the routes I have, he thought happily. Both material user and destruction could do to have a few more users. Given the rarity of those two based on the information he'd found in the library, there was a very real chance he was the only person to currently hold them, even if they'd merged during his awakening and grown beyond their original limits. Still, getting more users in the world meant there was the potential for others to discover uses that he wouldn't be able to see, an exciting prospect that only slipped away as he considered how far in the future any such discoveries might be. They were all awakened mages. It's more than possible that with their skills and job bonuses that they'll be able to acquire new magics and maybe even get as far as the 2nd level before the next wave, but beyond that. I'd need to still be alive for any real discoveries they might make. Considering his own mortality was a depressing affair he couldn't escape, the thoughts constantly slipping back into his head as he looked at himself and what he wanted to become and still questioned if it would be enough, with the answer constantly feeling like a strong no. He needed power, but just how much of it he would get was doomed to be limited from the start, with no way to escape that fact. So I've just got to cross my fingers and pray that a 3rd-tier sacrilege will make for as handy of an anti-god tool as I'm hoping it will be, continuing to only leave me with the question of how to possibly get it. As things stand, it actually looks like I might pull off getting my 3rd-tier connect first if any of my ideas to raise it work and don't kill me in the process. Man, I really am going to need to kill another god, aren't I? He felt some inevitably to that fact, but as the proud holder of 3 enemy titles, it wasn't like he didn't have options. Of course, when it came to his newest one, no matter how mad it had made him, he had to admit that giving Duna a death sentence for getting in his way was a bit much. Now Enith, whose apostle had tried to kill him, and whose son the god had known was going to try, and kill him made for the best contender for a bit of guilt-free deicide, with Olencia coming in at a close second, for both having threatened his life along with his oracle, personally trying to kill both him and Sashel. Okay, got the order down. If I get down to 5 or 6 months left before the next wave and I've managed to awaken Connect without awakening my sacrilege, I'll murder Enith, Olencia, and if neither of those two gets the job done then Duna too. Still, I'm sure getting Enith alone will do the job, so that should be fine. I'll figure out the rest later. With no gods in his head to hear and judge his casual murder plans, there were no reactions to it either, other than Ben's own bit of comfort that, worst to worst, he did in fact have a few potential paths he could take to raise his skill, should he not find any other way the divine of the world might have an easier time stomaching. It did make his own prospects feel a bit brighter, though, leaving the goal from there as awakening connect as soon as possible. If things go well, it will be a month, he told himself, and if they don't, well, then we'll see just how hard I need to push myself. His train of thought was broken by a knock on the door, and willing to take whatever distraction he could get, Ben went to answer it, finding Satchel standing outside it, looking uncomfortable. "Oh, hey Satchel, what's up? Did you just get back to town?" Hey Ben. "Yeah, an hour ago, and things went well on our quest, and I came to tell you how things went with the bracelets you gave us as well. But okay, so don't be mad." Why, not saying a word, Satchel instead reached beside her, pulling another girl in sight with Delaire there, awkwardly smiling at him. "Okay, I'll bite, what's going on?" Since he considered them among his friends, he did them the courtesy of not immediately reading their minds for answers when they both looked the way they did. Worry, concern, guilt, and a bit of excitement from one of them in particular were all mixed together as they shuffled about, with Satchel being the one to answer him. Would it be okay if we came in to talk?" "All right, sure, make yourselves comfortable." He stood to the side to let them in before grabbing the two some seats while he himself leaned against the counter, waiting for an answer. "So, well first, the bracelets you made us worked like a charm, and as far as we could see they didn't get in the way of our growth rates at all. The bit of pain Raelia was under from hers also disappeared in just a couple days too. Okay, good to know. Since it's not a normal buff, it looks like it doesn't have the same drawbacks." He could only imagine that was because the way it was working meant the user was taking advantage of both it and their own souls at the same time, without using one to empower the others, which was by all accounts an excellent result, even if that wasn't what he wanted to know at that moment. Now on to what I'm actually curious about. "Delaire, as lovely as it is as always to see you, why do I get the feeling this isn't some casual visit?" The young girl took a minute, gathering her courage before looking him in the eye and speaking up. "I want to be your apprentice." His immediate reaction was to tell her he'd already accepted that, but he could tell that she wasn't talking about some uncertain future. She was talking about immediately. Delaire wanted to train under him and had come all the way to Stonewall to do just that. Before he could say anything, Satchel was already speaking, trying to make a case for it. "She'll be staying with me and Raelia. There's nothing you need to worry about as far as where she'll live or what sort of expenses she'll have, and it's not like she'll need to be there with you all of the time. I know you have a lot you do and a busy life in general. It's really only when you'd be able to end." She stopped her rambling as he held up a hand while pinching his brow with his other, many of his minds boosting to their maximum to think it over the second after the girl had asked. So that wasn't the issue. The issue was that he had so much to do, and the time he had to do it all was only ever shrinking. He needed more power, and he was already slowing himself down because of the gods, and he needed to do what felt like the impossible by forcing 2 third-tier awakenings in less than a year. He needed to keep making things for the war effort, be they his mana bracelets or his materializers or his new buff bracelets that Satchel had just given him the results of testing, and those weren't even his big projects. Inuk still needed a new body, and while progress was being made on the summoning spell, large segments of it still needed to be decoded before he could start to really try to hone in on the aspects they'd actually need and then improve them from there. And I still need to live. The sole thought that was keeping him from outright telling them he didn't have time to do something like that. The world was ending, but that had basically been true since he'd arrived on the planet, and no matter how productive he would try to be and how much more he already did than any average person, he wasn't a machine. Even if the gods and the people in his life disagreed, he'd take breaks and he'd make time for the people he cared about. Hell, just making sure he still returned home each day to prepare most meals for Thera and Sonya was an act of not devoting everything he was to completing the goals he held, and when there was a very real chance he'd be dead by the end of the third wave, if he put off training Delaire, he might never get a chance to. But while she might not get the chance to train under him more than the few days he'd already given her, if rejecting her now meant the odds of him winning in the future would go up, wouldn't that be worth it? Even if he died, she would live on, able to find someone new to learn under in a significantly safer world. He pulled his hand away from his face, but before he could say anything he looked after her, scared and worried and hopeful all at once as mind after mind in his head flashed to his brother Mark. Only 9 when Ben had died on Earth, he had to be well on his way to the middle of his teenage years. By that point, plenty of time to mourn him and move on with his life, but nothing to Ben himself. Someone he'd loved dearly and been ripped from without the chance to say so much as a goodbye, and now here he was, standing in front of another child he'd grown close to who only wanted a bit of his time with whatever she thought she had left. Delaire was young, but she wasn't naive. She no doubt understood that their odds were terrible overall, and she still wanted to spend the time she had left learning from him, making a choice for how she'd spend the rest of her days, and asking him to accept it. Damn it. Sashal, how exactly do you expect me to believe you'll look after her? Ben asked. You have your adventure work and you act as Myriad's oracle. Don't tell me you're giving up work on both of those fronts. Well, no, but what if we're both out of town at the same time for different things? Are you just going to leave her alone for days? Or are you getting someone else to watch her when she's basically spent her whole life in a small village where she knows everyone? If that happens, then I'll work something out. I have non-adventurer friends in town. It wouldn't be impossible to ask one to look after her for a few days if it came up. Ben sighed. Yeah, so we might have days or weeks at a time when she wouldn't be training with me and wouldn't be with the only family she has here while the world is ending. A time that I personally think being with family is more important than anything else, and I think you can probably guess why. Sashal knew his status as one of the summoned, and while he hadn't gone into detail about it talking with her, he knew a bit of it had come up during the Life Tower while she'd spoken to Steph, and he wouldn't have been surprised if she'd asked Myriad about it later. If they were going to die, he didn't think she should be doing it so far away from her mother and great-grandmother and the rest of her family, and he must have been making that more clear than he'd meant to. Sashal's face fell and Dallaire looked close to tears, leaving him to sigh once more as memories and regrets with his own family forced him to think about just what it meant to care about someone as he went on. Which is why, since she's going to be training under me for the months we have left, we're going to need a better solution than the loose plan you made on the way here. You mean? Dallaire asked, light and excitement returning to her eyes. I've already told you before I'd take you as my apprentice, and I already think of you as having the role anyway, so yes, with the time we have left I will train you. For the record, though, there's literally no reason I couldn't have got some heads up about this through Myriad. Dallaire was already hugging him in joy while Sashal just looked relieved in the end, saving her from a very awkward trip back to her village with that leaking through to her voice as she spoke up. In my defense, I did try to let you know that way. Not to my knowledge you didn't. Well, when I told Myriad, he told you'd give in, so I should just bring her back with me. He muttered something about payback after, but I didn't really catch it. Man, I have been being such a good apostle recently, what the actual hell. So do you have a better idea than having her stay with me? Sashal asked, switching the topic away from whatever guilt their god held for keeping that encounter a surprise. Yeah, and if you don't like it, well, you'll just have to deal. It's only you and Raelia living together, right? You don't rent a room to Sko too. No, why would we, just considering your village's comfort? Okay, well, Dallaire, since you're already here, it looks like you get to help me with our first bit of work. We'll be constructing a mini gate and keeping one end in your dear cousin's home, which means we're going to have to try and deliver the other end sooner than later, preferably even tonight, which means asking Thera. Okay, here's hoping she had a good day before I ask her to help fly us out there. Feeling the spell she'd placed at the beginning of the day start to fade, Thera reached out around her once more with both her senses and her mana to again cast her earth healing, a wasteful spell for most people that helped produce a mild healing effect for anyone who stood within its range. Wasteful and mild for anyone else to cast, of course. For herself, she barely noticed the loss, and between both her mana and levels, it drastically helped those who fell within it, treating their simpler wounds while leaving it easier for the other healers around to help with anything more complex, a fact that improved their work and saved lives while she went around, healing a few of the more critically injured before ending her work for the day. She still wished for there to be a few more awakened light and life mages around, but little by little, the work was easing. By then, every healer on the planet had to have had one of Ben's mana bracelets, and even if it wasn't to the point of awakening, with how much they were all being worked, the majority of them had to have gained a level since the second wave's end. It still didn't feel like enough, far from it, but it allowed her to leave a little earlier without any guilt so she could focus on other aspects of her training. With that being her intention, she went on her way to the gate network nearby. As unreasonable as it felt to hope, she wanted to get her earth magic to the level of a contender before the third wave, and there were a few other skills in her arsenal that would be good to raise up too. Her dark and non-affinitied options would both obviously be useful, but even a few of her sense skills could be handy to raise, just needing a bit more practice than what she'd been giving them. That wasn't mentioning that Ben still had his hopes she'd be able to get her life magic to its third tier, but beyond all of the healing she was already constantly doing, she didn't know how else she might force it, with the only option she had being to keep going. And I guess getting 2 new tower blessings will help with that, she admitted to herself, thinking about Ben telling her his intent to take on both the non-affinity tower along with Craftsman's tower. It wasn't like she was against challenging them. If anything, she'd held some expectations before the wave began that they'd end up taking on at least the non-affinity tower before the third wave, but it was still another point of stress on her mind. She could feel herself growing tired of all of the constant work and training and watching people die, with months still to go of it. The knowledge that she could do more for the world propelled her to try and keep growing, but it was also wearing on her a little more each day. If I really am challenging a couple towers, then maybe I'll take the day after each one off for some rest and recuperation. She told herself. I'm no use to anyone burnt out. Yeah, I'll do that. Just how nice that idea felt was almost embarrassing, but it was something to look forward to. Just a couple of days of peace in the not-too-distant future, while she otherwise drowned in her work and training, and she let herself indulge in the thought of a day to do absolutely nothing until she was interrupted. Not even a few feet from the gate she was stopped, an absolute swarm of spirits standing in her way. They'd arrived almost instantly, and all began talking at once, a sound of panic and urgency in their voices that left her to otherwise struggle to make out what they were all saying through the crowd of them that forced her to try to put things to order so she could understand just what had caused it, speaking up with her own mana. All of you, I can't tell what you're trying to say if you all speak over each other, she told them, instantly quieting them down as she pointed at one near the front. Now, just you, what's happening? Singled out and speaking for the rest, that one spirit began, we need help. After a quick talk that ended with the first space spirit Thera had seen outside of her home nation opening a portal for her, she was brought into what was by all accounts the edge of a battlefield, one where spirits and elementals alike were warring on thousands of demons somewhere off deep into the woods, and leaving her to watch as the lives of her kin were being snuffed out despite just how much more power they held. In all of her time healing, she'd only seen a handful of people whose souls had been damaged by the demons, but it seemed that group had been quick to relearn that was the only way for them to take out the mana-based life of the world, and had been even faster putting it to practice in that confrontation between them. Her kin were powerful, but demons were savage, destroying all they could as spells flew and teeth gnashed. It was also a sight that gave her no room to pause. All at once she was stretching out her mana, empowering and wrapping in her life magic to heal the spirits within her range, while at the same time entering the fray herself, raising up high walls of earth behind the distant swarm of demons to do it, and tearing through the forest they were in to keep any from escaping, while other spells were being formed, with the demons taking note of her presence. She watched as a hail of bullets rose from the ground to shoot at her, and she let them come before overwhelming the mana within them to alter their direction, shooting them right back and killing hundreds of demons at once as they ripped through flesh and bone alike, bringing many to the ground for the rest of their kind to push past and stomp over, while more spells were shot off for Thera to manage. Both fire and water came her way, but both were defeated by raising a cloud of dirt to break it up with that same dirt, going back in the form of a million small pellets to hit the crowd without any need for aim. It was the less physical magics that were a greater problem, but where she lacked the spirits and elementals were there to assist, protecting her from the harder applications they were to block while they in turn carried out their own attack, granted leeway both by Thera's help and healing that made the tide of battle turn significantly less even as the demons' numbers dwindled, breaking them down until there was none left and letting her nearly collapse in relief. Well, there's one of the earth magic levels I've been hoping for at least. With the unexpected battle over with, she called the spirits to her to help them however she could while at the same time touching her necklace to replace the job she'd just finished, looking at the few new options that showed up. Available JOBS. Musician. Professional dancer. Bard. Darkness mage, charm specialized. Staff user. Empathy mage. Barrier mage. High crystallization mage. Heretic. Mathematician. Apprentice chef. Master of all. Spirit embodiment. Two new choices to look at, with Ben having been right that she'd get the chance to take Master of all, leaving it less curious to her than the second one. Spirit embodiment, almost certainly something she gained for finishing Master Spirit Mage, even if it was less than she'd been hoping for. What she desired was new options for each of her magic branches, at least her affinitied ones, but what she'd ended with was so much less. It's fine, she told herself. My spirit-themed jobs have always been good ones. I'm sure that one will be as well, leaving me only with the question of what to take now. The choice was between her new ones. That was obvious enough, and both were perfectly reasonable options. Master of All gave bonuses to everything and gained bonuses in the same way Spirit Embodiment was sure to give her bonuses to her magics that were beyond what she'd get from a simple master job. In the end, it was the latter that made her choice. As nice as bonuses to everything could potentially be, she cared about her magics the most, and getting that job would let her raise them easier than the other. It was as simple as that, so with nothing else to think on she gave her choice, and let the notifications for it fill her head. Name, Thera Oris. Race, Succubus Spirit Hybrid. Titles, Spirit Child, Madman's Lover, Spirit Princess, Saintess, Destined Holder of Spirit Empowering, Outsider Slayer, Friend of Elementals. Jobs Spirit Embodiment LV7. Previous jobs: beginner dancer, apprentice mage, earth mage, true mage, high earth mage, spirit mage, life mage, high life mage, telekinetic mage, adventurer, high telekinetic mage, high spirit mage, master earth mage, earth princess, master life mage, life princess, saintess, crystallization mage, master adventurer, queen of mana, mana embodiment, dark mage, high dark mage, master dark mage, dark princess, war mage, annihilation mage, homunculus creator, chimera maker. Non-affinity mage, construct mage, professional dancer, healer, master spirit mage. Attribute vitality 3329. Vitality recovery rate 59 HR. Mana 788,397. Mana recovery rate 434 min. Strength 765. Agility 1451. Stamina 1280. Intelligence 1614. Affinities light 4. Life 22. Fire 11. Water 14. Air 12. Earth 103. Death 3. Dark 43. Space 2. Time 1. Resistances light 5. Life 9. Fire 11. Water 16. Air 12. Earth 35. Death 13. Dark 42. Space 7. Time 8. Blessed skills spiritual earth magic LV8. Spiritual dark magic LV5. Passive skills world speak plus. Coordination LV8. Bind. Mana recovery rate enhancement LV9. Earth sense LV9. Dark sight LV2. Mana enhancement LV7. Magic affinity LV1. Sacrilege LV1. Sleep resistance LV4. Life sense LV1. Dark sense LV1. Active skills calculate LV4. Dance LV6. String instrument LV5. Woodwind instrument LV4. Cleaning LV3. Staff wielder LV. Meditation LV3. Speed reading LV6. Spiritual life magic LV9. Overwhelming non-affinity magic LV2. Mana empowering LV2. Cooking LV2. Mana examination LV9. Spirit comprehension LV4. Blessings Analia's blessing. Elvat's life magic blessing. Quox's blessing. Eneth's blessing. Earth Pantheon's blessing. Life Pantheon's blessing. Dark Pantheon's blessing. Yuzu's mana regeneration blessing. Trials trial of Analia and Telona. Earth Tower. Life Tower. Dark Tower. No new skills with it. The job at the very least came with plenty of levels she'd wanted, to the point that just that act of taking it had granted her a sizable amount of job experience to go through. If it yielded her passive experience simply through existing as a half-spirit, then it would be all the better, but that was something she wouldn't be seeing for sure until the next day at the earliest, and with that out of the way, she continued on treating the spirits with her, healing the ones still around to benefit from it from there. The spirit she'd asked to speak for the rest told her, once she was done healing all of those who needed it, "It's no problem, and if anything like that happens again, I'll be happy to help, but why did you come to me?" "Because we believed you could help." "I mean, why did you come to me instead of asking one of the great spirits? They'd typically help you all, wouldn't they?" "Ah, yes, but none are free." None, she didn't know how true that was, or at least how much of that thought wasn't just coming from their own view of things. Thera knew that her father regularly guarded Analia, but he was pulled away often enough that he should have been able to help, and while both her aunts Funa and Lux had tasks that kept them busy, she didn't think they'd be too occupied to help either. Then there was her newest uncle Augilt, who was just guarding Ben's experiments, but almost certainly could have left for the few minutes it would have taken a being of his power to deal with that level of threat. Although I guess he still doesn't seem mentally well enough to be one of the top choices, and as for the others, well, Salenoth is the only great spirit that dedicates the whole of his time to the seas and Insetis as his family, and I don't really care enough about the last three to know what might keep them busy. I guess I don't even have a clear enough idea about what my dad and aunts do to say they weren't doing anything important right now either. Okay, she said aloud after thinking it over. If anything like that happens again, for any spirits or elements or fairies, let me know. I'll do my best to come and help. That got a reaction from the crowd around her, all of them swaying around her happily to hear as once more she was surrounded by hundreds of voices. Only now they were singing her praise instead of drowning in worry and fear, while she did her best to calm them amongst cries of how loved she was. Yes, yes, if I can I will help, but just remember I can't teleport. I'll need some of the space spirits to give me a hand each time. Speaking of, could I be sent back to where you all found me? Yes, of course, a spirit told her, motioning the only space spirit in the crowd to open a portal for her to pass through. Don't worry about it, this is just what I should be doing. She stepped through from there, back to the city she'd been only a little before and back in front of the waiting gate, freed from her adoring crowd, at least mostly. Through the gate it had made came the single space spirit that had been among the rest, waiting quietly by her side until she spoke up. Hello there, is there something else I can help you with? It didn't react at all at first, waiting in silence until Thera tried again, this time speaking with her mana. Hello, is there anything you need, little space spirit? That perked it up and forced Thera to wonder if it simply wasn't yet used to interpreting a language carried through sound instead of mana, as it moved just a little closer to her, cautiously speaking up as it did. The others say you're our princess, it began with Thera nodding. That's what they say. What does that mean? It was a question she wished she knew the answer to as well. It still felt like they'd decided that almost randomly to her, and she'd never been able to get a clear explanation as to why. She was their princess because she was their princess, or at least so she'd been told until she'd given up asking. For one of the space spirits, though, the only spirit group that hadn't been on the world when the decision had been made, it must have been nothing but confusing, made all the more so if it had taken the time to learn about the different hierarchical structures that existed in the world. Spirits didn't have kings or queens. It didn't make sense to consider her a princess, at least in any way that mattered. While her father was a leader of sorts to the earth spirits, she understood that the relationship was more complex than that in ways that all of the great ones even seemed to struggle with explaining. And while she was the first who could really be said to share a bloodline with one given her position as the first half spirit, that shouldn't have mattered for anything. When she'd been born, she'd been a curiosity to the spirits more than anything. Not good or bad, simply a being that shared an unusual relationship with one of their great ones. It wasn't until significantly more recently that a change had occurred in how they viewed her, bringing her from a curiosity to something far more beloved. But with the spirit asking, she saw a place to try her luck again, a counter question on her lips without much thought to it. I don't know, what do the other spirits have to say about it? She was hoping for any answer a bit more clear than the circular logic that she was their princess because she was their princess, but it seemed that was a hope to be dashed once more. They say it's obvious, and the rest of us will understand soon enough. Okay, I'm never getting a real answer. Trying to find a bit of acceptance of that fact in her heart, Thera held back a sigh and instead did her best to give the space spirit before her something a bit more substantial, seeing that it was clearly still curious. I don't know for sure, but it might be because I help them, she explained. I give them my mana when they need it, and that helps them grow their numbers, and I come to their aid like you've just seen. Other than that, though, I really can't say beyond my relationship with my father, who you'd know as the Great Earth Spirit. It was the best she could do at least, but it seemed to perk the other up a bit as it regarded her more closely. If you help us, then will you help me? If I can, then of course, what do you need? Aside from being supplied with mana, she didn't know what else she could do for any spirit besides just talk, but she was at least willing to try as she wondered what problems a space spirit could have. She was used to all of the other affinities that existed on the world by that point, but space spirits were still new. She didn't actually know what sort of issues or concerns might bother them until the one with her said the most obvious. Our great one isn't well, can you change that? What else would a spirit want? Their love for their great ones was no little thing, and the request was no simple one either. Thera didn't have it in herself to undo millennia of trauma and self-hatred. She didn't know if that was something that could ever be fixed, even if millions of years passed for the immortal being. I don't know if that's something I can do. Can you try? Yes, I can try. From the gate network to her family home, to her uncle's shop, and from there the newest of Ben's research areas, Thera found her uncle Ogult exactly where she'd left him, sitting in a building filled with the trapped demons Ben was experimenting on the souls of. The only real difference to be had was that there were more things around than when she'd last been there. It was obvious that Ben must have felt some guilt about leaving the great space spirit alone to stand guard for a few weeks, and had tried to remedy that by leaving books and games and films to be enjoyed, with not a single one looking like they'd been touched since whenever they'd been created. Despite that, the great spirit wasn't entirely unresponsive, and at least took notice of her arrival, lifting his head in acknowledgement of her presence. "Ah, hello, my niece." "Hello to you as well, uncle," she greeted in return with a gentle nod. "Have you been well? As you can see." That wasn't an answer, but she chose not to call him on that, instead looking around a bit to try and make it seem like what she was about to tell him wasn't immediately obvious. "You haven't touched any of the entertainment Ben left you, have you? I haven't felt the need. It could help you pass the time. It will go by whether I spend it doing anything or not." "Sure, but it will be a lot more pleasant than sitting doing nothing." "What would you like, Theta? I know you aren't here just to say hello. It's Thera, and one of the space spirits is worried about you. Probably a lot more too. They asked me to talk to you. Then we've spoken and there's nothing else to say. You don't need to force yourself. I know you have no desire to, and I don't blame you." Her mind flashed to how she'd voiced her own conflicting feelings about the new Great Spirit when they'd set up for Ben's experiments and immediately regretted it. Whatever the truth may have been, it wasn't going to make things any easier on her as she tried to go on. "Uncle, you know the space spirits need you. The great ones too. When my father spoke to me growing up and told me about both you and the time spirits as well, he'd always longed to see you all again. One group may be lost to us because of the choice they'd made, but you're here and that means something to them. Then you don't need to worry. I shall not be taking the easy way out to free me of my guilt. They will have me forevermore. Not if you hide away from them all. They care about you, Augult. They see what you're going through and they're worried about you." "I see, I know you're right, of course, bar a few obvious exceptions, so for their sake perhaps I should reconsider my position. You'll talk to them?" she asked, hopeful that things really would be that easy and immediately being betrayed for it. "I'll end this existence once I'm done assisting your companion. It would allow a new great spirit to be born in my place, free of the guilt my existence brought this universe, and would let the rest move on. If I look at it from the perspective of granting them some peace, then the choice becomes something I can let myself get away with." "Absolutely not," she told him, pinching her brow while trying to figure out just what to say. "You know that wouldn't make things better for anyone, you have to know that. Then alas, I am back to suffering through the fact that is my own existence. I understand why you're here, Thera, but there's nothing to be said to change how I feel. If you don't give people the chance to try, there never will be. The chance." He laughed for the first time, coming out as a hollow, empty thing. "I know that the gods of this world and the few others who are aware of me are keeping my involvement in what happened a secret to prevent anyone from reacting violently in such a difficult time. How am I supposed to do anything in a world that will never forgive me? Who am I supposed to give the chance? I forgive you." "You don't even know what that means. I mean no offense, child of a bruise, but you are mortal. You can't understand the scale nor weight of my sin. I don't need to understand, it doesn't matter. You think nobody in the world can forgive whatever part you played in all of this. Well, here I am, right in front of you to say that for whatever happened, whatever guilt you feel, I forgive you." "It still doesn't matter," he said after a pause, looking away. "I won't be forgiving myself, nor do I want to. Now please, just leave." He retreated into himself, making it clear he wanted to end things there, and without any idea what else to say, Thera started talking. "Uncle, I know it's not the same, but I didn't enjoy life when I was younger. I know I had some privileges that others didn't, but as the first half spirit in existence and a half succubus at that, well, I'd been feared or hated by a lot of people for as long as I can remember, and I didn't think it would ever get better, right up until I woke up one day and realized that it had. I managed to find people who accept me, and right now, you have people who accept you too, even if you feel too guilty to want to see it, so please. I know there's no easy way to feel better about what you've been through and how you've been used, but for the sake of my father and the space spirits and anyone else who does very much care about you, just try to at least see that they're so happy to have you back." She got no answer, and seeing the conversation was done, she let out a small breath before quietly leaving, giving the spirit his peace while hoping that maybe a little of what she'd said had got through to him before returning home. Between the unexpected battle that had ended with her getting far more levels than she'd expected and the meeting with her uncle, Thera still got back home far sooner than she'd planned, having the time to relax she'd so badly wanted, but finding the last conversation had left her listless. She didn't know if she got through to her uncle at all, and she doubted there was anything else she could have said, but the fact was that a space spirit had asked for help, and that she'd failed so thoroughly ate at her. No matter the complicated feelings, she'd accepted herself as an important figure to them, and she cared about them as a whole. She didn't want to let them down when she was sure the space spirits in their entirety needed just as much help. Help that should have been coming from their Great One. "I'll have to talk to him again," she muttered to herself. Give him a bit of time. How much time do you give an immortal? Day, years. It was as she was questioning just when she should try again that her train of thought was broken by a knock on the door, leaving her to question if she wanted to bother with whoever was waiting before letting herself hope it might be someone who could brighten her mood. Satchel or so stopping by, or maybe her uncle coming for a visit, none of them being the answer, as the one she saw hit her like a brick. On the other side of the door was her least favorite aunt, the great life spirit Vividus, but while she was the most obvious to see, and immediately brought all sorts of swear words to the tip of Thera's lips, who she was with managed to silence her. By all accounts looking as if she was standing beside the ghost of an incubus child, the youth's ethereal form was so much denser than any specter she'd seen in the past, speaking of something far more powerful, while whatever connection Thera held with her paternal race told her it was something so much more. What she was seeing was no dead child that had ended up bound to the world, but instead a spirit, the likes of which she'd never seen before. Thera didn't know what to say. She was struggling to put any real thought together in the face of the two before her, ultimately ending with only a question escaping her lips. What did you do? Really, child, at least invite us in instead of leaving us standing out here. Vividus, tell me what you've done here. HMPH, I'd think that would be obvious enough. It was. After all of that time, her aunt had succeeded. From the conversation Thera had overheard back when she was only a child, it had taken well over a decade, but it was clear her aunt had finally succeeded in utilizing the feature of the system that allowed racial hybridization to be possible. Not like herself or the other mortal half-spirit Saren, and not like the union of two different sorts of mana-based life that led to Inja. What her aunt had somehow created was a new type of spirit. Are they a soul spirit? She asked, remembering her aunt's stated goal back when she'd begun her attempts even then, with the great life spirit confirming. They are. A part of Thera was able to notice that her aunt didn't sound anywhere near as pleased with herself as she would have expected, but that was a small part. All at once, the world had changed. While there had been 3 examples to that point of hybrids of spirits and other races, that was the first to exist between different groups of spirits themselves. Something that in principle seemed like it should have been far easier to achieve. Each group may have belonged to different affinities, but they all viewed themselves as part of the same species who hailed from the same planet. But when one considered the fact that until then, they'd never been able to interbreed, it became clear how significant what happened really was. And now, after just getting Uncle Ogult, we have another new great spirit on the world, and this kid is obviously a great spirit, but there's no regular soul spirits. What does that mean then? Infinite hells. What does it mean for a great spirit to be born in general? Thera knew how new great spirits came to be, no matter how incredibly rare it was for one to die and be replaced. On a species-wide level, if any great spirit were to die, then a seemingly random group of regular spirits that matched the lost affinity would merge into one being, becoming the new one and having no say in the matter as to whether they even wanted it, but she knew that wasn't what happened there. As uncomfortable as it was to think, she knew Vividus and her uncle Nox, the great death spirit, had been experimenting with replicating the way mortal races would reproduce to try and get the system to facilitate their goal, which meant the one she was seeing lacked the normal history any typical spirit could expect. It was all too much to process, and it seemed her aunt wasn't interested in waiting. No longer content to be allowed in, Vividus gave up on trying to be polite and instead took advantage of her existence as a form of mana-based life, and simply passed through Thera to make her way to the living room, pulling the smaller spirit by the arm as she did. Thera didn't say anything to that, though. She had too much on her mind and instead just followed along, watching them take a seat on the couch before finally asking a question. How? I doubt I need to explain the details of having a body relation to you, child. It seems you and your partner enjoy it plenty enough. Holy freaking shit. She took a deep breath to keep from swearing then and there when what she wanted was answers and instead focused on what mattered despite her aunt's lack of tact. You gave birth to a soul spirit. I'm asking how that's possible. The system really is the most handy tool your gods created, even if it didn't mold perfectly to my desires. To be honest, I spent the longest time trying to make it work by creating an egg of sorts instead of having to grow and carry anything to term, but after Lux's unexpected success and finding out about Insetti's forced me to admit there really was only one way that was obviously succeeding, and I gave in, replicating the biological structures I'd need to make in my own form. After that, it wasn't long at all. But I've seen you, recently too. I saw you when Ben got back, and I saw you for your stupid quest, and you weren't pregnant either time. I may not like you, but I'd at least notice that. Ah, that reminds me, give my regards to your little pet. He really did make such an excellent report on the results of your quest. I believe you're one of the people I'm still waiting on getting observations from, but his alone managed to make it worth it. It gave me plenty to consider, so incredibly not the point. Don't be so testy, it's just something I thought I should mention. As to when, though, I'll admit you'd seen me recently, but by then it had already been born. You did, however, see me soon after I'd been impregnated, when you came along with your little lover along with Lux and Funa. I'm personally more surprised that any of this is a shock to you. I'd been keeping it from the lesser spirits to avoid confusing them, but by now all of the greats surely know. Her mind flashed to when she'd gone with her aunts and Ben to get him some homunculi made, and how tense the encounter between the great spirits had been, getting no answer then but having it now. Vividus had been limited in her mana at the time, just like Lux had been when she'd been pregnant with Saren, and had to have been at the beginning of her own pregnancy, too soon to show it if she had at all. Considering the child born had to be made of mana, it wouldn't be unreasonable to think it might not take up too much space, but that only brought another question to her head. That meant the soul spirit was a few months old, tops, but if she were to judge them based on the appearance they took, they had to be roughly 10 years old. Obviously, the appearance didn't actually matter. Any great spirit could alter their form in whatever way they chose, but it raised the question of just how old it was going to be mentally. Since great spirits were normally the culmination of multiple regular spirits, they held the knowledge and memories of the ones they'd come from before merging and growing into something more, and as for when a regular spirit was born, it would be birthed from the combined mana of the multiple spirits that worked together to create them, inheriting enough of their parental memories to already be considered full-fledged spirits. There was no juvenile stage in their lives, but none of that really matters. Whatever curiosity or complication she might have felt, none of that was really the point or what needed to be asked. There was only one question that mattered, finally being spoken. Okay, whatever then, I don't care. Why are you here? Ah, we can finally get to the crux of it, lovely. I'm here to leave it with you. Vive, what the hell are you talking about? It was only then her aunt seemed to deflate a bit, sighing in her disappointment. As interesting as the result might have been, it hurts to admit, but it turned out to be a failure. All of the power of a great spirit but no willingness to use it no matter what I do, and worse, it seems to have taken on the biology I've been forced to mimic to some extent, with its mind matching its image. Still, seeing as how you turned yourself into something of a success despite your lowly beginnings, I thought I'd leave it with you to see if you could make anything of it. What is it so shocking? You went from being able to do nothing with your mana other than annoy the people around you into one of the more powerful mortals on the planet. The issue obviously isn't exactly the same. It can use its power, it just won't, but I don't have the time to try and turn it into something better when it's going to resist at every turn. Vividus, you're talking about your child. A child that hadn't said a single word the entire time they were there, sitting quietly like it had been made to do, and not moving beyond that while it was forced to listen to the back and forth, as Thera questioned its existence, while what was by all accounts its mother sought to get rid of it. The great life spirit had said its mind matched its form, and Thera could only take that to mean it was mentally young in a way spirits normally just weren't, its nature affected by the unexpected aspects of the system itself. I don't know what you expect that to mean to me. I'm not so sentimental like your own father or Lux, and I'm not the fool Insetes is. I have no use for something that doesn't work. If you can't turn it into something useful, then by all means send it off to figure things out itself. That might at least force a bit of the growth I haven't been able to manage myself. Closing her eyes and pinching her brow, Thera took a deep breath before speaking again. Vividus, get the hell out of my home. I'll take that as agreement then. Do let me know if you make any progress. Before Thera could curse her anymore, the great life spirit was gone, leaving only herself and the child with the question of what she was supposed to do from there. Thera knew she wasn't the best with children. It was something she'd improved on drastically since she'd started working at different hospitals and clinics, but the concern about it still lingered, and now here she was, having just taken in a child like no other. She couldn't help it, though. Hearing her aunt talk like that hadn't given her a choice. The indifferent, dismissive attitude she'd shown her own child just because it wasn't good enough in her eyes brought back too many memories from her own youth of people knowing what she was, and her inability to live up to whatever potential they thought she should hold. It was as disgusting as it was maddening, and all of it tied together to force her to figure out how to deal with the situation from there. How did one look after a juvenile great spirit, something that had never once existed before, with no warning to work off of? A being with the sort of power and skill that could not only wipe out armies but single-handedly manage an invasion point. Just thinking about it was leaving her light-headed, but she forced herself to change her way of thinking. It didn't matter how much or little power it might have held. She wasn't interacting with a great spirit right then. She was dealing with a child and by all accounts intended to treat it as such. Crouching down in front of it where it sat, she did her best to wear a comforting smile as she began talking, mentally screaming at the fact that the back and forth between her and her aunt had happened right in front of it, and some of her own lack of restraint when talking to their mother. Hello, sweetheart. I don't know how much you know about me, but I'm the daughter of the great Earth Spirit, which means the two of us are cousins. My name is Thera. Can you tell me yours? The fact that her aunt hadn't even seen fit to mention what her child was called was a whole new reason to try and hide the anger she was feeling inside, with it only becoming tougher with the answer she got. Staying quiet at first, seeming more hesitant than anything else, it eventually spoke, even if the young soul spirit seemed withdrawn into itself. I don't have a name. Pardon? Thera asked, feeling the smile she wore take an uncomfortable edge that she tried to suppress. Spirits don't need names, they're used for mortals. It sounded more like it was repeating something it had been told more than anything else, and while that may have genuinely been true for any typical spirit, she couldn't help but question if it really was in that case here. Vividus had said the spirit in front of her was unusual due to the system effect that created it, who it was reflected in its form, and by all accounts, its form was that of an incubus child, something that very much needed to be named. Still, her disgust at the young spirit's mother was nothing new, even if it was growing to previously unfelt proportions, and she tried to keep that to herself while explaining as gently as she could. Well, maybe that's typically true, but names can be nice to have, and I happen to be immortal, so is there anything you'd like me to call you by? It doesn't matter. In that case, would it be okay if I think of something, if you want? All right then, let's see. Oh gods above, how do you pick a child's name? It was something she never expected to have to do. To have it so suddenly dropped in her lap left her thoughts filled with plenty of not very good ideas. All right, well first, would you say you consider yourself male? Spirits had no gender, but for the sake of convenience, they let themselves fall into different categories that mortals would use to describe themselves, and given the one before her appeared by all accounts to hold the form of an incubus, it felt like a reasonable assumption, but she wanted to be sure. If the young spirit's mind matched the body it had, then it was likely it wasn't consciously choosing to look like that, with that assumption feeling all the more likely since, if Vividus wasn't willing to give them a name, she almost certainly wasn't going to tell them to take on the form of a mortal, instead of existing as a dense point of mana. Of course, it could have easily viewed itself as female or something lacking in gender altogether, or even one of the less common options that existed in the world where reproduction was split between 3 or more individuals instead of 2. Thera just wanted to try and get anything she could to narrow down what she might call it, and after seeming to take a second to think about it, the spirit answered her. Spirits aren't gendered, and that's fine, but we're talking about you. How do you feel? I feel male, he shrugged, hesitance at his answer coming across as he spoke, even if he couldn't see the point of the question while she nodded. I see, all right then, how do you feel about the name Mora? She eventually asked, settling on a slightly less common incubus name she liked while he seemed to think it over for a second before nodding. Letter 213. I guess that's fine, he told her before a small twitch gave something away. The systems acknowledged it too. I should have definitely given it more thought. It hadn't occurred to her that he'd get a system notification for it, making it official in a way that she was sure most people experienced but no one remembered. Names were reflected in one's status. Why wouldn't there be a notification for getting one? The only reason she'd never considered it before was because she'd never heard it talked about, and that had to just be a result of the majority of people getting theirs when they were born. Now, though, knowing that what she'd bestowed with so little thought was being treated officially by the system, made her mind flash to all sorts of other options before she quieted it down. Didn't matter even if she gave it some extra thought. Mora was a perfectly fine name, and any doubt came from the fact she hadn't been prepared for something like that. It was nothing to worry about compared to the fact that she'd just taken in a child, which did leave the issue of where to go from there. Almost reflexively, she went to ask if he was hungry or needed a drink, but stopped first, knowing the idea was stupid. What did a spirit need for food or water? All she was doing was letting herself get lost in the question of what she was meant to do, and her thoughts refused to stay in order. For now, why don't you tell me a bit about yourself then, Mora? She asked him. Is there anything you'd like to do or anything that might make you feel more comfortable? No. How much he could have learned to enjoy in the months since he'd been born may have been slim, but to have no answer at all made her question just what her aunt could have possibly been doing with that child the entire time. But she didn't doubt it, instead looking around the house. In that case, why don't I teach you a game to pass the time for now, and if there's anything you want to ask me, we can talk while we play, all right, if you want. Not a drop of enthusiasm in his voice, and still seeming deeply withdrawn, Thera tried to keep looking positive and friendly for the sake of the child she'd been left with while she taught him one of the simpler card games she knew, all the while trying and failing to pull some greater conversation from him, and desperately hoping Ben would be home soon for whatever help she could get. Good job, Ben told his official apprentice, patting Delaire's back, while she caught her breath from the work he'd just put her through before the two took in the sight of the newest mini-gate they'd made together. Most of it had been Ben, of course. Delaire was nowhere near having the skill and enchanting she'd need to make it possible, and plenty of the construction itself still stood beyond her grasp. But anything Ben felt confident she could manage, he had her cover, ending with a new portal to take advantage of to shrink the distance between Stonewall and the Dryads' village. And with that done, you guys come with me. We'll need to work on the most important part, politely asking Thera to help us fly it out there. He didn't think she'd say no, but he also doubted this was going to be something she'd want to be surprised with after what was sure to be a long day of work, and worst to worst, he was going to make sure Satchel was there to squarely blame for not giving him any more notice as they first lugged one end of the gate to the Oracle's home, before bringing the two with him to see his girlfriend, letting them inside, and getting a surprise of his own with what he saw. Sitting with Thera, quietly playing cards, was by all appearances the ghost of a child, a sight that almost instantly made him pull back in surprise before his calmer minds more deeply appraised the situation. Despite the appearance, it was only a fraction of a second for him to understand he wasn't looking at a ghost, or if he was, it certainly wasn't a normal one. Despite its ethereal form, it was far denser than any others he'd seen in the world, and the way his soul's sight presented it was different as well. He didn't know what he was looking at, a sentiment that was shared by Satchel, whose eyes were instantly turned to him with questions he couldn't answer, while Delaire's were filled with pure curiosity, looking like she was about to speak up but losing the chance once Thera noticed them. Ben, and both of hello, what no doesn't matter. Satchel, Delaire, this is Mora. Do me a favor and talk with him for a bit while I borrow Ben. Mora. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, sweetheart. The ghost-like being gave a small nod and Thera shot up, grabbing Ben by the arm while not so subtly shoving the other two into the room before pulling him out of the house, looking in his eyes before speaking again. We kind of need to have a private conversation here if you don't mind, she told him, tapping her head and getting the point across as he created a mindscape within his own and pulled her into it, with her mental construct falling into his arms while she groaned. So it looks like you've had an interesting day, he said, with dozens of questions filling his thoughts that she answered without any further prompting. Vividus finally succeeded in having a kid. Wait, what? So is that a great soul spirit? Yeah. Ben had gotten to relive the conversation Thera had overheard all the way back when they'd taken on Analia's trial, and he understood the significance of what that meant, at least to an extent. Not just a new type of spirit had been born into the world, but a new type of great spirit with all the might such a thing implied. To have something that powerful join the world could only be a boon, all the more so for the type of magic it held. While roughly equivalent to the 9th level of a second-tier magic, Ben didn't actually know if a great spirit's magic would really be less valuable than a third-tier soul mage's on a purely technical level. The soul mages were those who had elevated their magics to the realm of godhood, but from what little he understood of it, a great spirit's magic was more akin to the culmination of the skills within an affinity tied into the magic it would wield. Add in just how ridiculously high that affinity was along with a mana pool that could potentially reshape the world itself, and the potential that came from the birth of such a being couldn't be understated. Elvat and Yuzu would apply their spells to handfuls of promising individuals to try and help them grow beyond their limits, but with the sort of power a great spirit wielded, potentially an entire city's worth of people could have been helped to grow, maybe even more. Whatever there was to be said about Vividus's personality, the outcome she'd managed was incredible, or at least it should have been. Given Thera's mood, though, along with the noticeable absence of the one who'd birthed the spirit, it became clear there was significantly more at play. All right, so the world has a great soul spirit right now. Very cool, so why does it have you looking like that? He could tell Thera was angry and frustrated and feeling completely out of her depths, leaving her to groan again as she closed her eyes and buried her head in his chest. Because my stupid freaking aunt is an absolute monster, and I'm pretty sure that now I can't get to live out my dream of murdering her one day without making things even more complicated than it already would have been doing that. Because apparently Mora doesn't want to use his power, and due to a quirk of his birth, he seems to be mentally about 10 years old. An incredibly withdrawn 10-year-old at that, and since my stupid, idiot aunt was very clear that she views him as a failed experiment right in front of him, I can't exactly say I blame him if that's what he's been dealing with the entire time since he'd been born, and long story short, she decided, since I managed to make something of myself, to leave him with me. She panted for a moment, letting all of that spill out before her hands squeezed him tighter, and she spoke in a far quieter voice. I'm sorry. Nothing to be sorry for. I knew Vividus sucked, but this is a lot more than I was expecting from her. To basically be abandoned so soon after coming into the world, it immediately made Ben's heart go out to the boy, but Thera shook her head. I'm sorry because I basically just adopted a child without talking with you, but I couldn't just leave him alone, and it sounded like Vividus was just going to toss him out if I didn't take him, and... Thera, he cut in. It's okay, I wouldn't expect you to throw any kid out to the streets, let alone your family. If things are hard, then we'll work it out. It's as simple as that. I should have spoken to Auntie too, seeing as how I live with her. Sonia will be fine with it. If she's home later, we can talk with her then. And it's not like there isn't a spare bedroom now that we're sharing, and we can work through things from there. No more sorries. A slightly less long story, but I brought them back with me to ask for a favor, with absolutely terrible timing from the looks of it. If it's something I can do without leaving Mora by himself while taking my mind off the rest, then I'd love to. I will take literally any distraction right now. Okay, that works. So long story short, I decided to officially start training Delaire, but seeing as how the world is ending, and all I don't want her to be so far away from home, so to fix that I'm just looking to drop off one end of a mini gate in her village. All that we need to do is actually get there. Thera was more than happy to agree, wanting the change of pace that would come with a quick trip through the sky, and with that sorted they grabbed the other three and went off, taking his gate to the magic towers from there, and the world's gate network beyond before Ben helped Thera spend her mana, working together to materialize a cart for them to use to take them to their final destination under her power, which only left the ride there to deal with. Sashel was fine, she could manage herself, but there were two children with them, one significantly more complicated than the other. Just hearing from Thera was enough for Ben's heart to go out to the young soul spirit, brought into the world for someone else's convenience, and abandoned when he didn't immediately make himself useful, but that was a fact he couldn't help but be curious about too. From what Thera had told him, it didn't sound like Mora was incapable of using his powers, but was instead choosing not to for whatever reason, a wholly different topic that was going to need to be explored eventually, but not then. He wanted to use the time to talk to the boy a bit himself when he had the chance, but the child had already been pulled into a one-sided conversation. With his young apprentice showing she was just as capable of being social outside of her village as she'd been within it, and continuing on with what Thera had asked of her before they'd left, saying whatever came to mind. "So you're not a ghost then?" the girl asked, her eyes wide with curiosity that Mora barely reacted to. "No, but you're a little see-through." "I am. But nothing can go through you, unless I let it. Really, let me try." "Fine," Delaire immediately reached out, watching with pure interest as her hand went through Mora's chest while Ben smiled, hoping a friendship would bloom there for whatever bit of help it would bring while he did the small bit he could, cheating by reaching out with his skill to glimpse into the Great Spirit's mind. He wanted to get a sense for the boy to see if there was anything he might do or anything Mora might need, but what he got went beyond that. The mental structure he was feeling was somewhere between the other Great Spirit's minds he'd touched and that of any young incubus he'd passed walking through the streets of Analia, his senses more attuned to life and death, and souls yet holding a far more mortal mental structure, despite that as a few of Ben's minds wondered briefly on just why that was. He would have thought that even if it was unnatural for the species, two spirits would have produced something that would still be a spirit, through and through, but when he looked at the hybrids that existed before Mora had been born, it was clear something more was at play. A great spirit was still a collection of mana, same as any of the regular ones, but Thera had been born with the appearance her father would use when interacting with the rest of the world, instead of as just a normal succubus with overwhelming power. In Saren's case, his mother just shaped the mana that made up her body to resemble the form of a succubus, but that had led to the boy being born with a tail despite neither of his parents genuinely having one on a biological level. And then when it came to Inja, other than the color of her flames being different from a regular fairy, she looked like any other of her mother's race, almost certainly because her father had changed his own form to match a typical fairy's before she'd been born. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. So where did that apply to Mora? Ben knew that Vividus had taken the form of a succubus the way so many of the other great spirits did, following Abruz's lead, but as for the boy's father, the great death spirit Nox, he'd taken it a step further. From seeing Thera's past and getting a glimpse of him right after his return to the world with Augult, he knew the man went farther, acting as the soul for the corpse of an incubus in a way that perfectly matched his affinity. Given that tied into the rest he knew, it painted a picture of how someone like Mora might have been born. Ben had to assume that his form was likely dictated by the forms his parents had taken when he'd been conceived, and given that one of them had been residing in a body with a genuine brain, while the other would have been able to replicate the structure with her own mana, it had to have had an effect on the child, imprinting on and dictating his psyche in a way the life and death spirits couldn't have predicted, ending with the merged thought structure he felt within. Letter 1E5D. But none of that was more than a curiosity compared to the problems that existed within that hybrid mind. Ben may not have been a psychologist, but he'd been in enough heads to know that the child in front of him was suffering from depression, not on the scale of Augult, but enough that it worried him, filling his thoughts with questions about what to do. Thera may have taken the boy in, but Ben wasn't going to do nothing. It It was just a matter of how he could help, if I can help, he thought with a sigh. I can't do anything for Ogult. I can't do anything for all of the other prisoners who were too mentally broken to be released to the world. What am I supposed to do here? Okay, no being defeatist. It'll take some time, but getting to know the kid is the first step. A step he'd lost the advantage on. While Dallaire seemed happy to keep peppering him with questions, Mora looked over to Ben before cutting himself off from the connection between them. Caught, damn. I guess it makes sense a soul spirit would notice and be able to stop me. Still, the boy didn't say anything about it, and if that was the case then Ben would act the same, instead smiling and speaking up. So Mora, my name is Ben. I live with Thera, so you'll be seeing a lot of me. Okay, and I'm not sure if she mentioned it yet, but her Aunt Sonia also lives with us. Well, we technically live with her, it's her house. Okay, we also have a very sweet houseplant named Frederick. At least he was a houseplant. He's still inside, but he's growing big enough that I seriously need to consider making him a greenhouse of his own. I technically already have a greenhouse, but I don't want that plant in it being a bad influence on him. Okay, he said again, only this time sounding confused in a way that at least seemed to break the monotony of his other responses. When we get back later, I'll introduce you. It will be great. Other than that, though, I saw Thera showed you a card game or two. Did you enjoy them? I didn't see the point. Ha, fair enough. They aren't for everyone, I guess. Still, it's a way to chat and pass the time, so while Thera is unfortunately stuck driving, do you think you'd be up to play a couple games with the rest of us? If you want. It seemed like obedience more than anything else, but it was something to do while they flew that he hoped might entertain both kids a bit, so he materialized a deck, which at least brought some reaction from the young spirit, before passing the last bit of time they had, making the most of the small journey. Mora still seemed largely neutral to the game by the time they landed, but Dallaire had been invested at least, cheering as she won the last round. Me and Mora are tied with 2 wins each. We'll need to break it later. Fine, and Ben, you're really bad at this. Even Sashel won once. What do you mean, even Sashel? The Oracle asked. Why wouldn't I win once? I'm just saying is all. Ben's pretty bad at this. Games with any element of chance have never been my strong suit, he shrugged. Although I'm a lot better at anything without randomness than I used to be. Let's see you take me on in something like that later then, kiddo, if you think you've got what it takes. You're on. With the many changes to his mental structure, he could actually put up a good challenge against Thera and Sonia in games like chess or low mage by then, able to think dozens of potential moves ahead in a way that brought his nearly 100% loss rate significantly closer to 50 instead. Fact that still kind of confounded him when he looked at the thousands of minds in his head, yet still couldn't manage a perfect victory, but one he'd accepted, happy to take whatever wins he could get. With plans for a future rematch made, though it was time to do what they'd gone there for despite what was by all accounts a late hour, with Ben looking at the 2 dryads with him. Okay, I need someone to grab me Hentath since she needs to know about this too while I talk to Fontesh. I'll do it. Dallaire said, grabbing Mora by the hand and running off with the Great Spirit before he could react in any way, with Thera getting up to follow. I'll watch them, so we'll be right back. Okay, that leaves Sashel with me. Come on, let's explain things to your cousin. Getting out of the cart like the rest and grabbing the other end of the mini gate they'd brought along, they walked over to Fontesh's nearby home and knocked on the door until she answered, looking both tired and like she'd been crying before she registered just who was out front. Before either could say so much as a hello, though, she was already grabbing his shirt, head in his chest, and crying again. I'm sorry, I know we sprung this on you, but Dallaire wants this so much, and I know we don't have much time and you have important things to do, but I just want her to be as happy as she can be while she's still. I know you must be busy, but can you please give her whatever time you can? I'll do anything. Whoa, seriously misunderstanding things here, Fontesh, Ben rushed to say, gently pulling her away. I'm training your daughter. She knows that, Sashel knows that, and now you officially know that. It's not what I'm here about. Don't worry about it. She's a good, enthusiastic kid. We're here because I brought something else to try and make the best of the situation. It's... The hell are you here raising up a fuss so late? Hentath called out as she and the others came back, eyeing up Ben. I almost had a heart attack seeing Dallaire standing at my door at this hour. All right, I'm seeing that maybe this could have waited until morning, but nice seeing you too, Hentath. Now please, everyone into Fontesh's home so I can finish up here and get a bit of sleep for the night. He walked in as he said it, carrying the frame and placing it against one of the walls before reactivating the enchantments on it, letting all in the room watch as a portal was opened between there and Sashel's home in Stonewall, hearing gasps from the ones who'd never got to see a mini-gate before as he turned back to address them. Okay, so Fontesh, I understand you sent your daughter to me because you wanted to make her happy, but it would drive me crazy to know she'd be so far from her family with everything going on, so this was my solution. Dallaire, when you're done with work each day, you're coming home to your mom. And Hentath, well, I brought you here because I assumed you'd want to be aware of something like this in your village. but it serves the dual purpose of also creating an escape route for the dryads in the event any disaster ever happens here. When morning comes, you should explain this to the rest of the villagers and tell them to run here in case of an emergency, or if they just want to do some shopping or trade in a larger town, up to them. Either way, I think that's all from me, so we'll also be taking this shortcut back. The village can keep the cart we came in on, and without further ado, I've got stuff to handle at home. Delaire, keep in mind there's a few hours of time difference between us, so maybe get Sashel to come over and wake you until you get used to the change. Other than that, well, it's now a lot easier to come grab me if there's any issues, so just let me know. He didn't leave them room to comment, instead grabbing Thera and Mora's hands to walk through the new gate, letting himself through Sashel's home, and leaving her to try and explain anything else before the others in the room had time to so much as comment. And thus ends one task for the night, Ben said as they walked home, trying to sound bright as they went. Now all that's left is to talk to Sonia and sort out Mora's room. It will be great. Is there anything you want to have for it, buddy? I don't need anything. Sure, but we're not talking about need. Furniture you'd like, books or art or anything else. I'm fine. The kiddo's definitely making this hard by keeping me from his thoughts. Mind reading was just such a handy skill to cut out formality and get to the heart of any matter. Having someone block him out couldn't help but be a challenge in comparison. But if the kid wanted some privacy, then Ben had to at least try and respect that no matter what challenges it raised, all while Thera brought up another issue. Oh gods above, she muttered, realizing something she should have thought about long before. Mora, what would you want to do tomorrow? The option is either coming to work with me or Ben, but I'm going to a hospital, and there's not going to be a lot I should be exposing a child to. He can come with me while I work if you guys want. I'll already be training Delaire. I can teach him some stuff while I'm at it if he'd want. Okay, maybe that would be for the best. I'll go to the hospital, the child told them, making his opinion known for the first time and stepping a bit closer to Thera while she looked at Ben, getting a shrug in return. If it's what he wants, then why not let him? If it gets too much or he gets bored, just take a break and come bring him to me. I can come up with some entertaining options. Okay, sounds like a plan. She wasn't sure if bringing Mora with her while she worked would really be a good idea, but the entire matter left her torn. She wouldn't normally bring a child, but she'd allow any spirit to follow her without a second thought. Figuring out how to manage someone who was both was already proving complicated. But in that single day, he'd barely said anything when he hadn't first been asked. She couldn't just deny him when he'd spoken up to come with her. It was something she'd need to explain to her coworkers when she arrived, but she at least needed to try, with the swarm of worries going through her head only getting replaced by the time they got home, with talking to her aunt being left as the last priority, but one that was going to have to be delayed. It was late enough that Sonia had likely been long asleep, her work as constant and exhausting as anyone else's, which delayed their talk to the morning and left Ben and Thera to bring their voices down. Should we quickly clean out my old room then? He asked as she shook her head in response. We can tomorrow. It's not like we have too much in there aside from your tree. Frederick's a bush. Maybe it was at one point, but I have no clue how you're getting it to grow so big. Either way, it's comfortable enough for the night and we can work on it from there. Mora, will you be okay in here tonight, sweetie? I can be. It was said as neutrally as anything else he had spoken across the day, but it still left Thera to pause before ultimately giving in. Okay, but if you need anything, our room is just over there, so don't hesitate to come in and wake us, all right? Okay, in that case, have a good, she trailed off, a look dawning coming to her face as she did, realizing once more that she couldn't just focus on his youth, she needed to be aware of his total spiritual heritage. You don't need sleep, do you? No, Ben pinched his brow. It was a point he hadn't considered either, being caught up in the rest of the day to the point that he hadn't bothered to think over all of the implications of looking after a spirit, but that was an obvious one without much of a real solution. Mora would never sleep, but even if Ben himself could go days without by that point, he still required some, with Thera being the worst of the three for staying up, even with her levels of sleep resistance. Combined with all of their obligations in life in general, it meant that even just trying to split how much either of them got through the night to make sure there was always going to be someone with the boy would prove to be a struggle, but the alternative was to leave him alone for hours at a time. But was that so bad? He wasn't as mentally young as he was chronologically. There was no reason he couldn't spend a few hours by himself, and so long as Ben got a handful, he could wake up early to spend time with the boy. It obviously wasn't ideal, of course, but it was too late to try and figure out a better solution, leaving just how to get the child to spend his time. Mara, will you be okay for maybe 3 hours if neither of us is awake? I'll be fine. Okay, is there anything you like to do, books or games? The only game I've played was cards today. He felt Thera tense up slightly beside him and didn't need to be a mind reader to know she was cursing out her aunt in her thoughts while Ben just tried to wear a gentle smile. I see, well in that case, that means there's plenty for you to try and explore. Hopefully, we can find something you'll have fun with. give me just a minute. He went to the living room where the rest of the games he'd made were kept, grabbing all of the single-player ones enchanted on diamond screens to bring back with him before placing them all on the desk in the boy's new room. All right, there you go. Since you'll have the time, why not run a bit of mana through each one and try them out? If there's anything you really like, then I can make you more like them. And as for books, what are some good ones? The amount of his new world's fiction he'd read was on the smaller side, all the more so when it came to children's media, but he materialized entire books he thought might be entertaining, pulling from Earth's stock as well after translating it in an act that seemed to once more capture the young spirit's interest, even if only briefly. It seemed the boy had a curiosity for materialization, but that was something that could be looked at further later. For the time being, there was nothing else he or Thera could do, especially not when they were already tired, so with more worry than either wanted to admit, they said their goodnight and promised to wake up again soon before going off to their own bed, where Thera promptly buried her face in Ben's chest. It hasn't even been a day and I'm already doing so badly at this, she muttered, her voice muffled as she spoke. Ben, how am I supposed to get a kid to open up to me? Time and patience, I think, is all we can do, but there's another thing I should probably mention. Is it going to make things even worse? It's something that's going to need to be addressed and dealt with so a little. Okay, just tell me. I'm pretty sure Mora is suffering from depression. Not like occult levels of depression, but the brief look I got in his head was pretty bad. Of course he is, gods above. I need to have some strong words with Vividus. She was trying to not voice her blatant desire to murder her aunt when the life spirit's child was near enough that there was a very real possibility he'd overhear their talk, but she didn't need to. Ben got the point loud and clear. He was even feeling plenty of the same. In every way, Dallaire was a ball of life and energy to be around. Mora was withdrawn into himself, barely talking more than he needed to, and seeming pretty firmly like he wasn't inclined to say more. A terrible start to an immortal life that seemed entirely brought on by the ones who had brought him into the world. But again, it wasn't an issue with an easy fix. It would take work and time that both he and Thera were in short supply of, and at that moment what they needed was rest, so doing their best not to dwell on it, Thera eventually went to sleep, while Ben forced his mind to his god's realm for what already felt like a busy night ahead. Myriad and Helori were the only ones in the realm when he arrived, the goddess with her usual seat perched atop his god, being rotated as the cube turned to face him. Well, Ben, anything happened today. Thera adopted a child, and I had another one sprung on me. Screw you for that, by the way, so it's been pretty busy as a whole. I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't try to deny it. Sashel already said you decided to not give me any heads up about Dallaire coming to train under me. Oh, that. Why didn't you tell me? What if said no? That's simple, you were never going to say no. No matter how much of a pain you may be, Ben, I've known you for years now. No matter what other ways you might surprise me, I was never going to be wrong about this. And that made it okay to not give me any warning. Consider this my revenge for everything else you've ever put me through. Hold on, but is that actually a good idea? Helori cut in. No matter what some of the dumber gods might think, you're a genuinely important figure in the war, Ben, for more than a few reasons. Do you really have time to try and train an apprentice who, to be blunt, might not even live to see whatever waits beyond the third wave when you have so much else to be doing, even just among your own goals? It was a fair question, but what it got her was a shrug. Probably not if I want to be nothing but purely efficient in the months we've got left, but that prospect went out the window the second the other gods of this world decided to get in my way. And none of that even matters because in the end, I still need to live in the time I've got left. Training up an apprentice might not be the best way to spend my time when I'm keeping the planet as my focus, but I'm looking at myself and the people I care about right now instead. She looked at him for a moment in silence before shaking her head. Well, it's your life, so do whatever you need to enjoy it, I suppose. Now, what's this about your lover adopting a child? Did she stumble upon a war orphan? God, I wonder if that would have been less complicated. No, it's family. The great life and death spirits have succeeded in having a child together. It was an answer that got the goddess to move. In a flash, she'd left her place atop Myriad, practically flying right at him in her excitement. Tell me everything. There's not too much to tell. The kid was born as a great soul spirit, just like they'd hoped, but Vividus abandoned him. I guess it sounds like he refuses to use his magic, so she decided to leave him with Thera to see if that would help. Oh, and as an extra fun result, however she and Nox had been raising him to that point has left him with depression. The answer left Helori crinkling her brow, and while all of that is interesting, why would he need raising if he's a spirit? They should be independent from birth. Oh God, another complication, but from what I can tell he's roughly 10 mentally, at least by human standards, and I'm almost 100% sure that stems from a combination of just how unlikely his birth was, tied into the system doing its best to help mana-based life interbreed with the more physical life that makes up the rest of the world. He went on to explain his theory that the boy's almost mortal mental structure was tied to the fact that Vividus had been arranging the mana in her body to a structural, if not cellular level, while Nox was continuing to act as the soul of a dead incubus, contributing his form as well that ended with Mora's unique existence, with the goddess in front of him, nodding the entire time. As far as ideas go, based on the limited information we have, it's not a bad one, but it would be hard to verify unless more are born, which does raise an interesting question. Do you think Vividus would be able to get a repeat if she tried again? There's only ever been one of each affinity's great spirit before, but there's never been a mixed spirit before either, at least not a mix between the affinities within its own kind. If it could be repeated, though, bringing more great soul spirits into the universe, well, that could dramatically reshape the landscape of the entire planet, if not the universe as a whole. Which isn't to mention the potential that further discoveries might be made if she were to succeed in giving birth to more. Discoveries like, she didn't need to say more, Ben was already thinking about the implications. A regular spirit held a magic that was reasonably equivalent to a mortal's ninth-leveled magic of the same affinity, even if the spirit would have aspects to that magic, which would make it far broader, while also having an incredibly high affinity value as well, tied into a mana pool of around 10,000. A great spirit, though, held a magic that was equivalent to a second-tier ninth-leveled magic and a mana pool of 1,000,000. Extrapolating from that small bit of information, if Helori was right and the birth of more great soul spirits would cause them to merge into something new once enough were born, then that meant whatever being would be born would have the magic equivalent of a ninth-leveled magic at its third tier and a positively insane level of mana. A great spirit already had 100 times more than any normal spirit. If that trend continued, then that meant a being with 100 million points of mana would be born, something with a level of skill and power that had never before existed. The word god felt too humble, at least when one went by the scale of what a god was in that universe. If an earth spirit reached that level, then Ben wouldn't have been surprised if it could materialize a planet, or at least personally move one, but since being birthed was the only way the idea had any chances, that meant any pure affinitied spirit was out. So where would that leave a soul spirit? What could one do with that level of power? The correct answer was there was no way to know for certain if Mora didn't want to use what he had, but comparing against what he knew of the soul mages, it wasn't hard to imagine. With 100 million mana tied in and a level of skill at the far end of the third tier, there was an almost certain chance that a spirit like that would be able to awaken anyone to the second tier of their skills like it was nothing, and potentially be able to do the same for awakening third tier skills just as easily. Hell, why stop there? A being that powerful could probably put up a field of mana around it that would cover the continent and drop the leveling difficulty of everyone within it to nothing. That would basically turn this into a planet of gods. And that was just one mixed affinity. There were certainly more in the world, with each having the potential to show overwhelming power if mixed great spirits could be mass-produced, and when he really thought about it, there was no reason to be sure that pure affinities couldn't have more great spirits as well. It seemed like replicating a womb was fairly important to making it work, but that was something any great spirit could potentially pull off, leaving the attempt from there being doing the deed with a regular spirit to see if that would result in a new great spirit being born instead of a normal one, or some unexpected middle ground of the two. Helori's thought had left a flood of ideas running through his head that he did his best to shake away in the end. It was curious, yes, but not a path he'd ever want to explore, nor an idea he'd want to put in Vividus's head. He wasn't going to treat Mora like an experiment, and he didn't want to risk the great life spirit making the boy any siblings when she hadn't been prepared to look after her first child. If there was no eventual merging process, then that would mean potentially dozens of childlike great spirits running around the world with whatever disasters that would cause being the problems of whatever mortals ran into them. Yeah, we're all going to keep this line of thought to ourselves, away from Vividus and any gods who might be dumb enough to want to test it out. I suppose a safe choice in the end. Still, if nothing else, this does work out for you. Huh, what do you mean? You're going to be living with a great spirit that rules over souls. Once whatever issues he has with using his magic are sorted out, you can get him to lower your own awakening thresholds. That sort of thing could drastically help you achieve your goals in the time you have left. Ben looked at her in silence for only a few seconds before sighing and shaking his head. Helori, you're really showing you've never been a mother before here. Of course not, only mild offense to ne'er intended, but breeding with one's mortals is perverse. Okay, so I'm not asking this kid to do anything like that for me. If Thera's taking on a parental role, then so am I, and I'm not making a child that's already been abandoned once feel like I'm only going to be there for him if he does what I want. If he brings it up, then I'd accept it, but I'm going to do my best to try and never get anything out of him. It's a kid's job to be loved, no more than that. And speaking of, seeing as how this particular kid doesn't actually need sleep, I'm going to have to wake up soon, so just one more point. Can you guys help me get in touch with Jake, Amy, and Vasta? Still hellbent on taking in the non-affinity tower even with 2 children in your charge. Myriad sighed. I am, and I don't want to delay too much more than I have to. I'll need at least a week before running off, since I need to give Delaire a few lessons before I run headfirst into danger, and I need to get Mora used to me, but I want to talk to them and put a team together as soon as possible. All right, I'll see what I can do at least. You're the best. With that sorted, he spoke to them both for only a bit longer before waking up even earlier than usual, off to see what the newest resident of their home was up to. Ben took extra care getting up to make sure he didn't disturb Thera. She'd had a long enough day, and it had been at most a couple hours since she went to sleep, not the sort of time he should have been bothering her when the morning was sure to be just as full as he applied what levels of stealth he had to leaving the room, walking over to his old one before knocking on the door. Mora, it's Ben, up as promised. Mind if I come in? If you want, good enough, I guess. He opened the door to the room, finding the boy had at least appeared to have tried out some of the games and flipped through a few of the books, with a couple neatly stacked on the bed. He was sitting on the edge of instead of the desk where they'd been left, which he took to be a good sign, with another positive being that it seemed the boy hadn't spent his sleepless night alone. While Ben couldn't see them properly the way Thera could, all of the souls around them and the minds he felt while reaching out with Connect revealed that the many spirits who would come to their home had found their new great one, approaching the boy in confusion and curiosity to talk a bit. Although, based on what he was seeing in their minds, it seemed the talks hadn't exactly gone smoothly either. Difficulties brought forth from the fact that Mora didn't represent a pure affinity, but something new, making it harder for a species that was more typically wrapped up in the nature of their own individual powers to relate to without the eons of history living amongst each other, to at least give the knowledge of what being any type of spirit meant. He wasn't going to try and look into Mora's mind again. Being caught once was bad enough when he wanted to get along with the boy, and Ben would just be blocked off again anyway. But he could only imagine being separated in such a way from his own kind was a whole new issue on top of what his brief upbringing and far more recent abandonment had already left him. It wasn't a conversation he thought he'd be able to have until the boy opened up to them a bit, though, so he instead focused on trying to be positive and friendly, doing his best to create a comfortable atmosphere as he spoke up. Well, I see you tried some games and you read a bit. Was there anything in particular that you enjoyed? I don't know, there's some I might try again if I can. Of course you can. Feel free to play with anything you want to. This is your home now too. And I'm sure this all must feel a bit new to you. Is there anything you'd want to talk to me about? We're going to be the only ones up for a few more hours, so feel free to let me know anything you're curious about. The offer got him silence, the Great Spirit looking at him for a minute without so much as a word before shaking his head and looking away. No, I'm fine. It was obviously a lie. The boy couldn't have made it more clear he had something on his mind, but if he didn't want to say it, then Ben couldn't force the issue, instead spending his mana to materialize a stool to sit on to bring him closer to Mora's level. All right, if you don't, then that's fine, but if you're just not comfortable talking to me about something, you can also always talk to Thera when she's up later. She's your cousin, and that fact means something to her. She'll be willing to hear you out. Again, he was met with silence, leaving him wondering if he was just doing something fundamentally wrong in how he was trying to talk to the child, but after only a couple of seconds between them, Mora finally spoke up, curiosity winning over whatever reservations he had. How are you doing that so well? Doing what? Materializing. Isn't it supposed to be hard? You keep doing it like it's nothing. That. Honestly, I have a few handy advantages to it, but it mostly comes down to the fact that I know a lot and I can think a lot at once. It makes it easy for me. Are you interested? A bit, the boy eventually shrugged. Are you making souls the same way? I guess it would make sense you can see me doing that. To answer your question though, kind of. It did level the magic I used to materialize when I first did it, but it also granted me a new skill called soul production too, and since then it seems like making them falls mainly in the domain of that skill instead. Although I guess I wouldn't be shocked if it was still influenced by and acting as a small bit of practice for my crafting and original magic too. I also don't understand souls in the same way I understand matter, so I'm technically not as good at it as I hypothetically could be, but I practice and I get better. Everything was just practice in the end, and he could do that endlessly, with bits of improvement coming in unexpected places. Even the few moments Ben had been able to connect to Mora the day before had imprinted the boy's mental structure in Ben's head, which improved his soul creation a bit, even when he wasn't damaging his soul pulling mana through it. What the line of question did give him was an area he could go down, asking one of his own after. Are you interested in making things? It doesn't matter, the spirit shrugged. I can't use magic like that and I can't materialize souls. You already tried, I just know. It's not in my power. Hearing that was a surprise. While Ben was doing it with non-affinity mana, he had felt confident that life or death mana should have been able to pull it off as well given their nature, and it left him wondering if it came down to a difference in how they perceived the world from each other. That was why Ben had been able to create more magic materials when applying more mana to the materialization process, something Abruz had instinctively known he wouldn't be able to do the same way as Mora, with the great Earth Spirit saying at the time that trying such a thing would have only given him more of the original material. It spoke of small limits to those overwhelmingly powerful beings that he normally wouldn't see, which they themselves might not have been aware of, until presented with something they couldn't do, but he pushed the matter to the side for the time, focusing back on the boy with him. All right, well, even if you can't materialize souls or use other magics, that doesn't mean you can't make anything, Ben told him, materializing a wad of clay and handing it over. How about a little art lesson? And then who knows, maybe you'll. He was going to say that maybe the boy would gain a skill related to it, but stopped in his tracks, a question he'd never deeply considered before jumping to the front of his thoughts. Could spirits gain and level skills like mortals could? He knew from their first meeting that Abruz at least put some effort into trying to see if it would be possible for him to gain a non-affinity magic, since, if he could, then that would have the potential to be a drastic new path to power in his hands, but from the sounds of it, there was no hint that he'd have any success even after years of attempts. But beyond just that, of the thousands of spirits he'd connected to when they came for Thera, he'd never once seen one with a skill other than their innate magic bound to their souls. But just because he hadn't seen it didn't mean it was impossible. Because of their body structures and unique makeups, there was admittedly a host of skills they'd never be able to get. When all of their attributes were directly related to the mana in their bodies, and that would never grow beyond its limits, that meant they'd never access any skills directly related to attributes such as enhancements for them. And when it came to skills of their own affinity, anything they could have gained should have already been present in their unique and powerful magics. Their mental structures likely also meant knowledge skills were out. Ben didn't think they needed something like that to help them remember anything, and that left whether they'd be able to get plenty of other mind skills as an uncertainty too. But what about beyond that? With how powerful they were, he was sure they had no reason to try and get anything like swordsmanship or any other combat skill, but if they trained, could they? And then what about his own passion in the form of the different crafting disciplines? If a spirit really had the drive and passion for it, would they be able to gain a skill in it and level it from there? And if they could, what would that mean for them? More importantly, what would it mean if they could awaken it? Spirits might not have been able to grow their attributes normally, but awakening a skill was different from any normal bit of growth. If a spirit achieved such a thing, would they be able to get the same 50% improvement that any mortal gained, shooting them above even any of their other kin? And from there, what if they were able to reach the third tier of a skill like that, propelling a spirit into proper godhood? He was immediately curious, but he did his best to stop himself in his tracks. He wasn't going to treat Mora like a test subject, and with the third wave on the horizon, none of the other great spirits had the leeway to go through potentially months of training to try and see if such a thing was going to be possible, and he didn't have to ask to know that none of the regular spirits had the interest to do such a thing, meaning that there was no way he could test it. Although Augult does seem to have some free time now, with the state he's in, he wouldn't have any passion in trying to learn. Which meant no matter how interesting it was as a thought, it was one he'd need to abandon. He had no way to see if it was possible, and even if it was, there was still a chance it would take months or years to see any sort of success. With so many thoughts running through his head at once, Ben ultimately shook them away. If Mora wanted to learn, then he'd teach, as simple as that, and he'd give no worries to whether the boy was capable of gaining the skill or not. Sorry, ignore me, he finally said. For now, let's just try to have some fun exploring the joy of art. Who knows, maybe you'll like it. It felt like only a moment had passed by the time Thera awoke, but once she began to stir, she shot up, memories of the day before flooding her thoughts in a way that took a second to be sure wasn't just a lingering dream, leaving her putting her head in her hands by the time she was certain. It hadn't even been a day since she'd in essence adopted her cousin after he'd been dropped on her doorstep, and she was feeling just as out of her depth than as she was the day before, maybe even more so now that her anger at her aunt had faded, leaving only what she would do from there. Thera had never expected to have children, the idea dismissed far back in her youth. In the same way, she'd expected to avoid romance as well because of the difference in lifespan there was sure to be in the end, but now, even though it looked like she'd been given a child who could outlive her, she didn't know what to do about it. How did anyone raise a kid in the first place, let alone one that was in essence the closest thing to a god that existed in the mortal realm without having true divinity? Okay, first things first, I need to talk to Auntie, she muttered as she forced herself up, getting dressed and out of her room, gaining just a bit of peace from hearing Ben talking in Mora's room, going on about sculpting from the sounds of it and helping to keep the young spirit occupied as she went to see Sonya, gently knocking on her door. She got no answer, but as bad as she felt about it, she didn't let up until her aunt awoke, letting out a groggy voice for her efforts. "MMH, what is it?" "Auntie, it's me, can I come in?" "MMH, sure dear, come on." It sounded like she was ready to go back to sleep at any second, so Thera wasted no time, letting herself in and sitting at the edge of her aunt's bed while she in turn looked like she was doing her best to stay awake, right up until Thera spoke up. "I took in a child." That brought some energy to Sonya's eyes, forcing her up as she rubbed away the last bit of sleep she was under. I think I misheard you. Say that again, love." "You didn't. It's complicated, but Vividus had a child and decided he wasn't as good as she hoped he would be, so she dropped him at our doorstep, and I couldn't just abandon him. But I know this is your home, and I know I should have at least asked you first, and I'm sorry. But if you're against it, if you just give me a couple days to figure things out." "Thera, relax, I'm not going to kick you out. This is obviously surprising, but if Vividus just had him, did she really abandon an infant on our doorstep?" Anger came to her aunt's voice as she put together the implication, but Thera shook her head as she explained a bit more calmly. "He's technically only a couple months old from the sounds of it, but mentally I think he's around 10 and Ben agrees. He's not like me, not a half-spirit, at least in a normal way. His father is Nox. He was born a soul spirit, a great soul spirit." "All right, well I suppose I should meet him sooner than later then. Is he up? He isn't going to need to sleep in general. Ben's entertaining him for now. All right, give me a moment to get myself sorted." She only needed a minute to get dressed for the day before going out and hearing the voice coming from Ben's old room, heading over with Thera before letting themselves in, giving Sonya her first look at her home's newest resident. "Hello there, sweetie, I'm Thera's Aunt Sonya. You can call me Sonya or Auntie or whatever you're comfortable with while you're here." "Hello," the child said, just as reserved as he had been the night before while her aunt continued to just give him a bright smile. "And what's your name?" He hesitated for a second at the question, still needing time to get used to just having a name, but eventually answered. "I'm Mora." "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mora. I hope we can get along. How was your first night with us?" "It was fine." "Well, that's good, but if there's anything we can do to make you a bit more comfortable, then just let us know, okay?" "All right, wonderful. And since we have a little time still, why don't we chat over breakfast? We can tell you a bit more about ourselves." Getting him to open up more would be a process, but they could at least begin to pave the way by letting him get to know them, and with the same hesitance that came with any of his answers, Mora nodded, joining the others while they ate and began the day. "What am I supposed to do here?" When they'd finished eating, Thera, Sonya, and Mora had followed Ben to his work, all of them needing to make use of his mini-gates to get to their own destinations for the day, but as she stood there with the young spirit by her side, she couldn't help but think about just what she might run into on the other side. She didn't think her father or aunts would say anything bad exactly if she passed through the one connected to her family home, but she was sure that it would be a complicated surprise for them, even if they had known that Vividus was pregnant. One that was sure to get some strong reactions she didn't want to expose Mora to if she could help it, at least not immediately. It was only the second day of having him, but she could already see everything she'd done wrong on the first. She didn't want the list to grow by exposing him to what family drama his existence might create. Better to try and find time to talk to them all herself in the future, to sort things out a bit when he wasn't around, and then do a real introduction after. She wasn't sure if that was really the right move either, but it was the best idea she had at the moment and chose to pass through the magic towers instead, gently taking the boy's hand to lead him through the guild. A move that got a different sort of regret. The place had enough adventurers in it, either looking for quests or just socializing, and while coming out of the guildmaster's office was enough to draw a couple eyes, Mora's appearance drew far more. Seeing ghosts may have been rare, but if anyone was going to encounter them, it would be those who traveled the untamed lands, with sightings only being more common after the gate to hell had been opened. She could only imagine that the people who saw her were assuming they were seeing a death mage that had bound a child to them, but there were no other good options she could take instead. If she used either of Ben's other 2 gates in Analia, she'd still have to walk through the streets to get to the main network, and people would still see Mora, left to make any assumptions they would. So maybe I'll ask Ben to make a new gate we can drop it even if I mostly go to one hospital. I do travel a bit, so making a new gate wouldn't solve this. Okay, it's fine. I just need to pray it doesn't lead to any uncomfortable confrontations. She didn't know how aware Mora was of the looks he was getting, nor of what they meant, but she still tried to distract him, awkwardly attempting to force some conversation as they went down the streets with a boy who still hadn't said more than a couple sentences to her. "So after your first night with us, Mora, did you notice anything we could do to make you more comfortable?" "No, I'm fine. Are you sure? It's okay if there's anything. There's nothing wrong with asking. There's nothing I need." "Okay, but if you change your mind, just let us know. And is there anything that maybe you want to talk about?" "Mora, The silence spoke volumes and told her that there really was a problem of some sort, forcing her to stop and look at him, bringing herself down a bit to match his face as she spoke. Mora, I know all of this must feel uncomfortable to you. We've only just met and Vividus well. What I mean is I know I'm just a stranger to you right now, but I don't want to be. You're my family. If there's something wrong, I want to know so I can try to help, all right. As she spoke, it was easy to see that the issue could have easily been that despite the familial connection between them, he was a child living among strangers, but that didn't seem to be it. He seemed unsure and uncomfortable, but she didn't get the impression it was because of her, with that only being confirmed with what he finally asked. Is Ben a bad person? What, sweetie, no, he can be a bit rash sometimes and a complete monster to any of his enemies. A bit prone to over-focusing when he gets an idea in his head, but I said I'd look after you and he's going to do the same. Why? Did he say something that made you uncomfortable? Mora shook his head, and Thera waited for more, not getting anything further until she asked. Mora, if there's something about Ben that bothers you, then I hope you'll be willing to let me know. We're all living together, and I know he wants to get along with you, so if there's an issue, I just want to try and resolve it. Again she waited, but this time he gave in, speaking with only a little hesitation. His skills just don't seem like something a good person would have. Of course he can see souls. Like any other spirit, he was tuned into his domain, and if the soul mages and Ben were able to see them and interpret some of the information they held, then of course a spirit directly related to them would be able to, and for the first time, she was willing to mentally curse out some of the things he would raise without thought or care. Of course, having awakened skills like his king of sacrilege, his ill intent, and his evil and destructive affinities was going to look bad to a child, not to mention his demon body skill as well. If Mora interpreted the world through the souls, he would see the same way others used their vision, then Ben had to have been a particularly striking sight, which meant that was a genuine problem she had to try and address. It wasn't like Ben could just lose his skills, nor would he want to, but she couldn't let it paint how the boy would see him either, leaving her to try and figure out how to explain it all. Oh, gods above, if Mora can see some of his jobs and titles too, then that's only worse. Ben, how did you let your status get so messy? It was a question she was sure would have gotten a laugh from him in normal circumstances, but as it was, she was left to do her best as she tried to explain it away. All right, I know it can look pretty bad, but there is a reason he has a lot of the skills and titles and jobs he does. Really, he ended up in a situation where he had to raise one bad skill, his sacrilege, but it left a few of the gods giving him some titles, and then he realized that the jobs he got from it were actually really good, which is why he kept taking them, which led him to getting a few other skills that don't exactly sound the nicest, but because of all of the jobs he has with them, they've been easy to raise, and well, Ben just also happens to be rather talented at raising his skills. If you can see them all, then you were probably able to get that impression already, right? Mora nodded and seemed to be listening to her, which she appreciated, even if she included a small lie in her explanation. Nothing had forced Ben to kill the forbidden gods to raise his sacrilege. He'd done it happily, but she didn't have it in her to try and explain any nuanced certain actions, had when it was better to try and keep things clear as she went on. And even though a few skills sound bad, that doesn't really mean they are, at least, that's not how he thinks of them. All skills have their benefits, and a few of them have helped save his life before, which makes it so he doesn't neglect them, but I trust Ben completely. He's a good man, and if you try to judge him from the way he acts with you, then I think you'll see that. I can't ask you to instantly like him, but do you think you could give him a chance and judge how he acts with you, not by the skills he has? Okay, it wasn't exactly resolved, but she had to just trust that he'd open up to Ben in time, and given that she still needed him to open up to her, that wasn't the biggest wish. The fact that he'd spoken to her about that felt like a step, though, one that made talking just a little easier as they went on their way to the hospital for the day. As she worked throughout the day, she kept her eyes on Mora by her side, but he seemed fine despite the constant carnage coming through. It had been a tough explanation when she'd arrived, of course, but ultimately she was the best healer available to them. It helped her get her way and was even easier when she explained he was someone she had to look after, with the work itself that day not being too bad either. In fact, it felt downright smooth. Every day she'd been acting as a healer since the beginning of the second wave had been nothing but stress after stress, but the longer things went on, the easier it became, with even the hospital's head seeming like she was in a good mood when she came over to talk at the end of Thera's shift. This was a good day. The director almost sighed in contentment, with Thera nodding along. Really feels like everyone had it together today. It would be nice if everyone was this smooth. Maybe it will be, she said, giving a rare laugh before sharing the good news. 9 of our healers leveled their magics while working today. 9. It feels like maybe a watching god decided to gift us a bit of help. Oh, that's fantastic. That's improbable. Ben was happy enough to complain about what cheap customers the gods were, and while she would never go quite that far, she knew they had other things to spend their faith on than helping to level up a few healers. But if they weren't at play, that meant nearly 20% of the healers working there had all raised up their magic on the same day. That was nothing impossible, of course. With how much every one of them had been working, the idea that they'd get levels sooner or later was perfectly reasonable to hope for, but 9 of them practically all at once. It was too convenient and too coincidental. Even if it could have been possible, it was impossible to let pure coincidence sit at the top of her thoughts when the boy who should have held power over souls and supposedly refused to use his magic was standing right beside her. "Come in," Ben yelled out at the knock on the door, with it opening to Satchel and Delaire, the latter looking like a ball of energy while the first spoke up. "Don't worry about it, but Delaire, remember I can be a tough teacher. You wanted to learn from me during a busy time, which means I'm going to make you learn as much as physically possible. You ready?" "I am." "Perfect. In that case, put this on." He tossed her a circlet, and Satchel immediately knew its point, with Ben's unsold stock of them still infamous in town, even with everything else going on, while his student did as he said, placing it on her head and feeling as her mind split. She didn't immediately heave like Satchel had been expecting, though. Ben had plenty of experience with experimenting on the minds of others by that point, and even if splitting one was never going to be comfortable, he'd long learned how to keep it manageable, at least to a point. The more he tried to split, the worse it would be, but there'd be no harm leaving the girl with 3. A flash of discomfort passed her face, but she quickly got used to it, even if it didn't go uncommented on. "This feels weird." "Ha, you're going to get used to it. You'll be wearing that a lot while you work. Now it's just going to get a little weirder." He pulled 2 of her newly formed minds into his own, creating a mental space where he could give her 2 separate lessons at once while leaving her last mind in control of her body for some hands-on practice, focusing back on Satchel before they began. "I think I've got her well in hand if you have things you need to do. Would it be okay for me to stick around for the first day?" "Just to see how it goes. Suit yourself," he shrugged. "In that case, both of you this way." He led the 2 to the back of the shop where his mini gates were waiting before pausing to materialize, spending some of his power to make amulets appear around their necks. "Don't take those off while we're through. My warehouse is big enough that you shouldn't feel much of it, but will technically be an analia, and the whole land is going to be subtly filled with charm. Don't want any accidents while you're both under my watch." "Why am I under your watch too?" "Because if I let anything happen to his oracle while I'm around to stop it, I'm never hearing the end from Myriad. Anyway, this way." He went through the gate as they followed behind, not able to see him stretch out his soul, but able to witness the effects of it as his clones left their cases, all of them getting to work on various projects. Some gathered the materials his materializers had been producing, and others got to work forging it all into shape, largely creating bracelets for both his mana and buff enhancements he'd created that he'd need to later finish by adding the necessary soul, but there were also new materializers being constructed as well, all with tools and weapons of all sorts in a constant cacophony of movement, with every Ben having his role to fill. He could tell Satchel had no clue how to feel about what she was seeing, but Delaire's eyes just gleamed. "Will I be able to do this one day? I'm going to have to give that a maybe. Technically, there are tools I can make you that would let you imitate how I do things, and if you get used to having your mind split in 3, then we can slowly add more minds for you to work with. But if you really want to be able to do the same thing through your own power, then there's a few skills I'll have to help you get. We would be talking about pretty radically changing your mental structure, though, so that's not a talk we're having until you're a couple years older, okay? Okay. Good, now why don't we start you on the forge since you haven't been able to practice that in a while? What do you want to make? A sword?" He laughed at the enthusiasm, but prepared a table with materials for her to choose from, letting her pick what she wanted to work with before moving to the forge to begin while he spoke up. "You'll be enchanting on it after, so give some thought to what you want to place while you figure out the design too." "All right." He watched from the side while she worked, Satchel beside him to look as well. "So, is she doing okay? Her form is good, and it looks like she remembers what I taught her last time, which shouldn't be surprising considering I had her under the effect of my knowledge skill at the time to boost her learning rate. She's only at the first level of her enchanting and the second of her crafting right now, but I'm confident I'll be able to get her to at least the 4th of each by the 3rd wave, and that's at the very least. Ben, I know you're kind of ridiculously talented at what you do, but please don't place too many expectations on her. The vast majority of people don't level that fast. The vast majority of people don't have me as a teacher. Hell, the system even named me as a great teacher. That's just how good I am. Anyway, you don't need to worry. I expect her to work hard, and she's already shown me that she can put in the effort, and she's pretty talented too, but the reason I think she'll get those levels so quickly is only possible because I'm helping her," he explained, tapping the side of his head. "She's going to be benefiting from the effects of my knowledge skill, which is something the vast majority of people don't get to enjoy, and by splitting her minds, she's going to get even more out of it. The 2 I've pulled into my head, are also getting lessons at twice the speed the real world is going through, so with all of that, it would actually be more shocking if she didn't improve. I'm pretty sure I could help anyone level this way, huh? A solution to a problem Thera had asked him for some help on once reared its head, needing only to be tested as he materialized a new circlet, and without a word, put it on the oracle's head, watching her twitch at the change before focusing on him. What was that for? I'm going to do you a hell of a favor, free of charge. You're getting some lessons from me. I'm sure this would be a great opportunity for someone, but I don't want to get any crafting skills. And while you're objectively wrong for that, that's not the point of this. You're in luck, Sashel. Beside you is maybe the greatest expert on magic on the planet, okay? Maybe second or third place, but that's not the point. I'm definitely the most well-read. While you're watching Delaire, you'll be learning every plant spell I've studied up on in my head. That managed to get a positive reaction from her, the girl's eyes gleaming now that he'd touched on her area of interest instead. Are you sure? I have literally nothing to lose doing this and everything to gain. I'm just going to put your extra minds at a slightly higher speed than Delaire's, but try to bear with it. It won't be so bad. He pulled her 2 new ones in his head and brought them up to 4 times the speed to give the information he had. He didn't expect it to be enough to get her a level. After they'd taken on the life tower together, getting her to raise the skill to its first awakened level, she'd been lucky enough to continue growing it. But if his time helping so many people at the library had shown him one thing, it was that knowledge and skill were closely tied together. The more one knew, the more one could do, which only left growing that knowledge further, something he was already incredibly suited for. And add in my title of Awakener, which supposedly helps give me an easier time awakening others, then taking the time to give people the knowledge could potentially be enough to help push them over the edge. Okay, this is good. This is a real strategy. He'd helped a person level up before just by discussing their area of research with them, who was to say he couldn't accomplish the same again by putting people through a hardcore cram session. Even if the results weren't great, a greater understanding of spells and magic could only help any mage who got it, and with that he began organizing his thoughts, creating his lesson plan for the coming day, and calling out to the gods so they could start making the arrangements he'd need. You want to talk about it? I wish you weren't so good at reading me. What can I say? It's my specialty. His first day teaching had gone well, both for Delaire and for Sashel. The first had managed to have fun the entire time. He'd done his best to keep the lessons he was giving both in the shop and in his head varied and dynamic, and while Sashel's hadn't gotten quite the same level of enjoyment, at the very least she appreciated all of the information he'd been able to give, with the one day combined with all she already knew enough to turn her into one of the better experts on plant magic. It would only take a few more to make her one of the best, especially if he increased the speed for some of her minds even further. It was only after getting home that he found something going on. Not exactly wrong, but clearly on Thera's mind, but with Mora with them, and still getting used to the new environment, he waited to bring it up until they were in the privacy of their room for whatever little it would give. There was a chance the young spirit would still hear them, though. His senses should have been powerful, even if alien, so after a moment, Thera pointed at his head, making what she wanted clear as her mind was pulled into his thoughts for the privacy it would give. So what's going on? I think Mora was casting spells at the hospital today, and I don't know how to approach it, she told him, pinching her brow. Vividus got rid of him because he wouldn't use his magic. How am I supposed to ask if he was doing it in secret? Especially since it would only be a secret from me. There's no way his mother wouldn't have known if he'd been doing the same thing with her around. Okay, back up a second. What makes you so sure he was casting any spells? Aside from 9 of our healers leveling up their magics today, while we just so happened to have a great soul spirit in the room, healing in general was just easier. Not overwhelmingly, we all still had to work, but nobody who came in died today. I was under the impression people don't usually die when you're working. Okay, true, but it does happen if their injuries are too bad sometimes, and I guess I don't know for sure if he was helping things, but it really seemed like it had gone a lot better. I'm feeling pretty confident about this. All right, if you're sure then I believe you, but then what do you want to do? I don't know, she moaned, resting her head on his shoulder. If he'll use his magic, then what's the problem that made Vive decide to abandon him? And if he wasn't using it around Vividus and Nox, only then why wasn't he? And he hasn't brought it up to me, so it seems like he might be trying to hide it, but if he's honestly doing a bad job about it, but it's only the second day, and if he has some reason for it, then I don't want to pry because I'm really trying to get him comfortable with me, but I just feel so bad at it and Okay, well, do you want to hear my opinion on this? Please. Don't mention it to him. Give him a bit of time to get more comfortable with you first, and then you can ask him. He'll open up to you eventually. As for confirming if he'd done that, well, it won't be so much confirming as it would be adding just a bit more evidence, but I do have an idea on the topic. Yeah, you asked me to help awaken people before, right? I'm already rushing the gods to try and set it up, but I'm joining you tomorrow, and basically going to force the relevant spells into the heads of every light and life mage I can get my hands on. I was only expecting it to help lower the difficulty of people getting levels and awakening. Maybe it would be enough to level up 1 or 2 if we're lucky, but if we have him with us and he's lowering their leveling thresholds, then not only levels, we might even see some awakenings too. Okay, that sounds good. Better than good even. Thera had been wanting more awakened healers on the planet in general. If Ben and Mora working together would get it, then that was something to celebrate, even if it working would only add to the question of why Mora wasn't openly using his power. But that was something that didn't need an immediate answer. The first goal was just making sure he was comfortable with them. They could learn the truth whenever he was ready to tell it, and feeling just a little comforted from the talk, Ben released her from his mind, letting Thera kiss him before she fell to sleep, and he made his regular move of joining his god, finding the cube waiting. I want you to know, the fact you insisted on doing this so soon was a complete pain to arrange. Hey, the world needs good healers, and here I am, in a position to help some. Any bit of dawdling could cost lives, right? Sure, but that didn't make this any less of a challenge to set up. Still, you'll be getting a constant flow of them helping out at the hospital. Thera typically works at, so try not to traumatize them too deeply. I feel the need to point out that you're asking me not to traumatize people who have been watching others die constantly, each day for weeks, maybe even months depending on how much carnage they saw from whatever demons made it through the first wave. How bad do you expect lessons from me to be? Bad enough to tip any of them over the edge? How many minds are you planning on forcing on all of them? Well, Delaire's my little student, and I enjoy being in Sashel's good books since she's the only one in her party who isn't afraid of me, and they only got 3. So the healers tomorrow are only getting 3. Okay, you got me, they'll be getting 5, but that will probably be manageable. I'm sure his god told him, voice filled with nothing but pure doubt. And pray tell, at what sort of speed are you going to be forcing these poor healers' minds to move at? Okay, so Delaire I only doubled and Sashel I only quadrupled. And we aren't talking about them. Fine, gosh, so picky about it. I'll be going through their memories to see what each one already knows, but in general, I've split the life and light spells I know into high, middle, and low priority, with people who only have low levels of their magic mostly learning high priority spells, while people at the 9th level will be learning everything I can teach, with the potential to stop a bit early for any of them if they do gain their levels or awaken, so I can move on to the next people, and considering that I'll maybe have an hour with any healer, tops before they're changed out, so I can help teach some more. You're stalling still. Geez, okay. Considering I'll be teaching 4 individual minds for each person, while the last will be focused on hands-on healing whatever patients are brought in, and that I want to make the most of whatever time they have, I'm thinking about 1,000 times faster, maybe more if it seems like they need it. Ben, that's called torture. It is not. 1,000 times, 4 times over for an hour might as well be 4,000 hours of studying Ben. That's the better part of a year. You know, back on Earth some say you need 10,000 hours to become an expert on something, and you're planning on giving it to them all at once. It'll be efficient. It'll be madness-inducing. Besides, I'm sure your little saying about experts doesn't take into account a knowledge skill, or that you're able to force your 9th leveled one on others. How do you expect me to believe you'd even be able to fill all of that time? I mean, if they have any other magics, I'll happily teach them all I know about them too. Vetoed, if you have to be psychotic, bring it down so their total time learning from you doesn't equal more than 1,000 hours. There's at least a chance they'll be able to mentally recover from that. Counter offer, I'll add some dark enchantments to my circlets to improve their ability to make their users focus and resist mental strain. Counter offer. Do that anyway and then still only give them 1,000 hours of studying in your head. MMH, okay, I can see we're at a bit of an impasse here, so I'll compromise. I'll build the enchantments to strengthen their minds in every way I can to be sure they'll be fine in the end, and then we'll only do 2,000 hours. That sounds fair and reasonable, doesn't it? Not even remotely, but I think I need to finally give up on getting you to understand the plight of mortal minds. Excuse you, I'm still mortal. Mine is by the very definition a mortal mind. No, you don't get to say that. I'm pretty sure that if a random mind reader ever got close enough to poke around in your head, they'd either die or go insane by this point. Okay, yeah, but that doesn't mean I don't have a mortal mind. Besides, the chances of any mind reader getting that close without me noticing their intentions are pretty slim. I don't know why I'm trying to bother. Fine, do whatever you think is best, but if anyone seems like they're genuinely suffering, let them go. What? Obviously Myriad, I'm not a monster. Your titles beg to differ. Hey, when you're killing a god, they practically give those things away. Anyone could get one. Not if the condition is killing a god. Well, agree to disagree. And speaking of, I already don't like where this is going. It's basically unrelated. I just want to catch up on some practice tonight. Don't worry, I'll be quiet. Before his god could say another word, Ben was already actualizing in the distance, creating targets for himself before shooting off bullets at them, watching as his aim held true. It's going to be pretty hard to ignore the fact that you made your targets look like Enith and Olencia. It's important to get some stress relief from time to time, he said innocently, as if he hadn't previously made clear just what he would try to do to the two gods if it would help him awaken his sacrilege while his own gave up, getting to his work and leaving Ben in peace to get a bit of training in the meantime, as the bit of night he had to use went by. "Morning, Mora, it's me," Ben said as he knocked on the door, letting himself in after a moment and finding the boy sitting like he had been the day before, a few more of the books and games he'd been given having at least been touched in the past few hours. "Good morning. So I didn't bring it up yesterday, but me and Delaire are going to be joining you and Thera today. But before that, since we'll be the only ones up for a while, is there anything you'd want to do?" "It's fine," he shrugged, seeming like he was going to end there but surprising Ben as he went on. "You don't need to keep getting up for me. I know mortals need their rest. Ah well, I probably need less than most people, and honestly, I'm not the biggest sleeper either. Why, to be honest, I'm not a fan of dreaming. Even when I rest, I just force my mind up to be with my god instead, so spending time with you is a fine alternative. Plus, my stamina is high enough that even a few days without it won't kill me, so you don't need to worry about it, and instead let's focus on what we're going to do while we wait for everyone else to get up. We did some sculpting yesterday. What do you say we try some drawing today?" He materialized a couple blank books as he said it, along with some pencils, and handed a few over, watching as the spirit with him looked on in confusion while he started, explaining as he went. "Now, obviously, if you want, I can talk to you about technique and what you can practice on to bring your imagination into reality for it, but I'm willing to bet you've never drawn before, right? Yeah. So for now, just try to doodle a bit and see how it feels. If you like it, then I can show you ways to improve." Ben was already filling up his own book as he said it, his hands moving in a blur to bring his ideas to life, and the enjoyment he got in doing it seemed to come across, with Mora flipping to a blank page to try to do it himself. He took far more time at it, even not considering Ben's personal skill. It wasn't a surprise considering the boy had never done it before, but by the end, after a second of hesitation, he turned it around to show Ben, with the subject Mora had chosen being obvious with the outcome. "Oh hey, so you decided to draw Frederick, huh? It looks really good, especially for a first attempt. You might just have some talent as an artist if you want to pursue it." The boy shuffled awkwardly as he was praised, not knowing how to take the compliment, but seeming far more pleased with it than expected, which made Ben stop to wonder if he'd ever received one before. Vividus didn't seem like the type to hand them out willy-nilly, which was just another thing that had likely led to the boy's closed-off state. But before Ben could say anything else, Mora spoke first, trying to hide his own good mood with a question. "So why does your plant have a name, Frederick?" "Because I love him," Ben laughed lightly before giving a bit of a stronger answer. "When I first moved here, I didn't really have anyone. Me and Thera had just met, but we weren't even really friends, and I had my teacher and my god, but how close I was to either of them was still a bit up in the air. But I needed something living to practice one of my skills on, since it would let me sense other people's feelings, and from there, I settled on a houseplant. Once I started practicing with it, though, I grew a bit of an emotional bond, and from there I couldn't not name it. Does naming something mean you're close? I think it can." The child retreated into thoughts as Ben said it, though not in a way that seemed negative, and before long the two were drawing again as morning slowly came. It was once everyone was awake and fed they went to the shop again, Ben doing what work he could while waiting for Delaire to arrive, with that mainly entailing wearing his coat and overfilling his soul for the mass production of new ones in a way that completely caught Mora off guard. He'd only seen Ben do it at the significantly slower rate he would at home until then, but the change of location had turned a trickle into a flood, with the volumes coming in and out of existence being enough to catch anyone who could see it off guard, even if the boy's focus eventually turned somewhere deeper. "That can't feel good," Mora said, seeing all of the mana he was pulling through himself, while Ben in turn gave a small chuckle. "You're right, this absolutely sucks. Then why are you doing it?" "Because unfortunately, sometimes in life I've gotta do things that suck. Making souls creates massive amounts of experience for my job, and taking in mana lets me make massive amounts of souls. Tie in a little cheat I'd figured out, and I can use all of that experience to help make other people who can't earn as much get stronger. Why would you do that?" "Partly because the gods of this world are mostly jerks who decided to take advantage of me, and partly because I like this planet just enough to want to help. Sometimes, doing what I can means putting up with a bit of nonsense. I don't think nonsense is supposed to damage your soul. There are plenty of benefits to be had with damaging my soul occasionally too, though." Like that, Ben laughed. "That plus my soul expansion make for a pretty killer combo. Is that why you're taking in even more now? If my soul is more resilient, then that means I can handle more without damaging it." He shrugged as Thera finally cut into the conversation. Mora, don't learn this from him if you can help it. He's far too willing to be self-destructive for things like this. Hey, now I'm pretty sure I need a certain level of resilience if I ever want to awaken my soul expansion, and since I need to overfill myself anyway, I think this all works out pretty well. The secret to raising skills is to have as many positive feedback loops in your soul as possible. The only other one you have is your mind skills, and it took you ages to get to a point where that wasn't at a risk of destroying your brain. And now, as a handy bonus, I don't actually need a brain anymore. You can't get more win-win than that. Thera shook her head at the same time the door opened, with Delaire letting herself in, beaming and eager to start the day. Morning, Delaire, you still got your circlet. I do. Gods above Ben, why are you making her use one of those? Thera asked, looking at the girl in sympathy as she put it on. Efficiency, of course, and on a far nicer scale than what I'm going to be putting any healers through today. Speaking of, our task for the day. Delaire, we're having a bit of an outing, so most of what will be happening is lessons in your head, but I'll get you to do some enchanting at the same time. Okay, then where are we going? It was subtle, but he saw Mora perk up as he said it, either out of interest or seeing a window where he could stealthily use his own magic. Ben couldn't say. Still, the idea had been planted, and now any levels that arrived would seem natural, at least if Mora was going to try to hide his skills, with the only issue being how hard it would be to judge natural results from the young spirit's help. Ben was sure that he'd have potentially been able to raise a person's magic with the efforts he was about to spend without any outside help, but he didn't know how many for sure. One or two wasn't too much to hope for, but he planned on filling every available head with an outrageous amount of knowledge. There was no reason to be sure he couldn't do even more. No, the real test will be if we get any awakenings, he told himself. That's not something a bit of extra knowledge can help with. If we get even one, then we know Mora really is using his magic. The hospital's director had already been informed of what was happening that day, as were all of the healers who were coming through, with Ben setting up a collection area for his circlets to be picked up and dropped off as people came in and out for the bit of work they were doing. With the extra healers, though, came more patients, the injured being funneled there for the day to make up for any other place's lack of staff as Ben got to work, distracting Delaire from any surrounding gore while the people around him were pulled into his head, forced to sit through lesson after lesson as he transferred the knowledge he held to them, already getting his first successes in the first group of healers. 2 of them gained levels. It was possible that it was a coincidence, but Ben's senses were sharper than most, especially when it came to feeling mana, and he could tell a wide spell was being cast around them. Not one that came from Thera. She was being more restrained in her own healing in order to give the rest. Ben was working with a harder time, so they'd push themselves and develop their skills. That alone made the source of the spell obvious enough, but he left it unmentioned as things progressed. It was only once they got their first of 4 awakenings on top of countless more levels that day that Ben felt undeniably certain that Thera was right. Mora was casting his spells, just not telling anyone he was doing it, with why he felt the need to keep his help a secret left as a mystery. He was curious enough that he really did want to broach the topic as the day ended, but not so curious that he did. Children needed to be allowed their privacy, same as any adult. If Mora didn't want to mention it, then both he and Thera would wait until he was more comfortable to say anything, pushing that conversation further into the future, even if Ben still tried to make it clear that what happened was a good thing. Now that's what I call a great day, he said happily. More awakened healers means more people surviving their injuries. Getting 4 on top of all of those other levels in the end couldn't have turned out better. It also means my workload might finally decrease a bit, Thera agreed, not knowing what Ben was doing but not needing to be just as happy. 4 extra awakened healers wouldn't exactly eliminate her workload, but it would undeniably shrink it, with more patients being sent to their own hospitals rather than having so many funneled to where she gave the majority of her time. And with that done. What's up? With that done, I'm going to need to break off from you guys for a bit. Sorry, Thera, would you be able to walk Delaire back? Sure, but what's up? Looks like I can finally bother someone about a tower. So Ben, what do I owe the pleasure? The non-affinitied mage asked as he met her, sounding happy and personable and altogether still pleased with the bit of help he'd given her the last time. He had managed to speed up her own job as he worked his way through World Killer, helping her to finish it in the end and let her move on to something new for all the bonuses that would come with it. It's not every day a god tells me you've been looking for me, just hoping to get some advice. I've recently found out about how few people take on the non-affinitied tower, and I was wondering if you and Jake and the rest have challenged it yet. I haven't yet, darn. Even if that was the most likely answer, it was still a disappointment. It meant there was no point in digging through her thoughts to see what any of the potential floors held, and it was clear it wasn't what he'd wanted to hear, even if he didn't let that stop him. That might not have been the answer he'd been looking for, but that didn't mean there wasn't more to ask. In that case, do you have anyone you'd know who might be interested in challenging it? Maybe either of the other two non-affinitied mages, if you don't plan on taking them for your own attempt, or anyone who might hold a handful of the more specialized options at decent levels. Ben, when are you planning on taking it on? The sooner the better, but I don't mind waiting a couple weeks if you know anyone who'd be up to join us if they just need a bit of time. His best idea was still just to grab either Glob or that Gray's teacher, but having someone with only a barrier magic didn't feel like the best use of a spot. Not a bad one, of course, but when he had no way of knowing what he was going to walk into, he wanted as much flexibility as possible, instead of entirely relying on Thera's power again, if he could help it. I guess we do have the one wraith on the world now too, but I'm not exactly sure about asking someone who's been a prisoner for who knows how long to risk their life when they won't be able to enjoy any of the benefits they might get for that. Blessings were meaningless for mana-based life when it seemed a universal fact that they couldn't grow and there'd be no levels to be gained for them taking it on either. If they were going to challenge it with others, no matter how much easier or harder it could be for the fact, he wanted to bring people who could actually benefit from it, with Vasta giving him an unexpected offer to match his requirements beyond any of his hopes as she answered. If you have 3 spots free then, I'll make you a deal instead. As you know, we unfortunately have some rather high hopes for Jake despite how unfocused he can be. I mean, even if he can be a bit all over the place, he does have some sense of duty when it comes to helping the world, which is meaningless in the face of his more distractible nature, but that's neither here nor there. I have taught him to the best of my abilities, and he's learned numerous spells under me, even if he was kicking and screaming the entire way, but despite my position as the non-affinitied mage, there are still aspects of the magic I'm not personally proficient in, so here's what I'd like to propose. I know it's a lot to hope for, but if you train him and manage to force a level out of him in the next few weeks, he, myself, and Amy will accompany you to take on the tower. What, are you sure? No, I'll do it. I was more meaning, are you sure you're okay with taking me and Thera? I know they wouldn't actually get much from it beyond the blessing, but what about Ulil and Yuzu? As far as he knew, Yuzu had been carried through most of the towers with them to get her the blessings so she could grow her power, and Vasta herself had been carried as well, having nothing to contribute to the 4th and 5th floors of every tower she'd joined until that point, being brought along to gain the blessings to help raise her own difficult magic. It was a question she chuckled at though, shaking her head as she answered. Yuzu is officially too important, and it's too late to be worrying about raising her attributes anymore when everything's already come to a head, and as for Ulil, well, as incredibly jealous as she is about not getting to enjoy the same help I have, she does understand the difference in difficulty between our 2 skills and the potential danger of this tower. With the 3rd wave on the way, it makes the most sense to take another non-affinitied mage, and even if you don't have the general skill, you've more than proven your worth when it comes to the talent you wield your magics with. Okay, sounds like a plan and a half. In that case, send Jake to the Magic Towers Guild tomorrow and tell him to go to the Guild Master's office and I'll look after him. Will Yuzu be coming too? I can do my best to put the guy through hell to get him that level, but having her there as well would help a bunch. He is her pet project. Trying to raise him up is enough of a priority that you can expect her to stick with him until he's in the tower. Do whatever you need to train him in the time you have him. You won't hear a peep from me, and if he levels his skills sooner than expected, we can move up our date to take on the tower if you're feeling rushed. Okay, sounds like a plan. In that case, Vasta, hope you look forward to the results. And Jake, you get my heartfelt sympathy for what I'm about to put you through in the name of said results. Sitting in the guild that morning, ignoring the eyes of the few others around who recognized who he was while he did his best to pass the time, it wasn't long until the 3 he was waiting on arrived, with Jake, Amy, and Yuzu joining him. Good to see you guys. Hope one of you is ready for what I have in store. Ah, Vasta gave me the rundown, Jake laughed. Hope you'll take it easy on me, buddy. Anyway, let's get back to Stonewall and get started, Ben said with gusto, ignoring Jake's request in a way that wasn't lost on the others. Just come this way for a shortcut and we can get started. Why do you have a gate in here? Amy asked as they were led into the guild master's office, seeing it connect to his shop and getting a shrug as they walked through. Long story. First things first, I've got dark resistance amulets for all of you, so put them on because this isn't our last stop. He was handing them out as he said it before taking them through a different one he had set up to his personal workshop in Analia, with his young apprentice waiting and hard at work practicing her art. As one of the few disciplines, he was comfortable getting her to practice completely unsupervised. Even if Dallaire had been working on her own in her home village, now that she was his responsibility, he was insisting on being more careful as a result, and only interrupted her for introductions. All right, Dallaire, we're putting a pin in that for now. Time to meet the people who are going to be with us for a few days. Guys, this is Dallaire, my first official apprentice. Delaire, these are my friends Amy and Yuzu, along with my fourth official student as of today, Jake. Hope you all get along, but if you don't, then just remember, Delaire has seniority in here, so what she says goes if I don't say otherwise. Really? The girl asked, her eyes lighting up at the prospect. Really, you just probably won't get the chance to use it, especially not today. Jake's going to be busy. And on that note, let's get started. Jake, say goodbye to Amy and Yuzu. I'm willing to give you guys a couple of minutes on it if need be. Why aren't you teaching me whatever you need to in here? In a sense, just say a quick goodbye for now. Ben, buddy, you're scaring me here. What's about to happen? You're about to be educated. Try not to resist. Looking in Ben's eyes, Jake instantly had second thoughts about receiving lessons from his friend, but it was too late. Ben was already in his mind, and before Jake could try to make any sort of escape, Ben had pulled him into his own, materializing a new circlet on his friend's head while the other went limp. Let's see, he was able to control 4 clones by himself comfortably enough, so if we're just going to make things a little uncomfortable, then 6 minds in his head should be fine. Ben. What's going on? Amy asked, with the discomfort of seeing her partner slumped over and unconscious clear while he explained. You guys were told he was coming to learn from me, right? Well, here he is, learning. It's fine. A sentiment Jake might have wanted to disagree with but wasn't given the chance. 6 instances of himself were all in Ben's mind, under the effects of his knowledge skill, while being forced to think as fast as Ben himself could while the lessons began, with plans to stretch them out for the rest of the day. As for how long it would feel to Jake, well, he should have used his chance to tell them goodbye. Oh well, I've got enough dark spells built in to protect his mind. It'll be fine. He'd planned on dedicating that first day entirely to lessons before changing the next to something far more hands-on, in essence keeping himself free to manage his own work as well as take advantage of Jake's soul, and he slipped on his own jacket to do exactly that. So from here, things aren't going to be the most exciting for you two, but I could at least use your help a bit while you're here, Yuzu, if you don't mind. Sure, what? She asked, looking particularly hesitant about what she was seeing happen to her husband while Amy appeared much the same. Decided I'm going to strain my soul a bit today, and might do the same to Jake. If you could keep the damage to the minimum, that would be great. Why? Because sadly my work never ends. He was already using Jake to materialize more Voidstone and Deathstone for his use, the substances being far too handy to not create as much as he could when he had someone there who was able to create them, but as for himself, it was time to finish up with a few of his own supplies. He was now constantly making mana bracelets, buff bracelets, and materializers to supply the world, but if he was willing to deal with a bit of pain for it, then he could potentially finish up making them that day. When he'd come back to the world, he'd materialized an entire enchanted building that was still housing thousands of his fellow prisoners. It had damaged his soul and nearly destroyed his body in the process, which wasn't exactly ideal, but with a proper soul mage by his side, he could do something very similar, taking in outrageous volumes of mana to materialize dozens to hundreds of crates of those 3 tools in a single go. The idea ran pretty counter to his plan to take it easier when it came to overfilling his soul, but given how infrequently he'd have a soul mage around to heal the damage of that act, he couldn't just not take advantage of her while she was there. Which means I should also just give in and materialize the rest of the souls I need today too. Hey, myriad. I know I was planning on taking 2 more days to finish up my current job, but it looks like I'm going to finish this one tonight, and I'll aim to finish the next in a day or 3 after. Think you can get arrangements made for my next round of jobs. Let's say this evening after I'm done teaching. Teaching Jake, he'll be fine and so much smarter for it, and then I can reward myself after a day of hard work with some nice new job bonuses. Ben, whatever you're doing, I think I need to strongly inform you that you need to stop, Yuzu said as he started, able to see the way he was filling up with mana. I think your soul might actually explode. Don't worry, I've done this before. That doesn't make it better. I know you can take in mana, but this is too much. It was agonizing, but Yuzu was already healing him, and just as importantly, the act was freeing up his future workload, giving him more time in the future to focus on other projects, which was enough to bring a smile to his face through the pain. Look, it's not ideal, but it hasn't killed me yet, and this is important. After today, I won't have to do it again if you lend me a hand for now. I don't think I have a choice when you're doing this in front of me. Such are the perils of living on this world. I'll make it up to you when I help you speed through your job later, because it looks like we'll be doing that today. Oh, and I have one more gift for you, actually. If it's related to this, then I don't need it. It's not. It's a spell. 1 second. He briefly pulled her into his head, albeit in a far gentler way than Jake was receiving, and gave her the information he had while improving her learning rate, with her reaction only coming once she was released. Taking a far quieter tone than how she'd been at the suffering he was putting himself through, the look she gave when she spoke was still colored by concern. Ben, where did you learn a soul spell like that? I happened to have a run-in with a demon contender. Well, They were a contender when I encountered them, and a third tier when I killed them, but that's not really the point. They used that spell themselves for a really, really annoying application of prophecy, but it's not like it can't have other uses. I figured you might be able to get some benefits from employing it. It was a spell he had ripped from the mind of the demon who had taken over Thera, along with the other adventurers and chimeras, that had employed it to bring them all into its thrall, making them nothing more than extensions of itself to be used as it saw fit. Now, though in the hands of a third tier, it could potentially be used to a significantly greater degree, even without the time magic that had made it so dangerous. It was something Yuzu seemed to have understood well enough, leaving her deeply uncomfortable compared to other soul spells she'd learned, but that didn't matter. She could choose to use it or not, but now it was one in her arsenal, available in case she needed it. You know, it's kind of a waste to leave Jake's body there doing nothing. All right, I'm feeling generous. Is there any attribute you guys think he needs to train more? Agility, Amy told him without needing to think. He's terrible at it since he just teleports everywhere. Why don't tell me you have some easy way to raise attributes now too? Well, technically yes, but modifying souls is still in the testing phase. Nearing its end, though, so I might be able to start it on a larger scale soon. I'm sorry, modifying what? Yuzu asked, broken from her conflict over the spell she'd been given by the new ridiculous thing Ben was saying in front of her. He was already casting with Jake's mana to make a growing pile of void in Deathstone, and teaching in a way that was sure to give more than a few points of intelligence, but training agility would need something else, with Ben spending some of his infinite mana to materialize what was in essence a treadmill. It was powered through the enchantments and magic materials that made up its structure, but it would do what it needed to, and given he was already inhabiting Jake's body, he was just going to need to do something Ben personally hated: running. It was made all of the worse for knowing that it would be Jake who got the benefits from that bit of exertion, but having Jake's body work for those hours he was learning meant there was no time being wasted for the man, something Ben knew he himself would have appreciated, even if Amy and Yuzu seemed less sure. Ben, is Jake going to be okay after any of this? Amy asked him, feeling less and less sure her lover's mind and body were going to hold up as the day went on. Of course, don't worry. The circlet's not just for show. It's constantly acting to help stabilize his mind and keep him focused so he won't go insane, and it's not like running is going to kill him. I'll even make sure to keep him properly fed and hydrated. After all, I still need him in a good condition for the hands-on lessons tomorrow. Okay, but you are able to see how this might look concerning, right? Listen, I was told to teach him to the best of my abilities, but we're kind of on a time crunch, right? The sooner he gets his level, the sooner we can all go to the towers for another one. I wouldn't put him through anything I'm not willing to do. Hell, as the guy teaching him and currently doing the running for him, I'm pretty sure I technically have it worse. He'll probably have some muscle pain by the end of the day, but right now, I'm the body doing the running. You know, has any other human mentioned that your skill set has gotten kind of scary since coming here? You were originally the most normal of us, and if you'll remember, being the most normal got me forgotten about by the entire planet. Besides, my skills aren't scary, they're useful. I'd like to disagree, Yuzu spoke, as the one currently looking at his soul and all of the skills it contained while trying to keep it from tearing itself apart. Evil affinity, destruction affinity, and ill intent all sound scary. Plus, you only got the first two at the end of the second wave. How are they both already mid-leveled awakened skills? They're both getting good job bonuses. It's fine, don't sweat the small stuff. You have a lot of other skills I've never heard of outside of you too. That counts as small stuff, which it sounds like you're still sweating for some reason. You also have a blessing as weird as Abel's. How did you even get something called Witness of Chaos? Yuzu, I don't bring it up much, but it's a little impolite to comment on another person's soul. Look at me, I can see everyone's skills, but I keep what I see to myself. Have you ever seen anyone with half of the weird stuff you have then? Amy asked. I would say Abel qualifies, and more importantly, we're moving on. Amy, rather than sitting here and judging my very cool, very normal skills, tell me how the homunculi we got you are working out. Like Falk and almost every other awakened warrior on the planet, Amy had received a few homunculi to act as additional bodies to fight and train through, and by all accounts, it seemed it had helped pay off. Ben could see she'd leveled her combat skill, a fact he very politely didn't mention out loud despite all of the comments on his soul, but with her there, it made sense to check if there were any needed fixes. Oh them. They took a bit of getting used to. I really don't know how you handle having so many minds and bodies so naturally. She looked in the background as she said it where his homunculi were hard at work, with one focusing on guiding Delaire as well. Excuse me, I'm trying to subtly shift comments away from me and how I live if you didn't notice. We're focusing on you, so other than that, no issues. She paused for a moment, thinking it over before giving a real answer. Honestly, they're fine. It's weapons that are giving me a problem again, she admitted. What you made me before is still great, but if I can use more things at once and can't run mana through them, then I'm back to trying to figure out the best thing to do with the extra set of hands. That reminds me, while you're here I really should upgrade your main weapon," he muttered. Making it had been enough to awaken his crafting skill in the past, but he was leagues better now than when he'd first created it. It wouldn't be hard to design a better equivalent that would be somewhere in the legendary ranking. As for other weapons, they'll let me think on it. I'll come up with some ideas and get the prototypes made with my free hands tomorrow. Wait, you don't have to. Amy, you're my pal. I'm not leaving you with anything I'd consider subpar equipment when I know I can make you something better. Hell, I'd outfit you to Yuzu if it didn't seem like you weren't already getting the best of the best. A fact that continued to irk him, but he would get there, soon so long as he didn't suffer some tragic death in the non-affinity tower. Falk had even said he expected Ben would be comparable, if not better, at enchanting than him once he reached the 9th level of his skill, merging it into deep connection and awakening it a second time then. He couldn't dream of just how good his creations would end up being. Get through this first, take on the tower, take on the next tower, and then hopefully awaken the skill. Just one thing at a time, I can make this work. He was constantly putting in the effort. The only thing left was to wait on the payoff. He could only pray it would all actually work out. Yeah, I guess this is as good a time as any to end this part of the day. It had long grown dark and Satchel had already stopped by to walk Delaire home, but with his god's prompting he finally released Jake from the prison that was his mind, the other man collapsing to the ground after being given back control of his body. "Oh God, why does everything ache so much?" he asked as he laid there, showing no inclination to open his eyes until Amy answered. "Ben's been exercising you through all of this, which, well, seeing as it's been an entire day he's been having you run was bound to." She was cut off midway through. Welling what little strength he had, Jake jumped up, grabbing both her and Yuzu in his arms. "Girls, oh God, I've missed you both so much. I love you, please never let me go through that again." "Ben, didn't you tell us he was going to be fine?" Amy asked him while patting her boyfriend's back, looking at the other through narrowed eyes while Ben shrugged in return. "He is fine, just look at him. I mean, yeah, he missed you guys, but I'd like to point out I tried to get him to say goodbye at the very beginning, and there's been no mental damage. Trust me, I've got a building full of people in stasis who I'm trying to figure out how to help after they've been prisoners for millennia. All Jake is feeling is a bit of withdrawal from not having the two of you." "Man, I'm pretty sure I just spent years in your head." Jake yelled back. "How do you know I haven't gone insane?" "Ben, you have monster, as two of your titles," Yuzu pointed out, still in Jack's grip while Ben waved the comment away. "I think we've already spoken about bringing up my status, but more importantly, that's entirely irrelevant. Now, before we go to finish our last task of the day, let's see how well you can apply some of those lessons. Jake, make me a ball of copper." From lead to carbon to ice to a glass jar filled with oil, Ben had made sure to include the chemistry of the world among his lessons, and Jake was using all of the information to materialize his mana, giving shape to the forms he now knew in his thoughts. Still not at the level of skill Ben himself could, but certainly to a point where he likely had both Ulil and Vasta beat, leaving Amy to reevaluate the process that had led to that outcome. "Okay, never mind, I'm convinced. Whatever you did was worth it. Amy, please, whose side are you on? Considering it looks like he turned you into one of the best materializers on the planet in less than a single day, Benz. Do you really not appreciate what an accomplishment that is for you?" "Except I'm going to be dreaming about those lessons for the rest of my life. I'm 90% sure you won't," Ben chimed in. "But if you do, then trust me, there's plenty worse you could be dreaming about. It's why I've given up on actually sleeping." "Ben, you seriously need to talk to a therapist or something," Amy said, finding that comment more concerning than Jake's overreaction. She could tell from just a few minutes of talking with him that her boyfriend really was fine, but too often when Ben opened his mouth, some sort of deep-rooted trauma seemed to slip out, trauma which he for his part just shrugged away. "Hey, not actually sleeping gives me time for other things, so it's really a win-win." "Anyway though, seeing as how I haven't actually gone and destroyed any mines today, is everyone ready?" "Oh God, man, ready for what?" Jake asked him. "Please tell me you don't have more for me after this. I mean, you're still with me until I manage to squeeze that level out of you, but don't worry, it will be nothing like today. I finished my job, so I need to take some new ones with Amy and Yuzu, and whoever else the gods want me helping this round." "Safe to assume you still haven't gotten any new options. Nothing at the second tier. All right, well, if you do in the future, make sure you let someone know so you can benefit from whatever new bit of help I can manage, but until then, let's get this over with." He led them all back to the Magic Towers Guild, where a crowd had already formed, with the guild master waiting for him. "Just this way, Apostle Ben. Over here is your first party." "And are the two women the ones who will be joining later down the line, wherever the gods saw fit to put them?" "Yeah. All right, right this way then. I'll show you both to your positions for this." Separated from there, Ben walked over to the group he'd be starting with first, ignoring the looks of awe and reverence he was getting that stemmed from what they'd been told about him, and what rumors had spread after his first round of jobs with that guild. instead cutting to the chase by asking them to invite him into their party before touching his crystal to look over his options. Available JOBS. Trap User. Craftsman Alchemy Path. Craftsman Artistic Path. Craftsman Blacksmith Path. Craftsman Cooking Path. Craftsman Stonecrafts Path. Craftsman Sewing Path. Mathematician. High Tank. High Marksman. High Destruction Main. Beginner Puppeteer. Holy Adversary. Title Master. Multiversal Material Main. Outsider. Body User. Slayer. Judge. Assassin. Cycler. Beginner Dancer. Entree. King of Intelligence. Soul Creator. Beneficiary. God-Defiling Gardener. Expert. Master Actualizer. Inclination Master. No new ones then. A part of him had been hoping for some more options, be they connect or crafting or enchanting jobs. While those master paths had all already given him plenty to choose from after he'd completed them, there was always the chance he'd gain some more within those fields later as he did things, but as it stood it seemed he had no luck on that front, meaning he was going to have to branch out a bit, with the only question being what 3 to take that time. There were plenty he was curious about enough that the chance to take them was in itself nice to have, not having many other options that he would consider being relevant enough to his goals to focus on. But if his quest was for power then, there was one choice that still stood out above the rest. Outsider. A job named for beings beyond the veil of reality itself, creatures that lived between worlds and brought their own rules into whatever universe they could make their way into. Among all he had left, he still considered it to be the best potential option among everything. He still had to be a third-tier job. When the main goal was to get what growth he could, it was an obvious choice. But when he didn't take, not then at least. He trusted his gut that it would be powerful, but even if it ended up as only a second-tier job, there were risks to it he simply didn't want to face so soon. It still hadn't been long since the system had briefly broken his mind, when taking a job had helped awaken his alien thought structure, and the idea of taking outsider couldn't help but make him fear something worse. He had his witness blessing which he still didn't completely understand, and he could still feel the chaos he'd seen when reality had cracked scratching at the walls of his thoughts at all times. Just because thinking about it didn't leave him vomiting anymore didn't mean it wasn't still there. And maybe taking that job would help him with that. Maybe it would give him some bit of relief that was currently missing from his life, but it could just as easily make it worse. But it's one I'm going to have to take eventually, just not now. After all, even if he believed it would be a powerful job, there was no actual proof. Why not take a few others first and get what strength from them he could, especially when he had so many interesting ones to choose from? And since I'm not taking outsider and growth is the name of the game right now, let's make this easy. I'll take Inclination Master. He had a clear hope as he named that one, that it would give him skills along the lines of crafting or enchanting inclination considering his natural talent in them and how much he practiced. And if he really dared to dream, maybe even something akin to connect or sacrilege inclination to bring the goal of awakening those skills just a little closer. But that wasn't what he got as the notifications rang out in his mind. You're freaking kidding me. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. Apostle, one of the party asked as he spoke, getting waved away for their efforts. Ignore me, just got a kind of bad pull for the first one. But come on, defense inclination of all things. Seriously. Sure, by that point he had quite a few defensive skills, but none of them were even awakened. The fact that the system had seen fit to give him a talent in them of all things felt like a slap in the face compared to what he'd been hoping for. And that wasn't even considering that he'd get no additional attribute bonuses from that job, one of the main thing he wanted by taking so many of them. It was his first time ending up empty on that front, which felt like a poor sign as far as taking his unknown jobs went, even if he forced himself to acknowledge it wasn't all bad. The fact that I'm getting massive bonuses instead of major ones to all of my inclination skills is huge, and give than soul inclination likely gives bonuses to connect, my soul skills, and my mind skills, and evil inclination probably gives bonuses to my sacrilege. Being able to grow both so much more easily is an objectively good thing. Just gotta look at the positives here and take a nice, calming breath before I move on to the next one. He started materializing souls and went through adventure groups from there until he got the notification informing him he was done with that job, telling himself he'd leave it behind him, and he went to claim his next one. With inclination master not yielding any advanced variance when he touched his crystal, showing him it was in the same sterile category as both Master Adventure and Master of Destiny, not that he considered that to be a particularly bad thing. As handy as more massive bonuses on his inclination skills could potentially be, they weren't what he was looking for, especially when they didn't give him any attribute bonuses to go with them, which meant deciding on his second choice of the night, looking over options to make his pick as he questioned how to grow. It was obvious to pick something that sounded like it could be useful at least, and Trey sure wasn't making the cut. But if he had nothing to grow any of his core skills, with then maybe the system giving him defense enhancement was on the right track, he should aim to grow some of his secondary ones. After all, he really would have been thrilled to awaken any of his defensive skills if he got the chance, his few combat ones too. They may not have been the goal, but the benefits that would come if they awakened along the way would have been huge. So with that in mind, he picked a job with a name that sounded like it just might fit. Give me Slayer. Myriad, are you around? I have questions. Of course you're not. Hey, just out of curiosity, I don't suppose any of you have ever heard of a job granting titles before, have you? The others in the party looked among themselves in confusion, which was enough of an answer, and was already what he'd expected anyway. In all of his reading, he'd become aware of thousands of known jobs, and not once had he ever read anything about a person getting a title from taking one, leaving it as a question he was going to need to bother the gods about later, as he instead focused on finishing it, letting him move from that party to the next where Amy was waiting, and then on from there as she took a new job herself, and moved through the rest of the group, letting her work through another by the time he arrived at the last where Yuzu waited. Ben, you're really giving a bit of an ominous energy here, she said, sensing something in his mood while he just groaned. I just have strange, complicated feelings about my last two jobs, but it's fine. I'm pretty sure they'll both be handy in the long run to have. Now that just leaves the last one, and however long it's going to take me to finish. Yuzu wasn't going to have anywhere near the level of experience Elvet had, meaning it would take longer, but given she'd also be with him for the next few days, he didn't mind treating his soul a bit rougher than he'd originally planned, especially not when it might help him speed through a level or two of both soul expansion and resilience. But with how his first two choices turned out, it did have him second-guessing what he was considering for his final choice of that run. Why not take something a bit more certain like Master Actualizer, or even Multiversal Material Mage? That one was sure to give bonuses to his material manipulation at least, and with how high it was, if he managed to awaken the two skills he wanted to get to the third tier, then it wasn't unreasonable to hope he could spend whatever extra time he had left trying to awaken that one too. Okay, maybe wanting 3 third-tier skills before the next wave instead of 2 is a little unreasonable to hope, seeing as nobody's gotten more than 2 before. Still, it would be a perfectly viable option, but despite how he felt about some of the results he'd received so far, one thing he couldn't deny was that they were interesting, at least to him. And when he didn't think it would be that long to finish Yuzu if he really worked his soul a bit, why not indulge that interest just a little more? After all, there was one job he held that he'd been curious about ever since it had appeared on his list of options, and he had just been given the perfect chance to take it. Oh, what the hell, why not? It might even be something incredible. Give me judge. Name Ben Hef. Race human. Titles: Apostle of Myriad, the Forgotten One, Miracle Maker, Skill Learner, Enemy of Enith, Trial Defier, Trial Breaker, Godslayer, Monster, Madman, God Killer, Threat, the Mad Apostle, Destined Holder of Connect, God of Destruction, Creator of Life, Awakener, Maniac, Brutal Blacksmith, Defier of Gods, Title Holder, Enemy of Olencia, Great Teacher, Student of Helori, Myriad's Monster, Outsider, Slayer, Demigod Slayer, Transgressor, Destined Holder of Mental Symbiosis, Destined Holder of Alien Thought Structure, Destined Holder of Soul Production, Job Holder, Destined Holder of Actualization, Enemy of Duna, Demon Slayer, World Slayer. Jobs: Judge LV0. Previous jobs: Apprentice Craftsman, Craftsman, Priest, Enchanter, Mind User, Magic Item Maker, Magic Weapon Maker, High Enchanter, Fractured Mind User, Tree Tamer, High Craftsman, Apprentice Mage, True Mage, Tank, Heretic, Adventurer, Divine Heretic, Kin, Master Craftsman, Master Enchanter, Scholar, Connected Enchanter, Infernal Craftsman, Marksman, Destruction Mage, Material Mage, High Material Mage, Profane Enchanter, Master Material Mage, Impious Creator, Mind Master. Master Adventurer, Otherworldly Craftsman, Material Creator, Master of All, Ritual Enchanter, Holy Craftsman, Cursed Item Maker, Actualizer, Summoned Enchanter, Destructive Craftsman, Soul Mage, Freak Mind User, Unholy Thinker, Polymath, Alien Mind, Soul User, Soul Master, Evil Soul User, Soul Defiling Gardener, High Actualizer, World Killer, Connect Master, Abysmal Connector, Master of Destiny, Hive Brain, Divine Enchanter, Inclination Master, Slayer. A new skill and more second-tier bonuses, just like he'd hoped. But what wasn't reflected in it was the change it brought in him. Subtly, he had gained a small new sense that was almost akin to how the space spirits perceived the world, as he began to feel what could have only been almost a half foot of the fabric of reality around him, leaving him to question just what his new, unknown skill would allow him to do. "So how did taking your new jobs go?" Myriad asked, with Ben shrugging in return. "Complicated. I mean, good probably, but I got some weird results." "PFF, not surprising," Hilary said, shaking her head. "Did you end up taking Outsider then?" It was a question that she, Myriad, and Nair were all curious about. At that point, none of them were going to try to stop him, but whatever results it was going to yield were expected to be outright bizarre, with the three of them all still feeling a bit relieved as he shook his head. "Not this time, I don't think next time either. We'll see how I feel after that. I admire the restraint," the goddess told him, "but it probably won't be too bad no matter what tier of job it is." A result similar to when you took Alien Mind is beyond slim, and it's not like taking it can turn you into a monster. "Yeah, well, the system always finds some way to surprise me, and on that note, taking Slayer gave me 2 new titles." "Titles?" Nair asked, perking up while Ben nodded. "An unexpected harvest, but considering the system is designed to grow, I suppose it doesn't seem like an impossible one." "What are they?" "Demon Slayer and World Slayer, both of which make sense, I suppose. I'm probably the only guy that's killed a few planets around, and considering the number of demons that had to have been on each one, well, the one I was trapped on before seemed pretty packed. Considering they can live on land and sea, I wouldn't be surprised if my death count was above 100 billion, leaving the only question being why I got those titles now, instead of when I did it originally." The crafting god thought for a moment, looking at what he knew of the system he'd designed, and the situation at hand before giving anything of an answer. "If I had to make an educated guess, I can only assume the job you took somehow forced the system to reassess you for it. Meaning, you unlocked it after you got a few different Slayer titles, right? If I'm correct, then taking it led the system to re-examine your life for any places where similar titles might apply, and it ended up finding 2. Given that, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if you'd have an easier time getting that class of title in the future as well." "Okay, and I don't suppose any of you know offhand what titles like that actually do for me, do you?" It was a clear no, which was largely what he'd been expecting, leaving it as something to bother Verbum about if he ever had time and cared to remember. The few he'd gained in the past, he hadn't cared enough to use the record holder to check, when they seemed like a straightforward way of saying that he'd managed to kill something significant enough to warrant a title, but now the result of that job had stroked his curiosity. Of course, with how hard it can be to get him to pull information from the system, it might not be worth the time. But if I ever have a free day again, I guess I'll look. "So what else did you get?" Hilary asked, more than curious on the results that would come from taking some unknown jobs, while Ben himself still wasn't sure how pleased with them he actually was. "Well, I took Inclination Master, which gave no attribute bonuses but massive skill bonuses, which is nice, I guess, but the skill it ended up helping me gain was Defense Inclination." He heard his god laugh and shot the cube a dirty look. "Not funny. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect to get something like that. Hell, I was more prepared to get nothing. And like, okay, getting this new skill is better than getting no new skill, but come on, I was so sure that if nothing else I'd have ended up with something like Mind Inclination. How does getting one for defense even make sense?" "Ha, there's no sense to be made," the cube continued to chuckle. "All it means was that the talent was forming in your soul, and considering that you do in fact have quite a few defensive skills, I'm not exactly as surprised as you seem to be. Besides, it's a good thing. Considering how many of those skills you have stuck at the 9th level, maybe this will finally be enough to help you break a few of those barriers. Man, I can at least hope, I guess. Anyway, that just leaves my last one. I took Judge. It was second tier like the rest of them, and it gave me a new skill I haven't heard of called Condemnation. Don't suppose any of you have heard about it." All signaled no in one way or another while Ben sighed. "Yeah, that's what I was expecting, which means I might have another new one. I wonder if it's possible for you to get an inclination skill for all of these skills you seem to be the first to get," Hilary mused. "Destined inclination, I suppose, which in itself would fall under its own category. Now that would be something interesting, a skill that raises itself through its own existence and helps raise and gain others with it. Awakening something like that would probably give even more interesting results too. Doubt it. I don't want to sound like I had my hopes up or anything, but I was really expecting either my evil inclination or my destruction inclination to give me a bonus skill when they awakened. Like, I know it's supposed to only be a 10% chance for any that aren't my blessed ones, but come on, a class of skill that supposedly helps me gain other skills that match its category. It really seemed like it should have helped me break my losing streak on that front. As it is, I haven't even gained any new evil or destructive skills as far as I can tell. I'd make the argument that soul resilience might fall under the category of a destructive skill," his god pointed out. "It literally protects you from having your soul damaged. And as for more, I mean, it's not like you've actively been practicing to gain any skills in those categories. Considering you've had them both for such a short time, If you're not going to put effort into gaining any skills that match them, it shouldn't be a shock you aren't just randomly developing more no matter how high you're raising them, which I'd like to point out has been sickeningly so. MMH, I guess. And how sure are you that your new one didn't appear at all because of either of those? Hillary asked him. Is there anything you figured out about it before coming up here? Kind of. It's kind of weird to try and describe, but I'm strangely aware of nearly a half-foot of space all around me, but not really in a useful way. I can't judge the stuff that's in it. I just know that reality is there. It feels sort of like how a space spirit perceives the world, but on a massively downgraded scale. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that sense either, but I get the impression it's a skill that's going to cost mana to use. It at least came with enough instinctual knowledge to be able to tell that, with the skill bound to his soul, practically begging to burn the stuff, and was an answer that perked Hillary up all the more, speaking to her aspect that was a goddess of magic as well as knowledge. Do you think you've gained some new non-affinitied magic then? She asked in obvious interest. You do seem to have a habit of gaining strange ones. He gave the question some serious thought. It would be interesting if he had. A new magic was something he'd never turned down, but ultimately he shook his head. I don't think so, at least not right now, but I'm not really going to be able to say for sure until I either figure it out or else look at my job options again and see something like Condemnation Mage sitting at the bottom of my list. Although that does have a pretty good ring to it now that I've said it. Well, if you figure it out, let us know, but for now, I have other news for you, Nair told him as he changed the subject, feeling they'd got all they could from what little information they had. Preliminary results are in. Really? He asked in naked excitement, not needing to ask for what. He tested merging the souls he could create with some of Nair's people, and it seemed that the results had arrived. How do they look? See for yourself. The god created a list of names and attributes, and let them hang in the air for Ben to read and go over, letting him compare what each person had held immediately after having their soul modified against what they were at before he'd arrived. With the changes he was seeing being enough to tell him that modifying a person's soul to force more power on, it wasn't going to ruin their growth rates, no matter what configure he used to do it, and it was only a moment longer for him to do the math to calculate how the growth he was seeing there compared to the growth he'd seen in their memories, finding it to match. Altering a soul didn't affect how a person would raise their attributes, meaning it was a quick and easy path to power for any in the world who was willing to go through the pain attached to being altered on such a deep level. Oh goddamn, now that's what I'd call significant. It's not all good news. Based on my observations, I'd say that my people are recovering about half as fast as you'd expected, but despite that, they're all more than pleased with the results, so there's no complaints. Half as fast. Okay, that sort of makes sense. Even if they're being pacified, demons are natural soul magic users. It's not a shock that they might be passively speeding up their own recovery rates somehow, even while restrained. Still, I'd call this an absolute win. The question remains then, what do you want to do with this now? Nair asked him. We could spread the word and get you to start modifying any willing individual immediately, or we could wait a bit for you to grow more. We do have time after all. It wouldn't hurt to wait for you to raise your values for a few more months before starting. Let's do that, Ben nodded. Giving people 5% of my attributes would be good right now as it is, but if I can reach the third tier for both skills, then the difference I could help anyone grow by is going to be insane. PFFF, insane might be understating it, Hillary laughed. If you really manage to pull that off, then anyone you help will be getting, what? 1,000 points of mana and 3,000 points to their intelligence to just name your highest options. You really do need to get those awakenings you're after. The world might just manage to win in the end. Another reason to do my best, I guess, but while we're on the topic, let's talk payment. Do you think it's too soon to start negotiating with the other gods? If you intend to wait a bit, then I'd hold off personally. Why? What are you looking for this time? Something they won't be able to argue, he said with a bright grin. If other people are going to be growing off of my attributes, then it only makes sense to get them to raise my attributes, right? With the higher I am equaling, the stronger I can make their believers. I think that will make a pretty compelling argument to get even the most stuck up among them to pay me well. The thought had him practically salivating, as he imagined what growth he might be able to trade for his work, but that would be something to look at for the future. For the time being, he just needed to claim as much of that as he could for himself in whatever time he had, until he'd put to practice the results of all of his tests. And if that's the case, I really should go and check on how my demons are doing tomorrow. It was as Ben got up that morning, about to go to Mora's room to try and entertain the boy, that he froze in place, his normal routine being enough to help give him a sense for his newest skill. All he'd done was immediately begin his soul production like he normally would as he'd gotten up, continuing it as he'd walked, which had been enough to get a reaction when one passed through him. The souls he made would all linger, just for a moment, but that was the first to interact with that strange new spatial sense he'd acquired, feeling the thing he'd made at a level he never had before. So if my new sense is tuned into souls in a way my soul sight isn't, I guess that means whatever bit of mana I can spend with the skill is meant to be used on them, right? It was the best idea he had at least, so creating more within the small bit of space he could feel them, he began to try, doing his best to burn his mana with the skill, trying to figure out the way it was supposed to work until he felt it click, and all at once, the souls surrounding him disappeared. Another result that made him freeze. All of the souls he'd create would vanish in the end, but what he'd just done had gone beyond that, forcing them to disappear instead. He didn't think he'd destroyed them. If he had, he would have expected to be able to see something to hint at such a result, leaving him to only guess that he had somehow forced them to move on faster. Which isn't exactly the most immediately useful, but I guess if I ever run into any troublesome ghosts and don't have Thera or Falk around, it could be handy, and it's not like the mana cost is outrageously high. It won't hurt me to practice it a bit. Which I suppose will be incredibly easy, given that this is a soul skill and all. Now that he'd finally awakened his soul inclination and even gained a level to it, raising the skill would be easier than any others in that category he'd trained in the past, even if it was just a background task to work on while he focused on the things that actually mattered. But with that small discovery made and sorted out, successfully sating his curiosity, he finally knocked on Mora's door, hearing the young boy reply. "Come in, Ben," a bit more of a greeting that even addressed him by name. Ben couldn't help but feel like they'd been making some progress with the child, even if some of that very progress seemed to stem from the spirit's curiosity. The boy could see Ben's soul after all, and had obviously noticed the changes that had grown in it since the night before, as well as instantly taking note of the level he'd only just gained in his newest skill, but any sort of emotional progress was worth taking. So ignoring the feeling of being examined, Ben instead gave the child a bright smile. "Morning, Mora. How would you feel about doing something a little different today?" "Different. Thera's coming with me today, so I was thinking of heading to the shop early after making her and Sonia some breakfast. Since that means you'd be coming to the shop as well, I figured I'd see if you'd be interested in coming there too, and you could try a few different things before I start on work." "All right, perfect, and that means it looks like you get to try your hand at cooking today too then. It'll be a blast." The boy seemed more neutral to it, but at least went along with him as they prepared to leave a breakfast for the sleeping two to find before going off to start the day, together walking through the quiet streets of the early morning. Once there, introducing the boy to the forge was the same as when he'd first shown Delaire, even if safety ended up as a smaller concern. With a body made of mana, it wasn't like the heat would harm him, but he didn't let that stop him from making sure to properly instruct Mora on best practices, watching and guiding through one of his homunculi while Ben's main body focused on his own work. Souls were created and condemned at a far greater volume, the 2 levels he'd gained to the skill growing the sense that had come with it, but otherwise left it largely the same in function, while he got to work preparing Amy's new weapon. As the first ultra-rare item he'd produced, not counting the Church of Myriad given how he'd exploited its creation, he was comfortable calling the tool he'd made her his first real masterpiece, but there was plenty of room to improve on its design given how much he'd grown. It was an item that allowed for the user to draw forth 9 different weapons through the manipulation of the barriers that made them up, but Amy held the skill of weapon mastery. There was nothing she couldn't use, and no reason she should be so limited in her choices, so with those facts in mind he got started, recreating it from the ground up. Before he had made it by enchanting on discs of white mana crystal, with the way she ran her mana into those crystals dictating what would spring forth, and it was largely going to be the same from there, with the main changes being that he'd upgrade the crystal to rainbow for all of the additional power that could be given to the weapons, while also allowing significantly more constructs to be added to give even more options to choose from. Starting with something he still regretted not being able to create the first time for her, a bow. At the time, he hadn't been able to produce barriers with the properties he'd need to create a bow from pure magic, but now he was comfortable saying he could do that and more, creating not only the bow itself, but also design it so that when it was pulled, arrows of mana would be created as well that could be fired off. They'd only last a minute after being launched, but in most cases that would be more than enough to do what they needed to, and he made sure to apply similar constructs to the blowgun he'd originally added to before going on from there with all of the new designs he could make. He still remembered all of the testing they'd done together, when he'd made the original and he'd seen her in combat as well. He knew how she would wield her weapons, which gave him enough confidence as he designed the rest. Flails and fans, hammers and hooks, sai and scythes, the list went on while configurations were made, weapon on weapon for any occasion, as all of the ones he was aware of were created in a way that would match her specifications to grow her options to unbelievable proportions, ending with well over 100 designs at the end, all of them made as perfectly as he could and reflected in the final grade, bringing a new upper legendary item into existence. It was by all accounts a masterpiece, and yet as he looked at it he couldn't help but feel unsatisfied. Something about it was wrong, scratching at the walls of his mind as much as the chaos ever would, but without knowing what, he did his best to push it away, focusing on supplying Amy's clones from there. On that front, he went slightly easier. The main issue with them was that they had no internal mana supply to use, but that was easy enough to get past by changing the means through which the weapons were activated, altering the original structure enough that it didn't require a flow of mana through different points, but instead firm buttons. Nothing that would be easy to press accidentally, but not so hard that it would be a struggle to change during a fight. He made one for each clone by the end, and didn't change them much from the original design he'd made her otherwise, leaving her with the 9 she originally had, but traded out the blowgun for more bows, given how much more valuable such a thing really would be in almost every circumstance. He supposed it wouldn't have been too much more work to give her all of the new options either, but given she'd be controlling so many bodies at once, eventually it would just become too much to juggle. Better to keep things straightforward. That's it, Ben yelled as he shot up, drawing a look from Mora that the clone he had working by the boy's side rushed to reassure. The new weapon he'd made for Amy was a masterpiece by all accounts, but it was complicated, likely too much so. Sure, he could help her get used to all of those new options by having her practice them while under the effects of his knowledge skill, and he likely still would, but in the heat of battle it created too much room for mistakes to be made. This was his friend, he didn't want her losing her life because she'd applied her mana slightly wrong, so then what to do instead? He'd still give her the new one, and the others he'd prepared for her clones would be fine, but when it came to new, main weapons, it just wasn't good enough. He needed a better idea, with whatever he'd end with being put on hold. A knock on the door told him that either Thera or Delaire had arrived, which meant it was time to open the gate to the magic towers to let the other 3 in as well. But with all of that he kept thinking, looking for a solution that would satisfy the creativity that drove him. Opening the door showed it wasn't just one or the other, but both Thera and Delaire arriving at once, letting them both in to start the day, even as he slipped a thought into his girlfriend's mind. Make sure you compliment breakfast out loud. You know I always love what you cook. She thought back, catching on to the fact that there was something more to it given he'd decided to keep the thought between them. Yeah, but Mora gave me a hand today. Ah, got you. Ben, breakfast this morning was even better than usual, Thera told him brightly, making sure her cousin was nearby enough to hear. Me and Auntie absolutely loved it. The clone he was working through watched the young spirit perk up a bit as she said that, and he had to work to keep from looking any brighter for the result, happy that Thera played along so well. Well, actually, Mora helped me out a bit today. He did an excellent job at it too. I'd love to get his assistance again if he's interested. I don't mind, the spirit said after only a bit of hesitation. Cooking together was nice. He patted the child's shoulder when he said it, now not bothering to hide his smile. It is, isn't it, kiddo? I'm always happy to get your help whenever you want to give it too. Some things just feel nicer when you do it with others. The boy nodded at the comment, giving the impression he was feeling positive, and Ben turned to his student from there. And on that note, Delaire, today you'll be learning with Mora. Seeing as how you've got more practice with this stuff than him, I hope you'll be a good role model because now that he's learned something from me, he's my you know what. I was teaching him some art before I started training Jake. Okay, Jake's demoted to my 5th official student. Mora is my 4th, at least so long as you want to keep practicing with us. He does. Delaire jumped, eager to have a new underling after what Ben had told her the day before, while Mora eventually nodded. I'll do it today. Fantastic, and while I have clone number 1 with you guys, time to let student 5 in. He knew they had to be waiting, so he went to the back and activated his gate, letting the 3 through while Amy in particular had to drag one. No, I don't wanna, Jake yelled. I spent the entire night having nightmares about chemistry. I haven't done that since the beginning of high school. You don't get a choice, his girlfriend sang at him. Ben was right, you're fine, which means the lessons from him have officially proven their worth. Now stop being a baby. The sooner we get this done, the sooner we can get it over with. And you won't be learning alone either, Ben added. Thera's here today too. We're going to try and get one more level out of her as well before we take on the tower. And as for Amy and Yuzu, well, I'm going to be putting both of you to work while you're here. Work, the good sort of work. Amy, I made identical weapons to the one you already have for all of your clones. They're just button activated instead of mana activated, and they replace the blowgun with a bow, so you shouldn't have any issue adapting to it. I did, however, make you what I'm going to call a preliminary attempt at a new weapon. It's good, so I'm going to have you learn how to use it, but I'm not sure if it's going to be the end product or not. I want to think of something a bit better if I can. Well, how good are we talking? An upper legendary item designed in a similar way to your original, but with around 100 different weapon options to choose from. Her eyes were practically glowing with greed and excitement when he said it, but he didn't falter. That was the exact reaction he wanted to get for his weapons. Wait, then why do you need to make something better? Yuzu asked. Actually, can you even make something better than upper legendary? Listen, not all items that exist within the same ranking are created equal, and as for if I can probably. There's a bit I'm unsatisfied with that I'm going to try and figure out how to fix, but even if I can, the thing I already made will still make for a fine backup tool to hold on to. There's no issue getting some practice with getting the hang of it. And as for you, Yuzu, your task for the day is trying to raise people's growth rates. Jake, Thera, if you don't mind my student. I've been trying to find a good time to ask about who she's with too, Yuzu chimed in. Thera's cousin, the great soul spirit Mora. We kind of adopted him. It's complicated, don't ask. All you guys need to know is that he's just a kid, so be nice. Anyway, one more target for you if you don't mind me. Since I'm here I can, although you really don't benefit from my magic as much as most people. Yeah, but that's all relative. I get a hell of a lot more from your magic than I do anything at the first or second tiers, and the skills I'm looking to get a bit of help raising are ones I've already got fantastic bonuses to, my soul expansion and my soul resilience, both of which frankly have extremely worrying names and fantastic effects. Look, to be honest, I want to raise my soul resilience for basic safety reasons, because despite how it might look, I really don't want to damage my soul, but soul expansion is kind of for the good of the world. Remember how yesterday I said I've got a thing in testing that will let me raise other people's attributes? Yeah. Well, the growth is based off of my own. With everyone I'd potentially raise getting a portion of the attributes I hold, meaning the higher I can get them the better the world is, and seeing as how soul expansion gives me swaths of mana to use with each level, raising it is kind of a priority. Please tell me you don't intend to destroy your soul trying to awaken that skill, she sighed. I have no intention of destroying my soul ever if I can help it. As for awakening it though, yeah, I absolutely want to try to do that, but I won't be making any attempts unless my soul resilience is also at or above the 9th level for it. Okay, fine, let's do this then. There was clear worry in Yuzu's voice, but he ignored it, instead focusing on both Jake and Thera and the lessons they were about to receive, working through clones and connect to manage the rest of them. Jake had officially learned the majority of what Ben knew on non-affinity magics, and Thera had been receiving her own lessons at a far more comfortable rate, off and on since before the third wave. Knowledge-wise, there wasn't much left to teach them, leaving only the matter of hands-on practice in the fields he himself was an expert in, so with a smile on his face and materializing 2 circlets in hand, he spoke up. All right, guys, who's ready to enchant? And are the circlets absolutely necessary? Thera asked him, looking like she was willing to do anything else if it meant avoiding putting one on while leaving Ben to think over how he intended to teach them. I suppose I have something in my back pocket that might help you get a level immediately, so I guess you can hold off on using yours until the harder bits of enchanting start. Jake, however, has no choice. What? You're letting her off the hook, but not me. This is tyranny. This is favoritism. Yes, it is, but it's also inescapable. Now, put yours on, or I'm making sure to tell Amy and your teachers you haven't been working hard enough. He slid his on, feeling his mind split before Ben materialized a bucket for him. Okay, first things first, Jake. Dedicate 4 of those minds to materializing marbles of any substance you can think of. If it feels like you keep doing the same ones, I'm going to go in your head and start instructing you on which ones to make instead, so do your best to be creative. With your last 2, and for Thera as well, let's begin applying the basics of enchanting. Despite the fact that they were both holders of non-affinity magic, a second-tier skill that was by its very nature and essence already an awakened form of enchanting, or at least included those aspects within its broad power, Ben started them off on the absolute beginnings of the branch he wielded, not worrying about finer techniques at all, but instead getting them to place down a spell on a knife each. Not doing anything fancy, but just having them blanket the item with their magics to create the outcome they sought. Both were simple earth spells out of consideration for Thera, given she had less options, designed to help strengthen the items as much as such a simple means of enchanting could accomplish, but despite both being new to it, neither showed any issues when it came to such an application. It was the easiest way to enchant that even holders of the 0th level of the magic could accomplish. For 2 who were by all accounts masters of their skill in non-affinity magic, such a spell was nothing. Still, he had them practice that way a few more times, teaching them to make and break their spells on an item, and getting them to try to apply more complex options as well before moving into something slightly more advanced as one by one. He forced them to go through the 3 core systems he worked with, the weave, ring, and blended. It was there that troubles popped up, but on a small scale. These were the low to intermediate ways of enchanting, and while the latter 2 were rare to the point that only he himself and the people he'd taught would use them, they, along with the weave system, were all means of placing magic upon an item that would be refined with practice, taken further and further in a constant cycle of improvement, and it was there both of their individual weaknesses shone. Thera's control now that she was the holder of 4 awakened magics, with 2 at a high level at that, was incomparable with how she'd been in the past, and had gotten to the point that she was officially better than any first-tier mage no matter the level, but in delicate work like that she still showed signs of her past struggles. The enchantments she tried to place were thick, and some still broke under her magical weight, easily fixed after a second or third attempt, but still somewhere she had her problems. But as the time wore on and they slowly improved that day under his guidance, they each slowly got better. Far from masters, it was still their first day ever doing such a thing, but given the power the two could wield, their work was already good enough to sell despite that, with the touches of any awakened skill being enough to give an item some value. There was still more to teach them both, but there were also still days to do it though, no need to rush them, at least not yet, and as the time wore on it wasn't long until evening had come, once again freeing them all from his lessons. Yuzu had played her part well, helping him get his levels when her magic was combined with all of the job bonuses he was under, but more important than that, she'd helped Delaire get hers too, the girl puffing out her chest as her crafting reached its 3rd level, and her enchanting reach its 2nd, something plenty impressive for a child as young as her that spoke well of his plans to ensure she got a few more before the wave reached them, with the fact bringing other thoughts to mind as well. Having Yuzu around to train her is going to help speed things up a lot, but I should maybe get Delaire to spend tomorrow on training her plant magic. I can teach her plenty about that after all, and it would be some good practice, but it wasn't just the levels that had gone off in the girl's head, and he focused through the clone he was using to congratulate her. "Excellent work, Delaire, you've grown marvelously," he said with a clap, "and getting them finished your job as well. I didn't think I'd get it this soon. Well, you've been working hard. Now then, have you thought about what you'd take after it?" Her options would be few, but as her teacher it was worth discussing, something he should have done sooner if he'd only thought of it. She had just finished her job as an apprentice craftsman, her 2nd one ever, with apprentice mage as her first like any other dryad child, and with that done she had 4 she could choose from,